The truth must never reach mortals.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Bell Overheard the Goddess's Secrets and Had to Choose His Destiny movie. Before we start, please go support at 556 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Bell is a male. Chapter 1. It was a day like any other in the city of Arario. The sun's rays managed to be glimpsed inside an old church far from the most populated area of the city, church where a white-haired young man lived with his goddess. That boy, named bellcranel, was a 14-year-old adventurer and a member of the Hestia familia. He held the record for leveling up, having achieved it in just a month and a half after defeating a minotaur. Many had witnessed that event, mostly members of the Loki familia, who were the ones who brought Bell back to the surface. Many people began to talk about Bell, having caught the attention of several gods who wanted to have him in their families, but none of that had been beyond a simple wish until one day, a certain family began to cause problems and speak ill of the Hestia family. It was the Apollo family. They had managed to break the patience of Bell and Wealth. Both were very close friends in the short time they had been living together, despite being from different families. This fight triggered a series of events until reaching the starting point of this story. So Apollo invited us to a party at her mansion. Why do I feel like there are ulterior motives coming from her? Hestia asked upon seeing the letter she had received. Lily thinks the same. Hestia-sama, that battle was most likely part of her plan. Lily has heard many things about that god. I feel that he wants to steal Master Bell. Lily answered with some nervousness in her words. It's all been my fault. If I hadn't been so impulsive we wouldn't be in this situation, but I couldn't let them continue insulting my family, Bell said with his gaze down, showing dejection, but he didn't seem to regret what he did. There's nothing we can do, Bell. I, being the oldest of the three, acted the same way. There's no excuse. This came from our immaturity, and we must face it, commented Wealth, blacksmith of the Hephaestus family. I think so for now. I'll go with Miss A's to train. I'll most likely need it for what's coming, the white-haired man replied, taking his dagger to leave. Be careful, Bell. Every time you go to train with her you end up really hurt. It seems that the sword princess doesn't know how to contain herself, Wealth expressed, remembering all the times he saw his friend arrive after their training sessions. Haha, I think you're right, but I want to believe that thanks to it, I can become stronger, the young man replied with a nervous laugh and lightly scratching his head. Anyway, see you later, Kami-sama. Lily, Wealth, tomorrow will be a very troublesome day, Bell concluded as he proceeded to leave. It seems so, Bell. Be careful. We don't know what Apollo is planning, although I doubt he'll do anything in broad daylight, Hestia added as a farewell. I'll have it, the white-haired man added, leaving the church. In the streets of Arario. Everything in the city seemed calm. The breeze that passed through was pleasant, the birds sang, the typical noise of the city was present, as was customary for the young man after Parry's day after day through those streets for almost 2 months. Some clouds covered the sky, apparently that caused the pleasant breeze, probably it would start to rain. Bell continued his way to the walls, the place where every morning he trained with A's, the princess of the sword, the person he wanted to reach, his golden desire, his goal, the person he loves. After a few minutes he was able to arrive, but the scene before his eyes made him avoid greeting her in any way or even getting close. Miss Lafia, what are you doing here? Bell asked to himself as he noticed the presence of an uninvited guest. They're talking, it seems serious, I shouldn't hear it, much less interrupt. I think it would be good to leave, thought the white-haired man as he turned around to leave and come back another time, but something that came out of that elf's mouth made him stop his escape. Tell me, A's, why do you train with that human? He's not from our family. Coming here every day to train him can cause a lot of problems, both with your goddess and with Loki, so why take that risk? Lafia asked, somewhat angry for not understanding the motives of the sword princess. So if I'm a nuisance, she's right, I can cause her a lot of trouble. Why does she do it? Bell thought without taking his attention off the conversation between the two. If only there was a chance, even a small one, that she would do it because she still likes me, I would be very happy, the boy said in his mind, afraid of hearing the answer, but also hoping that it would be the answer he wanted to hear. But it wasn't what he imagined. He gets strong very quickly. He defeated a minotaur being only a level 1, he went up to level 2 in just 1 month and a half, being only a level 2 he managed to defeat an irregular Goliath in one hit. I have to know how to get strong, to be able to get strong in the same way the sword princess responded to her family member's question. So it's interest for his strength, not for him, I understand, I think that's a reason Loki would approve of, Lafia answered with relief. At that moment, Bell could only look down. Those words, even though they were understandable, they broke his illusion, they broke his sensitive heart, making him only be able to place his right hand where it is, since he felt an enormous pressure in that place, a pain worse than being stabbed or hit by a monster from the deep floors, a pain that could not be healed with a potion or magic. Bell felt how it was becoming difficult for him to breathe, he was hyperventilating. Hate. resentment. He didn't feel that from the answer she gave. Belle knew that there would be a possibility that that was the reason. If not, why would one of the strongest adventurers in Arario agree to train a nobody like him? But that didn't make the words of the Sword Princess hurt any less. It's raining, my cheeks seem to be soaked. Wait, why only my cheeks? Isn't it rain? Are they tears? I'm crying, Belle said from his corner, where he heard everything, with his voice breaking, with his eyes somewhat red, and with tears coming out of the tear ducts. They don't stop, they don't cease. Why? I knew this was a possibility, but why can't I stop crying? Why does it affect me so much? Why? Why? The white-haired young man repeated with confusion, noticing that his feelings were slowly emerging from the prison he had placed them in upon hearing the princess's response, to avoid such a deplorable scene. At that moment, Belle, who had been sitting with his arms around her legs and his face in her thighs, decided to get up. So that was the reason, said the boy that both girls were talking about, the voice coming from behind them. This took both of them by surprise. They hadn't felt Belle's presence in all the time they had been there, neither of them had noticed the young man's presence. Ace managed to say with a surprised face. That's right, human, she just wants to know how you get strong, although I think now that you know it, there's no point in continuing with the training, right? Lafia said defiantly to the one who had declared herself her rival. Elle could only lower his head once more, not wanting to look either of them in the face. Since the day you saved me I've been in love with you. I've strived day after day to be strong and walk by your side as your equal. When I finally reached your level, I wanted to declare my love, but now that I see what has really happened in the last few weeks, I think it no longer makes sense. I'm sorry for wasting your time, Miss Wallenstein, Belle expressed with a broken voice, simulating as best he could the pain and sadness that emanated from his being at that very moment. Belle, the Sword Princess wanted to excuse herself, but something prevented her from speaking. You have nothing to say, Miss Wallenstein, it was impossible from the moment I met you, the white-haired man replied with a fake smile, which was noticed by Ace and Lafia. This took them both by surprise. They had never seen him that way before. He was always a happy and positive person. Sorry, Belle said before starting to run at full speed to get away from both of them. Ace was going to run after him, but a hand grabbed her. Both girls said when they saw who it was. Riveria? Ace and Lafia asked, incredulous at the imposing elf. Why are you stopping me, Riveria? Ace asked with some disbelief. Tell me, Ace, if you go after him now what will you say? Said the high elf in view of the situation. She had been present watching everything from the beginning, listening to the boys' sobs because of the sharp words of both of them. I want to apologize to him, the Sword Princess replied, trying to run again. Do you think that will fix everything? Ace, listen to me carefully, right now what do you think he must be feeling? That he was used by the person he loves, that he was just a toy that sooner or later you would stop playing with, someone who was disposable to you, so tell me, do you really think that forgiveness is enough? He went out of his way for you every day to get some of your affection, and you only tell him that you only care about being strong, commented the jade-haired elf, clearly disappointed by what Ace had done. Lafia and Ace could only remain silent, everything she was saying was true, they had hurt Belle. For Lafia's part, she felt bad, although she had had many fights with Belle, she did not consider him the type of person who deserved what had just happened to her. What have we done? The orange-haired elf asked, lowering her gaze. For Ace's part, her mind began to understand the seriousness of the matter. She didn't understand feelings like love very well, but having said all that to a person who claimed to feel it, it must have been painful. He managed to name him without losing sight of the direction in which the young man had fled. Riveria let go of Ace's wrist. When the day comes that the dragon is defeated, when your thirst for revenge is quenched, what will you have left? Riveria concluded as she left. What have I done? Ace asked, her gaze lost. On Belle's side. In the streets you could see a certain boy known as the Little Rookie running at full speed. Many did not understand the reason for this, many sent him greetings, but were abruptly ignored by Belle. It was all a lie, my longing was built on nothing, sooner or later it was going to collapse, she's not obligated to love me, I can't force her to love me, but then why do I feel this way? Grandpa, why do I feel so bad? Belle thought as he continued on his way in an unknown direction. From one moment to the next, without realizing it, he arrived at the church where he lived with his goddess. Belle, what's wrong? Weren't you going to train with Wallen, whatever he is? Hestia said, but she stopped suddenly when Belle looked up, revealing the tears that continued to flow from her eyes, as if they were a hose. Ami-sama, I was not reciprocated, Belle said with a smile that showed a great amount of feelings, too many but not joy. At that moment, upon hearing that, Hestia should have felt happy since the top candidate fighting for Belle's love had left the competition, but she only felt pain and sadness, seeing her son cry. Belle, Hestia said, naming him before hugging him tightly to calm him down. Ami-sama, I've worked hard, so why? Do I deserve this? The white-haired man asked with a lump in his throat. It's not like that, Belle. You deserve all the best the world can give you, but life doesn't always give us what we deserve. If she doesn't accept you, she's missing out. You're a wonderful boy. Anyone would be very lucky to have you by their side," replied the little goddess without letting go of Belle, caressing the young man's hair from behind. Belle could only continue crying, screaming out of helplessness, sadness, pain. Hestia wouldn't leave his side for even a second. Her son needed her and she had to support him at this moment. One would think that rejection wasn't a big deal, but when it came to the first love of someone as pure and sensitive as Belle. The unbreakable wish was cracking, it was disappearing, making her Lyris-free ability useless, but… Belle, no matter what happens, you will always have your family with you, me, Lily, Welf, the advisor, Maich, Naz and all the friends you have made in these months. We will not abandon you. I know it is difficult, but continue forward, Hestia said sincerely, with the intention of lifting her son's spirits. My family, my friends, Belle repeated, the brightness in his eyes beginning to return, erasing from his face that dull look that previously dominated his face. Yes, Belle, maybe when you arrived in Arario you were alone, but that is no longer the case, the goddess added. I have to protect all the people I care about, be the hero of the people I love, Belle thought, remembering everyone he had saddened during those 2 months in Arario, not realizing that the little thread of words inside his head were about to light a small flame called Unbreakable Wish that replaced the previous one that disappeared when the current one was born. Thank you, Kami-sama. Chapter 2. At the Twilight Mansion that same day. After what happened with Belle and the truth revealed about the Sword Princess's intentions when she began befriending that young man just a few minutes ago, Aze's mood, like Lafia's, seemed truly down. Neither of them knew how to react to what had just happened. They themselves knew it was their fault. If only I hadn't been so cruel when I saw him, I probably wouldn't feel this way. I should have let Aze talk. I'm such a fool. It's okay for me to see Belle as a rival, but did he deserve that treatment? No, he didn't. How can that even cross my mind? He's an idiot, he gets into too much trouble, he seems to be a bit of a pervert, but he's not a bad person. I should be happy to know that I no longer have any competition for Aze's love. Why don't I feel this way then? That long thread of thought ran through the orange-haired elf's mind, those questions she couldn't answer, and everything she remembered every time the pained face Belle had shown because of the revelation she had received like a bucket of cold water without any warning came back to her mind. Hey. Lafia, Aze and Riveria-sama, where were the three of you? You left very early without saying where you were going or even warning that you were going to leave, but above all, it offends me that you didn't invite me, said an Amazon with clear anger, with good reason of course, she enjoys spending time with the people in her family. Yes, exactly, it's Tiona, a member of the Loki family of level 6. Tiona, leave them, let's just say they need space, Riveria responded to the Amazon's enthusiasm. Tiona, noticing this, changed her face to a serious one. What happened? The girl asked, already entering into the atmosphere and harmony in which Lafia and Aze found themselves. Tiona, I won't repeat it, give them their space, it's been a bumpy start to the day, if you have enough time to dwell on it, you also have enough time to help me with some things, Riveria answered again, while pulling Tiona to take her to her office. Ah. Wait, Riveria, I didn't say I was free, I have a lot of things to do now that I remember, huh. Wait Lafia, Aze, help me. Tiona managed to implore while she was taken, or rather dragged, further and further away. After the departure of the High Elf and the Amazon, silence once again filled the place. Lafia was in a mess of thoughts, as mentioned and seen previously, but what did the person involved think about it? From one moment to the next, the Sword Princess disappeared in the same way as Tiona and Riveria. She was heading to her room, Lafia could only watch her as she walked away. Already in her room, the golden-haired girl threw herself onto her bed, without taking off her armor, just throwing her sword aside, causing it to fall on the floor, and then burying her face in one of her many pillows. Well, I'm sorry that you had to find out this way, but it was something that sooner or later had to happen, but even so, I don't want to stop being your friend. I know that the main reason is a very cruel one, especially when it comes to someone who opened her heart to me unconditionally, however I don't want to get away from you, I can't reciprocate your feelings, there's something that prevents me, but seriously, I don't want to stop seeing you, training with you, talking with you. Eating with you, Aze thought while, in the same way that Belle had done, she began to shed a few small tears that ran down her cheekbone until they got lost in her cheeks to fall to the ground. Sorry Belle, sorry, but I have to save my mother, I have to defeat the Black Dragon, only then could I allow myself to feel something like love, the Sword Princess said to herself as she closed her eyes trying to sleep, hoping that everything would be fine when she opened her eyes again. Sooner rather than later he entered the world of dreams, at that moment he could see his mother and father, a scene that always repeated itself in his mind since that day, but there was something different, everything was going normally until he reached a part. I'm sorry, but I'm already your mother's hero, but one day you'll have one for yourself, said a black-haired man to little Ace. It was her father. At that moment, the scene had abruptly changed, recreating the scene of Belle's rejection. Sorry, Belle said while Ace watched as a spectator everything that had happened. She could see Belle, Lafia and herself, as if it were a play. At that moment, the dream was interrupted by several repeated knocks on the princess's door. Hey Ace. Hey Ace. Tomorrow we have a party at Apollo's mansion. I wanted to see if you would like to join me, Loki said without stopping his blows. I don't think he'll go, let's just say he had a somewhat unfortunate experience, Lafia explained to her goddess. Don't tell me my Ace is sad. If I find out who did something to her, there will be no god or living being in the world that will be saved from my wrath, Loki threatened with a really high fury. She's like this because of something she did. In any case, the other person is the victim, she expressed to the elf with her face downcast, that expression still not changing. I don't understand anything at all, Lafia, you have to explain it better to me. What do you mean? Loki asked with some surprise on his face. It's not my place to say, but Lafia said until she was interrupted. Exactly, Lafia, it's not your place to say, so you'd better not continue with your words, Reveria said from a distance, while giving her a withering look. What do you mean it's not his place to say it? Don't be such a party pooper, Mom Reveria, Loki said in a huff, doubt gnawing at him. Reveria-sama, why does she seem angry about what happened? I don't understand, Lafia asked with clear confusion. What made Reveria have such a cold attitude towards them, just because of the rejection of a young man who had not related to her in the slightest? It's not nice to be used by others to satisfy a desire as mundane as revenge. Ace is a good girl, but as long as she is pursued by that strong thirst for revenge, she will not be able to be happy and will hurt those around her, Reveria responded without changing the tone of her voice. But anyway, it's something private to Ace, something that Lafia shouldn't hear from the beginning. If you keep insisting on it, you'll have a permanent visitor in heaven, for that, and for calling me mom, the high elf responded with a threatening tone. The red-haired goddess managed to let out that sound, showing the fear she had of her daughter. Anyway, Ace won't be going to that party, so you'd better find someone who can go, Reveria added as she left the place. Who can I take if not Ace? Yes. I have an idea, Loki said as he left the door that led to Ace's room. Who will be the sacrifice? Lafia wondered as she went to her room. At the Tower of Babel. The goddess Freya, known for having the most powerful family in all of her area, was sitting staring at one place, with a worried face and sweating from nervousness. Otter, what's wrong? My bunny's soul is fading, the goddess said to her most faithful servant. I wouldn't know how to answer you, Freya-sama, Otter replied with just that. It's not possible, what's going on? Wait, another soul is fading in the Loki family, the princess of the sword. Freya asked all these questions, noticing the change between the two young men. Could it be? No, I don't think it could be possible, added the beautiful goddess with a hopeful smile. Forgive my intrusion, Freya-sama, but what do you mean by that? Bose asked upon noticing the attitude his goddess was beginning to take. Otter, it seems a ray of hope is beginning to appear if my assumptions are correct. Belle has been rejected by the sword princess, Freya answered without losing that smile, which seemed truly sincere. I can't waste this opportunity. What's wrong? Why did it light up so brightly again? Freya asked again when she saw that Belle's flame, which represented his soul, was lighting up again, but not as brightly as it had been before that day. I think he's somehow found something to keep fighting for. I hope it's not for another woman, although of course he'd eliminate anyone who dares to interfere, Freya finished, taking a sip from her glass of wine. Freya-sama, we'd better prepare for tomorrow's party that the Apollo family has organized, Bose informed his goddess. Why would I have to go to that clown's party? Freya asked with great airs of superiority. Because we suspect that Apollo wants to steal that boy. According to what we were able to investigate, he will challenge the Hestia family to a war game, Otter responded in a serious and stoic manner as always. What is that idiot going to do? Sorry, I lost my composure. Then there isn't much to think about, Otter, we have to go. I won't allow that to happen, said the goddess of beauty with a cold look in the direction of the mansion where Apollo resided. And the lady of abundance. Hey, the kid didn't come today, it's strange, right? He usually comes by without fail to say hello, Mamma Mia said strangely to her waitresses, knowing that they all got along well with him. Yes, Naya, I need my daily dose of her, ass, Naya, Chloe said as she cupped her cheek and blushed as she remembered that firm young ass. You always thinking about that, Naya? What if something happened to her, Naya? Anya said, hitting the black-haired cat girl on the head. I doubt it, Cranel-san is very strong, he tends to be reckless, but I doubt that's the case, maybe he just took a break, like Sir Ryu replied, giving his point of view of the situation. Anyway, I hope he comes, things are very lively with him here, but above all, that fool never fails to show up when she knows that the child is coming. the dwarf said furiously at the absence of one of her waitresses during the peak hour of the day. Hearing this, they all decided to do their job faster for fear of what might happen to them if they directed the killing intent at themselves. The next day, in the abandoned church. "Are you okay? Are you sure you can go out?" Hestia asked her son, clearly concerned about what had happened the day before. "Yes, Kami-sama, I'm fine, you have nothing to worry about, besides, I can't be absent, I made us get into this mess, and I'll be the one to get out of it," Bell replied with a warm smile towards his goddess, who had been missing for a few hours. "If you're sure, I won't stop you," Hestia replied as she continued dressing to go to the party. "Well, Kami-sama, it's time to go," Bell said, walking next to his goddess, heading towards Apollo's mansion. "Hey Bell, suits really look good on you, you should buy one," Hestia said, impressed by the young white-haired man's bearing. "Really? It's the first time I've used one. It feels a bit uncomfortable, but I don't see any problem with it," the young adventurer in a suit replied, looking at how he looked. "I'm serious, well, anyway we must continue," Hestia expressed without leaving Bell's side. In Apollo's mansion. Bell and Hestia had arrived and entered without any problem, they saw several familiar faces and approached them. "Hello Maichi-sama, take Mikazuchi-sama, how are you?" Bell asked upon seeing the familiar gods. "Hi Bell, well, I surprisingly received an invitation to the party and I wanted to see how it was," Maichi responded in a friendly manner, as was customary. "Same here, I thought it was a good idea to come," Take Mikazuchi replied. "I'm glad to know. Who is your companion, Take Mikazuchi-sama?" the white-haired man asked, tilting his head in confusion since he couldn't see any of his daughters next to him. Regarding Maichi, it was obvious that Naza was his companion, who was at the bar serving herself some food. "Bakoto, she's next to Naza at the bar," the god of the Far East pointed in that direction. "Oh I see," said the boy, having clarified his doubt. Bakoto and Naza joined the conversation and began to talk about how they had been and how things were going in their families until a couple of goddesses entered with their respective companions. Bell, seeing one of the goddesses, could only sigh. This is going to be problematic. Chapter 3. This is going to be problematic. You may wonder why Bell said that. It's simple, contrary to what the other people present at the party noticed, which was the presence of the goddess of beauty, Freya, along with her companion the king otter. He had turned his gaze to a goddess with red hair and slanted eyes, who brought with her someone he did not expect to see today. "Bell, calm down, just let it go, don't do anything, okay?" Hestia said, trying to control her son's emotions, which seemed to explode. Although he was calm, he was still somewhat unstable for obvious reasons. It's not like it's easy to deal with a broken heart so quickly. "Don't worry Kami-sama, I don't want to cause more problems than we already have because of me, so I will avoid any contact with Loki and his family, at least for now," replied the white-haired man, turning around so as not to look at the goddess and whoever accompanied her that night. "Is something wrong? Why is Bell walking away?" Maichi asked as he watched a young man walk toward the mansion's balcony. "Let's say he wants to get some air, he doesn't want to meet anyone from the Loki family, he had a small problem with someone from that family," Hestia explained to her friend, sparking Naza's interest, but she decided that it wasn't good to talk about it, she knew Bell well and had never seen him adopt that attitude. "Okay, if there's anything we can do, just say it," Maichi replied kindly, he appreciates Bell, that's why he would help him in whatever was necessary. "For the moment I think keeping Bell from attracting attention should be enough, anything we should act normal," the little goddess said until she felt an annoying presence approaching. "Oh. There they are. How have Hestia, Maichi and Take Mikazuchi been?" Hermes asked with great energy, something typical of him. Behind him was Asfi, the captain of his family. "I knew you were going to be here, but why did you come?" Hestia asked in a hostile manner. Hey, you heard me, I just wanted to say hello to some good friends and have a little fun," the god replied with a smile. "Good friends, but we have hardly run into each other since we came down," Take Mikazuchi said ironically. "I've had things to do, you know, working mostly outside of Aurario takes up time." Hermes excused himself at the declaration of the god of the Far East. "Anyway, where is Bell?" Hermes asked Hestia, it was clear that this god has a very marked interest in that boy. "Leave him alone Hermes, he wants to be like that for a moment, don't bother him," Maichi replied. "I understand, but where is it?" The god insisted on asking that question. "He's on the balcony, I repeat, leave him alone," Maichi reiterated. Hermes turned in that direction and what he was seeing surprised him greatly. "Hey, I think you should see what's going on," said the god with some nervousness towards Hestia, Hestia, Mikoto and Naza. "What's Hestia managed to say that until she noticed what Hermes was referring to. My eyes aren't deceiving me, what is Freya doing walking towards Bell?" Maichi asked with wide eyes. "Thank the gods. I thought I was imagining it," Take Mikazuchi said. What does the goddess of beauty want with him? I have a very bad feeling about her, we must do something," Naza commented, alert. It won't be necessary, I think it's more dangerous to interrupt at this moment. Hermes responded with a serious tone, something very rare for him, even Asphi was surprised by such attitude of her god. What do you mean, Hermes? He can use his charm to do anything to her. Maich complained to the god. No, that won't happen, even if it seems strange, Hermes is right, Hestia said without taking her eyes off that place. Hey. I'm not the idiot everyone thinks, I have my tricks, but yes, let's just watch. Hermes expressed at what the little goddess said. On Belle's side. Ah, why of all the families that could be invited to this party did the one I didn't want to see have to come? No, calm down Belle, don't let your feelings take control again, we're with many families, making a scene could break the credibility I have as an adventurer, but I'm still young, I don't feel good hiding how I feel, I wish the earth would swallow me up right now, besides, why did she have to come? Finn, Bet, Gareth or even Rawl could have come, but why? Why of all the adventurers from the Loki family did Tiona have to come? Bell thought, lowering his gaze, observing the great size occupied by Apollo's headquarters, although he didn't have time to enjoy the view, his thoughts clouded anything else around him. I'm sure she approached me to find out how I become strong, said the white-haired young man without taking his gaze off into space. Ara, what do we have here? Someone asked behind Bell, drawing his attention upon hearing the voice. Excuse me? The boy managed to ask, turning around to face her. At that moment he saw who had called him, it was a woman, a truly beautiful woman, with silver hair and beautiful purple eyes, she was wearing a blue dress with an ornament in her hair that made her stand out among all the beauties he had met in the short time he had lived in Arario. Bell's gaze did not take off from such an imposing and beautiful being that was in front of him. This, Bell said, trying to articulate something. What's wrong? I can't understand you, Freya replied, noticing the boy's adorable attitude as he struggled to say something. Sorry if it's a bit rude, but who are you? The white-haired young man asked, still with some nervousness in his words and a blush on his cheeks. Oh? That's what you meant. Normally, when someone asks someone else's name, they give their own first. Am I wrong? The beautiful goddess replied with a small smile. Why you're right, I'm sorry for my manners, my name is bellcranel, I'm a member of the Hestia family. What's yours? The young man said and then asked his question again. Nice to meet you Belle, my name is Freya, I am the goddess of beauty, a pleasure Freya replied kindly. Freya-sama I'm sorry for my attitude. I shouldn't have spoken to you in such a familiar manner. Belle replied as he bowed in apology. Fufu, you are very funny but it is not necessary, among so many compliments that I always receive, it is nice that someone treats you normally Freya expressed with a small giggle. Anyway, I must treat you with the respect that a god deserves, especially when it comes to you Belle said, insisting. Okay, if that's how you want it, I can't do anything, but tell me, what are you doing here alone? Freya asked, showing interest in that child. I was just thinking about some things, but more importantly, Freya-sama, did you come just to talk to me? Said the white-haired young man, tilting his head. We can say yes replied the goddess. This took Belle by surprise. She hadn't expected such a sincere response, but she didn't understand the reason for it either. It's not as if he was someone important to her or Arario enough to have the pleasure of even exchanging a word. May I ask why? The young man asked that question, still not understanding why he had done it. You seemed sad, I could tell. From what I've heard about you, you're always a very happy person. Why is that? The goddess of beauty responded directly. So it shows I thought I was doing a good job hiding it, apparently it caught me haha Belle said with a tired smile. What's wrong? You seem to need someone to talk to, maybe I can help, Freya said with a look that inspired confidence. I don't want to overwhelm you with problems as small as mine, they're childish, Belle replied with a sad look. Belle, there are no small problems, everyone is affected differently by things, we are not the ones to judge the goddess answered, trying to get Belle to open up and start talking. Freya-sama he only managed to name her, he was impressed by the goddess's words. What happens is that let's say I was rejected although I couldn't confess, I heard something I shouldn't have, and I knew that everything I felt towards that person can never be mutual, she only used me to know how to become strong, since I leveled up very quickly and managed to do several feats in a very short time, the reason why it hurts is because I really thought she had a genuine interest in me, but realizing that none of that was real, that none of those moments were real well. It hurts from the bottom of my heart it's the first time I feel this way, I've never had feelings of this kind towards someone, it seems I could classify her as my first great failed love haha, maybe I make it sound stronger than it really is, I've only known her for 2 months, but I feel that love cannot be measured with time, we would be fools if we did it that way, a feeling cannot be measured and it can only be understood when you fall victim to it, but anyway. I just want to get over this as quickly as possible, Bell said slowly. It seemed like he was going to cry at any moment, but he held back from doing so. He didn't want to show that pathetic version of himself again in front of someone like the goddess Freya. Speaking of the goddess Freya, she had remained silent, listening attentively to what Bell was saying, not missing any kind of detail. So that's what happened. My assumptions weren't entirely wrong, Freya thought without taking her eyes off the boy. Bit silly, isn't it? Bell added, giving him a pained look with a few small tears in his eyes. This caught Freya off guard, and she felt a pang in her heart as she empathized with what he was feeling and showed it with just a glance. She only managed to regain her composure to say something. No, he's not stupid, Freya replied. Isn't it? The boy said in surprise at that answer. No, love is a very strong feeling, it can change people and makes us give our best, but disappointment can also come along with it, but don't let that affect you. The way to overcome a broken heart is by finding someone who can heal it. As a goddess who has lived many years, I can tell you that sooner or later you will find someone who truly values you, the goddess answered in a kind and fluid manner. Freya normally did not extend her words, so it was strange that she spoke so much. Do you really believe that? Bell asked with a hopeful look. So it will be, Freya answered. And it will be me, I can assure you. Thank you very much, Freya-sama, I think I feel up to it again, Bell commented with a determined and relaxed look. It's nothing, I'm glad to know that I was able to help you, Freya said in response to the white-haired man's comment. Bell began to retreat to go with his goddess. Freya-sama, thank you very much, you are a very nice and kind goddess, I hope to speak with you again, I love you, Bell said with a pure smile, a gift for the goddess Freya, who had blushed upon hearing those words. Suddenly, Bell turned around, leaving Freya on the balcony, with Ada returning to her side. He loves me. She thought as a deep blush spread across her face as she remembered those words. On the side of the gods. We all just saw the same thing, right? Maich said, his eyes wide open, watching Bell approach. What? The blush on the face of the most powerful and coveted goddess of all Arario and probably all Tenkai. Hestia responded sarcastically but without managing to erase the impression in her eyes. Yes, we all saw the same thing, Hermes, Asfi, Hestia, Maich, Naza, Take Mikazuchi and Makoto said in unison. SHHHH, here it comes, let's act normal, I'll ask him what's going on when we get to our headquarters, Hestia said, to avoid the bunch of questions that were going to be directed at him. As if what the other gods are saying weren't enough, Naza replied until a voice interrupted her words. Argonaut-kun. A lively Amazon shouted towards Bell. Damn. Because of Freya, I forgot that the Loki Familia was here and that we were supposed to avoid this very thing. Hestia said while regretting having been distracted. This seems like it's going to get interesting, don't worry Hestia, if things get out of control, I'll intervene, trust me, Hermes responded to the concern of the little lowly goddess. How do you know, Hestia asked when she saw that Hermes knew what was happening. Let's just say that you're speaking in a very loud tone of voice, leaving that aside, you have my word, I won't say anything the god replied, reassuring Hestia. Again, on Bell's side. Argonaut-kun. Because of my high spirits I forgot she was here again, I'll just ignore her, Bell thought, without turning to look in the Amazon's direction. Hey, Argonaut-kun. Tiona repeated, trying to get Bell's attention. She thought the white-haired man wasn't listening to her, so she decided to walk faster to get closer to him. Argonaut-kun. Tiona said for the last time before approaching him to hug him. What she didn't expect was for Bell to step aside. Argonaut-kun, the Amazon managed to say, surprised by what Bell had done. He had rejected the hug. Miss Hiryud, what a surprise to see you here, Bell said, turning around to face Tiona. Teacher, are you feeling okay, Argonaut-kun? Tiona asked, tilting her head in confusion. She had never been called that way by Bell or anyone else. Yes, I feel fine. What do you need? I have to meet with my goddess, the young man replied without looking at her directly. What's wrong, Argonaut-kun? You look strange. Tell me. We're friends, aren't we? The youngest Amazon asked insistently. Friends, you say? No, we are not friends, Bell answered, making Tiona's mood disappear. What do you mean, Tiona asked, not understanding the reason why he had said that. Don't pretend you don't know, said the white-haired man while clenching his fist. But I'm not pretending, I don't understand why you say we're not friends. The Amazon said again, with a somewhat broken tone of voice. A friend doesn't come to you to know your secret of how you become strong and then plan to throw you away, Bell said in response. How do you get strong? I don't understand. That's not why I approached you, Tiona responded to that statement. Please Tiona, don't keep lying, Miss A's, Lafia, your entire family, they only care about the strength and prestige of their family, right? They don't care who they have to use to achieve their goal, Bell replied, clearly uncomfortable. You're wrong, Argonaut-kun, I don't speak for all of us, but I did approach you because I consider you a friend, the Amazon insisted with that answer. Hey Bell. Come with me, there are some things I want to talk to you about. I'm sorry, beautiful lady, but I'll take him. Hermes interrupted when he saw that Belle was about to explode. This is goodbye, Miss Hyryud, the young man concluded without looking her in the eyes. The Amazon's heart felt crushed. She couldn't understand the reason for all those cruel words and that attitude so unbecoming of someone she considered a hero. Fiona could only look down and leave the place. But a voice caught everyone's attention. It was Apollo, who had arrived on the scene. Are you enjoying the party? I'm glad to know that you are. Well, you'll wonder the reason for this party. It's simple, Bellcranel, of the Hestia family did this to one of my beloved children, Apollo said, while pointing to a hobbit wrapped in bandages and with a crutch. Hey. That's a lie. I didn't do that to him. Belle shouted angrily at the god. Do you have proof? I heard you had a fight in a bar and you attacked them for no reason, so I demand compensation. Apollo shouted furiously. I have witnesses, the bar workers are part of them, especially the owner of the place who kicked your family out, the white-haired man responded with a threatening look. This made the god step back a little, as he had not expected such a threat. I, Apollo, challenged the Hestia family to a war game. The god declared with great confidence. They're crazy, Apollo. We're not obligated to accept. Hestia shouted furiously at the god's declaration. The murmurs were not long in coming, and many people began to consider the Hestia family dead. Hey Apollo, it's not fair that a family that only has one member faces off against your entire family. The fair thing would be to at least have some ease, don't you think? Hermes declared to Apollo, seeking to give the white-haired man a helping hand. Well, I'll be generous. If any adventurer here decides to reinforce that poor family, I'll gladly accept. You can also include members who are not from Aereo families, although there is no one who meets that characteristic, Apollo said with a confident look. He knew that it was very difficult for any of the adventurers at the party to risk themselves for a nobody like Belle. I will help the Hestia family for the war game. A person raised his voice while raising his hand so that it could be observed. That is a surprise. Let's see who the poor wretches ahhhhh. The god shouted with fear at that sound when he realized who it was. What do you think you're doing, Tiona? Loki claimed towards his daughter. Belle just looked at her with great surprise, he hadn't expected that, much less after what had happened with Ace. Tiona, Belle managed to say. Take Mikazuchi-sama, if you allow me, I want to join the Hestia family so I can help you, Mikoto asked her god. Mikoto, if that's what you want, there will be no problem, but you will come back with us in a year, okay? The god of the Far East responded to his daughter's request. What's going on? Apollo asked, he couldn't believe what was happening. Argonaut Tiona named the white-haired young man, calling his attention so that his gaze turned towards her. I do consider you my friend, I don't know what happened, but I don't want to leave you or stop talking to you about stories of heroes and adventures, said the Amazon, with a beautiful smile. Maybe this is also a trick, but I want to be tricked, Belle thought before answering Tiona. Thank you very much, Belle concluded, smiling sweetly and tenderly at her again. And in this way, and without knowing it, Apollo had signed his death warrant. He hadn't counted on that nobody having such renowned friends, not to mention that the blacksmith of the Hephaestus family, Welf, would join the Hestia family, and much less did he imagine that a certain elf who works for the Lady of Plenty would be convinced to participate. Apollo, your airs of grandeur have just made you lose everything, thought Hermes. And it only took a sting in your pride, you really are a fool, Freya said in her mind, who was thinking of interrupting, but thought the outcome that was happening was more interesting. Chapter 4. In the Twilight Mansion, after Apollo's party. Both Loki and Tiona were entering the mansion, with very contrary expressions. On Loki's part, he had a face of disbelief, as if his eyes had witnessed something that made no sense, in this case, that his family was involved in a war game, although, rather, a member of it. On Tiona's part, as was her custom, she had a happy face, as if she had been glad to do what she did, as if she didn't have any kind of regret or doubt about the decision she made just a couple of hours ago. Loki-sama, no problem, it's just a war game, besides, their strongest member is a level 3, and if that weren't enough, Argonaut-kun is very strong, I doubt there will be repercussions, the Amazon said to her goddess to try to calm her down. Her voice echoed through the halls of the mansion. Loki didn't seem to care if the others heard it, after all, they would have to find out sooner or later. It's not like you can hide the fact that a family member joined a family outside of theirs on a whim to play a war game. Tiona, I'm not worried about what that idiot Apollo does, but I don't understand why you offered yourself. You know I hate that dwarf, unless you plan to gain her trust too, Loki insinuated with a penetrating look at the poor Amazon. You are wrong, Loki-sama, there are no ulterior motives. I wish to help Argonaut-kun in the war game. He is someone dear to me. I want to continue being close to him, Tiona replied with a beautiful and pure smile, showing that her words had no trace of lies, and that her decision was solely for that white-haired young man, who seemed to have the affection of the little Amazon. You're not lying, I really don't understand, you haven't known each other for very long. Is that child worth that much to you? Loki repeated while shaking his head. It's just that Argonaut-kun seemed sad, he had a dejected expression with some resentment towards our family. I want to show him that he can trust me, Tiona excused herself when she saw that Loki still couldn't grasp her intentions. Resentment? I don't understand why I would have it, it doesn't make sense, unless the red-haired goddess said as she opened her eyes. The memory of a day ago flashed through her mind, where both Ace and Lafia seemed depressed about something she couldn't find out because of Riveria, who prevented Lafia from speaking. It might have to do with Ace and Lafia, Loki added to his words, which was heard by Tiona. I think the same, curiously it was those two that he named before, including our entire family, said the Amazon, with a face that showed her curiosity about the subject. Rather Ace, Lafia and Riveria, we have to talk to those three first. I'm getting an idea of what happened, but I need it to be confirmed, the goddess asked her daughter. Oh okay Loki-sama, I'll take care of it, see you in your room, Tiona answered as she headed to the rooms of the three aforementioned women. What the hell did those three do? Although I have a feeling Riveria had nothing to do with it, Loki whispered to himself as he went to his room to wait for his guests to arrive. A few minutes later, in Loki's room. Little by little Tiona, Riveria, Ace and Lafia were entering. Loki remained silent and serious, something that was noticed by all those present, making this to be taken as something of utmost importance. Loki-sama, here they are, tell us, what do we need to talk about? Tiona asked with a worried face. Yes, Loki, it's very late. If you called us, it's for something important. Am I wrong? Besides, it seems to be related to Apollo's party, right? The high elf said to her goddess. I didn't want to leave my room, Ace managed to say with a downcast look. Me neither, Lafia said, agreeing with the sword princess. I'm sorry for the time, I'm also sorry that some of you have come against your will, but since you have to indirectly see what's going on, you must speak by divine order, Loki said with a sharp look. She knew perfectly well that a divine order could not be refuted or ignored. The girls at the scene were very surprised. What was so important that they had to resort to a divine order? What happened yesterday? And more importantly, does it have to do with the dwarf's son? The red-haired goddess asked directly. She didn't want to be rude. She wanted to get this over with once and for all. This caught Ace and Lafia off guard, and they could only open their eyes wide, watching all their memories play out like a movie in their minds. Belle's face, the tears, his words, the pain that came from them, absolutely everything. This caused both of their spirits to fall again. Argonaut-kun, does he have something to do with her behavior? Tiona managed to ask, without understanding or imagining the reason. Loki, please, I don't think that. She tried to defend Ace and Lafia, but was interrupted. No, Riveria, it is a divine order, so answer. If you don't want them to talk, do it yourself, Loki said to the vice captain of his family, making Riveria think about what to do. A silence filled the room, and several glances were directed at Riveria, Ace and Lafia by Tiona and Loki. Well? Loki insisted. Yes, it has to do with Belle. Ace was the first to respond. Well, we're moving forward, one of my questions has already been answered, but they still haven't told me what happened, Loki said, without taking his eyes off them. Tiona just watched as Ace's body language made her look uncomfortable in the situation. This Ace and we said very cruel things to Belle, but he was listening. Lafia was the next to give her answer. That answer seems incomplete, Loki commented, waiting for the rest. I'm sorry Ace, Lafia, you two have to talk, Riveria said, giving them both a look. I don't understand. Why would they say cruel things to Argonaut-kun? Why would they talk bad about him behind his back? What did he do to them? Tiona asked, unable to believe what her friends had done to that poor boy. She wanted answers. That's the problem. Ace shouted with tears in her eyes. Huh? Loki and Tiona managed to say. He didn't do anything wrong, he was always kind, sincere, but still the sword princess said between pauses, not knowing how to express the rest of her thoughts in words. The goddess and the Amazon remained expectant to Ace's response, while Lafia and Riveria were silent, with good reason, they already knew the rest of what Ace had to say. I only approached him to know how he was stronger. I told Lafia that I only approached him for that, that's why I trained him to discover his secret, and he heard everything. Ace finished her words with that. And then why are you sad? If that's all you cared about, why do you act like her leaving hurt you? You've never shown that side of you, why show it now? Why? I don't understand. That explains what Belle told me at Apollo's party, as well as his tone of voice. It showed anger and sadness. Ace, it's not fair to use others. Tiona said with a downcast look, unable to understand the reason for Ace's sadness. She was upset by what was done to someone she considered someone good, someone kind and noble, that made the tone of her words rise due to the same anger. Tiona. Leave her alone, never mind that, now we know the reason, Loki scolded Tiona for her reaction. Loki-sama is right, I'm sorry Ace, I got carried away, but I really mean what I said. Those words were directed at the Sword Princess. Loki, you said before that we had to do with something that happened. What is that something? Reveria asked, trying to divert the topic. Simple, Tiona joined as reinforcement for a war game that the Hestia Familia was involved in. Loki answered calmly, as if it were something unimportant. What did she do? Reveria asked, absorbed by what her ears had just heard. Ace and Lafia had the same reaction as the High Elf. I joined Argonaut-kun, he needed help, I wasn't going to abandon him, I do consider him someone dear to me, I don't want anything bad to happen to him, Tiona replied before the looks of her family members. I can't abandon him, much less do I want to, the Amazon added. Hearing those last words from the youngest of the Amazon sisters, they were truly impressed. They hadn't expected Tiona to have such affection for Belle, although as far as Ace was concerned, it wasn't just impression that she felt. You can go now, that's all, Tiona, you've already made this decision, face it to the last consequences, Loki said. So it will be Loki-sama, he replied with a big smile as he left. Ace, I don't think what you did was wrong, I understand your motives and curiosities, just as I know the reason why you continue on, it's not as if that child interested me, so, if that was really what you thought of him, it doesn't make sense for you to behave the way you do, it was just a step to improve, wasn't it? Said the red-haired goddess to Ace. She didn't know what to answer, but she was sure of one thing, Belle wasn't just a stepping stone. Your look gives you away, just go to your room and deal with it the best way you can, if you need help don't hesitate to talk to your family, Loki ordered. Lafia, Reveria, there is nothing I need to talk to you about, you can go, the goddess finished, throwing both elves out. Already in the solitude of her room she could only think of one thing. It's an incredible amount of trouble you cause, kid, but I must accept that you're not a bad person. I hope this doesn't stop your growth and strength. Sooner or later, we'll need it. Meanwhile, Ace couldn't stop thinking about what Tiona had done. Why does it make me uncomfortable to think about her getting close to Belle? On Tiona's side, in her room, she also had some things on her mind. Sorry for what happened, Argonaut-kun, but I promise you that I have no ulterior motives, I do want to continue being with you, the Amazon said to Belle, although of course he wasn't there. But Belle, in the abandoned church. It's nice to see you have good friends, Belle, but that Amazon doesn't give me a good feeling, she's from the Loki family, Hestia expressed while changing her clothes to be able to sleep. I know Kami-sama, but there's something inside me that tells me I can trust her, at least only her, Belle replied as he prepared to sleep, since he couldn't sleep properly last night because of what happened. It still doesn't give me a good feeling, well anyway we have a couple of weeks until the war game starts, for now Makoto, Welf and Lily will be there, as well as that Amazon said the little goddess. Yes, it was a stroke of luck that neither Welf nor Lily were asleep at this time, that made it possible to talk to them so quickly, I'm surprised that they had accepted without problems, even more so when it comes to a change of family since it is a serious matter, the white-haired man managed to say, recapitulating the quick meetings he had with his friend the blacksmith and his friend the support a few hours ago. Shortly after knowing that there would be a war game between his family and Apollo's. I told you, you have friends who love you, it's a bit uncomfortable knowing that they had to leave their families for you, but they did it because you're important in their lives, no one forced them, so let's enjoy this year together, because I'm sure we'll win, Hestia replied with a reassuring smile towards her little son. You are right, Kami-sama, I am grateful to have such good friends like them, and a goddess like you, the young adventurer replied, recovering his fallen spirits. Before we left the party, I heard that this Amazon wants to train with you, although I don't trust her, I have to accept that it is necessary, be very careful, the goddess warned her son, she didn't want the same thing to happen as with Wallen whatever. I'll have it, it's a promise, Belle said to calm his goddess, but he still had his doubts, he didn't want Tiona to turn out like Ace. One last thing, Belle, I saw you talking to Freya. What did she say to you? Hestia asked, remembering that scene, she had forgotten it because of the war game. Oh, that's it, I guess it's hard not to have been seen, since we didn't really talk about much, she was very kind and nice to me, something made me trust her and tell her the reason why I was sad, since she noticed it, and according to her words, that's why she approached me, she seemed like a good person to me, Belle replied with a calm smile, he was comfortable remembering what had happened. Ah, you are really impressive, it is not common for Freya to be like this with someone, but be careful, her family is somewhat different from the others, they love their goddess excessively, and that makes them dangerous, said the little goddess as a warning to her son, she knew better than anyone what the Freya family and her goddess were capable of. I will have it, Kami-sama, seriously, although I speak sincerely when I say that Freya-sama seemed like a good person to me, anyway, good night, the young man finished and went to bed. They both went to sleep, but something seemed to attack the white-haired man in his dreams. In Belle's dream. A typical scene in the life of the young white-haired man could be seen, a quiet morning, in which the sun's rays managed to sneak through the windows of that old church where he lived, waking him up, along with the singing of birds and his internal clock. "Kami-sama, I will go train with Miss A's," the young rabbit warned when he finished equipping his armor. His goddess didn't respond, but he didn't care. It wasn't strange that she was still sleeping. From one moment to the next, the scene changed. He was on the walls where he always trained with the sword princess, that place his place. "Miss A's. Good morning." Bell greeted, waving his hand happily and smiling in the girl's direction. Out of nowhere, an orange-haired elf came out and stood between him and A's. "Lafia?" the boy managed to ask, surprised to see her there. "What do you think you're doing, you dirty human? Coming at A's like that? Know your place," Lafia said with an angry tone in her voice and a face that was no different from before. What do you mean, Lafia?" Miss A's Bell managed to say with some fear in his words. "You don't understand. Fine, I'll talk. I've already gotten everything I needed from you. I don't need you anymore. You can leave and never speak to me again," A said in a cold tone, casting a look of contempt towards him. Belle's heart felt heavy, as if a great weight had fallen on his chest. And at that moment her dreams began to mix with her memories of that day. Everything was repeating itself, that whole scene was the only thing he could see. He get strong very quickly. He defeated a Minotaur being only a level 1, he went up to level 2 in just 1 month and a half, being only a level 2 he managed to defeat an irregular Goliath in one hit. I have to know how to get strong, to be able to get strong in the same way. Enough is enough, Bell said after hearing that statement hundreds of times. So it's interest for his strength, not for him, I understand, I think that's a reason Loki would approve of. Enough, he repeated again, but the flow of memory did not stop. That's right, human, she just wants to know how you get strong, although I think now that you know, there's no point in continuing with the training, right? Enough, she said to herself again, letting her tears flow little by little. He get strong very quickly. He defeated a Minotaur being only a level 1, he went up to level 2 in just 1 month and a half, being only a level 2 he managed to defeat an irregular Goliath in one hit. I have to know how to get strong, to be able to get strong in the same way. He get strong very quickly. He defeated a Minotaur being only a level 1, he went up to level 2 in just 1 month and a half, being only a level 2 he managed to defeat an irregular Goliath in one hit. I have to know how to get strong, to be able to get strong in the same way. He get strong very quickly. He defeated a Minotaur being only a level 1, he went up to level 2 in just 1 month and a half, being only a level 2 he managed to defeat an irregular Goliath in one hit. I have to know how to get strong, to be able to get strong in the same way. He get strong very quickly. He defeated a Minotaur being only a level 1, he went up to level 2 in just 1 month and a half, being only a level 2 he managed to defeat an irregular Goliath in one hit. I have to know how to get strong, to be able to get strong in the same way. He get strong very quickly. He defeated a Minotaur being only a level 1, he went up to level 2 in just 1 month and a half, being only a level 2 he managed to defeat an irregular Goliath in one hit. I have to know how to get strong, to be able to get strong in the same way. He get strong very quickly. He defeated a Minotaur being only a level 1, he went up to level 2 in just 1 month and a half, being only a level 2 he managed to defeat an irregular Goliath in one hit. I have to know how to get strong, to be able to get strong in the same way. That kept repeating itself, thousands of times, millions of times. Enough. 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 Every time she repeated that plea, tears overflowed from her eyes. That's right, human, she just wants to know how you get strong, although I think now that you know, there's no point in continuing with the training, right? Everything was fake from the beginning. I'm not interested in you at all, you're just someone to use and then discard, just that, you're not special at all, A said in Belle's imagination, being the straw that broke the camel's back. Enough. The young man shouted with all his heart, tearing out his vocal cords, crying, begging for it all to stop, begging for it all to end now. Outside Belle's dream, Hestia was peaceful, sleeping in her bed until. Enough. That scream had woken her up, causing her to jump up in fright and run towards Belle. There she could see him, how her son, the purest person she knew, lay crying and screaming in his dreams, moving as if he felt a great pain in his body. Belle, wake up. Hestia shouted while shaking him. After a few seconds of Hestia trying to wake him up, he finally opened his eyes. "Hey Kami-sama," he managed to say when he noticed who was in front of him. She was crying, out of worry, he too, for his dream. "Elle?" he said to Hestia while hugging him. "Kami-sama. Sniff, I had a nightmare." Sniff, it didn't stop. Sniff, he screamed, but it didn't stop. Sniff, Belle said while he continued crying, trying to relate what he saw. "Belle, everything is fine, it was a dream, calm down, Hestia told him while stroking Belle's hair. "It'll take time to get over this, but you'll get there. Like I said, there are people who love you and will help make it happen as soon as possible," the goddess thought, continuing to comfort her son. Minutes passed until Belle was finally able to sleep soundly without screaming, but he still seemed to be ill. Chapter 5. The next day, in the morning. Belle was able to sleep well after that small moment of weakness he had, which Hestia took care of. The young white-haired man was preparing to begin his training before the war game against the Apollo family took place. Do you feel ready, Belle? Do you really have no problem training with that girl from the Loki family? Hestia asked her son, trying to find out if he was really sure about the decision he made. No problem, Kami-sama, I mean it, I can't live keeping people close to Miss Wallenstein away just because of what she did to me. It's not their fault, it would be foolish to think they are. I must face that. Besides, Tiona doesn't seem to have that intention. I will trust her, Belle replied. He didn't sound very sure, but he wouldn't change his mind. If that's what you think, I support you. I hope everything goes well. Say hi to that girl for me, the goddess commented on what the young man said. Thank you very much for your support, Kami-sama, I'll give you my regards, see you, the white-haired man replied, leaving the church in the blink of an eye with his armor and dagger. Having already retired, Hestia was left alone in the church. Seeing him run away, she could only say one thing. Belle, you don't have to act strong, we're here with you, we all have the right to show weakness when necessary, keeping those feelings to yourself will only make them worse. Then the Lady of Abundance. Ryu, what did you and Hermes-sama talk about? Sir asked, with a curious tone. A few minutes ago the aforementioned god had arrived and asked the owner of the place if he could meet with the elf who works as a waitress at the bar. Apparently, Ryu was taken by surprise by what Hermes had told her, leaving her with a thoughtful face that prevailed even after the god's departure. It's you, sir. Hermes-sama asked me to help Cranel-san. From what he told me, he got into trouble with the Apollo family that time when they fought right here, so his god challenged the Hestia family to a war game. The elf answered her friend's question with a look that showed the dilemma in her ideas. She didn't know whether to accept the proposal or not. Yes, I found out. I also wanted to talk to Belle about it. I hope he comes so I can do it, but more importantly, what do you want to do, Ryu? The silver-haired waitress said to her friend. Ryu kept thinking about it. She couldn't give a clear answer at that moment, but she really wanted to help Belle, as a friend of course, although she also considered that boy as a good friend. Before she could respond, the young man they were talking about entered the establishment, interrupting the elf's train of thought and, consequently, the conversation between the two girls. Hello, sir. Hello, Ryu. Hello, Anya. Hello, Chloe. Hello, Lunwar. Good morning, Mamma Mia. Belle said cheerfully to the workers of the place. They were all preparing the place for its opening, so there was no one else in the place other than them. Hey kid. You look very happy. Did any good things happen? Asked the owner of the Lady of Plenty. Hello Naya, you look very happy, Naya, Anya replied, greeting in the same way as the boy. The boy with the nice ass has arrived, Naya, Chloe said with a certain tone of lust and a somewhat strange look, with blush on her cheeks. I think that was unnecessary, Miss Chloe, and no, nothing good has happened, but I'm happy to see you, Mamma Mia, Belle commented nervously. He was always embarrassed by the comments the catgirl made. He also answered the dwarf's question. Lunwar just waved from a distance, waving her palm. She was busy cooking. Hello, Belle. Sir greeted, approaching the white-haired young man with a smile. In her hand she held a small box, the bento she prepared for him every day. Good morning, Cranel-san, Ryu said after Sir. Good morning, girls, Belle replied, smiling at both of them. Hey Belle, could I talk to you for a moment? Sir asked, taking the young man's arm. Yes sure sir, no problem, the boy answered with clear nervousness. Mamma Mia, I'll talk to Belle upstairs, the silver-haired girl informed her boss. Okay, I hope they don't take long, we're about to open, and it seems the boy is in a hurry, replied the dwarf, giving permission to her waitress. Thank you very much, Mamma Mia, said the girl, dragging Belle. Wait sir, the boy managed to say, but he didn't have the strength to stop her. Belle was dragged by Sir for a few seconds. They went up the stairs and reached the hallway of the floor where all the rooms of the place were located, where they are sometimes rented to some adventurers and which also serve as home for some of the maids, such as Ryu. Well? Is something wrong, sir? You seemed a bit rushed, Belle said, waiting for the girl to give him an answer. I heard about what happened with the Apollo family. How are you feeling? Do you think you can do it? The beautiful girl asked, seeming genuinely concerned for the white-haired man. I see how fast news travels in Arario, the boy replied, scratching his head. He didn't think the news about the war game would stay with the families at the party. It was foolish to believe it, after all, it was going to be seen by the whole city, but he was surprised by the speed with which some people had found out. You're the rookie of the moment, it's hard not to notice you, Sir expressed, looking at him with a slight blush on her cheeks. You're right, unfortunately I've been the center of attention since I reached level 2, Belle said, sighing at the end of his words. But going back to the beginning, how do you feel? The girl insisted on her question. I couldn't tell you, I'm worried, but I also know that it's not time to doubt. I must become strong enough to not lose anything or anyone. If I can't win this war game, then I don't even deserve to dream of being a hero, Bell replied, smiling at Sir, that calm smile, which shows the determination he has to fulfill his dreams, but in it, there was sadness. Bell, if you need help, don't hesitate to ask. You have many friends who appreciate you, said Sir, tenderly stroking the young man's hair. Although this took Bell by surprise, he did not resist. I know, today better than ever I know, Bell said. Well, I think it's time for me to retire. I have to train to get stronger. Thank you very much for the bento, the white-haired man added to his words. Wait, Bell. Sir caught the boy's attention by naming him. What's going on? Bell asked. I also heard that you spoke with Freya-sama. It is shocking news, although not many talk about her. Very few have the opportunity to even lock eyes with that goddess. What is she like? The silver-haired woman asked. She was interested in that subject. Was that talked about too? I didn't expect it, Bell said, clearly nervous. Because of the whole war game thing, he had forgotten about his encounter with Freya. Yes, many people seem to envy your position because of the comment circulating around it, Sir said, laughing slightly as she finished her sentence. It's understandable, she's the goddess with the strongest family in Arario, but when she spoke to me, I couldn't see her that way, the boy replied, with a curious look. What do you mean? The waitress asked, not understanding the words of the person in front of her. When she approached me, I was surprised at first, but I felt calm. She made me feel better about an issue that was on my mind that day. She was very kind, very attentive. Honestly, I thought she was a nice person, Bell answered. There seemed to be no lies in her words. Sir's eyes widened at what Bell had said. But there are many bad things said about her. Don't you think it's for a reason? The young girl managed to ask, fixing her eyes on Bell, waiting for an answer. I am aware of that, however, you should not judge people by what is said about them, you should get to know them and form your own thoughts. Freya-sama is, in my opinion, someone I would like to know more about, replied the white-haired man. This seemed to cause a huge blush on Sir, which was not noticed by the person causing it. Although it is very difficult, she is always very guarded by her family. If I had another opportunity to talk to her, I would thank you for your words again, Bell finished, beginning to leave the place and leaving behind him Sir, who had a face that seemed to contain an overflowing emotion. No one has ever told me that, thought Freya, excited like a young woman in love. The words spoken by her beloved bunny had a huge impact on her heart. Sir, I've already made my decision, Ryu said to her friend who didn't move from the door through which Bell had left. The silver-haired girl turned around with a huge smile on her face to get a look at the elf. I'll help Cranel-san, Ryu finished, not noticing that Sir was too happy to have paid attention to him. On the walls, near the Twilight Mansion, the place where Bell and Ace had always trained. After that visit to the Lady of Plenty, which dragged on longer than necessary due to the strange questions Sir had asked the young man, Bell was finally able to reach the walls to begin his training. There, Tiona sat with her back against a wall, apparently waiting for her training partner for several minutes. Tiona? Bell asked the Amazon, her eyes were closed, as if she were sleeping. Argonaut-kun. The girl said, excited to see who she was waiting for. I'm sorry you have to do this for me. I guess it's not very nice to use your days off to train, instead of enjoying it doing something you like, the white-haired man apologized. Apparently the Amazon was sleeping. No problem, I accepted because I wanted to do it, nobody forced me, Tiona replied, standing up and giving Bell a tender smile. Tiona, why did you agree to join the war game? After the way I treated you, I'm really sorry, but I don't understand why you decided to risk yourself like that. It's very likely that your family won't be happy, and Bell was saying until Tiona interrupted him. Because I wanted to do it, there are no hidden motives, there are no complex reasons. I wanted to help who I consider worth helping, who I consider a hero. You are an important person to me. I would like to live more with you. I am not looking to know how you become strong or things like that. I want the person behind the strong adventure. Although both seem great to me, said Tiona, hugging Bell's right arm. She reflected her true feelings in those words. Bell blushed deeply. Those words were too much for his poor broken heart, but just because it was broken doesn't make it impossible to repair, since it was beating strongly from the hug and Tiona's words. Then Argonaut-kun, let's begin. We must make you strong. I won't be the one to defeat the captain of the Apollo family. You must take that glory, so be on your guard, said the Amazon, taking out her urga and pointing it at who would be her student today. Bell just smiled. She was happy to know that there were people as good as her. Yes. Tiona. The white-haired man answered, unsheathing both daggers, hestia dagger and a shiwakama nishiki. And so the training between the two began, as well as a relationship that would grow stronger as time went on. Somewhere on the walls. In the distance, a girl was watching Bell and Tiona spar. It was Ace. She had woken up early in the morning to go to the dungeon and clear her mind from everything that had happened in the last few days, but something had caught her attention. The youngest of the Hiryud, who was her family mate, had left shortly after her. She had her urga and seemed overly happy, which seemed strange to Ace, so, without her noticing, she decided to follow her. Minutes passed and she only watched Tiona, who was lying on the wall surrounding her area, but that place was, no more and no less, the place where she trained with Belle. Ace did not understand what Tiona was doing there and was about to leave until she saw the cause of her mess in the head arrive. At that moment, he only sharpened his senses to be able to see and hear what both of them did or said until he saw the Amazon hug Belle's arm. Seeing that act, she felt jealous. She's too close and he doesn't move her away, the sword princess whispered to Belle's lack of reaction due to his partner's lack of shame. Not only that, she looks happy she doesn't have the same expression as when it happened. That Ace added to her words in a low volume so as not to be heard by either of them. Her heart was beating so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest, but the straw that broke the camel's back was a smile, a pure smile, a joyful smile, that smile that was always directed at her when she trained with Belle, but this time it was for Tiona. What is this feeling I'm feeling? Why do I feel this way about it? Ace asked herself in a low voice. She couldn't stand it any longer and decided to leave the place. Chapter 6. The training between the Amazon and the young white-haired man developed naturally, with a clear advantage on the part of Tiona for obvious reasons, even reducing her strength and other abilities. She was still a level 6 and Belle a level 2, the difference in power was still noticeable. Suddenly, a kick was delivered to the boy's face, a kick that had a considerable increase in force compared to what she was using. Guaa. That sound came from the boy's lips as he flew away from the force of the impact. Argonaut-kun. Tiona shouted as she ran to where Belle had fallen. Damn. I got too excited and didn't measure my strength, the girl thought as she lay in front of Belle. Argonaut-kun. Are you okay? The Amazon asked as she bent down to see if he was still alive. Fortunately, he was. He was still breathing, but he had apparently been knocked out by the blow. Ah. That's good. I didn't kill him. Tiona said in her thoughts as she relaxed. Something she noticed was how cute the boy looked when he was lying asleep. I hadn't noticed, but Argonaut-kun looks very cute this way, she said to herself while watching him closely. A few minutes passed and Belle was still lying on the floor. Tiona didn't miss a moment to be able to watch carefully the frowns and reactions he made when he was dreaming. He looks uncomfortable, makes sense, his head is hitting the floor, Tiona commented as she noticed how the little rabbit's face was scrunched up. Until a phrase crossed his mind. Lap pillow. I heard something like that from Ace. I don't know what she has to do with it, but it doesn't sound like a bad idea right now, the girl recalled, while deciding whether to do it or not. It's just so he doesn't feel uncomfortable on the floor. Yes, it's just because of that, it's because he's still a novice adventurer, and he shouldn't be used to sleeping in bad conditions, Tiona said to herself, while a slight blush formed on her cheeks. At the end of that dialogue, the Amazon proceeded to take the young man's fine face with both hands, to slightly raise his head and position it on her thighs. Everything was done with great care, she did not want to wake him. Ready, the young woman answered herself when she saw her objective completed. Seconds passed and Tiona, unconsciously, began to gently caress the boy's white hair and continued to see his calm face, which was also caressed by the Amazon. Argonaut-kun. No, Belle, I'm sorry about what happened with Ace and Lafia. I'm really sorry they did that to you. You don't deserve it. You're a very sweet and pure person. You always give your best to protect those you care about, to become stronger. You don't seek power just to subdue others. You seek it to not lose anything or anyone. You truly are a hero, Tiona thought with a smile on her face. She truly trusted that boy. Huh? Belle managed to say as he woke up and slowly integrated into reality. What happened? The white-haired man asked, slowly opening his eyes and looking at what was in front of him. It's good that you woke up, Argonaut-kun, said the Amazon with great joy. At that moment, the boy noticed a face extremely close to his. Not only that, he also felt something really soft behind his neck. Wait, why is Tiona standing next to me? Why does it feel like I'm lying on a pillow? Belle thought, blushing as he connected the dots of every little clue he could identify. Tiona, where am I lying? Belle asked, a slight stutter becoming evident as his words passed. On my lap, of course, the youngest Hiryud answered naturally and carefree. I see I'm lying on your lap. The white-haired man said calmly until he finally realized what was really happening. In a swift move for a level 2, the boy stood up and crawled away from Tiona. Argonaut-kun. Why are you walking away? Did I do something wrong? The Amazon asked, clearly confused and nervous. She was afraid she had done something inappropriate. That's not the problem here. Belle replied with his face completely red. It seemed that the nickname Bet gave him wasn't an exaggeration. He really did look like a tomato. So what is it?" The girl asked, somewhat dejected by that reaction. Bell noticed this, he didn't mean to make her feel bad. What happens is that it's something strange that a girl as pretty as you does that to someone like me. I felt nervous. I think that any man would react that way when waking up and seeing a pretty girl in front of his face and lying on her thighs, the white-haired man answered, looking away, his words were clipped, he was extremely nervous. Fiona, hearing those words, felt a small increase in her heart rate, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Pretty girl, the Amazon thought, a sparkle in her eyes. Belle still wasn't looking at her directly, which Fiona was extremely grateful for. Her cheeks were getting extremely hot and she didn't want to be seen that way by that young man. "Why do I feel nervous? I've never felt this way, much less because of a compliment, but Argonaut-kun called me pretty," the girl said to herself, with a smile on her face and holding her cheeks with both palms to try to reduce the temperature. "Anyway, the lap pillow didn't bother me. And no problem as long as I do it while I'm knocked out. Let's get on with the training, Miss Fiona." Belle asked directly and shouting, he wanted to die from embarrassment. This brought the Amazon out of her bubble, calming her in the process. "Okay. As long as you're unconscious, it's fine. Let's continue," he replied to Fiona, quickly getting up. "Yeah. Huh. Wait, what did you say?" the white-haired man was going to ask, but Fiona launched herself at him. "I'm having deja vu," the boy thought as he tried to block the blows. In the Twilight Mansion. The Loki family headquarters and its members were receiving a dejected sword princess who was entering the mansion after doing what she had to do that day. "Hey, why does Ace have that face?" asked Tyan, who had been looking for her sister for a while but stopped. "I have no idea, it's strange, even for her," Gareth replied, staring at the golden-haired girl. Never mind, we have to go with Loki, he said he was going to tell us something," Bet commented, turning around and going to his goddess's room. The sword princess headed towards where Riveria lay reading in her solitude, she needed to talk about something that tormented her. When he reached where she was, he spoke. "Riveria," he managed to name the elf. Ace? What's wrong?" The vice captain of the Loki family responded upon noticing the presence of the girl she considers her daughter. "Riveria, I saw Belle with Fiona, training," the blonde commented to the person in front of her. I understand, but what's wrong with that?" she asked the high elf with doubt, but in her mind she had formulated a small explanation about that. Ace sat next to the jade-haired woman. I felt uncomfortable seeing Belle with Fiona, a small pressure in my chest made me feel strange, especially when she hugged him. "What's happening to me?" Ace explained, taking her chest with both hands and looking down. Riveria just nodded as the words passed, listening intently and analyzing. "It's simple, you thought he would never leave you, but now that he did and that's why he got someone else, you feel like you're losing him, maybe you underestimated what you felt for him," the elven beauty explained seriously, she knew perfectly well how airheaded Ace was, so she decided to be direct with her words, even if they were very painful. What do I feel for him?" the sword princess asked, with a trembling voice. "Yes. Did it ever cross your mind that you were falling in love with him?" Riveria asked. This caused an uncharacteristic reaction from the princess, her eyes widening and her cheeks taking on a red pigment resembling that of red roses in intensity. "Fall in love," Ace managed to say. In his mind, a long list of encounters with Belle flashed back and forth, every smile, every instant, every moment, even when he was small, every lap pillow, every word, etc. Absolutely every moment they had lived together came back to him all at once. How did that damn Amazon join that Tomatoes family for a war game? They shouted from a room in the mansion, cutting off the train of thought that was developing in the girl's mind. "I think you have your answer, I have to go, if I don't stop Bet and Tyan, they'll do something stupid," Riveria commented, leaving Ace alone in the room. Belle named the sword princess, before leaving anyway. And so a week passed, giving way to the day where the war game will take place. Belle was preparing all his weapons and armor, as well as his companions, Wilf, Lily and Makoto, were in the abandoned church, waiting to leave. They would see Ryu and Fiona when they arrived where the event would take place. "Hey, please come on ahead, I have something I have to do first," Belle asked his companions. "Don't worry, Belle, from your reaction I can assume it's some commitment you forgot at the last minute, right?" Wilf asked. The white-haired man laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. "Then go, Belle-sama, don't take long," Lily said, so the boy would hurry up. "I'll be right there," Belle shouted, running at full speed. And the Lady of Abundance. To put this into context, the night before the war game, after returning from his training with Fiona, Belle was intercepted by a beautiful waitress he knew very well, Sir, who asked to meet him before he left. "Excuse me, is Sir home?" Belle asked, rushing into the bar. "He's in the back, he said he's waiting for you," Mamma Mia replied, pointing behind her. "Good luck, Naya, you can do it," Naya said both Anya and Chloe. "Thank you girls, thank you Mamma Mia," the white-haired man replied, smiling kindly at them. After walking for a few seconds, the young man managed to glimpse the person he was looking for, lying standing with his hands behind his back. "Hi sir, I'm here," Belle said, announcing his arrival. "Hi Belle, I'm glad you could come," replied the beautiful girl, smiling tenderly at him. "I promised to come, but I can't stay long," the young man explained. "I understand, I called you because there's something a person asked me to give you," sir said, revealing what he had in his hands. In his palms was an amulet next to a letter. Belle just took both things, but not before reading who the letter was from. "This is from Freya-sama," the boy managed to say with great impression. He didn't expect this. "It's a bit late, I'll just say that I'm a friend of the goddess Freya. She sends you this as a lucky charm. She also asked you to read the letter when you win the war game. She trusts you," commented the silver-haired girl. "Thank you very much sir, I will try to meet the expectations of all those who trust me," Belle responded as calmly as possible, although he was still impressed by the person who had given him the amulet and the letter. "I think it's time for you to go." "I don't want you to be late," sir replied, reminding the boy of his commitment. "You're right. I'm leaving. Tell Freya-sama that I'm extremely grateful for the amulet. She really is a great person," the white-haired man said as he ran away. The waitress's cheeks were really red from the happy reaction the boy had had. "I never thought giving a letter would be so difficult," the goddess disguised as a mortal managed to conclude to herself. "See you soon my bunny." Shortly before the war game begins. Belle was running to join his teammates, even if it was only for a few minutes, he was running late. "Sorry I'm late," he shouted as he approached, until, in front of him, he saw someone he had never imagined. Miss Wallenstein?" he asked doubtfully. She was next to Tiona, Ryu and the rest. "We leave them alone, but only for a few seconds. Let's go," Ryu ordered, walking away with Welf, Lily, Mikoto and Tiona. Tiona just gave them both a worried look, but decided to let it go. Now both alone, Ace broke the ice. I'm sorry about what happened between us," he apologized calmly, but his face showed regret. Elle only watched the girl's reaction when he said those words. "I forgive her, but I can't promise that everything will be the same. Even so, I understand that there's no point in continuing to resent something like that. Holding on to hatred isn't good, much less if I want to be the hero I dream of becoming," Belle answered seriously, although the difficulty with which he gave that answer was noticeable. "Can we go back to how things were?" Ace asked. "It's difficult, I can't promise you anything, but let's start from scratch again," the white-haired man answered, awakening a look that mixed several feelings, happiness for being forgiven, but sadness for not being able to return to normality. "If that's all you had to say, Miss Wallen, sorry, Miss Ace, I'm leaving. I have a war game to win," the young man added, unsheathing his dagger and walking past the sword princess. She watched him walk away, saw his back, and had the same vision as that day when Belle faced that minotaur. "If he forgave me, why do I still feel bad?" Ace asked herself, pressing her chest with her right hand. After that, he went to where Loki was, in the stands. Ace had begged her goddess to go to the meeting. On the battlefield. "I hope Cranel-san is ready," Ryu said, looking at Belle. "Ignore what he says, I got it from the wargame chapter, lol." "I am," the white-haired man replied. "Hey Argonaut-kun, are you okay?" Tiona asked. "I am, don't worry," Belle replied, smiling sweetly at the Amazon. That girl didn't know it, but she was getting used to receiving that small gesture, and she hadn't realized that, when she received it, she blushed. Apparently, that week hadn't passed in vain. "Why does my heart beat so fast when Argonaut-kun smiles at me? Why did I feel nervous when Ace approached him? Could it be that I was worried about his reaction to seeing her? Yes, that must be it, right?" Tiona thought, lowering her gaze like a lovesick maiden who wasn't used to, precisely that, love. More competition, Lily thought, crying internally at Tiona's reaction. 3, 2, 1. The war game begins. Chapter 7. The war game began, the Apollo family would defend, the Hestia family would be the one to attack the base where they resided. The plan was simple, everyone on the team already knew what they had to do. "Makoto, Ryu, you guys defeat the ones at the beginning, so Welf, Tiona and I can make our way to where Hyacinthos is," Belle ordered as everyone else ran to his side. "That's right, Belle," Makoto replied, preparing her magic to stun the first opponents. "I'll cover you," Ryu said, attacking some of the Apollo family members with the magic swords Welf gave him. The great burst of thunder spread across the battlefield, destroying much of the castle with the adventurers inside, and thus opening a path for the other members of the Hestia familia. Some archers tried to harm Ryu along with Makoto, but the arrows did not reach their destination. Their path was interrupted by a sea of flames, coming from the second magic sword that the elf had. "I see, magic swords, it's a good strategy, but will it be enough to defeat me? I have more than 100 soldiers and you are only 6, Apollo said from the stands to the small goddess sitting near him. Hestia just remained silent, watching the battle. Ryu continued bombarding the fortress from outside, with great speed and power, thanks to his status as a level 4 and the power of the Krazo magic swords. "I didn't think I'd see the day I'd use a magic sword Krazo," he said to the elf in his mind. A large opening was made in the castle wall, through which a large portion of the Apollo family soldiers passed to fight the person who was causing so much havoc. Upon leaving, they were greeted by a wave of flames that made them fall unconscious, unable to react. "Let's go," shouted the white-haired man, giving the order to the adventurers who would accompany him. They advanced through the sea of fallen adventurers in front of them, managing to overcome the first barrier that appeared before them. One of the elves of the Apollo family looked at Ryu with hatred, and no wonder, a person of his same race was using the same weapons with which many elven forests had been destroyed. But back to Mikoto, who had entered the middle area of the castle. She began chanting while preventing several arrows from some remaining archers from contacting her body and/or interrupting the invocation of her magic. "I respectfully speak to you, my god of war who can pierce through anything, guide me from the precious heavens. Grant my small body the divine power of your great body. Rescue them in the light of purification, sword of crushing evil. Sweep away the sword of suppression, holy sword of conquest. Arrive here now by my command. Descend from the heavens, dominate the earth Shinbutase," the black-haired woman chanted, her concurrent chant ability allowing her to better control it when the earth was in motion. "Hutsunamatama." Mikoto finished with a scream. The great blow spread across the sky and the earth, like a magic circle that covered a large part of the space that she, along with some adventurers who went to attack her, occupied at that moment. A giant step touched the ground from the sky, and thus the skill began. A great earthquake struck the earth, but not only that, a great pressure was felt from above for those affected by the ability, falling to the ground, feeling as if a great weight was crushing them. Several gods looked with admiration at the girl who formerly belonged to the Take Mikazuchi family and who had joined the Hestia family specifically for this. Attention was so focused on this that for a moment they had ignored what was happening to one of Apollo's sons. What are you doing, Lewin?" The god asked in disbelief when he saw what the hobbit of his family had just done. The large door covering the main entrance of the fortress was opened by that little adventurer. Hestia just smiled at that event, she knew perfectly well why this happened. "Hey. Good costume," Welf said to the little one. "Costume?" Tiona asked, tilting her head, not understanding what the blacksmith meant. "A job," Lily Bell replied with a smile and walked past the disguised hobbit. Lily?" asked the Amazon, opening her eyes wide. "Shhhhhhh. Don't give us away," the little support demanded, hissing at the silly member of the Loki family. Okay. But I want answers later. Bye," Tiona said as she ran alongside Bell and Welf. "Fine, let's keep causing trouble," Lily thought as she walked off somewhere else. "I'll explain what happened later, okay?" the white-haired man said, smiling kindly at Tiona. Seeing that gesture, she blushed slightly, only nodding without saying a word, which was unusual for her. "I can't get used to him smiling at me like that, what's wrong with me?" the Amazon thought as she looked down and smiled nervously. In the part of the stands, where the gods were watching, only several curses could be heard coming from that red-haired god. Lewin. Returning to the battlefield, both Ryu and Mikoto continued fighting, the former was the one who had the greatest advantage, the black-haired girl was beginning to tire, after her Futsunamatama magic had been stopped, it was no wonder, the mental exhaustion used for that technique was extremely high, that she was still conscious was something incredible. Inside the castle, one of the members of the Apollo family went to inform the rest of the situation. The enemy? When did they get in?" a red-haired girl named Daphne asked angrily, considering how little time it took them to advance to the royal hall, where the captain of the family resided. "It doesn't matter, we mustn't let them pass. Archers and mages prepare to attack. Wait for my signal." Daphne ordered her small army. Meanwhile, Welf, Tiona and Bell were getting closer and closer to where they were. "Argonaut-kun. The captain is in the tower. Blacksmith-kun and I will take care of the rest. Show them your strength," Tiona said with great confidence in the young white-haired man. "Yes," Bell replied, quickening his pace. "I have a name, you know," Welf said, making Tiona and Bell laugh. Once they arrived at the meeting point, the first to jump into battle were Welf and the Amazon. The wizards were preparing to stop his advance, and that's where the Reteat intervened. "Art and forbidden techniques," Welf said. Something strange happened, the magic that was about to be cast was noted, but that was not all, the magician's staffs were destroyed shortly after that, exploding in their hands. Bell took advantage of Daphne's distraction and went straight to the tower. Said the Reteat when she saw that the boy had already taken a great distance, but she was going to follow him anyway. "Hey, stop right there," Welf said in an authoritative voice, causing the girl to turn around. We won't let you go after Argonaut-kun. Tiona said, finishing off the last of the men left in the area, not counting Daphne, of course. And so the fight between Tiona and Daphne began, although more than a fight, it was a massacre. Tiona decided to interfere if necessary, she saw no reason to fight that girl, could handle it perfectly well on his own. Hey. It would be faster if you gave me a hand. The Redhead scolded. You can do it. It wouldn't make sense for me to do everything, would it? Tiona replied with a small laugh, sitting on the edge of the railing along the path. Damn. But if it were Bell, you would come help me. Right. Damn Bell and his power to conquer girls, commented angrily while trying to block Daphne's thrusts. What nonsense are you talking? What do you mean by conquer? The little sister here asked with a big blush and nervousness in her words. Girl, you're not the only one, there are many more who want to tame that rabbit, but they all have something in common, that happy face with crimson cheeks and sparkles in their eyes when they stare at Bell. There's no way a man can't notice it. Only fool Bell. Said with a loud scream, he was trying hard not to be impaled by Daphne. You want to focus on the fight. I didn't come to listen to teenage romance. The Redhead shouted furiously as she increased the speed of her slashes. Romance? Tiona asked while holding her cheeks. The hell with that. Help me. Said, bringing the little Amazon out of her fantasy. In a swift motion, she struck her with her Urga cloak, causing Daphne to faint instantly. Thanks. You took too long. Said, falling to the ground to catch his breath. The girl remained silent, causing the blacksmith to worry. Hey, Tiona said. What's wrong? The Redhead asked. What do you mean there are other girls? The Amazon asked with her gaze lowered, she felt very embarrassed to be asking something like that. I knew it, hahaha. Let's just say you're not the only one in love, but don't give up, after all, there's no one in her heart right now, so do your best. Advised, raising his thumb in approval. She, for some reason, felt motivated by it. Firebolt. They shouted in the distance, causing great destruction to the castle where Hyacinthos was. Elle must have arrived already. Let's go see. Tiona said with her usual cheerfulness as she dragged along. Wait. Said the blacksmith as he covered himself in dust. From a distance, the gods continued to watch the confrontation, but one in particular seemed truly ecstatic. It is wonderful how strong he became in just 1 week. I really love him, Freya said with her cheeks tinged red, touching her lip with her index finger. I hope you accept, the goddess concluded, returning her attention to the rabbit. But back to the fight, specifically Bell's. A huge explosion caused the tower where Hyacinthos was located to collapse, his companions were buried under the rocks, leaving only 2 people fit to fight, the aforementioned, and a girl with long blue hair that covered part of her face, her name was Cassandra. Damn. It's not possible, Hyacinthos said when he saw the great destruction that the chantless magic had caused. Amidst the rising dust, a silhouette had cut through the wind, allowing a glimpse of his person. It was Bell, who had launched himself to attack Hyacinthos with his dagger hestia. Hyacinthos reacted to the ambush, launching slashes aimed at the young man's body, but Bell barely dodged the attacks and blocked those that prevented him from reacting. He gripped his dagger tightly, and as Hyacinthos' sword came towards him, he struck it with the edge of his own weapon. Crash. It echoed in the sand, that weapon had been broken, surprising Apollo and the captain of his family. Impossible, he's very fast, he's not like before, the Redhead thought with great surprise, stunned seeing his broken sword. Who the hell are you? He shouted angrily. Bell simply ignored the captain's words and launched himself into an attack, but that aforementioned girl charged towards him, preventing him from moving. That's where Hyacinthos saw an opportunity and began to call upon his magic. My name is Love, precious child of light. I offer my body to my son. My name is Sin, jealousy of the wind. I call a gust of wind to my body. Ring of fire released, come, west wind. Purple, said the Redhead, creating a large circle above him. Alo Zephyros. He finished, throwing that energy disc towards Bell. I won't let you hurt Bell. Lily shouted, pushing Cassandra away and allowing Bell to dodge. But that technique followed him, apparently it wouldn't stop until it came into contact with him. Bell tried to dodge it but couldn't until that thing was too close to him. Purple. Hyacinthos shouted, causing the disc to explode, trapping the white-haired young man in the flames. Bell, she said to Aze with her eyes wide open, really worried, she could only watch from the stands what was happening. Tiona had arrived just as the explosion had been caused. No, it can't be, she said to herself in terror. No, Argonaut-kun. The Amazon shouted with light tears in her eyes. The smoke was beginning to clear, the captain of the Apollo family was laughing maniacally, thinking his victory had already been decided, but… You survived, huh? The Redhead said angrily, pulling out a dagger he had on his hip. Argonaut Kuntiona said, relieved to see the boy in good condition. Bell lay on his feet, wounded, staring at his rival. I have to protect the people I care about. I won't let anyone take anything from me, not even my life, the boy thought as a large white blow gathered in his palm and bells rang out. Right now, you're nothing more than a wall to overcome, a stepping stone to grow, and it's time for me to overcome it so that, in this way, we can close the story of these last few days and move on, the white-haired man told himself. What is that? Those who did not know that technique asked, including Tiona, Hyacinthos and Cassandra on the battlefield. He's going to kill him, Welf said in a low voice. But I don't think Argonaut Kun can die, the Amazon replied with great concern. I'm not talking about Bell, I'm talking about Hyacinthos, the Redeed answered, staring at the hero's last blow in this fight. Tiona just did the same, waiting for what would happen. Plang. 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 Argonaut 20 seconds. That's enough, the boy whispered. Yes, he will definitely kill him if we don't do something, Welf said, reaffirming what he had previously mentioned. Pranel, what are you planning? You're not a murderer, Ryu commented upon seeing such a scene and the glow emanating from Bell's arm. Redeed knew he had to stop what was about to happen, but it was too late. What the hell? Said the captain of the Apollo family, but was interrupted by a war cry. Ah! Bell shouted, launching himself into the attack. After each step, Hyacinthos tried to move forward, but his body wouldn't let him, he was afraid. In a desperate attempt, he tried to flee, but at inhuman speed, Bell stood in front of him, dagger in hand. Don't do it, Bell. Welf shouted, trying to stop him from doing something stupid. The white-haired man just smiled to everyone's surprise. In a swift motion, he dropped the dagger. The Argonaut's charge didn't go to the dagger, it went to his fist. The day is the day that bellcranel abandons his feelings for the Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, and focuses on being a hero to his entire family and all the people who cannot defend themselves, Bell thought before his fist touched his target. A loud bang sounded, it was Bell's fist hitting Hyacinthos' stomach. He only felt his bones being broken by that blow and his body falling from the ground. That impact caused a shock wave that raised a large amount of dust, making it impossible to see what happened next. After a few seconds, they were able to see the scene. Hyacinthos was crashed into one of the castle walls, knocked out but not killed. The great silence fell until the narrator of the event broke the ice. What a surprise. Hestia family is the winner. She said with great euphoria, sparking a wave of cheers. The god was scared by the outcome of this and the actions of a certain little goddess. Everything you have will be mine. Hestia shouted with a terrifying face. But back to the arena. Bell was standing, all his companions, including Makoto and Ryu had approached. We did it, guys, thank you very much for your help, the white-haired man thanked, smiling happily. Argonaut-kun. He shouted to Tiona, throwing himself at him. Bell said in surprise, combined with pain from all the fighting. Don't worry me like that again. I thought something had happened to you. The Amazon cried, burying her face in the young man's chest. Tiona, Bell named in astonishment until he felt two murderous glares at his side, they were from Ryu and Lily. Tiona, I think you should stand up, Bell asked, trying to stand up. Thank you very much for the help and for worrying about me, added the boy. It's nothing, Argonaut-kun, Tiona said, smiling tenderly at him, still with traces of tears on her face. Mr. Bell, was I helpful? Lily asked her partner. Of course, Lily, we all made it together, we couldn't have done it if any of us were missing, Bell replied, smiling at his companions. Meanwhile, in the stands, with a certain sword princess. She, the girl said in a low voice, her gaze stunned. Yes, she hugged him. What's wrong? You rejected the boy anyway. What's bothering you? Loki said, trying to provoke Ace, but to his surprise, she just looked down. Even though I hate to admit it, that damn brat has talent. It wouldn't hurt if he got along well with my family. He could help us out from time to time, that's why I'll allow it, the red-haired goddess thought. Ace whispered. Back to the arena. Everyone was leaving the place, but Bell remembered something. The letter, the white-haired man said to himself, he had remembered that Sir gave him a letter that was written by the goddess Freya. Let's see what it says, he commented before starting to read. After a few seconds, the young man's body lost color. What's up, Bell? Why are you so shocked? Welf asked, approaching his friend and glancing at the letter. To understand what was happening, he began to read it and ended up in the same position as his companion. You won, the Redeed said nervously. A date with Freya-sama? They both shouted at the same time. It was a positive thing to know that the girls had moved away. Don't say anything, Welf. They'll kill me if they find out. The boy demanded euphoria. Of course I won't say anything. I don't want to be killed by the Freya family and the girls who are after you. Welf responded in the same way. Exactly. Wait, which girls? Belle said, not understanding that part. The hell with that. You have a date, period, well finished. So a date with Freya-sama where she resides. I didn't expect her to ask to see me again, but it's an opportunity to thank her for the amulet, Belle said, observing that gift given by Sir that was from that goddess he had met just over a week ago. What the hell awaits me after this? I don't have a good feeling, the white-haired man said, looking down and sighing. In the distance there was a laughing goddess. Fufu. Chapter 8. We find ourselves in the Lady of Abundance. The group of adventurers from the Hestia family, along with Ryu and Tiona, had gone there to celebrate the victory over the Apollo family as it should be. They were joined by the Maichi family and Take Mikazuchi. The whole atmosphere was fun and full of happiness. The celebration was as expected. Hestia, Auka, and Welf were competing to see who drank the most alcohol. It seemed that the first of them was the one who had the greatest advantage. Hestia-sama looks very happy with just reasons. She just obtained the mansion and all the money from the Apollo family, Makoto commented, without taking her eyes off that little goddess. It's a bit embarrassing to see my goddess like that, Belle said to Maichi and Take Mikazuchi. It's nothing, this isn't the first time she's acted that way. I won't say any more, Maichi replied, remembering that time he accompanied Hestia to heal her sorrows. How does so much alcohol fit in such a small body? Naza asked the two gods and the white-haired human. No idea, but let's put that aside. How does it feel to have beaten a level 3? You'll most likely rise to level 3 for that feat, Take Mikazuchi said to Belle, who seemed deep in thought. Beluo, Earth to Belle, Makoto said, passing her hand in front of the boy's eyes. Sorry, did Take Mikazuchi-sama ask something? Asked the boy who had come out of his trance. You've been very distracted since the war game ended, don't you think? Is there something worrying you? You're not acting like your usual self, Maichi commented, while Naza nodded, agreeing with her god. It's nothing, I've just been thinking about some things, but nothing serious, let's put problems aside, we're celebrating, aren't we? Belle replied, raising a small jar of water. That's right, the young rabbit has never drunk alcohol, and apparently has no intention of doing so. Hey Argonaut-kun. I want a reward for my effort. Said the voice of a young Amazon in the distance. It was Tiona, apparently she had kept up with Hestia and company. Miss Tiona? What do you mean by reward? Belle asked somewhat nervously. From one moment to the next, he began to feel some looks piercing his neck. He didn't turn to see who they were, but his heart told him that they were some waitresses from the place and a little hobbit. I see what Welf meant when he mentioned being scared of the girls with me, the white-haired man thought, looking down with a slight trembling all over his body. I want a date with you, Argonaut-kun. I want that to be my reward, haha, the Amazon answered with a small blush on her cheeks and a light giggle. Apparently it wasn't long before she fell asleep. The large dark aura spread throughout the bar, scaring everyone there. The look intensifying. What do you girls want from me? I'm not to blame for this. I think so, said the young rabbit in his mind with great fear. Hey Belle, don't forget what the said, Welf said with certain pauses due to his hiccups, but Belle shouldn't have been a genius to know what the redeed was about to say. In a swift movement, she threw herself at him and covered his mouth with her palm. Welf, if you say that at a time like this, it will be the end of me. Can you live with the torment of having been the cause of my death? Belle said in a low voice and through his teeth so that no one could hear him. Apparently, the blacksmith's drunkenness left him when he realized the stupid thing he was about to do. He quickly stood up, as did Belle. Everyone watched them without understanding what was happening. It's nothing. Let's get on with the party. Welf corrected, raising his mug of beer. It was a great miracle that Hestia wasn't conscious at that moment because she had fallen asleep during the competition in a very drunken state. If it weren't for that, the little goddess would be interrogating him right now. The bullet flew by. What's a bullet? Details for later, the boy thought, returning to his place. Miss Tiona, regarding your reward, I gladly agree to have a date with you, as long as it's not tomorrow. I have a commitment, Belle responded to the young Amazon's proposal, trying to hide the commitment he had gotten himself involved in. It was felt that the aura emanating from a certain gray-haired girl had diminished upon seeing the tender reaction Belle showed when he spoke of his engagement to Freya. So he agreed. I thought I should force him, thought Sir Freya, laughing slightly, something that Ryu noticed, who felt confused by that gesture. Then see you in 2 days, Argonaut-kun. Tiona said, hugging the white-haired boy with a big smile on her face. The heavy aura was present again. And she came back, Ryu thought, looking at her friend. For some reason I feel my death is near without having done anything. Why is that? Welf asked nervously. Some people at the scene started talking among themselves. That boy really has a gift for the gab, look at him having a date with one of the adventurers from the Loki family, and if that weren't enough, she helped him in the war game. Could they be a couple or do they like each other? One of the customers who watched the celebration commented. I don't know, but I want to keep watching this. It amuses me to see how the girls look at him with a desire to kill him, although I feel envious. Look, having so many girls after you is the goal of every sensible man. The previous client's partner responded. I'm not interested, thanks to the little rookie I'm full of money. I knew that betting on him was going to have its benefits, although even without the girl from the Loki family, I would have bet on him, said Mord, an adventurer with whom the Hestia family had had a clash some time ago. You trust that boy a lot. Why? One of his friends asked. Didn't you see what happened to the Black Goliath? That boy is a hero. To doubt him, seeing what he's done and accomplished, would be an insult to all adventurers, Mord replied, standing up to greet Bell. And so, that man joined the celebration and it continued normally, as long as no girl came within a meter of Bell, who had been pulled away by Maiche, Take Mikazuchi, Aoka, Welf, Hermes and Mord, everything would be fine. Hermes wanted to add fuel to the fire, but an inquisitive look from Asfi sent a chill down his spine. Damn Asfi, the harem is a man's romance, and Bell can have it, let me help him. Hermes thought, crying from the helplessness of doing nothing. What's wrong with Hermes? Why is he crying? Bell wondered, seeing the god as a freak. After a few minutes, the talk began. Well, I don't think you thought I gathered you here just for fun, did you? Hermes asked, giving everyone at the table a serious look. Why the sudden change? Bell asked, seeing that the rest of the table had the same look as Hermes. Obviously it wasn't just that, they all responded at the same time without hesitation. What? I don't understand. What do you mean? And why does it seem like you're trying to hit me? The boy asked again, feeling increasingly in danger. The harem is a man's romance, so why the hell don't you make your own? You're the most likely to do it, but you still act like an innocent child. It makes me furious to see you waste such an envious opportunity. Hermes shouted angrily, shaking the person in question, while the rest of them didn't say a word. Wait, Hermes-sama, that has nothing to do with it now. Do you really think I can have a harem? Said the white-haired man, waiting for the group's response. Yes, said Hermes. No doubt Maiche spoke. Even the question is offensive, Take Mikazuchi replied. I should kill you for thinking otherwise, Welf said. I'll hit you if you ask something like that again, Aoka continued. You should stop asking such nonsense and start putting it together, you little rookie, Mord continued. It was incredible how unanimous the response was. But I don't know, after what happened with Ace, I'm not sure I can dive into romance again, Bell replied calmly. There was no longer sadness in his being when he spoke of that event, but there were still traces of that feeling. Look, Bell, I'll give you some advice. It's not wrong to love one person and be faithful to them, but neither is it wrong to love two. If your heart gives the same amount of love to both and you make them happy, you have every right to follow your desires. I say two for a hypothetical case, they can be more equal. Also, a breakup or a love disappointment hurts. I'm not saying it doesn't hurt, however. That shouldn't stop you from continuing to try to find the person or people who can accompany you for the rest of your life, so don't be afraid of love. To forget one girl, another one is not bad, Hermes expressed, winking at the young man. Obviously I don't think that, but it's something Hermes would say, hahaha. Hermes-sama, Bell managed to say, naming the god. Finally you say something sensible, you idiot god, Aoka said. I'm a one-woman man, but if your heart decides you love more than one, it's your duty to make them happy, Welf said, smiling at his little brother. I have no experience in love, so I won't comment on anything, Maiche said. I agree with Maiche, I can't say anything about it, Take Mikazuchi agreed. I wouldn't be so sure, I know a girl who likes Maiche and another who likes Take, Hermes commented with a mischievous look and pointing to where the girls were. There they could see that both Mikoto and Naza kept looking at them, trying to listen to what they were saying about that conversation, although they quickly turned around to look elsewhere when both gods turned around. I hope you follow Zeus's advice, Bell. At least two, damn it, at least two. Hermes thought, without taking his eyes off the blushing boy, who began to consider having a harem. I came for a predestined meeting, but it failed. Maybe it's not a bad idea to try to meet a lot of girls, but to see if I can fall in love with someone else. Yes. That's it. Fall in love with just one girl. The young man thought with a decisive gaze that was fixed on the table. A few meters away was Sir, who was watching him attentively. She had heard everything and was interested in what Bell would decide, but she couldn't know that at that moment. And so the party was over, but Bell had a problem. Bell, you have to take Tiona to her mansion, she is asleep on the floor, it is your duty as a man to take care of her, Welf expressed, pointing to the Amazon, who was fast asleep, caused by all the alcohol she drank at the celebration. But if the Loki family sees me arriving like this with her, they might misinterpret it, the white-haired man responded, somewhat afraid of how they would react to a boy carrying one of their adventurers on his back, smelling of alcohol and in a deep sleep. Quickly decide, kid. We're closing soon. Mamma Mia scolded Belle because thanks to that blacksmith, rabbit and Amazon, she couldn't close and only the three of them remained inside the bar. Okay. I'll take her to the Twilight Mansion. Belle replied, blushing deeply at having to carry a beautiful girl on his back through the streets. Well, go now, sir said in a dark and serious tone, sending a shiver down Belle's spine. We're leaving the young adventurer answered as calmly and briefly as possible. On the way to Twilight Mansion. As the few people still left on the streets looked on, Belle carried Tiona on his back, who showed no signs of waking up anytime soon. The voices began to spread and so did the rumors. Did you see the little rookie with Crusher from the Loki family on his back? What relationship could that pair have? Apparently the little rookie likes the Amazons. Who would have thought? He's heading towards Twilight Mansion and she's completely asleep. What did they do? Things like that were said every time they saw the two. Belle just kept silent so as not to get involved in more rumors or rather, not to give them material to continue talking about. The situation was already embarrassing enough to make it worse. Damn Tiona, please wake up, thought the white-haired man, crying internally, but without getting any reaction from the Amazon. Argonaut-kun he Tiona said, still not waking up. This made Belle alarmed. Are you dreaming about me? What does that mean? The boy said to himself, slowing down a little. Let's talk about the story of the sacred labyrinth, Argonaut-kun said the Amazon in a low tone, with a smile on her face. I thought so, it's typical of her, she loves hero stories almost as much as I do, Belle concluded, moving forward again. Throughout the remaining stretch to the Twilight Mansion, Tiona did not stop talking about stories of heroes. Every time she said something, this was preceded by a hey Argonaut-kun. Belle just listened calmly and attentively to everything she had to say. He was very happy that she was okay and dreaming about him. He thought she was serious when she said that he is important to her. Argonaut-kun Tiona said again, but this time her tone of voice was somewhat more serious, losing the lively tone of the previous times. Yes Tiona? The boy asked kindly, expecting some kind of answer. I love you the Amazon replied. Hearing those words, Belle stopped dead in his tracks in shock. Huh? He managed to stammer. What do you mean by I love you Belle asked, still in shock. Hey kid, why are you carrying Miss Tiona from our family on your back? One of the guards asked the white-haired man. Apparently, Belle never realized he was just a few feet away from the mansion's main entrance. After that warning, he managed to free himself from the mess in his head that arose after those two words said by the Amazon. I am sorry, what happened is that we went to celebrate winning the war game and well, she drank too much and I came to get her. I hope there isn't some kind of problem or misunderstanding, Belle explained with a certain stutter. You're the little rookie, from what I've heard and seen from you it's impossible that you did anything bad to her, so don't worry, we'll tell her sister to take her to her room. Wait a few seconds the guard replied, quickly entering the mansion. Well, I think this little journey ends here, but what did he mean by I love you? As a friend, I'd guess, it's not good to dwell on this, the young man said to himself, by way of feedback. After a short while, both Tyan and Riveria left to attend to their sister and partner respectively. Give her to me, I'll take her to her room, thank you very much for bringing her Tyan said, smiling at her and taking her sister in her arms. You didn't do anything to him, right? Riveria asked with a questioning look. Of course not. Belle responded quickly. Fufu, it was a joke, it's impossible for you to do something to a defenseless girl, it's something I like about you Riveria replied, laughing a little at Belle's reaction, she had played a little joke on him. Don't play with me like that Miss Riveria Belle said with an exhausted look and expression. As Belle walked away from the mansion, Tiona suddenly woke up and shouted something at him. See you, Argonaut-kun. Thanks for bringing me. I look forward to our date. And as he said that everything went silent, Belle was frozen by the looks he received. Why yeah. See you. Belle replied, running at full speed and leaving the people behind him. So you have a date with him, interesting Tyan said in a suggestive tone. It's something I didn't expect, the high elf added, still surprised by that. Haha Tiona replied, scratching the back of her head. In the distance, a golden-haired girl was watching and heard everything. A date with Tiona she said to herself, feeling a pressure in her chest and trembling, but she went to her room as quickly as she could. The next day. We are at the Tower of Babel. Belle is standing on the first floor. In the letter he received from Freya-sama, she specified the time and place where he would meet one of her escorts to take him to the goddess's room. I hope I'm on time, I hope I'm well dressed, but most of all I hope the escort isn't Otter Belle thought, crying internally as he recalled the imposing presence of the bows and captain of the Freya family. It was difficult to evade Lily, but Welf made it easier, thank the gods that Kami-sama has not awakened, I think it's the first time I'm glad that she drank a lot, said the white-haired young man in his mind. After a few minutes of waiting, the person who would take him arrived. It was a girl with long, straight silver hair. She was wearing a somewhat hexy outfit that highlighted her figure, but without showing too much, she had a serious face, although part of it was covered by her hair. "Come on, I don't want you to keep the goddess waiting," said the girl with a cold tone and a disdainful look. "Yes." Belle answered quickly and instinctively. "Ah, everyone in the Freya family is scary, even this pretty girl," Belle thought as he walked behind that girl. Chapter 9. Hey, wasn't that Belle? Asked a person in the distance while watching a certain white-haired boy walk next to a beautiful silver-haired woman. I think so, B, but what are you doing with it?" An elf asked to confirm what the other person had said. It was about the Princess of the Sword and the vice-captain of the Loki family, Riveria. Both had gone out to talk about what was happening to Ace regarding her mood in the last few days, but the latter did not want to talk about it in the mansion, so they had decided to go to the Lady of Abundance and take advantage of the opportunity to have lunch. Everything was going well in their routine until they passed by Babel and managed to glimpse a certain boy who was clearly the cause of the Sword Princess's low mood. Both of them wanted to approach him to greet him out of politeness or habit until a silver-haired girl got there first, as mentioned previously. They talked for a few seconds. Belle seemed a bit nervous about the situation, but without the two girls from the Loki family expecting it, the young man began to walk behind her to enter Babel. Riveria, who was she? Ace asked, clearly surprised at what her eyes had just witnessed a few moments ago. "I'm not sure, she's not someone I recognize at first glance. I don't think I would even recognize her standing right in front of me," replied the high elf, trying to search her mind to find some clue about the identity of that girl. Author's note. If I remember correctly, almost no one knows about Helen's existence. When I say almost no one, I mean no one outside of Freya's family and those close to her. Although there is a kind of rumor, I think I can have a vague idea of who it is, but it will depend on where she and Belle are headed. In case my suspicions are correct, she is taking him to the goddess Freya. Riveria added to her previous words, with slight bewilderment. The goddess Freya? Why would Belle go see the goddess Freya? It doesn't make sense, Ace expressed with some concern. She knew perfectly well the type of person that goddess was. Loki almost always spoke ill of her. "I don't think you were paying attention to the rumors about Apollo's party. It makes sense, you were locked in your room without contact with anyone," the elf commented, staring at the swordswoman. "Rumors? Apollo's party? What happened?" The sword princess attacked the beautiful jade-haired girl with several questions. Before Apollo declared war on the Hestia Familia, from what the locals said, Belle was talking to the goddess Freya on the balcony of the mansion. Apparently that surprised everyone, since he didn't seem to be nervous about it, and she seemed to enjoy talking to him. If you ask me, it's strange for Freya to approach someone without having ulterior motives. From what I've heard from Loki, she has often stolen children from other gods. Maybe that's the case now. I hope I'm wrong, Riveria explained. Her brows slightly furrowed at the thought of the existence of that possibility. At that moment, Ace tried to run towards where Helen and Belle were heading. Her intention was clear, she wanted to stop whatever was happening no matter what. But suddenly Riveria grabbed her wrist, stopping her advance. "What do you think you're doing?" the high elf asked as the sword princess struggled to free herself from the grip. "I have to save him. He's in danger. Let me go, Riveria." Ace replied in an uncharacteristic tone of voice that denoted concern. "I'm glad to know you're showing your feelings, but I can't allow you to do something foolish," the high elf thought before explaining why she wouldn't let her go. "I won't do it. You're about to do something that would put the whole family at risk, not just you. What did you plan to do when you were face to face with them too? Are you planning to interfere with Freya's wish? You would put us in a very compromising situation, especially if you do something to that girl. I can't allow you to do that. I know about the affection you have for that boy, but if he agreed to meet with Freya, there's nothing we can do." "Sorry for what I'm going to say, but don't act like an immature girl," Riveria answered, with a serious tone and in a scolding manner, because clearly that's what it was, a scolding. But Riveria, said Ace, who was surprised by what the elf had told her. It was rare that she had scolded her like that. "I'm sorry, Ace, that's how things should be. You can't interfere in their decisions," Riveria replied. At that moment, Ace realized that her judgment was beginning to cloud and that this was causing her to act recklessly, so she calmed down when she realized what could have caused it. "Okay, let's go," the sword princess replied with a face that showed some sadness while her eyes were fixed on where Belle had gone. "I'm sorry, Ace, it hurts me to see you like this, but I can't allow you to do something stupid. This is the best for you, for us and for him above all. If you hadn't told him all that, what would have happened? I thought he would be the key to calm the dark flame in your heart, and I wasn't wrong, but that's impossible now. Feelings are a fundamental aspect in a person, and it's difficult to change them, even more so when they suffer a disappointment," Riveria thought, walking away with her daughter. "It's incredible how beautiful and destructive love can be. It can lift you to the heavens, and it can throw you into the mud in less than a second," the high elf whispered to herself. But Belle and Helen. As they both walked towards one of Babel's elevators to reach the top floor of the tower, where the goddess Freya resides, an awkward silence was present between Belle and Helen. The girl only looked ahead with a serious and cold look, while Belle followed her from behind with his face downcast, demonstrating the clear nervousness he felt at that moment. Excuse me, sorry if I'm bothering you, but what's your name? My name is bellcranel. It's a pleasure to have you accompany me to where the goddess Freya asked me to meet you, Belle said, trying to break the heavy atmosphere that was increasing with each passing second. Ellen simply ignored him for a while, apparently thinking about whether to answer or not. My name doesn't matter, I'm not interested in talking to someone like you, so don't get so friendly with me, Helen replied with some displeasure. Pride in my pride, Belle thought, feeling how that girl's words pierced his soul. Someone like me, I'm aware that someone like me is nothing compared to the members of the Freya family, but I don't think I deserve this treatment, Belle whispered to himself. DCH, apart from being a silly kid, you also have low self-esteem. I don't understand why my goddess would be interested in a nobody like you, replied the silver-haired girl. Apparently she managed to hear what Belle had said. I don't know what the goddess Freya wants with me either, but you know what? It's not nice to be belittled and attacked by someone I don't know. I don't know what I did to make you angry, or if I did anything in the first place, but I'm very sorry. I hope my apologies can be enough to fix this bad start, replied the young adventurer, slowing down his pace and bowing to Helen. At that moment, a certain part of Helen began to feel a warm feeling inside her. He sighed for a moment before answering. Don't worry, I'm sorry for my attitude, Belle replied the girl, smiling tenderly, something she didn't seem to be able to do a few seconds ago. Belle, seeing that smile, could only say one thing. Linda were the words that escaped him. But also strangely familiar, the little rabbit commented in his mind. Oh? What did you say? Helen asked, his face showing displeasure. I'm sorry, I said you look cute, smiling, sorry if that makes you uncomfortable, the white-haired man answered, with his cheeks flushed and looking to the side while scratching the back of his head. No problem, but stop wasting those words on me and get in the elevator. Freya-sama has already waited too long, Helen replied with the typical tone of indifference that his voice had. Belle just nodded and they continued moving forward. Something that the young man didn't notice because he was behind the girl was a slight blush on her cheeks, which she was desperately trying to hide. They both got into the elevator and after a few minutes they finally reached the top floor of the tower. Damn, the tower is really big. For the first time I'll see the top floor. From the outside you can't really see it, thought Belle as he watched the doors open. I'll leave you here, Freya-sama is waiting for you, replied the silver-haired girl, stopping her advance and pointing to where Belle would meet her. I understand, thank you very much, the white-haired man replied, swallowing and walking in that direction. Helen, said the young woman. The adventurer said, tilting his head. My name is Helen, the girl added to her words. Helen, that's a nice name. Thank you very much, Helen. I hope we can meet again. Belle replied, smiling tenderly, as was his custom, and then entered Freya-sama's room. But Helen tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. I hate that I can't hate you, the silver-haired girl whispered to herself, her cheeks crimson. In Freya's room. Sorry for intruding, Belle said as he slowly entered the room, slowly closing the door. Oh, you're here, although a few minutes late, said the voice of a person sitting in a chair. Sorry, it's just that I've never gone this deep into Babel, and I didn't think the elevator would take so long, and the white-haired man replied, trying to excuse himself. Fufu, I was joking, you arrived on time, you don't have to get like that, Freya interrupted while laughing lightly at the boy's reaction. Don't play with me like that, Freya-sama said the young adventurer, sighing in relief. Fufu, sorry, your reactions are just so adorable, the goddess excused herself. Well, have a seat. You're probably wondering why I called you, aren't you? The goddess asked after her small apology. I partly suspect the reason, but I would like to confirm it, if you'll excuse me, Belle replied, sitting in front of Freya, on a small piece of furniture that was located in front of her throne. Well, then why do you think I called you today? The goddess asked. Because you wanted to see me. At Apollo's party, before returning to my family, I told you that I would like to see you again. It may sound a bit arrogant, but I want to believe that you also wanted to see me, so we could talk together, right? Belle replied, blushing for saying what he thought. It's silly. Why would the most important goddess in Arario talk to me just to talk to me? It doesn't make sense, but I can't lie to her. I really think that's the reason, Belle said in his mind, trying to hold back his embarrassment. A look of surprise appeared on Freya's face upon hearing the boy's response. Fufu, I love your cute reactions, they make my heart flutter when I see them, Freya thought as her cheeks turned red. Why, you're partly right. For the first time in a long time I enjoyed talking to someone. I enjoyed someone's company. I normally don't leave here, my family has me under guard. I don't deny the love of my children, but I would like a little freedom, so, when I finally felt without reins at Apollo's party while talking to you, I wanted to repeat that feeling, Freya replied, with a slight stutter at the beginning of her words. The goddess Freya, am I nervous? What's wrong with me? Freya commented in her mind. So that was it. I'd like to say that I understand how you feel, but I doubt the scale of that feeling is the same in my case anyway. If you feel comfortable with me, I have no problem coming to talk to you whenever I can, although I don't think I'm a very interesting person to talk to, haha, Belle expressed, with a small laugh. I'm glad to hear it. Well, is it okay if we start? There's some food here, take what you want, the goddess commented, handing him a small plate with some fruits and sweets. Thank you very much, the white-haired man replied, taking some of the fruits. Wow, I thought you would take the sweets first, Freya expressed as Belle swallowed the small piece of apple. I am sorry, I'm not very good with sweet foods, let's say I'm very sensitive to their flavors, the young man answered after finishing the first appetizer. That's surprising, I thought everyone liked sweets, Freya commented, taking one of the chocolates and then putting it in her mouth. I usually eat what I buy at the Lady of Plenty, I rarely eat anything else, although sometimes I prepare my own and my goddess's food, so I'm used to the spicy flavors, Belle replied. Oh, you cook? That's surprising coming from an adventurer, the goddess said, clearly surprised, taking another chocolate. I'm not very good, but I'll try my best, the young man replied, scratching his head as he recalled a time when he had cooked. Why did I say thank you so much with such emotion after my goddess told me my food was delicious? Now that I think about it, I feel like an idiot. Anyway, this isn't the time to think about it, Belle thought, cringing. Let's see if this reference is up to par for you. At least now I know something else about you, Freya said in a seductive tone as she licked the little bit of chocolate left on her fingers. Belle's mind short-circuited at the sight. If there's anything else you want to know about me, you can ask whatever you want, I'll answer your Q questions, Belle said, smoke coming out of his head. Oh, what an interesting proposal. Well, I'll begin. How are you feeling about what we talked about at Apollo's party? Better. Freya asked bluntly, her face worried, even though she knew the answer. That little black mark that was on his soul that time has been erased, that means he had some kind of resolve, the goddess thought, but remained silent, waiting for the young man's response. Better. I wouldn't know how to answer that, but I can say that my goals have changed. My goal was to walk by someone's side, like I told you on that occasion, but I think it was a somewhat simple goal. Now I just want to be someone who protects those who can't do it for themselves, to be that figure that gives people calm, that erases fear and hope, to be the hero that my grandfather so much wanted me to be, Belle answered, with great confidence and hope in his words. So much so that it seemed to give off a slight shine in his eyes. The hero, Freya managed to say when she saw the boy's reaction, who wanted to be someone who took care of others. She was moved by such a noble motive, free of malice or selfishness. I'm sorry if it sounds like nonsense or a childish dream, but at the end of the day, it's my dream and I will fight to achieve it. I want to protect the people I care about, to be stronger than anyone, so that no one else is taken away from me, the white-haired man added to his words. It's not nonsense, it's a truly noble and admirable dream. I'm just surprised to hear it. Normally adventurers look for money, fame or women. You're different, you only make me like you more, replied the goddess, placing her palm on the young man's cheek for a few moments. Belle's mind short-circuited again at this. Thank you for your words. You are the first person who doesn't think it silly or see me strange for having such a big and childish dream, Belle replied, smiling sweetly at the goddess. Now it was Freya who had short-circuited her brain. Apparently Belle is the only person who has managed to cause that effect on Freya. It's nothing, let's continue. You mentioned your grandfather, but what about your parents? Freya asked, she felt interested in that topic. Oh, I don't think I can tell you much about it since not even I have information about my parents. Since I can remember, my whole life has been only with my grandfather. We both lived in a cabin in a town far from our area. We were farmers, we rarely lived with other people, so I can't say that I had any other kind of relationships with others. That's why I said that I couldn't compare your feelings with mine. Both far from the rest, but I was too young to complain about it, and at first I never missed doing it. Contrary to you, I suppose that before forming your family you lived with many people, that's why you long for those times, right? The white-haired man commented in a tender manner with a certain nostalgic face when remembering the moments he lived with the only relative he had. You're right, I think the reason why I'm bored with the lack of freedom is because I always was before starting my family. Don't get me wrong, of course I love my children, and I don't regret having started my family, but sometimes I wish I could be like a normal person, without having thousands of people looking at me, mostly with lust. The attention gets tiring when you want something as simple as going for a walk, Freya answered, with a somewhat sad look, which was noticed by Belle. Why, if Freya-sama likes, maybe we could go out someday. I promise to protect her so that no one bothers her. I've never gone out with anyone, but I'll do my best. Belle expressed with great confidence, surprising Freya, who opened her eyes wide and blushed excessively. This Freya managed to stutter. When Belle realized what he had said, his confidence turned to shame. Sorry. I said some very strange things after all. I don't think I can compare myself to the strength of her children to say that I will protect her, but at least I would try, the white-haired man commented, lowering the volume of his voice as he spoke. Freya, who was still in shock from the young man's words, regained her composure. Belle, what would you say if I offered you to join my family? The goddess asked with a serious tone, and her gaze lowered. This took the boy by surprise, who hadn't expected that question. Would you like to join my family? Freya said again. I feel very comfortable with you here. I wish I could see you every day. That's why I want you to join my family, she added to her previous words. Without a second thought, Belle gave his answer. I'm sorry, I can't do it. My goddess was the first to trust me, and, although there are times when we argue, I can't abandon her, Belle said, apologizing. This seemed to anger Freya, who was about to use her charm but was interrupted. However, I know it's not the same as being part of your family, but I could come once or twice a week to talk with you, like we did today. Maybe it won't be enough, but Belle said until he was interrupted. I would like that very much. Freya replied, smiling enormously. Apparently, the proposal had made her happy, and she had forgotten her anger at the rejection. Then, Freya-sama, I promise to come once or twice a week to see you and talk, the boy said. Well, I hope you keep your promise, Freya replied, regaining her composure. So be it, Belle concluded, smiling and extending his hand for them to seal the deal with a handshake. After a couple of hours later, their meeting was over. See you later, Freya-sama, he said to Belle, leaving the room. See you later, Belle. I enjoyed spending this time with you, it made me happy, Freya said, smiling tenderly. Seeing her, Belle blushed and felt a feeling of familiarity. AA made me happy too. Well, goodbye, replied the white-haired man, closing the door behind him. I never thought I would feel this way about immortal, Freya said from her throne, placing both hands on his chest. Outside of Babel. What was that? He has the same smile as Helen, Belle thought as he walked to his headquarters. I must be imagining it anyway. I can't believe I felt so good with Freya-sama. She is definitely a kind person, the young man commented to himself, happy with how well the meeting went. Wait, I didn't ask her about a relationship with Sir. I'll see her again anyway, so I don't think there's a problem with me postponing that topic, the boy said in his mind, leaving that unknown aside. Anyway, I have my date with Tiona tomorrow. I have to get ready, the white-haired man concluded, quickening his pace. Somewhere in the streets near Babel. It seems our worries were silly. He doesn't seem to have had any problem with the goddess Freya. Are you calmer now, Ace? Riveria asked the girl at her side. But why did she look so happy? Asked the sword princess. Who knows? Maybe talking to a pretty girl makes men happy. Anyway, we're not ones to judge. Let's go. We've been here for hours just for this. They must be asking about our whereabouts, Riveria concluded, heading toward the Twilight Mansion. He had a smile just like the one he had when he trained with me. Why do I feel like I just lost something? That was what Ace thought, while she had a sad look and a small tear ran down her left cheek, something that Riveria noticed, but what could she do? Chapter 10. In the Twilight Mansion. Both Riveria and Ace were entering their headquarters after that situation they observed related to Belle. Both had their minds wandering, although of course, with different thoughts about it. Bellcranel was called by Freya. This could be bad. If she is planning something to take him to her family, it would mean that they would take a great distance from the Loki family. It is not an exaggeration to think that going up to level 2 in a month and a half gives you every indication that that call was not just a friendly visit. If so, why act until now? I have to talk to Loki to see if he knows anything about it, Riveria thought, her gaze focused and lost due to being immersed in her thoughts. That was what was going through the High Elf's head, thoughts purely focused on the power of the families. But meanwhile, the Princess of the Sword. Why did Belle go with her? I don't understand, it doesn't make sense. Does she want him for her family? To know her secret of how she gets so strong? Am I not the only one who was looking for that? No, that doesn't make sense. Wait, the day of the monster filia when Loki and she met, the description that the goddess Freya was giving about a new boy of her interest, everything matched with Belle, but it doesn't make any sense. If so, she would have already stolen him with a wargame. Did she fall in love with him? Ace said with a worried and frowning face, thinking that there was a possibility that the last thing was true. What are you two doing standing there? You haven't moved for several minutes, Finn asked both girls, bringing them out of their thoughtful state and surprising them by it. Finn? Riveria asked when she saw the hobbit. Yes, I'm Finn, but you haven't answered my question. How much were you thinking that you forgot to keep walking? Besides, you were missing all afternoon. I know you had the day off, but you normally don't go out for long periods of time unless you've gone to the dungeon. But I doubt that's the case, right? Asked a captain of the Loki family. You're not wrong, we didn't go to the dungeon, let's just say something caught our attention, in any case, I need to talk to Loki, come with us, it's something important the elf replied, walking towards her goddess's room, along with Finn and Ace. My thumb is hurting, but it doesn't seem to be anything too bad. What did they see? If it monopolized them for almost the entire day it must be something we can't ignore, Finn thought. He went after the two girls. Fiona's room. Ah. I don't know what to wear for my date with Argonaut-kun, said the young Amazon, frustrated by this situation of indecision. I've never seen you so worried about what to wear to go somewhere, Tiona's sister, Tyan, said from the doorway of the room. Huh? How did you get in? The younger sister asked. You left it open, didn't you notice? You've been locked in your room all day, so I came to see you, and I found this surprising scene, Fufufu, Tyan replied while laughing lightly. You don't make fun of me, Tiona replied, with a big blush on her cheeks and looking away. Just kidding, don't get angry, but seriously, who would have imagined that Argonaut-kun would bring you like this? The eldest of the Amazon sisters expressed, emphasizing the nickname that Tiona had given to that white-haired boy who caught her attention in that battle against the Minotaur a few months ago. Don't make fun of me. The young Amazon replied, throwing several pillows at her sister and blushing even more. Okay, I promise that's the last joke. Now, really. Do you need help with your date? I can at least give you a hand with that. What don't you like about your outfits? Tyan asked, approaching the clothes on her sister's bed. I don't know, I feel uncomfortable thinking that Argonaut-kun thinks that I show too much, but almost all of my outfits are like that, so I don't know what to do, Tiona replied, looking down and touching her fingers. I understand. It's strange that you're thinking about that. You don't usually care. Do you mind if I ask you something? I promise that what you say won't leave here, the eldest sister commented, with a serious face. All of a sudden. No problem, as long as you help me with this, there's no problem. Ask whatever you want, the Amazon replied, still blushing from the previous comments. I'll get straight to the point. Do you like that guy? Tyan asked without hesitation. Although I already know the answer, but it must be confirmed directly with her, I would be offended if she denied it, we Amazons must be true to our feelings. She thought, closing her eyes and smiling, while slightly raising her fist. Tyan's face turned a deep red, similar to a tomato's, before she gave her answer. It seemed like her words couldn't come out of her mouth, only meaningless sounds and slight stutters that made it clear how nervous she felt about that question. Yes, I can't deny it, when I'm next to him my heart beats very hard, like never before, when I see him smile I feel so happy and embarrassed, seeing his reaction so sincere, that really show his feelings at that moment, it's so transparent, so sincere, so unique, when he told me those things at the Apollo party, I realized that I liked him, because it hurt me to think that there was a possibility of never getting close to him again. That made me feel pangs in my heart, Tiona answered eloquently and looking at the floor, remembering every moment of when she trained with Belle. Tyan just looked at her with great amazement at the sincerity and purity of her sister's feelings. She hadn't expected that response. I have never been in love, nor do I have the slightest idea of how it feels, but there is no doubt that I fell in love, and if it is with Argonaut-kun there is no problem, no I want it, and I am glad that it is him that I fell in love with, the young Amazon added to her previous answer, turning to look at Tyan and smiling sweetly at her. I knew it, there was no lie in those words, nor doubt in those feelings. Fine, then. Let's make him fall for your feminine charms. I'll support you in whatever way you need. Replied the eldest of the Amazon sisters, hugging Tiona. So, get yourself some clothes. She added the same to her words. Clothes? But isn't it too late already? The stores must be closed, Tiona replied, clearly hesitant. When you're one of the strongest families in Arario, the shops are open 24 hours a day. So let's get you a cute outfit. Tyan shouted, pulling her sister and leaving her room. Wait. I'm coming. You're going to rip my arm off. Tiona said, being dragged with great force. Thank you so much, Sister, Tiona thought, happy to see the support she was receiving from her. Loki's room. Tock. Who could it be at this hour? Just as I was about to go to sleep, I wanted to dream about Ricky, she said to Loki upon hearing a knock on her door. Let's see who gets the reference. He opened the door and there he saw 3 of his children. Hello Loki, there's something we need to talk to you about, Riveria said sooner rather than later. And that coldness. Not even a hug. A good night, Loki asked at the elf's statement, but he saw that she, Finn, and Ace remained extremely serious. Another reference. Oh, it's something very important apparently, okay, come in, said the goddess, allowing the trio to pass. They closed the room and they sat down on some chairs that were in the room. Okay, stop the long faces and talk, Loki commented to break the ice. Okay, I'll try to be as brief as possible. We saw bellcranel being guided by the goddess Freya's assistant to her home in the Tower of Babel, and he was there all afternoon, Reveria answered bluntly again. Loki opened his eyes at that. So he finally made a move. It's worrying, but it doesn't surprise me, the goddess said upon hearing that. Movement? Finn asked with doubt because of what Loki said. True, the only one here who has a remote idea about her is Ace, although of course, it's not like I know very well what she plans to do, Loki replied. What's she planning? What does bellcranel have to do with her plans? Reveria asked, not understanding the relationship between them. I tell you that I have no idea about that, but I only know that Freya has had her eye on that child of Hestia for some time now. I don't really know the reason, but it can't be for anything good. Anyway, there's nothing I can do. I'm not going to get into trouble with her for a child from another family, Loki answered with some disinterest in it. He's got his eye on him, we have to help him. Maybe he wanted to use him. Like Ace said with great concern, but her words stopped at her last sentence. Like you, right? Child, maybe you're right, and I said that I'm not angry about what you did. However, as I said before, I have no plans to get into trouble with her for that child, so we won't do anything. Besides, if she only wanted to use him, why hasn't she taken him already? Why wait for him to be stronger? It doesn't make sense, so I conclude that she has another objective in mind than obtaining power, the goddess answered. Another goal? Reveria asked, puzzled by this. She couldn't think of any other reason why Freya would want Bell. Yes, it's simple, if you don't want the adventure of bellcranel, then what are you looking for? Loki asked as a riddle. I don't understand, Ace replied. I think I have an idea of what you mean, but I feel like it's a bit of a fluke, Finn replied, looking at Loki seriously. If you don't want the adventure, Reveria said, trying to decipher the answer. Oh. They're supposed to be the captain and vice captain of the family, the answer is very simple, Loki answered. What is it then? Ace asked, seeming annoyed by so many riddles given by her goddess. He only wants bellcranel, he doesn't want his strength or his secret, he wants the person, Finn answered with great seriousness. Ding dong. Correct answer. I knew they couldn't be that far off. Loki said, agreeing with the hobbit. The person? I don't understand, so Freya wants him for the sword, Princess said, hoping her question would be answered. Simple, she feels affection towards that rabbit and wants him by her side. Freya wouldn't go to so much trouble for someone, she would just take it and that's it, but it seems that with that child it is different, only time will decide if we are right or not. For now, it is time to wait, said Loki, leaning his back against a backrest and stretching. Affection, love? The Princess of the Sword whispered that question, bringing out her jealousy. Honestly, I don't care who sparks Freya's interest, as long as it's not one of my family members, of course, so I forbid them from doing anything that puts the family at risk. After all, why would they do it? If that boy has feelings for Freya and it's reciprocated, it's his problem, right? Loki answered, staring at Ace. At that moment, the golden-haired girl felt that those words were directed at her. It's not like you have any romantic feelings for him, Ace, you said it yourself. I don't know much about love, but a broken heart doesn't heal so quickly, so, I'm sorry if I'm direct, but if you develop feelings for him now or later, you will have lost all opportunity or possibility of winning him over. The hearts of humans are so changeable, their feelings can change very quickly, and their personalities along with them. We gods are not like that. We will always be the same in some way, added the red-haired goddess with a calm look. Ace just looked down, her face was sad. Loki, that's enough, that's unnecessary, Reveria said upon noticing her daughter's reaction. I'm sorry, but it's better for you to know that what you want to achieve or the efforts you make to achieve it may go wrong. I'm not doing it to make you suffer, however, knowing that it may go wrong, the disappointment is less. I wish you to understand, Loki said seriously, she didn't want the suffering to be exponential if it reached that extreme. What Loki says makes sense, it's the truth, so Ace, in case you have feelings for that boy and what you told us is a half-lie, you'll have to be aware of the risks, both those represented by Freya and those that a hypothetical negative response from Bell could represent, expressed Finn. I don't care, I don't think I'll lose him, I want to get him back, I think I want him, I just don't know how, he answered Ace, who had remained silent for most of this conversation. I won't intervene, just because it's about you, only because of that, I'm doing it for you, not for that child, so, with everything cleared up, go to sleep, Loki commented, opening the door to his room, implying that it was time for them to leave. The three left the place, leaving Loki alone. Ace, you have a very strong and dangerous rival if you think about stealing the rabbit from Freya, besides you have a rival at home too, Tiona, don't do anything foolish, but, at the end of the day, no matter what happens, I will protect my children, thought the red-haired goddess before going to bed. In the hallway. That was a very educational talk. Who would have thought Bell had the potential to make Freya fall in love with him? Anyway, I think it's best to go to sleep, Finn said, heading to his room until he saw two girls crossing at an abnormal speed. Those were Tiona and Tyan, right? Ace asked when she saw both girls leaving the mansion. Yes, where are they going in such a hurry? Riveria asked in confusion but remembered something. Your date with bellcranel, she answered the elf to herself. Date? With Bell? Huh? Who? The hobbit asked repeatedly, feeling lost at that statement. Tiona will go out on a date with Bell tomorrow. 2 days ago, at the celebration party for winning the wargame, they agreed to go out together. Riveria replied to her partner's confusion. I understand, I'm surprised by how in demand Bell has been these last few days. I guess that has to do with the fact that both of you go out at this time. Anyway, good night, Finn finished, going to his room. Author's comment. Rabbit season. As the family captain walked away, Riveria stood beside Ace, who watched in the distance the path Tiona and Tyan had headed towards. Do you have a plan in mind? Riveria asked. Riveria, the sword princess, named the high elf. Yes. The woman with jade-colored hair answered. I want to invite Belle on a date, the golden-haired girl replied, surprising her mother. The next day. At the fountain in Love Square, a young white-haired man could be seen standing, waiting for his companion for that day. I'm just as nervous as yesterday. This time it was harder to escape from my goddess and Lily. I had to leave early, so they wouldn't tell me anything. Anyway, thanks to Welf, who called them to check on some things, I was able to come without any problems, thought Belle with a tired face. Would it have been a good idea to leave my armor and weapons in the Lady of Plenty? I only have my dagger hestia with me since I don't want it to get lost, but I had to leave with all my equipment so they would think I was going to the dungeon. Mamma Mia saved my life by allowing me to leave everything there. It would be uncomfortable to carry that, Bell said as feedback. But Sir had a strange look. I don't understand why, whispered the young man. Moments before leaving his equipment at the Lady of Plenty in the Orario public baths. It's the only way for me to look presentable for my date. If I took a bath in the mansion, I would have been bombarded with questions. He told Belle before entering to take a bath. Something had alerted him. He looked everywhere in search of where it came from, but found nothing. It's strange. I'll take a quick shower, the white-haired young man finished, undressing and getting into the water. At the Tower of Babel. The goddess Freya could be seen staring fixedly somewhere in Orario, blood coming out of her nose for some reason. Are you okay, Freya-sama? Otter asked upon seeing his goddess. Better than ever, Otter, better than ever. What a wonderful view, Freya replied without taking her eyes off her target after taking a small handkerchief to clean the blood. A-okay, Freya-sama, Bose answered with some discomfort. Back to the present. I hope everything goes well. I'm not good at planning dates, but I did my best to plan one, the young man said to himself with great determination in his eyes. After a few more minutes of waiting, he saw her. Argonaut-kun. Tiona greeted from a distance, walking towards him and waving her hand. Everyone there was surprised by her outfit, but not more than Belle. Good afternoon, Tiona, Belle replied with great disbelief at what he saw. What's wrong, Argonaut-kun? You look strange, asked the Amazon strangely. She saw Belle with his face bright red. It's nothing important. What happens is that I've never seen you like that. You look really beautiful in that outfit, so much so that I was speechless, the young man answered, without blinking for a second. Ignore flowers, gloves and crown, it's just the dress and necklace. Thank you very much. Why, you look very good too, Argonaut-kun, Tiona replied, looking down, those words causing the same effect she had caused on him. Bell cleared his throat to calm himself and break the strange atmosphere. Come with me to this appointment, Miss Tiona, the boy commented, extending his hand towards the Amazon. In short, he was asking her to take his hand. This took the girl by surprise, but she calmed down. I'll be in your care, Argonaut. No, I'll be in your care, Belle, Tiona answered, taking Belle's hand and smiling at him afterwards. And so the date between Belle and Tiona began. I'm proud of you, little sister, said Tyan, who saw what was happening from a distance. There's no way I'd miss Tiona's first date. I'll follow them until it's over, thought the eldest of the Hiryut sisters. Chapter 11. There's no way I'd miss Tiona's first date. I'll follow them until it's over, thought the eldest of the Hiryut sisters. Shortly after. The pretty Amazon could be seen wearing a short yellow dress, walking next to a certain white-haired boy who looked like he was about to explode because of the redness in his face. It was obvious what this was causing. Sorry, Belle. Where are we going? Tiona asked, with her characteristic tone full of emotion and a big smile on her face. Tiona, you'll see in a moment. I hope you like the place we're going to. It's a place I've visited a lot since I arrived in Orario. An important place for me, Belle replied, looking away a little so as not to continue stuttering from the nerves of seeing how beautiful Tiona looked at that moment. Oh. An important place for you? I feel special, hey. Tiona replied upon hearing the young man's response. Apparently it made her feel good to know that she would be taken to an important place for her date. Yes, an important place for me. I know you will enjoy it as much as I do, or at least I hope so, Bell expressed, with a smile on his face which was directed at his companion. This took the Amazon by surprise, and she blushed at the boy's gesture. I can't get used to you smiling at me like that, it's cheating, she thought, looking down with her cheeks painted crimson red, similar to the red of the eyes of a certain bunny boy who had been holding her hand since the beginning of the date. She looks really beautiful, my heart won't stop beating, and I feel like my hand is sweating, I hope she doesn't notice. Why do I feel like this? We haven't been together long, a close friendship, I'm starting to doubt that this is it, Bell thought, looking up at the sky, but having a huge mess in his head. If he could, no, if he wanted to, he would run away. However, although the pain is eating him up, something inside him prevents him from leaving, or rather, something inside him doesn't want to leave. And so the date continued between the two young lovers, although only one of them knew what she felt, a certain boy still didn't understand what he felt. In the distance, a large-bodied Amazon was hidden among some bushes, observing everything that was happening in detail. They're going well, better than I thought. I didn't think Bell would take her hand so soon. It seems he knows how to treat a woman, that gives him approval points, plus they're very nervous, They're very sweet. I want to have a date like that with the captain, said Talon, containing her happiness and imagining Finn and her on a similar date. Let's leave that aside, I mustn't lose sight of them, I want to be present in every detail of their date, the Amazon commented, moving quickly through the shadows so as not to be seen and ruin the date. Somewhere in Arario, a certain god, along with the captain of his family, were walking around doing some shopping that was necessary for a trip they would soon undertake, until something caught their attention. Hermes Alma, isn't that Bell? Asked the girl with short light blue hair, her name was Asfi. Huh? Bell? It's Bell. Hermes replied, noticing the boy's presence. Bel. The god was shouting towards Bell, but his words couldn't be finished, throwing a question at the end of the naming of the boy in question. What's wrong, Hermes Alma? Asfi asked upon seeing her god's reaction. Juju ha 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 ha. The god laughed with great joy, it was clear that he saw something that made him happy. What's wrong, Hermes Alma? Insisted the girl, hitting her god. It's simple, Asfi. My little Bell is following the advice the boys and I gave him at the bar. Hermes replied, raising a fist in the air and celebrating. Advice? Asfi asked, not understanding what he meant. The Asfi harem? The harem? Haven't you seen who she's with? Hermes answered, pointing in that direction. That's where he saw Bell along with Tiona. Wow, that's unexpected, although it doesn't surprise me too much. Still, that doesn't mean that I'm going to follow your advice, perverted god. He mentioned that date is a reward for having participated in the war game with them, Asfi replied, having lost interest in the situation. She thought it was something important, but no, it was another one of her god's nonsense. So begins my little Asfi. Romance springs from unexpected places. I'd bet all the family money that something interesting is going to happen on those two lovebirds' date. Hermes said, packing all his things at a monster speed. Hermes Sama, what are you doing? Asfi asked, not understanding her god's desire to finish this job quickly. Isn't it obvious, Asfi? Let's follow them. The god said, throwing the last box into the carriage and signaling a certain elf and his family to take him to his headquarters. Follow them? Can't you respect that child's privacy? Trouble almost always happens when you're around him, the light blue-haired girl replied, adjusting her glasses and closing her eyes, showing the headache she felt from remembering all the times Hermes had caused misfortunes. Come on, Asfi. We'll just watch, we'll be spectators, we won't intervene, I promise, Hermes replied, raising his palm in an oath. Screw it, come on, if I leave him alone he's capable of doing something worse, at least I'll accompany him to keep an eye on him, so he doesn't do anything stupid, Asfi said, sighing and giving in to her god's request. That's the attitude. Now let's go, let's turn invisible so we won't be noticed by anyone, Hermes said, asking his family member for a Hades helmet. And just like that, two more pairs of eyes joined in watching the rabbit's date. But Bell and Tiona. Both young people walked, still holding hands, the glances of everyone who saw them, and their comments were immediate. Isn't that the little rookie? He looks really handsome today, said a girl in the distance, while looking closely at the rabbit. Yes, he is the little rookie, he is next to Crusher from the Loki family. Who would have thought that this lucky little one would have the ability to fall in love with a level 6 adventurer? Or better yet, from the Loki family. Commented a man who recognized Bell's companion. And how could he not? Being from the Loki family, it is difficult not to be recognized on the streets. So that little one likes the Amazons. I didn't expect that. And so, several comments of that kind were said, giving opinions about the two adventurers. It was difficult not to attract attention. Damn, her comments are making me nervous. It's not about that. I haven't romanced anyone. Tiona just asked me out as friends. Right. Bell said to himself, holding back the wave of comments directed at him and his companion. Asking that last question, he turned his face to look at Tiona. He was very surprised when he saw her and noticed that she was behaving like an embarrassed child, but that wasn't the only thing. She seemed happy about those comments. He just asked me out as friends, right? The young man repeated in his thoughts, while a sparkle in his eyes appeared. He couldn't help but admire how beautiful Tiona looked. He was truly delighted, and all the time they have been together this day, his heart hasn't stopped beating rapidly. Meanwhile, in Tiona's mind, there were also a certain amount of feelings and words that could not be expressed in words for obvious reasons. In love? Yes, I'm in love with him, but it's not easy to hide it when I'm by his side. I've been trying to act normal even though it feels really good to have him hold my hand. I didn't think Argonaut-kun would be so direct, I thought he would behave in a more nervous way, but I see that I was completely wrong. Also, taking me to a special place for him. Will I be the first one he takes there? How should I interpret that? Does he trust me and that's why he'll show it to me? Or is it simply something related to the tastes we share? It doesn't matter. I feel so happy that it's not possible for me to think about where we're going. However, it's somewhat uncomfortable to be walking without talking. Is he nervous like me? Tiona thought as she closed her eyes and shook her head to get rid of the embarrassment that represented being the center of everyone's attention while she was on her date. She didn't expect to arouse so much interest from everyone. Hey Argonaut-kun, why are you so quiet? Are you nervous? The Amazon asked in her childish and cheerful tone to break the ice, or at least that's what she tried to do. It was clear that she didn't feel as confident as usual. Bell tried to take a deep breath to answer. He wanted to be honest with his response. Why yes, I feel nervous. I'm not an expert on dates, and this could be classified as the first one I have with someone who isn't my goddess. I'm afraid of doing something that ruins the date, so, if there's something you want or I'm doing wrong, you're free to give your opinion. I want us both to enjoy it together, after all, that's how a date should be, right? The white-haired man answered, looking at her face. Argonaut-kun, Tiona named, placing her free hand on her chest and with a face full of surprise at that statement, which made her eyes shine and her heart beat irregularly. There's no problem, I feel very happy by your side, Belle. I haven't been on a date with a boy either, it's the first time, but even though it's the first time, it's turning out to be better than I could have imagined, so, you don't have to worry about anything, I'll follow you anywhere, replied the Amazon, smiling sweetly at Belle. Tiona then, I'll make sure we have the best date ever, okay? So, let's go, Belle answered, stroking Tiona's hair and walking faster as she followed him. The date hasn't even started, and it's already the best date in the world apparently. Anywhere you go with the person you love is the best place in the world, Tiona thought, smiling as she continued to hold hands with her hero. In the bushes. Oh, how cute they are. I thought the date had stalled when neither of them spoke, and they just looked at the ground or the road they were going to, but Tiona changed the panorama with a few simple questions. Very well done. That's my little sister. Tiona celebrated, jumping for joy. But I still can't figure out where they're going. That boy doesn't seem like he's going to reveal it until they arrive, at least until they go to O. I think I know what's in that direction, said the Amazon, getting the answer to her doubt just by thinking about the path those two lovebirds were taking. Good thinking, kid, good thinking, this is going to be really interesting, the eldest Hiryut whispered to herself. Returning to the couple. Tiona, we're almost there. Would you do me a favor? Belle asked, looking at the Amazon. Sure, what favor do you want me to do for you, Argonaut-kun? Tiona asked, tilting her head. Can you close your eyes? I'll guide you. Is that okay with you? The young man replied, scratching the side of his head. This took the younger Hiryut's sister by surprise, although she didn't have to think much. No problem, Argonaut-kun, I trust you, I hope you surprise me, Tiona replied, closing her eyes and not putting up any resistance. I am in your care, Argonaut-kun, the Amazon added to her previous words, smiling with her eyes closed. Come on, Tiona, he expressed to Belle, letting go of Tiona's hand and then wrapping it around his own as they walked together. Tiona was extremely surprised by this, she was practically being hugged by Belle. Where will we go? I'm getting so excited, with my eyes closed and him very close to me, it feels so good. I can feel the touch of his hand better, I can hear his heartbeat more clearly, and I can smell a sweet smell coming from him. I would like to be like this forever, she thought, with a nervous smile, but she was really happy. With Hermes and Asfi. You see that, Asfi? Romance blooms everywhere. Belle is a true gentleman. Hermes said, celebrating Belle's treatment of the girl. You could learn a thing or two from him, besides, I'm on your left, not your right, Asfi said. Sorry, just because we both have the helmet of Hades doesn't mean we can see each other, the god replied. Leaving that aside, I think we should stop seeing them, I feel uncomfortable seeing two people so affectionate. I'm not a fan of romance, replied the girl, blushing from seeing such a scene. Luckily, her god couldn't see it. Come on, Asfi. Don't be a party pooper. Someday someone will change that, Hermes said, unaware that that person already existed and was a god. They're moving, let's go, the god added, pulling Asfi along. Hermes Alma. Wait. The girl said. Romance won't wait. The god shouted, running at full speed while dragging his daughter. At the appointment. We're here, Tiona Bell said, only a few minutes had passed since the girl closed her eyes. Little by little, she slowly opened her eyes, excited to see what it was about. The sun's rays hit her face, dazzling her slightly. When the rays finally stopped hitting her eyes, she could notice what Belle's plan was about. "Hey Argonaut-kun?" she asked, impressed by what she saw. It was a small picnic. There was a blanket on the grass, on top of it, a basket with what seemed to be food, although that was not the only important thing. When looking around was when he realized where they were. "I wanted to come here with you, maybe it's a bit weird to bring you here, but I thought we both should like this place," Belle said, scratching himself lightly and looking away with a little redness on his cheeks. "It's not strange, this is my favorite place in all of Aerario." The Bridge of Heroes interrupted the Amazon, with joy, although her words took a while to come out due to her astonishment. She didn't expect Belle to bring her to that place. "Thanks for bringing me here, Argonaut-kun. It's perfect," Tiona declared, hugging Belle. It's nothing," the white-haired man answered, letting himself be hugged. And so, their picnic began. They were both sitting on the blanket, eating together and looking at the statues. The two of them were talking happily about all the stories that came to mind when they saw the statues of the heroes. Although one aroused their interest more than the others, it was that of the hero Albert, the only one that was alone and at the end of the bridge, with an open space. They began to talk about Albert's story in a relaxed manner, although sometimes they interrupted each other to add information that the other had omitted while telling it. They complimented each other, they understood each other. As time passed, a moment of silence occurred. "You know, Tiona, I want to be a hero," Belle said, breaking the silence. She turned to look at him, implying that she wanted to hear more from them. "I came to Aerario with that goal, to become an adventurer, to fight against powerful monsters, to protect the people who needed it, to have a predestined encounter in the dungeon. I came with those dreams in my head, those goals. I know it's still too early to talk, but I want to believe that I'm on the right path." The white-haired man completed his previous words. He stood in front of Tiona, who looked at him intently, without taking her eyes off him. The hero who gives hope to people, who protects those who can't protect themselves, someone who rises in adversity and helps those in trouble. "That's the kind of hero I want to be," Belle added to his previous sentences, with the sun shining behind him, making that smile that decorated the end of what he said even more dazzling. "Hey Argonaut-kun, no, Belle, if I were in trouble would you save me? Would you be my hero?" the Amazon asked, placing both hands on his chest. "You're stronger than me, but even so, if I had to cross heaven, sea and land to rescue you, I would do it without a moment's hesitation. You are someone special to me, someone very dear to me. I wouldn't let anyone in the world hurt you," the white-haired man declared with great confidence in his words, bending down so that both of their gazes were at the same range. A pure look. A look full of sincerity. No malice in his words. That was what Tiona saw. They both stared at each other until they realized the situation. Sorry. I started talking and rambling. "I'm sorry," Belle said to quickly change the subject. Don't worry, Argonaut-kun. It's understandable, the atmosphere, what we were talking about, it would be strange not to get infected," Tiona replied, looking away with her reddened cheeks. "Why, you're right. Apart from that, how's the food? Is it delicious?" the white-haired man asked, abruptly changing the subject to let go of the sweet atmosphere. "Why, yes. It's delicious," the Amazon replied, seeing the sandwich in her hand. "I'm glad to hear it, I cooked it myself, let's just say I wanted to," Belle said, nervous again. "You cooked it well, it turned out really delicious. You're a great cook, Argonaut-kun," Tiona said, biting into her sandwich. And so the date continued, talking about trivial things, trying to dispel the romantic air that had been present for a while. A few hours later. The date had come to an end, both were walking back to the meeting point. "I really enjoyed our date, Belle," Tiona said, holding hands and walking briskly. "Same to me," Tiona Belle replied, carrying an empty basket and the blanket. "I think we part ways here, right?" the Amazon asked, seeing that they had already reached the fountain in the Plaza of Love. "That's right, I'm glad you enjoyed going out with me," he replied, smiling at her. "Well, Argonaut-kun, see you later," said the girl, moving away from there. Belle only saw her back and then turned around. "It seems neither of them made a move," Tian said from a distance, having observed everything from beginning to end. "It seems so," said a voice next to him. "Huh?" they both said when they realized it. "Hermes Alma?" the Amazon asked when she saw who was at her side. "Loki's girl?" the god answered. "Okay, let's leave the surprises for later or we'll be seen, this is over, let's go to our headquarters and forget about this meeting," Asfi interrupted, pulling her god. I think it's for the best, I feel a little disappointed, but Tyan said until she was interrupted by a scream that caught her attention. Argonaut-kun. Tiona shouted, running back towards the boy. Huh? Tiona? What's hap? Belle replied, turning around even though something happened. Nua. The kiss was given. She kissed him. The three intruders who were in the bushes shouted, with surprise at what they had just seen. Belle stood like a statue at that. What the s mean? I tried to ask about the meaning of that, but the words just wouldn't come out. Fiona took a distance from him and saw him. Argonaut-kun. I love you. I'll do everything possible so that you love me back, I want to be honest with my feelings, so get ready because I'll go all out. The Amazon declared, pointing at him with the tip of her index finger and flashing a big radiant smile. A strong breeze blew behind the girl, waving her hair and dress, which seemed to stand out as she stood with her back to several magic lamps. Belle's eyes opened wide at such a beautiful scene. After that statement, she ran off, disappearing into the crowd. Belle stood there, to say he was red was an understatement. Does he love me? Belle asked, touching his lips, which had been kissed, with his hand. The promised land. Tyan shouted, falling backward with blood pouring from her nose. Let's see who gets the hint. Mind you, it's from a current rom-com manga, it's very popular. Not even that scream was able to bring Belle out of his trance. Zeus, you must be proud of your grandson, Hermes thought, crying internally. I think Hermes is exaggerating too much, Asphi thought, directing her eyes to where her god is supposed to be. While, on Belle's part, only one question resonated. Does Tiona love me? Chapter 12. Chimney Mansion. Belle was walking towards his home, he remained silent and without taking his eyes off the ground. Upon entering his mansion, he was greeted by two girls. Where were you, Belle? The little pigtailed goddess asked jealously. Why was Belle-sama out all day? Lily asked with the same feelings as Hestia. Belle just continued on his way, ignoring the barrage of questions until he entered his room. This surprised both of them, including Welf who was on the couch. What's wrong with him? Hestia asked, seeing her son's reaction. It must have something to do with her. The hobbit replied angrily, referring to Ace. What did you do now, Wallen? Whatever. Hestia shouted that question to the four winds, raising her fist. I don't think it had anything to do with anything bad, Welf whispered as he ate some leftovers from that day's meal. Suddenly, two murderous glances were directed at him. What makes you think that, Welf? Both girls asked as they slowly approached the redeed. It can't be possible, I whispered as quietly as I could. How the hell did they hear me? The blacksmith wondered while sweating cold from fear. So, Welf? The two asked again, in a threatening tone of voice. The day I'll pay my debt, my friend, Welf thought as he stood up and stretched. This surprised Hestia and Lily, who did not understand the reason that led him to do it. Ready, if they want to know they'll have to catch me. Shouted the blacksmith, finishing his stretches and running at full speed out of the mansion. Let's follow him, support-kun. Hestia said when those words were spoken. You don't have to say it twice, Hestia-sama. Lily answered the goddess's request. Get back here, Welf. The two shouted as they ran after the redeed. Just what I didn't want, to get involved with all the women who are after Belle, but this is what a friend would do. Besides, it's my fault, thought the blacksmith, he wouldn't stop for anything in the world, he had a secret to protect and a life he didn't want to lose. In Belle's room. The young man was sitting on his bed, staring at his door, not because he was waiting for someone to come in or because there was anything there, his gaze was simply focused on that place, while his mind wandered and repeated several times what had just happened. As she loves me, he whispered as he placed his fingers on her lips, which were stolen by that Amazon girl from the Loki family. In Belle's mind. Argonaut-kun. I love you. I'll do everything possible so that you love me back, I want to be honest with my feelings, so get ready because I'll go all out. The Amazon declared, pointing at him with the tip of her index finger and flashing a big radiant smile. Back to reality. Tiona loves me, he said to himself, his face a very deep red. He put both hands up to cover his shame and threw himself face down onto his bed. She loves me, she wasn't lying, my heart tells me she was 100% true, but why do I feel this way? Do I still have feelings for Tiona? Since when? Belle wondered, trying to find the answer to his doubts, the answer to why he didn't mind being with that beautiful Amazon. I feel the same as when A saved me. No, I think that the feeling is stronger, but I have doubts inside me, he said to himself, placing his outstretched hand on his chest. I'm afraid the same thing that happened with Ace will happen to me again, I thought I had already gotten over it, apparently getting over it isn't the same as forgetting, concluded the white-haired man, giving a small, uncomfortable laugh. What do I feel for Tiona? Belle wondered from the bottom of his heart. It was at that moment where, perhaps due to plans in his mind or a revelation to clear his doubts, his memories with her flashed like a movie, showing all his memories in which she was present by his side. Belle's mind, again. Author's note. Internal dialogue. Memory. If more than 2 paragraphs are in quotation marks, they are from the same memory. At the Apollo family party she supported me, the white-haired man said to himself. You're wrong, Argonaut-kun, I don't speak for all of us, but I did approach you because I consider you a friend. I will help the Hestia family for the war game. Argonaut-kun, Tiona named the white-haired young man, calling his attention so that his gaze turned towards her. I do consider you my friend, I don't know what happened, but I don't want to walk away from you or stop talking to you about stories of heroes and adventures, said the Amazon, with a beautiful smile. Those simple words were a relief to my heart, which was still hurt after what happened with Ace. Bell expressed to himself. I agreed to join the war game because I wanted to, there are no hidden motives, no complex reasons, I wanted to help who I consider worth helping, who I consider a hero. You are an important person to me, I would like to live with you more, I'm not looking to know how you become strong or things like that, I want the person behind the strong adventure, although both seem great to me. The answer she gave me when I asked her reason for helping me made me start to think that the same wouldn't happen with her, the white-haired man said to himself. That time he gave me a lap pillow during our training, the young man recalled. Tiona W, where am I lying? On my lap, of course. I have to admit it was embarrassing, but I can't say I didn't like it, the young man gave his opinion to that memory. When he came to celebrate with me after winning the war game, he added. Argonaut-kun. He shouted to Tiona, throwing himself to hug him. Bell said in surprise, combined with pain from all the fighting. Don't worry me like that again. I thought something had happened to you. The Amazon cried, burying her face in the young man's chest. Tiona, Bell named in astonishment until he felt 2 murderous glares at his side, they were from Ryu and Lily. Tiona, I think you should stand up, Bell asked, trying to stand up. Thank you very much for the help and for worrying about me, added the boy. It's nothing, Argonaut-kun, said Tiona, smiling tenderly at him, still with traces of tears on her face. And finally our date, he said to himself. Argonaut-kun, no, Bell, if I were in trouble would you save me? Would you be my hero? Argonaut-kun. Tiona shouted as she ran back towards the boy. Tiona. What's hap? Bell replied, turning around even though something happened. The kiss was given. Argonaut-kun. I love you. I'll do everything possible so that you love me back, I want to be honest with my feelings. So get ready because I'll go all out. She was there when I least expected it. She supported me when I least expected it. He didn't abandon me. Argonaut-kun. 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 He. Let's talk about the story of the sacred labyrinth, Argonaut-kun. Sorry, Bell, where are we going? That was the first time he called me by my name, the young man said to himself. I love Tiona, he concluded, but something happened. See you later, Bell, I enjoyed spending this time with you, it made me happy. Back to reality. Remembering that last scene, Bell suddenly opened his eyes, which had been closed, to better immerse himself in his thoughts. What he saw was simple. The image of another woman flashed through his mind, it was Freya-sama. What does this mean? Why did I also think about my date with Freya-sama? The white-haired man wondered, well, he felt his cheeks heat up and steam come out of his head at the thought of that goddess followed by Tiona. I need to stop thinking about that, it would be good for me to get some sleep, he advised himself, undressing to get back into his bed and fall asleep. These have been very confusing days for my mind and heart, he said to himself before closing his eyes and falling asleep. Twilight Mansion. I did it. I told him my feelings. But now I feel so nervous, his face looked like someone surprised, it makes sense, he didn't expect me to like him, but the question here is, can he like me? No. He like me. I promised him. I promised myself, Tiona thought, as she walked without noticing anything or anyone around her. Tiona, Finn said, trying to get her attention. But I'm afraid that she'll reject me, I don't know if my heart could bear it, nothing assures me that she'll see me as a potential partner, either I know that I'm not very feminine, nor do I have Ace's physical attractiveness, however I don't want to lose, Tiona continued with her internal dialogue, ignoring the call of her family's captain. Tiona, why aren't you answering? He asked Reveria, but the Amazon walked past without even sparing him a glance. She kept staring at nothing, really, staring at nothing but thinking about everything. We've spent a lot of time together these past few days, although I don't know if it's enough for him to at least feel affection towards me. It would be nice if that were the case. It would also be great if he felt something more than affection, but I'm not getting my hopes up right now, the Amazon continued, biting her thumb because of the nerves she felt. Tiona, how did it go with Bell? Ace asked, leaving her room upon hearing that she had arrived. She walked past again, though the sword princess noticed something on her face. Tiona was blushing and had a sparkle in her eyes that showed hope. Tiona. Ace tried to stop her, stretching out her hand but stopped. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at his room. Being in the privacy of his room, coupled with the fact that the rooms are soundproof, he was finally able to get everything out that was inside. He threw himself face down onto his bed, burying his face in his pillow. I did it. I did it. I could have done it. I told him I love him. I told him I like him. Like a little girl, she celebrated her personal triumph, kicking her feet with joy and smiling hugely. I'm officially entering the competition to win Argonaut Kun's heart. And even though I have doubts about whether I'll succeed, I won't give up. Tiona swore to the four winds, turning in her bed onto her back, staring at the ceiling of her room. I want to be happy by your side, Belle, he finished, hugging his pillow, closing his eyes and smiling. In the hallway of the Twilight Mansion. What just happened? The Hobbit asked, still surprised at having been ignored. I don't know, I'm aware that today was her date with Belle, but I expected a different reaction when I arrived, something more like, I had my date with Argonaut Kun. He did this, he took me to that place, things like that, Riveria answered, making a poor attempt to imitate the Amazon. Could it have gone wrong? Finn asked, offering the option of that possibility. She looked focused with her eyes shining, Ace reported. Maybe they were shiny because she wanted to cry. In that case we can't do anything. If she was rejected, we can only console her, the captain of the Loki family said, but was interrupted. It wasn't anything like that. Tyan shouted, banging on the entrance door to the headquarters. Huh? Said Finn, Riveria and Ace. It wasn't anything like that. How do you know? The High Elf asked. And why do you have blood running from your nose? Added the Sword Princess. The eldest of the Hiryut sisters ran her wrist across her nose to clear it before speaking. Let's just say I was coincidentally heading to some places, and I coincidentally always ran into them, Tyan answered, looking away and whistling a silly song. See, coincidentally, yes of course, Finn said. What happened then? Riveria asked. You won't believe me, but Tyan introduced, further arousing the interest of the three people. Fiona kissed him and said she loved him. And said she would fight for him. The older sister concluded with great joy as she blushed and jumped to celebrate her sister's achievement. The place was silent for a moment. When it seemed they were about to say something, they were interrupted. What did Tiona do? What? Asked Loki, who had heard everything. She was entering the mansion when Tyan screamed what her sister had done. She kissed him. She repeated, still euphoric about it. Wow, I have nothing to say, it's simply amazing, the Hobbit said, with his cheeks flushed and impressed by Tiona's courage. So she was direct. It doesn't surprise me coming from her, she has always been very impulsive, although I must admit that she did it in a short time, Riveria commented, in the same way as Finn. Loki began to scream angrily, he felt like one of his beloved daughters had been taken from him. I'm going to be the and why with the son of that damn shrimp? I mean, I know why, but why? Loki said, although the beginning of it was not understood by his family, divine language probably, that was the explanation they gave themselves. Calm down, Loki, you said yourself that you would give her that freedom, Finn said, trying to calm his goddess. Yes, but I didn't expect you to move your pieces so soon. My heart wasn't ready. The red-haired goddess complained, with tears in her closed eyes. Everyone was in tune with the conversation, everyone except a certain golden-haired girl, who couldn't get her words out, couldn't even blink, her eyes were wide open. He felt a huge pang in his heart, his eyes began to become crystalline, showing how much he wanted to cry. Fiona and Belle know why. It can't be, it must be a lie, Ace thought, making excuses and wondering why. This was noticed by the High Elf, who took her by the arm and entered her room with her in a quick movement, which left the rest surprised. We were a little insensitive, the Hobbit said, remembering Ace's situation with Belle. I don't like seeing her that way, but the truth hurts, and the truth is that Tiona moved her pieces, whether that determines whether she will succeed or not, nobody knows, Loki answered, calmer now. But didn't Ace practically reject him? Why feel that way? I love Ace very much, however, I will support my sister, Tyan said with a serious look. Nobody blames you for doing it, you're within your rights, Finn replied, patting him on the back. This apparently made the already upset Tyan emotional. Inside Ace's room, Riveria only saw her crying, something she hadn't done for a long time. It's not final yet, Ace, she kissed him. Continue with your plan, but you should know that there is a possibility that you won't succeed, keep that in mind, so that, in case that is the result, you can digest it better, Riveria advised, hugging her daughter and caressing her hair. It hurts, Riveria, it hurts me that this is happening, but it hurts me more knowing that it's my fault, Ace answered, letting her tears fall in torrents. I know, I can't tell you it's not like that, but we must live with our mistakes and move on, replied the High Elf. And so it was all night for her in contrast to Tiona, who remained happy. Chimney Mansion. What's going on? I was about to sleep, but I saw Welf hanging from a tree, and that scared me out of sleep, Bella asked, standing in the courtyard of the mansion. His friend was tied upside down and his hands and feet tied. Oh. Belle-sama. Nothing's wrong. It's just that Welf-sama didn't want to give us information on a topic of interest to Hestia-sama and me, so we had to resort to torture. Although Hestia-sama got fed up and went to sleep, I'll stay here until she spills the beans, Lily answered, with a whip in her hand. Welf was gagged, with a look of terror in his eyes. I understand, but please put him down, all the blood is going to his head, replied the white-haired man, untying the rope. When Welf finally had his feet on the ground, something caught the attention of the third. Hey, aren't those Makoto and Chigusa? The Redid asked, pointing to the entrance of the mansion, while rubbing his wrists from the rope burns. Where are they going at this hour? Bell wondered. Lily has a bad feeling, Bell-sama, Lily said. The three gave each other a quick glance. We must follow them, the trio said in unison. And so the night's investigation began, with no idea where it would lead them, much less what awaited them. Chapter 13. We must follow them, the trio said in unison. And so the night's investigation began, with no idea where it would lead them, much less what awaited them. Currently, both Bell, Lily and Welf jazzed Makoto and Chigusa from a distance so as not to be seen by them, and so it was for about 10 minutes of walking until they arrived at the place. This has to be a damn joke, Welf whispered, seeing the place before his eyes. Lily can't believe Makoto and Chigusa came to this place of their own free will, the small support expressed, perching behind Bell. Why are you reacting like this? Is this the place? The white-haired man asked, not understanding the attitude his companions took when they arrived together and saw the two girls enter. Bell-sama, don't you know what place this is? Lily asked, looking at his face. Am I supposed to know? Bell answered with another question. It's the pleasure district, Welf replied, pointing to a group of women so his friend could understand better. Belle's cheeks blushed deeply and her eyes widened as she noticed the girl's behavior and dress code. He wanted to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out of his mouth, moo if they were cut off as he tried to break through. Yes. It's a brothel. What the hell are Makoto and Chigusa doing in a damn brothel? The blacksmith asked himself, very confused. Whatever, even if it's a brothel, we must find them. We don't know the situation, and jumping to conclusions too soon would be a big mistake on our part, so let's go, Bell replied, starting to advance and entering the place where the desire and lust of the inhabitants of Arario are satisfied. Wait, Bell-sama. I'll go ahead, the hobbit interrupted, taking a step in front of the young man and looking around with a very unfriendly look. I think it's for the best, Bell is easy prey in this jungle full of predators, thought the Redid, standing behind his friend in single file. Why are you standing there, Welf? Bell asked. Prevention is better than cure, I don't want to be killed by them, Welf replied in the white-haired man's ear, alluding to the girls who were chasing the rabbit's tail. The owner of the Loki family, Hestia, Lilicuajo, Freya, sir, they are all very problematic girls. I have to prevent something bad from happening at all costs, otherwise, this will become a war zone, Welf said in his mind, trembling to the tips of his fingers and feeling a cold breeze on his neck and back. Now then. Let's go. Lily informed, pointing forward and starting to walk. All the gods, protect this innocent child from the clutches of lust, the blacksmith said in his mind as a prayer. Bell just tilted his head and looked at Welf's nervous face, apparently a bit confused. Inside the pleasure district. The line of researchers was watched by the hundreds of women at every corner, most of whose gaze was directed at the rookie of the moment, bellcranel, all of whom wanted a piece of the hero. I don't like how they see me, it feels like the gaze that watched me every day, Bell thought fearfully as he looked around to avoid making eye contact with any of the women. In the distance, a certain silver-haired goddess sneezed. But back to our protagonist. The image of this place hasn't changed. Nor has its smell, Welf said. Have you been here? The little girl asked angrily. My old classmates dragged me here. It wasn't my thing, and I left immediately, the Redid replied, not seeming to be lying. Hey, white-haired one. Looking for some fun? A woman asked as she got dangerously close to Bell. This isn't, the young man replied, clearly nervous about the woman's boldness. No. She's not looking for him. Lily and Welf responded in unison, blocking the prostitute's path with their hands. In the distance, Welf saw his two friends being surrounded by a group of men with questionable intentions. Damn. Let's go. Welf ran with Lily behind him. But they forgot who they were supposed to protect the most. It's time for service, said a second prostitute while waving a bell. People began to gather and the poor boy just watched as his classmates got further and further away. Lily. Welf. Bell shouted as he was hugged by the woman from earlier and dragged along by the crowd. With Lily and Welf. After a short chat, the men left without any problems. Thank you very much, but what are you doing here? Makoto asked her new family members. You were acting weird. We knew it was rude, but we followed you anyway, Lily replied with a serious face. I'm sorry, Makoto apologized. "It's not Makoto's fault," Chigusa interrupted. "Then explain it to us," Welf replied. "Why, you see," Makoto began to count. After a few minutes of explanation, both Lily and Welf understood the reason why they were both there. So they're coming to look for their friend, whom they haven't seen for a while because she disappeared. According to their sources, she's here, although you don't believe that's the case because she's of noble origin and it's unthinkable for them to be in the pleasure district, the blacksmith commented to himself while taking his chin. "Anyway, I don't think it's good to just come here like this. Let's get out of here and gather some information before we make any kind of move," the hobbit said, but what caught her attention was Welf looking everywhere, as if he was searching for something. "Where's Belle?" the Redeed asked with fear in his voice. Lily's gaze tightened. "Did Belle Dono come with you?" Makoto asked, since she wasn't with him at that moment. "It's all over," Welf thought, with a heavy aura on his body and a lost face. "With Belle?" "Ah." Belle screamed as he tried to escape from the sea of women who were approaching him with very less than innocent intentions. He ran away and screamed, a constant since he lost his companions. When he was finally able to get rid of them all, he stopped running, breathing heavily. "I'm lost, where do I go now?" the white-haired man asked himself, looking for the rest of his family. He began to walk slowly, looking only forward and ignoring the girls who tried to get closer to him. Suddenly, as he glanced at the small brothels, his gaze fell upon a beautiful woman. But, as quickly as their eyes met, they separated again. A fox woman? A Renard? The white-haired man thought, realizing the race to which that girl belonged. Author's note. Here comes the first change in the story. As he continued walking, his gaze lost, he bumped into someone. "I'm sorry. Are you okay?" Belle asked, apologizing for his mistake. "I haven't seen you before. You're very attractive. I'm Aisha. And you?" The Amazon replied with a seductive tone in her voice as she observed every detail of the young man's body. Belle just stood there, staring at her with a huge blush on his face. "Do you want to join me tonight?" Aisha asked as she brought her face dangerously close to the boy's. In a swift movement, the Amazon grabbed him tightly, preventing him from moving. This frightened Belle greatly. "No. I don't," the white-haired man said, very scared by the force the woman was exerting. He was level 3 and was being subdued by a prostitute. If the situation didn't seem to be getting any worse, several voices approached his position. "Aisha. It's the little rookie. The one from the war game against the Apollo family," alerted a girl who, like Aisha, was an Amazon, although she didn't come alone, along with her, 3 more arrived. "It's true. White hair and red eyes." Those were the comments the girls gave, confirming Belle's identity, who gulped. "The one who holds the record for leveling up the fastest," they all finished in unison with a threatening look, which made every fiber of our poor victim's body tremble. "I saw it first. They won't have it," Aisha said, squeezing Belle's body even tighter. Wait. I just came for some friends of mine." The white-haired man shouted, trying to get away, but his attempts were in vain. "Well, let's go," the Amazon said, pushing Belle, completely ignoring what he had said. "Wait. Please." The poor boy cried, but there was little or nothing he could do. At the Ishtar family seat. We found ourselves in a room with him sitting in an armchair, his body completely tense and his gaze expressing only terror and discomfort. "I'm afraid there are no rooms available, we'll have to wait until they become available," Aisha informed. "But we can start here if you want," he added. Belle remained silent and with his face downcast. Isn't this a bad thing to do?" "I'm from another family," the young man said, trying to reason with them. "That happens every night. Don't you know where the Amazons come from? We kidnap the men and have fun with them," one of them whispered in Belle's ear, making him even more uneasy. Suddenly the atmosphere became heavier and more hostile. "Will you come back tomorrow? Or until the next day? We'll squeeze every last drop out of you." All these phrases were said by the Amazons with an imposing expression, as if they were seeing a new prey with fresh meat. Will this be the end of bellcranel? The white-haired man thought fearfully, he didn't know how he was going to get out of this, or if he would even make it. But suddenly, large heavy footsteps echoed loudly in the hallway in front of them. "I smell a young man," a deep voice shouted. The doors swung open and the girls' bodies and skin tensed at this. After a few seconds, a large figure appeared. A very large fat woman looked in their direction. "Oh. It's the little rookie. I saw him in the war game. He's totally my type," the frog girl said, licking her lips. "Don't be ridiculous. It's our prey," Aisha said, standing in the way. "I'm bored. There's no man left worthy of me. At least I can prove it, right?" she replied. "Don't you know how many men you ruined by trying them?" one of Aisha's companions said angrily. The long argument between the two erupted, leading to shouting. Sooner or later, the rest of the Amazons in the room joined in. That woman is horrible. If I stay here I'll lose my innocence, Bell thought, opening his eyes completely and holding back his urge to vomit. Wait, they're not paying attention to me, this is my chance. He said to himself as he gathered his courage and slowly stood up even though they were trembling. Any noise he made would alert them and his entire escape plan would go down the drain. Little by little he made his way to one of the doors, alternating his gaze between them and his exit. When she was close enough, everyone fell silent. When Bell turned to look at them, he found them staring at him. Taking a deep, quick breath, he exclaimed the following. They won't take me alive. And so his escape began. The first one to catch him wins. Fryn declared, running after him just like the other girls. Run. 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 Bell repeated to himself while using all the strength he managed to gather to move faster. Hell, my virginity. I'm more afraid of being near that thing. The young man shouted, thinking about the frog girl. If I let myself get caught up in it I'll stop being myself. He concluded, continuing his career. As if he were a certain blue-haired boy who was adopted by a demon, he perfectly dodged any attempt to stop him. Reference. One of them stood in front of him but decided to crawl and skid across the ground to pass between the girl's legs. Already able to see the main hall of the family headquarters, he realized he was approximately on the 5th floor and he had no choice but to jump. A broken leg is preferable to bellcranel disappearing. He declared, throwing himself to the ground and landing on his feet, leaving his pursuers behind. Finally he could see the exit door and crashed into it, breaking it and going out into the street to continue running and getting lost in the crowd. He continued his escape across the brothel roofs. All the Amazons at the headquarters were alerted to the little competition or game they had created. Whoever caught the little rookie would be the first to eat him. He decided to go downstairs and hide in one of the brothels, but the girls got dangerously close to the place, leaving him with no choice but to go into one of the rooms for safety. That's where he found her. I was expecting you, sir, said the Renard from before, bowing. Bell was speechless at that. I'll be your companion for tonight. I'm Haraham, added the blonde, looking up. Not only that, she looked up, and making their eyes collide. Come with me, she said after a brief pause, taking the boy's hand and leading him to a small futon on the floor of the room. And no. Me. Wait, Bell said with difficulty but was pulled down, with the fox girl landing on top of him. Okay, leave everything to me, Haraham added, unbuttoning the sash of her kimono. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, continued the Renard, removing Bell's shirt a little, but something happened. Without knowing why, she had remained still. The claw, she said. Class? The white-haired man asked. The man's collarbone. The girl finished, falling back in a faint. Hello. Bell said, trying to wake her up. Some time later. After that small accident, both Haraham and Bell talked about the situation the latter was in and how it had all been a terrible mistake on both sides. I'm sorry. I thought you were a customer and ended up embarrassing myself, Renard apologized in a doggy's position. Don't worry, it was my fault for getting into this place. Bell did the same. At that moment, Renard asked him the reason for his visit to the brothel. She didn't understand what a person would do there if it wasn't to hire the services of one of the prostitutes. It was there that Bell began to recount what happened with Makoto and how he found himself separated from his group due to their carelessness and his own. Makoto? Haraham asked, apparently knowing that name. She decided to ignore the topic. It will be difficult to take you back, I will guide you to a shortcut at dawn, said Renard. No problem. The white-haired man answered. Not at all. I doubt we'll ever meet again, but I'd still like to be of service. In return, talk to me until it's time for you to leave, Haraham said, sitting down beside him and smiling sweetly. A simple conversation, nothing special, just recounting his reason for coming to the city and his hobbies, that was all Bell talked about. Haraham listened attentively, occasionally asking related questions, genuinely interested in what her companion had to say. It was then Renard's turn. She explained her difficult situation regarding what had happened to her family in the Far East, truly delighted and happy to describe the beauty of her home. Elle couldn't believe what her family had done to her, selling her to the Ishtar family for something as small as eating a small offering, even though it clearly seemed like she wasn't the one who did it. Suddenly, they touched on the topic. Bell was an expert on hero tales. But despite that, I always wanted to come to Arario. I knew about it from many of the books I read as a child, said the Renard happily. Dungeon oratoria? Bell asked. Yes. Or stories of knights from distant lands searching for the Grail in dungeons, he continued. The adventure of Golod. The white-haired man interrupted excitedly. She seemed excited by her companion's knowledge of stories. Do you like stories about heroes? The young man asked. Yes, I love them. Renard replied excitedly. And so the conversation continued between two lovers of stories of heroes who enjoyed reading about their exploits and achievements, the hours passing without them realizing it, immersed in what they love. Until she reached a part that brought nostalgia to the beautiful blonde. I wanted a hero to take me by the hand and lead me to the world I'd always wanted. But I knew it was just a dream. I have no right to be led anywhere, Haraham said, her tone sad, but she accepted the harsh reality. That's not true. A hero wouldn't abandon you. Belle replied. You are very kind, but I am not a beautiful princess nor a saint offered as a sacrifice. I am only a prostitute. Why would they want to save a dirty girl like me? The Renard finished, looking out the window and watching the leaves of the trees fall with the passing of the cold breeze. For a hero, a prostitute would be a symbol of destruction. When I understood that I was no longer pure, I lost all right to read stories of heroes, he concluded. Belle's heart felt crushed at that moment. He didn't know what to say, he didn't know what to do, so he kept silent. A few hours later. Haraham had arrived at Belle towards the exit of the pleasure district as she had promised the night before. Come on, hurry up, the girl said, pointing him where he should go. Haraham, I promise I'll rescue you, Belle said, without moving from his place. The Renard asked, not understanding what he was saying. I promise I'll come back for you, I promise to save you from your loneliness and sadness, I'll be the hero who will take you to the place you want, continued the white-haired man, looking into her eyes, those emerald eyes. Belle, it's not possible, prostitutes without the destruction of heroes. If you want to be one, please stay away from me, Haraham replied, returning to her sad attitude from before. I don't care. I can't be a hero if I know someone needs help and I don't do anything. Belle shouted, his heart in his hand and a facial expression that showed great determination. Those are very strong words coming from a child. A voice shouted in the distance. It was that Amazon from before Aisha. Without warning, it fell from one of the roofs and landed next to Haraham. Are you going to save her? Be her hero? No one believes you. Aisha complained, mocking Belle. I don't need you to believe me, I just have to do it, and when I promise something, Belle said as his lowered gaze began to rise until he was face to face with the Amazon and the Renard. I'll do it, he finished. A very great pressure was felt in the surroundings. Haraham, I will come back for you, no matter how much I have to face, I will. These words were directed with great determination towards the fox girl, who opened her eyes wide at this. Suddenly, Belle calmly turned around, leaving two girls surprised by those last words. I hope you keep your word, bellcranel, Aisha thought, as she escorted Haraham back. At the exit of the pleasure district. I must return to my headquarters, surely Lily and Welf must be worried about me, I hope they haven't spent the whole night looking for me, thought the young man, as he walked without looking. Boom. He had collided with something or someone. I'm sorry. I didn't look where I was going, Belle apologized, but he felt a very strong cold run down his back and up to his head. Argonaut-kun, replied the girl he had collided with, who was none other than Tiona Hilliard. Tiona? He asked, looking into her eyes. She took a quick look at the place where Belle had come from. When he recognized him, he felt a pang in his chest. Argonaut-kun, what were you doing there? The Amazon asked, pointing her trembling finger at the pleasure district. Tiona, it's not what you think, really it's not what you think, there's an explanation for all this, Belle apologized, but the words didn't seem to reach the girl. I'm asking what you were doing over there. Tiona shouted as small tears formed in her eyes. This surprised the white-haired man. He had never seen her that way. Realizing what she had just done, she started running away from Belle. No. Wait, Tiona. The young man said as he watched her hurry away. And so a new persecution began. Belle, who was trying to explain to Tiona what was happening, and the latter was imagining things that were not there. Love is a very strong feeling, but it can be disturbed by insecurity and a lack of confidence. For a girl new to this field, it's difficult to count on both, so, although it may seem strange, the reason for her anger disappointment makes sense. What was Argonaut-kun doing there? Why did he go to the pleasure district the same day I confessed to him? What does this mean? What the hell is going on? Why? The Amazon thought as tears sprang to her eyes, and her heart began to pound more and more from the acceleration of its beat, both from sadness and from the race she was taking. Wait, Tiona. Please wait. Belle shouted as he tried to catch up to her, a level 3 trying to match the speed of a level 6, it seemed almost impossible, but he had to do it. He couldn't leave things like that. Pushing himself forward with all the strength of his legs, he gradually closed the gap between them. I have to catch up with her, I have to tell her what happened, I don't want her to think badly, I don't want her to believe something that didn't happen, it makes sense that she imagines an infinite number of things, but I have to tell her the truth. I have to fix this misunderstanding because if I don't she will suffer. The young Belle told himself, increasing his punching speed with a slight blow in his legs that gave him more strength. The distances were getting shorter and shorter. Tiona didn't realize it because she just wanted to run until her legs couldn't take any more. Her heart felt betrayed, it felt broken. Just when he thought the worst, something happened. "Tiona!" Belle shouted, colliding with her. Clash. That was the sound of both bodies crashing to the ground. In a swift movement, Belle landed on top of her, bringing their faces at a dangerous distance. "Listen to me, please," the white-haired man asked, not caring about the situation and position they were in. "I don't want to hear it. You're evil, Argonaut-kun. I thought you were a hero. I thought you were a good person. But you didn't care about my feelings for you and you went to the pleasure district to satisfy yourself. Isn't that true?" The Amazon screamed with great hatred and sadness from the bottom of her being. Each of those words burned deep into Belle's soul. Even if that accusation wasn't true, being attacked by a person you love too much isn't easy to handle, but there was no time to worry about himself. "It's not what you think. That's not why I went," Belle replied in a loud voice. For the first time, he had yelled at a woman. That surprised Tiona, who looked at him directly and noticed something: he didn't seem to be lying. "I didn't go there to do that, seriously. It's not true that I wasn't interested in your feelings. I felt really happy that you feel that way for me, so much so that I couldn't stop imagining that scene at any time since we separated. I feel lucky that you love me that way," Belle said, with his cheeks flushed. He was embarrassed, but that didn't matter now. He had to fix the situation with Tiona. He didn't want that beautiful girl beneath him to go away. "Hey Argonaut-kun?" the Amazon asked, stunned by that confession. I don't know what to say to that. I just know that I'm starting to love you, Tiona." Tiona's heart beat faster at that last sentence. It wasn't a stretch to think it might burst out of her chest. "For that reason, I wouldn't do anything to hurt you, so will you allow me to explain what happened?" Belle asked, getting off of her and extending his hand to help her up. "Oh okay," Tiona answered, who was already calmer. A few minutes later. "And that's what happened. I only went to rescue a couple of friends who went to that place at night and I got lost," she finished her story. "You really didn't do anything?" Tiona asked again. "Seriously? I didn't do anything at all," Belle replied, blushing and a little irritated because this was the 12th time Tiona had asked him if he had done something like that. "It's okay, I believe you, sorry for reacting that way," the Amazon apologized, giving a small bow. "Don't worry, it makes sense that you thought that. I'm really sorry," replied the young man. "So, Belle, when will we rescue that girl?" Tiona asked, with a smile on her face. "Tiona," he named the girl. "So he's starting to love me too, I'm so happy," the Amazon thought, feeling her heart skip a beat. "She's an angel," was the only thing that came to Belle's mind when he saw her standing in front of him. And the Lady of Abundance. "How did Ishtar find out about Belle, Hermes?" Alma Sir asked with a terrifying face. Apparently, Hermes went to ask Mamma Mia for help regarding a matter. For some reason, Ishtar found out that Belle was in Freya's sights and she wanted to take him away because of the hatred she had for him. The god felt fear in his being when Sir asked him that question. "Did you have anything to do with it?" she insisted with the same face as before. "I had nothing to do with it. I swear to the gods," Hermes replied. And was the only thing that came out of the waitress. She turned around and headed to the kitchen. "You won't take my bunny away from me, damn Ishtar," she thought as a violet glow emanated from her eyes, which had great fury injected into them. Chapter 14. Belle and Tiona had fixed a misunderstanding about the pleasure district. Both were walking together back to Babel and then separated, and each of them returned to their headquarters. "By the way, it's very early. What were you doing outside your headquarters at this hour, Tiona?" Belle asked the girl next to him curiously. "What was I doing out there, damn? I was supposed to be in the dungeon with my family," Tiona recalled, clutching her head in despair. "They must be waiting for me. Sorry, Argonaut-kun. See you later," the Amazon added, running quickly toward the dungeon. "Goodbye, Tiona. See you later. Thank you so much for helping me. I'll let you know when we have something planned." The white-haired man said goodbye in the same way, waving his hand in the same way Tiona did when she ran and left him behind. "She's really a good girl," the young man said to himself, smiling as he watched her walk away. At the Hestia family headquarters. "Where the hell is Belle?" Hestia asked with great concern and anger, while Welf was gagged for having lost him. "Hestia-sama, I think Welf is losing his color," Mikoto said with concern. Her partner from her new family was hanging upside down with several ropes, which prevented him from moving his legs and arms. "I'm not interested. And you have no right to say anything. It's your fault my Belle went to the pleasure district," the little goddess replied, flames shooting out of her eyes. "I'm sorry," the girl apologized, doing a doggies. "Sorry for saying that, Mikoto, but I feel worried about Belle. He is too innocent and people can take advantage of that," Hestia replied. She had lost her calm for a moment. "Belle-sama, please, don't let anything bad happen to him," Lily prayed to all the gods. A few hours ago, Welf, Mikoto, and Lily had arrived at the fireplace mansion with worried faces, something Hestia noticed since she woke up in the early morning to drink some water, but her surprise was great when she saw no one in her rooms nor the repeat in the forge. After that, they told her the situation, however, the question of where is Bell was not long in coming from the little goddess. It was at that moment that things got tense, because, although no one knew exactly where he was, they knew exactly where he disappeared. When the words Pleasure District came out of Welf's mouth, who was the only one with the courage to answer Hestia, everything went black for the blacksmith, who received a tackle from the small goddess and hit his head on the edge of the table. Hours passed in which none of them slept because they were waiting at the mansion's main door, until finally the aforementioned man made an appearance. The door opened slowly and a lock of white hair was the first thing to peek out. Good morning, Bell said in a somewhat low tone of voice, more out of habit than because he knew there was someone waiting for him. Bell? Lily? And Hestia shouted in unison, throwing themselves at him and knocking him to the ground. Boom. Hey Kami-sama Lily, I can't breathe, the young adventurer swore harshly. Falling on his back knocked the air out of his lungs, and he also had the weight of two girls on his chest. Where the hell were you? What did you do in that place of perdition? The two asked while shaking Bell with great force, making him dizzy in the process. Welf cried with happiness from where he was tied up, the fact that he was there meant that they could finally bring him down. 5 minutes later. So nothing happened, Lily and Hestia whispered, although they didn't withdraw the terrifying gaze that was directed at Bell. Seriously, nothing happened at all. The Renard girl helped me get out of the Pleasure District and I only talked to her. Bell replied, his cheeks flushed. He was already uncomfortable with the repeated questions about whether he did that in that place, both his goddess and his partner, as well as Tiona, who kept insisting on it. Jealousy aside, something the young man mentioned sparked Mikoto's interest greatly. Bell don't know, did he say Renard? The girl asked, surprise on her face. Yes, Mikoto, I think her name was Haraham, Bell replied, but suddenly he remembered something important. Mikoto, she recognized your name, the white-haired man informed his partner. She was the reason why Chigusa and I went to the Pleasure District. Haraham and we were friends, but we haven't seen her for a long time after what happened with Mikoto answered until she was interrupted. With his parents and the offering, right? It was Bell who said it. Yes, did he tell you? The girl asked. The rest of the family, including Hestia, listened attentively, although they knew about the situation, they didn't expect her to be found so soon, that kind of rabbit Bell has seems to be very useful. We have to rescue her, she doesn't want to be there, I promise to save her, said the white-haired man, with great determination. So will Bell Dono help us rescue her? Mikoto asked with a hopeful face. We will help them, we are family now after all, Lily, Welf and Bell responded. And it better be soon, said a voice from one of the windows. Ah. Everyone inside the mansion screamed in terror at hearing a stranger. Damn it, Hermes. What the hell are you doing here? Hestia asked while grabbing her chest with both hands, she felt her heart jump out of her chest from the fright. I'm sorry, but I have something very important to tell you if you plan to save the Renard girl, Hermes informed, entering through the window itself. Behind him arrived Asfi. What do you mean there's something we should know, Hermes-sama? How does he know about Haraham Dono? Mikoto asked, deeply impressed. Ishtar doesn't plan anything good for her, Hermes said with a serious face, very rare for him. Flashback. We are at the Ishtar family headquarters, in a large room that apparently belonged to the goddess. I brought it, I promised, Hermes said, handing a small jet-colored box to Ishtar. I'm sure you know it, but no one can find out about this, the goddess said while smoking her pipe. I know, I will not betray your trust, although I must admit that I am intrigued by what use you will give to this, not just anyone asks for a killer stone, said the god with a grim smile. Who gave you the right to observe? He asked. I have to check what I put into Aurario, you know. You never know when one of my clients might ask me for something dangerous, although of course, this is the case as well, Hermes replied, relaxing a little and resting his back on the chair. Ishtar slowly stood up and turned her gaze toward the large window of her room. You're about to see something incredible. Something that will make that self-proclaimed queen crawl, Ishtar replied, fixing her eyes on the top of the Tower of Babel. Goddesses are scary, although, if you wanted to make Freya suffer there are other ways, the god informed, sighing slightly. Take the bait, Ishtar, he thought. Do you have any information that would please me? Does he have any weaknesses? The goddess asked. I said it as a supposition, not because I have any other idea of how to do it. If that were the case, I would have told you by now. I can't lie in front of a goddess of beauty, Hermes replied. Suddenly and without warning, Ishtar's pipe and costume fell to the ground. What the hell is going on here? Hermes wondered as a bad feeling grew inside him. She began to get dangerously close. Wait, this wasn't supposed to turn out like this, I would have told him, but making a profit didn't sound bad. What does he plan to do to me? He thought again, feeling a dawning terror at what was about to happen. A quickie later. We find Hermes lying in a bed, crying profusely and covering his entire body, while Ishtar sits on the floor smoking and thinking. Bellcranel, huh? I have no idea why that woman is obsessed with that child, but if she wants him, I'm going to steal him from her. Ishtar finished her internal dialogue with a determined and terrifying look that would make anyone tremble. This wasn't supposed to happen like this, my poor little cock, I'm going to get an infection, Hermes said to himself as the tears continued to flow. End of flashback. And that's what happened. Ishtar wants to hunt you down, Belle, just because of her obsession with surpassing Freya. I'm sorry for having told her everything, but you can't lie to a goddess of beauty. Hermes finished his story, feeling the trauma return to his memories. Everyone in the room was really blushing at the last thing, they didn't know what to say or how to continue the conversation. Hermes I think that last part was unnecessary, Welf expressed, being the only one with the courage to speak after that. If I didn't tell them exactly what happened, they'd think I was a loudmouth. I had no choice. I'm a victim in all of this. The god claimed with fury and indignation, but tears were beginning to flow again. Let's put that aside. What does all this have to do with the Renard? Hestia asked, trying to divert attention from that awkward matter. Simple, I don't expect you to know what a killer stone is for, so I'll summarize it as much as I can, Hermes commented. The killing stone can house a person's soul after being killed and use it as raw power just by having it, but there is a tiny detail, it only works with the Renard, the god added, sending a great shiver down the spines of those present. So you're planning to kill Harahim? Why? Mikoto asked with difficulty while hyperventilating. The Renard have a special magic, I don't expect them to know it, but it's supposed to allow people to level up momentarily. If you ask me, it makes sense considering what Ishtar is planning, Hermes answered the Oriental's doubt. The terror inside everyone didn't diminish, they were truly scared by that fact, especially Belle and Mikoto, who were closest to her. We have to save her now. Belle said, trying to go at that moment but was stopped by Welf. Wait. Are you aware of what you're about to do? The Ishtar family has several very strong members, level 4s and one level 5, I know we must save that girl, but don't forget the danger that would entail. We were already involved in a war game with the Apollo family, but against the Ishtar family, it's a bigger issue, explained the Redeed, bringing his friend's spirits down. But the young man excused himself. I'm sorry to say it, but Welf is right. It's not easy, everything is uphill. However, there is a possibility, but we would have to move tonight, Hermes said. Why tonight? Mikoto asked. According to my sources, the ritual will be performed tonight, the god finished, making everyone's muscles tense in the room. We don't have time, we don't have the strength, what the hell can we do? Belle wondered with great frustration. Screw it, I'll go save her tonight, we have to make a plan as quickly as possible, the boy concluded decisively, ignoring the dangers that such a decision would entail. It's a suicidal adventure if something goes wrong, but honestly that's how all our adventures are, so I'm in, Welf said, entering the game. Lily thinks it's very dangerous, though I'll follow Belle-sama wherever he goes, Lily said, agreeing with the blacksmith. I said the white-haired man, surprised by the support of his teammates. The Take Mikazuchi family and I will be the same. Mikoto declared, excited to see the support she had. I see that you will not follow reason, then I also agree, Hermes, we will need your help. Will you lend it to us? Hestia asked the traveling god. Of course. As I said that time in Riviera, I'm a big fan of Belle, I want to see him complete this seemingly impossible feat, Hermes replied, standing up from his seat and looking at the young man. We all expect great things from you, Belle, the god thought, ending his internal dialogue. I'm sorry Tiona, if you don't make it back from the dungeon before nightfall, I'll be going with my family and the reinforcements we have, but I really hope you can be here, Belle said to himself, remembering Tiona's words about helping him rescue Harahim. Tower of Babel. From the top floor of the tower, on her throne, with a glass of wine in her hand, stood the goddess Freya looking directly at the pleasure district. On her face was an expression very unfamiliar to her, an expression of fury. Otter, get everything ready for tonight, we'll go pay Ishtar a little visit, the goddess asked the captain of her family, calmly, although she couldn't be further from her thoughts at that moment. As you command, Freya-sama Bose replied, walking out of the room, heading towards Folkvinger to inform the entire family about the attack they would make. Already in the solitude of her room, only a small whisper came from Freya's lips. You won't take my rabbit away from me. I'll destroy you and everything you've built. In the dungeon. Aisha, along with Phryne and Harahim, were waiting for a certain white-haired young man. Her goddess's request was simple. Capture him and bring him before her. She gave no reasons, no other instructions, just that. The minutes passed, turning into hours, but the person they were looking for did not appear. What the hell is going on? Is the rabbit not working today? Aisha asked, already desperate from waiting so long. I'm getting desperate, but at least this is better than having to prepare the whole ritual to kill that brat, the toad woman said calmly, while finishing off several of the approaching monsters. This comment seemed to anger Aisha, who could only hold tightly to the large backpack that Haraham was carrying. Yes, Renard was with them, in case things got complicated when capturing the rabbit. It's getting dark, it would be better to return to the pleasure district, Aisha suggested, moving away from her position and returning. Wait, isn't that the Loki family? Fryn asked as she observed several of the girls from this family. Yeah. So what? The Amazon asked. They will be the next after the Freya family falls, ha ha ha, the toad woman laughed unpleasantly. A chill ran down the spine of a certain young Amazon, causing her to instinctively turn around. That's where, out of the corner of his eye, he managed to notice a small box backpack for a split second. When I closed my eyes and opened them again, it was gone. That was weird, I swear I heard a disgusting, nasty laugh just now, Tiona said to herself without looking away. Hey Tiona. We have to get back. You're still late for our day in the dungeon, and now you're holding us up, Tyan said, getting her sister's attention. I'm sorry. I'm coming. The Amazon replied, running toward her family. When he arrived, his sister asked him something. By the way, what made you late? After that, Tiona's cheeks blushed deeply. I don't know how to answer to that, I only know that I'm starting to love you, Tiona, that was the memory that came to the girl's mind after her sister's question. Oh, does it have to do with Argo now, Takun? Tyan asked that question. Her sister's reaction was immediate, so she knew that was what it was about. The big smile that represented danger was drawn on Tyan's face. Come on, tell me. He insisted, but Tiona remained silent. I can't tell him, I ran into him outside the pleasure district. He'll see me as scum. Besides, if I defend him, he'll think I was brainwashed with lies. I have to think of something, he said to himself as he tried to create a believable alibi. I ran into him before arriving at the dungeon. We had a little talk, and Tiona said, but was interrupted by the vice captain of her family. Don't stay back talking. Riveria demanded, with Ace and Lafia at her side. Let's go. So Tiona, what did he say to you? He insisted. Tiona stepped back a bit, stood in front of her sister and said the following. He said he's starting to love me. A beautiful smile appeared on her face after saying and remembering that. Her sister's gaze was that of someone who had not expected a bomb of such caliber. Before she could even say anything, Tiona ran off to where the rest of her family was, leaving her sister behind. That's my little sister. Tyan celebrated in her mind, thus avoiding revealing what happened. This was more of a favor to Ace, who still has mixed feelings about Belle. I must hurry to talk to Argonaut-kun. I want to know if he already has a plan to rescue that girl, Tiona thought, quickening her pace. Entrance to the pleasure district, 1 hour later. We met the group that would assist in the rescue of Renard. It consisted of Belle, Welf, Lily, Mikoto, Auka, Chigusa, and some members of the Hermes family, not counting Asfi, who was lying next to her god. So the plan is this, first we must make sure that Haraham is not where Belle saw her. Belle, you take care of that, Lily explained, giving the roles they would play. Okay, I'm going, the white-haired man replied, retreating at full speed. Second, we need to find out where the ritual with that thing will be performed, in case Belle doesn't find Haraham. Members of the Hermes family, I entrust you with that, you can watch from the roofs of the pleasure district, your god insisted on keeping you safe, and that is the only thing I can ask of you, thanks to that, continued the hobbit. They just nodded and went to their seats. The rest of us, we must arrive at the entrance to Ishtar's headquarters in a discreet manner, we must not attract attention, which is why we will separate, avoid crowds, they would only slow us down, Lily concluded, assigning the last role. And so, the rescue began. We'll save you, Haraham, Mikoto thought, as she pulled away. Brothel room, place where Haraham and Belle met. Slowly and carefully, Belle slipped into that room, trying to avoid being seen by any of the Amazons. It seems there is someone inside, he said to himself, feeling the presence of a person in the room. Don't be too confident, it could be someone else or a trap. Ishtar loves you, and this could be part of her plan, he thought, gripping his daggers tightly. He slowly opened the door and saw no one. What happened? I swear someone was here, he said in surprise. And there is, boy, a voice answered behind him. Suddenly, a strong blow was thrown to his face, knocking him several meters away. When he recovered, there he could see it, it was Aisha. I'm honestly surprised that you came, I thought you wouldn't come back, said the Amazon, approaching while snapping her fingers. I said it, didn't I? I said I'd rescue her, and that's why I'm here. Besides, you guys would have come for me, even if I tried to avoid the pleasure district, the white-haired man replied, standing up and sharpening his gaze. Oh, I see that god is truly a loose mouth, so I have no choice but to stop you here, and now, it's nothing personal, my goddess's wishes, Aisha expressed, launching herself to attack Belle. The first attack was quickly dodged by the boy, who lashed out with a quick slash of his dagger at the Amazon's face. Slash. Aisha looked surprised at this and stepped back a few meters. I said it, I came to rescue her, I won't be nice, she needs help, Bell continued, with a seriousness that was unusual for him. Aisha was extremely surprised by this, but she was excited all the same. Your words are a strong aphrodisiac for an Amazon like me, but unfortunately this is as far as you go, Aisha said, taking out her padao. Now the real battle begins, she added, ready to attack the boy. Ah! They both shouted, prepared to receive the respective impacts. Plang. 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 Bell deflected the Padao's attacks by pushing her aside with his daggers. Aisha's level 4 was present in a clear advantage of strength and speed, but still Bell would not give up. The young man, after deflecting the Padao's attack again, got close enough to Aisha, and a word came from his lips. The hell with discretion, he thought. Firebolt. He shouted, and a red ray began to form from his palm, which shot out at high speed towards Aisha's body. Puo. The loud bang ripped through the room where the fight was taking place, alerting the people, and more importantly, a certain goddess who was at the gates of the pleasure district. On the streets, Bell and Aisha came face to face, however a girl appeared. Argonaut-kun. They shouted from a distance. It was Tiona, who recognized Bell's magic and arrived at his position. Tiona. How did you know? The white-haired man asked, surprised by the Amazon's presence. Your goddess told me everything, I came to help, Tiona quickly answered, pointing her urga in the direction of Aisha, who was still stunned by the magical blow. So even the Loki family is coming tonight, I hope you're ready for what's coming to you, Aisha threatened, standing up. You're wrong, it's not Loki's family, it's just me, so my family and goddess have nothing to do with this, besides I think she has bigger problems, Tiona informed, watching as the entire pleasure district began to be destroyed. What is all this? The Amazon asked, terror in her eyes. Argonaut-kun, I'll take care of her, there's a girl to save. Remember? Tiona said to Bell. You're right, thank you very much. I promise I'll save her. Good luck. Bell said, speeding away toward the Ishtar family headquarters. Upstairs, kid. Aisha announced, surprising both of them. They asked. This went to hell since the Freya family and this girl found out, or rather, since Hermes revealed the whole plan, it won't be long before the Ganesha family arrives too, so save Herahim, the Amazon added. But you, Loki's girl, you will fight with me, I won't say no to a battle, so come for me. He finished, going directly to Tiona. You heard me, Argonaut-kun. See you when this is all over. Tiona concluded, giving him a quick glance. And in this way, one of the greatest threats to the Ishtar family was stopped. But Bell still had to face several Amazons and more importantly, a nasty toad woman. Wait for me, Herahim, I'm on my way. Seed of the Ishtar family. What the hell are you waiting for? Defeat that damn girl. Phryne shouted angrily at her fellow family member. I think it was Samira, I don't remember exactly. The one fighting with her was none other than Makoto, who, by chance, found the location where the ritual would be performed, but she didn't have time to warn the rest, so she moved quickly to do what she could and buy time. The Amazon was hitting Makoto, who seemed very hurt. Herahim on the other hand, was crying, she didn't know what to do, the ritual had already begun, and there was no way her friend could fight them all alone. I will protect my friend at all costs, Makoto said, standing up again. His last breath was being taken and his life was slipping away. Goodbye, said the Amazon, ready to end her life. Makoto. Herahim screamed, crying even harder and trying to get out of her chains. The white glow shone from below them, causing them to instinctively look in that direction. Firebollt. Magic. Was used. Puo. A strong explosion made the ground shake and crack it, now later destroying it, causing those who were there to fall, due to the inertia of gravity. No one will die, I will save Herahim, Bell said, puffing out his chest and looking at the Amazons, who were surprised by the destruction that enchantless magic had caused. Don't make me laugh. There's a difference of 2 levels between us. I'll use you as a toothpick, said Phryne, standing up, her gaze filled with fury. You know what? Screw the level difference. I'll save Herahim, even if Albert Waldstein himself stands in front of me to stop me. Bell shouted with great determination, tightening his grip on his daggers. Bell, why? Why did you come back? Why are you coming to save me? Herahim shouted, she didn't understand why someone she had just met would do so much for her. Because that's what heroes do. Because I couldn't leave someone crying out for help. Screw this whole hero thing. I'll save you right here, right now. The white-haired man replied with great conviction. A strong glow began to cover his arm and his entire body. Come for my horrid toad. Bell said, warning Phryne that the battle has begun. Damn you. The captain of the Ishtar family said angrily, launching herself at him. Ah. Bell did the same, with a single blow he would end all this, a level 5 defeated by a blow from a level 3, sounds crazy, right? The great crimson fire ignited Hestia's dagger as it approached Phryne's sword. The Amazon's gaze was expectant at this, they did not understand the function of the aura that surrounded Bell's body. Baraham, I won't let you cry again, I won't let someone decide your future again, I'll give you it tomorrow. Now. Bell shouted. Argavesta. As he shouted it, a great sea of flames spread across the blade of the weapon, and what no one expected happened. Slash. Phryne's axe was sliced, but the dagger did not stop there. A large amount of blood began to flow from Phryne's body. His arm had been severed. Ah. A roar of pain came from her, clutching her stump out of instinct. Although there was something that seemed strange. The brilliance of the Argonaut skill had not yet completely faded. That's not all, Bell whispered. Firebolt. He finished with his magic, launching a large scarlet ray with the remains of Argonaut particles that remained in his hand. Wait, the Toad Woman couldn't finish because the flames touched her body. Ooh. The blast resounded with great force, the lightning struck Phryne, throwing her from the height of the great tower and disappearing into the distance. I didn't think it would work splitting Argonaut's load between two arms, it was a risky idea, I don't think I killed her, or at least I hope so, Bell whispered, taking a breath and falling to his knees from exhaustion. The rest of the Amazons watched the boy's figure in terror, but he quickly recovered. Who's next? The white-haired man asked, with a challenging look. Nobody moved a muscle, fear prevented them. The Kodo, who was slowly getting up, was helped by Welf and Lily. It seems discretion isn't a word you and Bell know, right? Lily said, giving the girl a passion. We have to rescue Haraham, get her out of there, Makoto said with difficulty. Go with Lilicuajo, Bell and I will stop the Amazons, Welf suggested, unsheathing his magic sword and running towards where Bell was. You need help, I see. Better now than never. They both stood facing the few remaining Amazons. The Freya family made their move, we don't know how they found out, but the entire pleasure district is being destroyed, Welf reported. It can't be Freya, no, don't do something stupid. Bell thought, trying to look for that goddess, and that's where he found something that terrified him. These with Ishtar, he whispered. The blacksmith managed to say. These with Ishtar? Demons. Welf. I'm leaving him to you. The white-haired man shouted, running to where both goddesses were, leaving his companion alone. This just got horribly complicated for me, Welf said, gripping his sword in fear. Although suddenly. I'll help you, said a hoarse and imposing voice. Turning around, he saw him, it was the King Otter, of the Freya family. He's the captain of the Freya family, the girl said in terror. Crazy things have happened to me throughout my life, but having Otter fight alongside me surpasses them all, Welf thought. Atop the Ishtar family seat. The goddess Ishtar was running to the top of her headquarters, fleeing from Freya, who had a look of anger and was approaching dangerously. Are you doing all this for a damn child? Ishtar shouted without slowing down her pace. He is not just any child, he is my beloved Otter, and whoever even attempts to attack him will die, Freya answered. Your Otter? What the hell are you talking about? The goddess questioned. I don't need you to understand, Freya commented. Unfortunately for Ishtar, the path had ended. There was nowhere left to run. I just need you to disappear, the goddess of the most powerful family in Arario finished, ready to throw her from that great height. Freya. A voice shouted behind them. Elle? The aforementioned woman asked, looking at the boy she loved so much in front of her. Freya, don't do it, said the young man, taking a breath little by little, since the mental exhaustion and the race he did to get to that place was no less. What do you mean by that? Freya asked with a frown. Don't lower yourself to that, let the Ganesha family take care of her, don't act as judge, jury and executioner, continued the white-haired man. She tried to take something I wanted from me, and she also tried to use that artifact against my family. Give me one reason why I should let her live, she replied, without taking her eyes off Ishtar. Because I know you're better than this, Bell said, beginning his speech. The evangelizing jutsu has begun. Because you don't have to, I understand that anger can cloud our minds and bring out the worst in us, however we must do things correctly. Don't get your hands dirty, please. At that moment, Bell extended his hand. Take my hand, I will guide you on the right path. You don't have to do this. Be what you truly want to be. There's no reason why you have to pretend to be that imperturbable goddess who crushes everything that gets in her way. You're more than that. And I know because I saw it with my own eyes in this short time that I was able to know you. I know, sweet Freya. To the Joker. To the tender one. Who loves to bother me. I love that, Freya. The goddess's heart pounded at that last bit, as if it were about to burst out of her chest. Take my hand. I will be the one to guide you. Together we will do things right. When you feel like you don't know what to do. I will be by your side and support you. When you need help. I'll give it to you. When you can't believe in yourself, I will be the one who believes in you. If you feel like you're losing control of your emotions, I will do everything possible to remind you of your true self and thus recover it. Freya was shocked, her cheeks actually flushed. For the first time in a long time she wasn't sure what she was doing or what the outcome would be when she made a decision. I'll take care of you, Freya. Let's achieve together that freedom you so desire. We just have to take this first step. Let's walk together to that bright and glorious future. Belle concluded, smiling sweetly at her. And that was the last thing Freya's heart needed. The words she'd longed to hear, spoken by the person she'd been waiting for. At that moment, she threw herself at him. Okay, I will take your hand, I will walk by your side, but please keep your promise, don't abandon me, said the goddess, crying slightly and burying her face in Belle's shoulder. That's right, Freya, I'll do it, I promise you, replied the white-haired man, reciprocating the hug and caressing the goddess's hair. Let's go, the young man added, carrying Freya to leave that place. By the way, Ishtar, Belle's call was directed at the goddess, stopping her advance in her tracks. Arahem is not an object, she will do what she wants, therefore, she no longer belongs to you, said the boy. If you try anything against Freya or her again, he added in a threatening tone. I'll be back, he finished. At that time, Shakti from the Ganesha family and several other adventurers were beginning to arrive. But the Freya family? Otter, Freya said, approaching her captain. Next to her was the boy who had caught her attention so much. Yes, Freya-sama? Asked Bose. Let's retreat, this is over, the goddess ordered. Sooner or later, the adventurers began to leave. Freya. The goddess was named. She turned to Belle. See you at our next meeting. I haven't forgotten you, the white-haired man said, bidding her farewell and leaving with his family. He left behind the most beautiful goddess, like a girl in love, holding her chest and with her cheeks flushed. I wasn't wrong, yes, you're him, he whispered, while smiling. In the distance, Otter saw that young man running. You're more than I expected, bellcranel, she looks happier, make sure that never changes, or you will regret it, thought Bose, turning around and disappearing into the shadows along with the rest of the family. But the Hestia family. It's all over, Haraham Makoto said, while hugging her friend. Thank you very much, was the only thing that came out of the Renard's mouth, who was drowned in tears. I see we achieved our goal, although with some extra help, Belle commented as he approached. Belle. Thank you very much. The Renard thanked, hugging the white-haired man. We saved you, like I promised, Belle said, stroking the Renard's hair. They separated and Haraham met up with Chigusa, who was also her friend. Argonaut-kun. Tiona shouted, tackling the young man. Tiona, my whole body hurts, Belle said, feeling his muscles want to explode from all the tiredness. We did it. We saved her. We're heroes. The Amazon celebrated, picking up the boy and hugging him. Yes, we were heroes, thank you very much, Tiona, I owe you one again, the young man said. Don't worry about that, I would help you whenever necessary, after all, I fell in love with you, revealed the Amazon, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. I feel like I should run away, Welf whispered, slowly walking away. Strategic retreat was the only thing that crossed his mind. Huh? Argonaut-kun? The girl asked, but Belle was lying unconscious from exhaustion. I could stay awake, but it's the only thing I could think of to avoid everything that comes after this. I'll play dead, like the possums, the young man thought, closing his eyes and deactivating all his non-vital functions. The day we didn't just save Haraham, I also managed to save you, Freya-sama, he finished before everything went dark. Chapter 15. I'll take care of you, Freya. Let's achieve together that freedom you so desire. We just have to take this first step. Let's walk together to that bright and glorious future. Belle concluded, smiling sweetly at her. Present. That scene played out hundreds of times in Freya's mind as she was escorted to the Tower of Babel by her family's captain after the attack on the Pleasure District, specifically the goddess Ishtar. The rest of the family had returned to Folkvangr after the intervention. Her cheeks were still flushed a deep red and her heart was beating fast as she remembered Belle's words and the way he came for her before she committed the murder of a god. Immersed in her thoughts, walking with a lost gaze and a smile full of joy and happiness, she was interrupted, taking her out of her bubble. Is everything okay, Freya-sama? Otter asked stoically and with his characteristic deep tone of voice. Huh? Why yes, everything is fine, Otter. Why are you asking? The goddess answered nervously with a small nervous giggle. This surprised Bose. Freya normally maintained an imperturbable and unattainable image, both within her family and for mere mortals or citizens who had the good fortune to see her on occasion. Regaining his composure after witnessing such a scene, he replied. Okay, we're here, Freya-sama, Otter reported, pointing to the entrance door of his goddess's room. Huh? When did we get there? I didn't realize, she asked herself, not realizing how much time they had traveled since they left the Pleasure District. Otter noticed this and, as it was the first time he saw his goddess in such a distracted way, he couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems that he hasn't stopped thinking about his bunny, Freya-sama said the bows, emphasizing the nickname that Freya had given to that boy with white hair and red eyes. At this comment, Freya became nervous again and tried to excuse herself while looking around in a poor attempt to divert the topic. A small chuckle from Otter was heard by her. "Don't mock me," the goddess demanded, pouting her flushed cheeks. Seeing this, the captain of the Freya family became nervous, not because it was a scolding, which it didn't seem like at all, but because he found the way his goddess behaved like a little girl adorable. My apologies, Freya-sama, I'm leaving so you can rest," said the bows, saying goodbye to his goddess. She only waved goodbye without saying a word, not because she didn't want to, but because she replayed that scene in her mind like a movie and was left speechless again, blushing deeply for the millionth time. After a few seconds of fantasizing, she entered a room where she was greeted by her assistant. "Welcome, Freya-sama," Helen said in a kind manner towards his goddess. "Good evening, Helen, thank you very much for the welcome," Freya replied as she walked towards her gazebo to sit on her throne. After a few seconds of deep thought, his gaze fixed on the city of Aurario, he stood up. And in that moment, she transformed into the person that both she and Helen, her assistant, knew perfectly well: the facade, the adopted identity that Freya used to have a small taste of freedom, to be able to escape from her tower, and thus momentarily achieve her dream. In front of the city of Aurario, in the guise of Sir, he saw his reflection in a mirror in the distance. Meanwhile, Helen watched her from a distance, wondering what was happening. Helen, the goddess disguised as a waitress, called to the girl. She approached his side sooner rather than later. "Is something wrong, Freya-sama?" he asked. "Could it be possible that it is no longer necessary to continue as Sir to make Belle fall in love with her?" Freya asked the question, without taking her eyes off the mirror. That question had been bothering the goddess ever since she began meeting with Belle without needing to hide in that form. She no longer needed to adopt the appearance of the waitress from the Lady of Plenty to be close to him, and although she felt happy, she was also somewhat afraid that she might make a mistake. Even though they called her performance as Sir a facade, the truth was that it couldn't be categorized as such. Sir's form was more than that. Sir's form is her true self. Talon, hearing what his goddess asked him, was thinking about what he could answer. It was not a question that has a correct answer, after all, she only asked for his opinion. "I think that Belle can easily love both, for the moment, in my opinion. His feelings for Sir are not exactly the same for you, Freya. I think that in his true form, he is falling in love with you, although, love is a very unpredictable feeling to only take one opinion as a parameter, so I apologize in case I cannot answer your question satisfactorily," Helen answered, bowing slightly in apology, thinking that his opinion may not be enough for his goddess. "Don't worry, Helen, it's something that even I don't understand. I don't know if I want him to love me as Sir or as I really am, but one thing is certain: I want him to love me," Freya said, with a blush on her cheeks, returning to her true form. "It will be, I'm sure, Freya-sama. By the way, if it's not a bother, could you tell me what happened with him tonight? Because of our connection I feel very happy, and I would like to know the reason," asked the goddess's assistant, with her cheeks blushed and slightly averting her eyes. Freya was surprised by the question, though she couldn't deny that she really wanted to talk to someone about what had happened. A girl talk. "Why, you see," Freya said, beginning to tell what happened. And at that moment, as if they were two teenagers in love, the conversation began. Belle's arrival to where she and Ishtar were, that place where he was about to eliminate that goddess from the face of the earth. "He looked like a hero. My heart beat so fast just seeing him there and speaking to me by name," Freya happily remembered, getting excited with the passage of his words. Helen listened with great impression at Belle's courage. After some comments about their feelings, they reached the climax of the story. The brave rabbit's declaration. Her favorite part that he kept replaying in his mind ever since it happened. "I know, sweet Freya. To the joker. To the tender one. Who loves to bother me. I adore that Freya. He told me all those beautiful words and asked me to hold his hand," she said with great emotion, while cupping his cheeks. "Although then I threw myself at him even though he only asked me to hold his hand. My mistake, teehee," Freya added, winking and sticking out her tongue, as if she had done it with the full intention of being wrapped in the arms of the man she loves. Helen looked at him in surprise. She knew how daring her goddess was, but for someone like Helen, who had no experience in love, it was something quite incredible. "However, it was worth it. He carried me like a princess up all the steps until we reached the ground," added the goddess, shaking her head with her hands on her cheeks. Author's note. Imagine you are Freya in her goddess form. "Now I understand better why we feel this way. I'm glad to know that everything is going well, Freya-sama. It's a pleasure to see you so happy," Helen expressed, smiling sweetly at her. "Yes, never in all the years I've been alive have I felt this way, although I wonder how does he feel right now," Freya answered, looking in the direction of the fireplace mansion, home to the Hestia family and their bunny. "Chimney mansion. Where do I leave Argonaut-kun? In his room?" Tiona asked, carrying Belle as if they were a prince and princess, although with the roles reversed. No way. Lily and Hestia shouted in a harsh manner, dismissing that suggestion. Why? The Amazon asked, a little confused. It seemed like her illusion had been shattered. We won't let the competition into Belle's room. The little support and the little goddess shouted in unison. But Argonaut-kun already said that he's starting to love me. Tiona said in response to the two girls' claim. What? Everyone in the place shouted. Belle, who this time had fainted, was still in the Amazon's arms. Tee-hee, Tiona said, smiling at it. So where is Belle's room? He insisted mockingly. Background to the right, Welf answered, who was the only one who managed to regain his speech. Tiona led him to her room while the rest of the family remained motionless in the mansion's living room. I'm happy for Belle, but damn it, she didn't have to yell it in front of the competition, the blacksmith thought, slowly retreating to his room. He didn't want to be a witness or a victim of what would happen when they regained their composure. In Belle's room. Tiona slowly laid Belle down on his bed, careful to ensure he didn't hurt himself or wake up, although it was unlikely given how tired he was. As she watched him sleeping peacefully, her mind wandered. Argonaut-kun, I don't know if I started falling in love with you since the Apollo family party or since that time you fought the Minotaur. I love seeing your smiling face, I love seeing you striving to achieve your goals, I want to be with you to share our happiness, I hope that the love you feel for me at this moment only grows, Tiona thought, playing with Belle's hair and caressing his cheek. I love you, Belle, he finished, giving her a kiss on the lips. She stood up and headed for the door. See you later, Argonaut-kun, said the Amazon, watching him from a distance as she slowly left. In the living room of the mansion. Hello? Argonaut-kun is already in his bed. I'm going to my headquarters, Loki must be wondering where I am. The Amazon said to those present, saying goodbye effusively before closing the main door and leaving for the Twilight Mansion. She said Belle confessed that he has feelings for her, right? Did I hear that right? Hestia asked her family. Why yes, Hestia-sama, they answered at the same time, including Harahim. What is it about Loki's girls that makes Belle fall in love with them? I don't understand, the little goddess questioned. If Belle Dono feels love for another girl, our duty is to support him. I know it's difficult, but he deserves to be happy with whoever he wants. Don't you think the same? Mikoto expressed, trying to convince the girls that they feel something for the white-haired man. Belle-sama rescued me. I owe him my life, so, if he's happy, I'll be even more so. Harahim was the first to give her opinion. It's the same case for me, I can't continue being selfish and lying to myself. Belle-sama will never see me that way, Lily said, crying at the harsh truth. Only Hestia was missing, who didn't know what to say. Until finally he began to speak. Belle made it clear to me from the beginning that he didn't see me that way. I have to respect his decision after all. I'll never stop being his goddess, nor will I stop loving him, even if it's as a mother. I prefer that to preventing his happiness because of my selfishness, was Hestia's thought and feeling. Tears were springing from her eyes, however, she had to accept that Belle would never love her the way she wanted. This is not the end, we can still live together, more like friends, more like a family, Welf said from a distance. Everyone agreed with the deed. Twilight Mansion. Where the hell were you all morning, Tiona? Loki shouted, shaking his daughter. I was with Argonaut-kun, on an adventure, said the youngest of the Amazon sisters, feeling herself getting dizzy. What is that supposed to mean? The red-haired goddess insisted, shaking it faster. Come on, Loki, you know you won't get anything from her, it seems we'll take the day off, said Finn, who was being crushed by a bear hug from Tyan, who saw him in pajamas and couldn't help it. I promise not to intervene, I promise not to intervene, the goddess said to herself, releasing Tiona and separating her. Tiona pulled away from Finn for a moment, letting him breathe, and approached her sister. I want to know the details, he whispered in Tiona's ear. His sister just nodded. Baze, who was next to Reveria, was depressed. She's getting closer to him every time, the golden-haired girl said, her gaze lowered. It was clear that he would take advantage of his opportunities. You said you wanted to invite him on a date, right? Well, do it, the high elf answered. Belle's dream. Belle stood before two figures, two silhouettes, two women. It was impossible not to recognize them. On one side was Tiona, that Amazon from the Loki family for whom he was beginning to feel love. And on the other side was Freya, the goddess for whom he didn't know what to feel or how to categorize his feelings towards her. Looking with sparkles in his eyes, only one thought crossed his mind. What if I love both? If my grandfather were here, he would know what to do. In the distance someone shouted at the top of his lungs. The harem is a man's romance, Belle. Stop thinking nonsense. Branded. Belle shouted when he recognized the person who told him that. And after that, the young man woke up suddenly. Real world. How complicated love is, he whispered while looking at the ceiling of the room. Chapter 16. The next morning, at the fireplace mansion. Bell was waking up from his long sleep, in which the interactions he had with the two women who caused discord in his heart, Freya and Tiona, kept repeating themselves. The young white-haired man knew that today was the day he had to visit Freya-sama to talk and socialize, as he had promised, so he was thinking about a way to escape from his goddess and avoid a long series of questions from her. Look, I could say that I'm going to the dungeon, and that's why I'm wearing my armor and weapons, but the thing is that I'm very bad at lying, and Kami-sama will realize that I'm doing it. The first plan was discarded. I might as well just jump out the window and speed away. I have a few extra coins that would be useful to buy some food since I haven't had breakfast, Bell thought, taking a quick look at his bedroom window. When he went over to see if anyone was downstairs, he found Haraham in a maid outfit washing and hanging up clothes. And so my second plan was ruined, he whispered to himself, sighing with disdain. Ugh. What can I do to get out without being interrogated and spilling the beans? I don't know how they'll react if they find out I'm secretly seeing Freya-sama, the only one who knows is Welf, and he's already helped me too much by keeping the secret, Bell said, while grabbing his head with both hands and trying to think of a way to escape without involving his friend being tortured and tied up by Lily. You can simply say that you are going to Babel to buy some things or to the Lady of Abundance for breakfast. After all, Mikoto is not in the mansion today, and there is no one to make the food, a person from the door said. This frightened Bell, who quickly turned around to see who it was. Welf. When did you come in? The white-haired man asked, seeing the figure of the blacksmith leaning against the doorframe of his room. I came to let you know that I need to get your armor serviced, and for that, I needed you to give it to me. Since I'd been knocking on the door for over 20 minutes, when I got a response, I came in. I heard all your internal debates and decided to help you. It's amazing how stupid you become when it comes to romance, Welf said, laughing slightly as he shook his head. Our romance? The boy asked, his cheeks flushed. Don't try to lie to us, Bell, Tiona made it very clear last night what's going on between you two, the Redhead replied, laughing again. Did he make it clear? I'm afraid to ask, but what did he say? Bell asked those questions, with concern and slight stumbling in his speech. Nothing, just that you're starting to love her, Welf answered, trying to simulate the Amazon's tone of voice, as well as her body language, when she said those words. Poof. Steam started to rise from Bell's head. While he was aware that he said it, he didn't expect Tiona to divulge it, although, to be honest, she is very carefree, and you'd have to be an idiot if you think she wouldn't say something. The mansion would have almost become a war zone if it weren't for Mikoto talking to those beasts, the blacksmith added, feeling an indescribable chill run down his back. Curiously, he also felt some pain in his wrists and ankles. It seemed that the trauma of having been a binder several times was taking its toll. Mikoto? What did she do? The boy asked curiously. He expected a more fatal outcome, knowing that his goddess and Lily found out about his feelings. In short, he said that you deserve to be happy with whoever your heart chooses, and that we should not interfere with that. Needless to say, they agreed. Even Haraham, who apparently fell in love with you for having saved her, was Welf's response to his partner's doubt. Haraham, Lily, Kami-sama, Bell named them with some sadness. It is never easy to know that you cannot reciprocate someone's feelings, even if it is the right thing to think about your happiness. Being aware that another person suffers because of it makes it difficult to be happy. There's nothing you can do unless you want to start a harem, but even if that's the case, the right thing to do would be to love all the women in it and not have them by your side out of spite. Having a person by your side just for that is the lowest thing a human can do. The Redhead said, shaking his head in a serious tone of voice that matched his facial expression. This made Bell look down again, as he is a very empathetic person who doesn't like to make others suffer. This situation had him very upset. Welf, he named. Yes, my friend. The blacksmith answered the call. What if I feel like I'm developing feelings for two women? Bell asked, with some difficulty. The blacksmith's gaze tightened. Don't tell me you're referring to Tiona and French Frank's Freya-sama, Welf said, with great terror inside him, wanting to be wrong. Bell looked away, sweat running down his forehead as he scratched the back of his neck with slight haste. That was enough to know I was right. May all the gods save us was the only thing that came out of Welf's lips. Is it wrong? The white-haired man asked when he saw his friend's reaction. Regaining the composure and breath he'd lost at the news, Welf was ready to respond as objectively as possible. Look, like I said about the harem, I don't think it's wrong to be with more than one person, as long as certain conditions are met, and so he began his advice. Number 1. That you love both. You must be sure that you can give the same amount of love to the girls, because if not, the one who receives less may feel that you love her less, and this will only cause a great series of misunderstandings, making her suffer by not believing that she is enough for you. Bell listened intently, as if what came out of Welf's mouth was pure gold. This made Welf feel a little nervous, since whatever happened now would be his responsibility as well as Bell's. Swallowing, he continued. And number 2. That both agree to share you. You can be very much in love with both girls and swear it before the gods. It is also possible that you feel capable of giving them both an equal amount of love. However, if one of them does not agree to share you, everything will go down the drain. The blacksmith finished. There weren't many sentimental requirements to have more than one partner, but with those two, it is more than enough to get an idea of how difficult it is. Bell was discouraged by this. There was a very high possibility that this was the case, although he felt uncomfortable with the idea of being with two people, especially if we take into account that the feelings he is developing for Freya do not go beyond a few days, and he could be misinterpreting them. Seeing Bell's gestures, Welf gave his opinion. "I'll give you one last piece of advice, okay?" he said. "Get to know them better, go out with them, spend more time with them, that way you will be able to better understand your feelings towards girls and thus identify which one you feel love for and which one you don't, or in case it's for both, consider what I told you before, you don't have to rush, give it time, if you truly love them, that love will only grow after that experience, if not. You will realize it before getting them excited about a relationship that may or may not work," said the blacksmith, placing his hand on his partner's shoulder and giving him a thumbs up as a sign that everything would be okay. "Welf, you're right. I need to understand my feelings better. I shouldn't rush into things. Otherwise, the same thing will happen to me as with," Bell replied excitedly, although when what happened with a certain golden-haired girl crossed his mind, his euphoria diminished. "But the sword princess, yes. I know it hurts, but you have to get over it, and from what I see, 2 nails might be able to remove one," Welf said in a mocking tone. "Don't mock her," the boy shouted, pushing the blacksmith. Just kidding, although maybe it isn't, ha ha ha. He continued bullying the poor rabbit white. He wasn't white anymore, his whole face was the same color as his eyes, you could even say even redder than them. Bell just looked down and decided to ignore the laughter. "Anyway, I'm calming down, anyway, I already told you what you can do, go to your meeting, champion," the Redeed added, hitting Bell on the shoulder and reminding him of his date with Freya-sama. "Right, I almost forgot, thank you very much Welf, I'm glad to have a friend like you," the boy thanked, running out of his room, but not before taking off his armor and leaving his weapons. Welf, seeing that his friend had gotten out and managed to help him, sighed and his legs gave way. "I was afraid. I know the Freya family is dangerous, however, I couldn't tell him something that would compromise his feelings, he doesn't deserve to be lied to," she whispered. "I'm a one-woman man, but I sincerely hope that Belle doesn't reject Freya's feelings. She wouldn't live with him if it weren't for her own interest," he added, trying to get up. "However, that decision is not my responsibility," he concluded, leaving the boy's room, taking his armor and weapons to perform maintenance. Tower of Babel. On the lower floors of the Great Tower of Babel, there was a beautiful woman with silvery gray hair that covered much of her face. She seemed to be waiting for someone in particular to arrive, as she didn't move until a voice called her in the distance, making her jump in shock. "Helen. Good morning," said the aforementioned man as he approached, waving his hand in greeting in the girl's direction. Her cheeks took on a very vivid shade of color, a scarlet red that resembled the eyes of someone approaching her. When Bell was close enough, Helen regained his composure and spoke. "I would appreciate it if you would remain calm and not make too much of a fuss. Also, why the hell did it take you so long to arrive?" "I have informed you that my goddess does not like to wait," Freya's assistant said, in her characteristic tone of voice, a threatening one accompanied by an expression of disgust towards whomever those words were directed. Belle's spirits plummeted rapidly with just that. I'm sorry, it's just that it makes me happy to see you again, sorry if I was imprudent," the white-haired man apologized attentively. "Dub." The beautiful girl's heart leaped at Belle's apology. "Is it happy to see me, why? No. Calm down. He is Freya-sama's interest, I'm just following orders, these feelings must be Freya-sama's, not mine," he repeated in his mind, while he hid his cheeks with both hands and closed his eyes, a very tender scene if anyone were to ask. Linda was all Bell could think of when he saw the embarrassed girl. Anyway, we must hurry so as not to prolong your meeting with my goddess any longer than necessary. Follow me. I think you already know the way, so I'll go quickly," Helen commented, quickening his pace with Bell behind him. "You're right, don't worry, I'm following you closely, Fast is my middle name," said the white-haired man, smiling confidently. This made the gray-haired girl let out a small mocking laugh. Did I say something funny?" Bell questioned, seeing his companion's light laugh, which seemed very cute from his point of view. He had never seen her laugh like that, although of course, they had only met twice. It's nothing, I just think that Fast is my middle name isn't something someone would say to brag," Helen replied, wiping a small tear from his left eye with his finger. The young man didn't understand what was funny about that, it was evident on his confused face. Until the answer seemed to come to him after a few seconds of thinking, seconds in which they continued moving forward until they reached the elevator. "Hey. I didn't mean it like that. Belle complained, red as a tomato. The answer was simple for those who didn't understand yet. Helen meant fast in hexual activities, something no man would presume. Did you just realize that? We're even in the elevator, Helen said, somewhat puzzled by how long it took the boy to understand the reason for his laughter. I'm not a pervert to understand it right away. Belle complained, waving his hands. Oh? Are you calling me a pervert? The girl protested angrily. You made the joke. That thought never crossed my mind. The boy replied. It was just a joke. That doesn't make me a pervert. The gray silver-haired girl replied in reply. And the argument over who was to blame continued until the elevator door opened. You're right, I'm sorry, it's just that I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. If it weren't for my grandfather and everything he told me before I came to Arario, I wouldn't have understood the joke, Belle said, as he walked to the door where the beautiful goddess was waiting. Don't worry, it was my fault. I made a joke when I was supposed to be serious. It makes sense that my comment was out of place. I just wanted to break the ice a little. I'm not very good at talking to people other than my goddess, and I have zero interaction with my family members, Helen replied, looking away somewhat nervously. I see, then, things being like this, since I will come twice a week to see Freya-sama, I can talk to you while we get here. Your presence doesn't bother me at all. You are someone mysterious but pleasant at the end of the day, the white-haired man said, giving her a smile. The goddess's attendant's heart leaped again. I would love to, was his reply. Then we have a deal. Okay, I must hurry. I've already kept Freya-sama waiting too long. See you later, Helen, Belle concluded, slowly opening the door and briefly saying goodbye to the girl. Goodbye, Belle, she said goodbye in the same way. The door closed, leaving her alone on the other side. These feelings, I can't help but have them. My heart races just seeing him smile. I try to be strong and prevent that from happening, however I can't. More and more I feel that it's not just Freya-sama's feeling, he thought, leaning his back against the door, taking the left side of his chest with both hands, just above his heart. Author's note. I'm seriously thinking about putting her in the harem. I don't know what you think. In Freya's room. I'm sorry for the intrusion, Belle said, alerting them of his arrival at that place. Oh. Belle. Gee, good morning. How are you today? Freya greeted, throwing out the question afterward. She looked like a walking bundle of nerves, her cheeks completely red and somewhat restless. She looked as if she were uncomfortable. Good morning, Freya-sama, I feel fine. And you? You seemed a bit strange, the white-haired man commented, approaching her. I feel fine, you have nothing to worry about. I'm just glad to see you, the goddess responded quickly, sitting on her throne. In front of it was a small armchair for her guest to sit on, so they could talk face to face, a small detail, but one that captivated her heart. I can't let him find out that after what happened with Ishtar, I haven't stopped thinking about him, to the point that every night I dream about the moment where he carried me in his arms throughout the tower until he took me to Otter. Just vaguely remembering it at this moment makes me feel nervous. This isn't normal for me. I've lived through many more intense experiences, and now I'm acting like a girl in love. What's happening? Freya thought with great haste and doubt. If someone could hear her thoughts, they would think she was rapping because of how fast the words were going. I'm not sure about that, Freya-sama, if I may, Belle said, breaking the train of thought and approaching her. He managed to say as he watched his beloved Audra's face dangerously close the distance to his own. What? Is he going to kiss me? Has he finally accepted his feelings for me? Will it be this casual? A sea of questions swirled in her head. She closed her eyes and prepared her lips for a kiss until both fronts collided. You don't have a fever, so why are you so red? Belle wondered, walking away and sitting down again. Freya's eyes widened in shock at what she had just done. Is something wrong? Before asking one of the stupidest questions in the world, the boy realized what he had done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He apologized at least 3 times. Freya lost count. Don't worry, look up, you did it because you care about me, right? The goddess asked, looking away with a small pout on her face. They had broken her illusion and left her with her heart beating 1,000 times an hour. The boy obeyed and, leaving the doggies a position, they were face to face again. Why yes, I've never seen a god get sick, so I don't know if they do it. Besides, I promised to guide her on the right path and make her happy, so I can't allow her to get sick, Freya-sama, Belle replied, tilting his gaze with his tomato-colored cheeks. He's so adorable, he makes me fall in love with him more every day. His concern for me, his sweet treatment, his words, his gestures, the way he looks at me, without lust, without dark desires. He's everything I had ever wished for, was the internal dialogue of the goddess. At the same time she smiled. We had agreed that you would call me Freya, without the sama, she complained, puffing out her cheeks in a pout, as she had done a moment before. Too pretty, the boy whispered, seeing that small gesture. Did you say something? Freya asked. No, I didn't say anything, I'm sorry, Freya, the young man answered, relaxed for not having been heard. Okay, then after this long prologue, shall we begin our conversation? The goddess suggested. I agree, Belle said. The conversation began with banal and almost unimportant things, how those days had passed after what happened in the pleasure district, the reason why Belle was there in the first place. That point of the talk got a little tense, however, it was managed to be handled in a good way when they confessed that they were looking for a friend, who was also looking for another friend. In short, a series of unfortunate events and misunderstandings that led to a good resolution after saving Harahim. The girl Makoto was looking for. Freya was happy for Belle and was surprised to hear that he defeated a level 5 in such a humiliating manner. The truth is, not even I'm sure how I did it, I can only say that my greatest wishes at that moment were to save Harahim and my friends. I didn't want any lives to be lost if I was there to try to prevent it, Belle replied, looking at the floor with a small cup in his hands with what appeared to be tea. It makes me happy to see how pure you are and how you pursue your goals without hesitation and going through the difficult path. It's one of the things I like most about you, Freya said, with a certain relief and happiness within her. If I didn't do it, how could I even dream of becoming a hero? Said the white-haired man, with a determined face. That trust was received by Freya, who was happy to see her bunny like that. By the way, Freya-sama, I have to admit that I was surprised when she threw herself into my arms. I told her to take my hand, the boy expressed, ashamed to remember it. Oh, my mistake, he was the only response Belle received from his companion. After that, they continued talking about what happened that night, small details, until they reached a part that interested Freya. By the way, how do you plan to help me be happy? She asked, hopeful and curious to know the answer. A difficult question indeed. What can you answer to it? However, our rabbit's sincerity goes beyond any difficulty. Honestly, I have no idea, was the answer given. How, Freya said, not understanding how casually the boy had said that. I have no idea how I'm going to make you happy, Freya, however, I will try by all possible means until I achieve it, he added, calming the goddess a little. I understand, she said, coming out of her shock and regaining her composure. Though I'd be lying if I told you I didn't have something planned to start, he continued, holding his chin. Do you have anything planned? May I know what it is? Freya asked with great interest. Belle suddenly stood up and took a few steps until he was completely in front of the goddess. He knelt down a little and took her hand. What does it mean, she wondered. Freya-sama, would you like to go out with me on a date, the white-haired man asked, with all the shame in the world and exerting great willpower to make those words come out. A date? She repeated, not believing it. Why yes, a date, I would like us both to go out and see our area, although I suppose you know it better than me, so I will practically be the one being taken around the city, he answered, laughing slightly. But, I can't go out without attracting attention. I don't want everyone to see me without taking their eyes off me, was the first, but that she put. Don't worry, I can ask Hermes-sama to help us a little with this, Asfi most likely has some artifact that will allow you to leave without attracting attention. Anyway, I'll go ask her when I leave here. Freya's questioning and concern vanished at that answer. Really? Freya asked, with high hopes. I'm sure you do, Freya, the boy said, without a hint of doubt. The goddess regained her composure, even with her hand being held by her beloved otter. I, Freya, gladly accept to go out with you, bellcranel, that was what she replied. So, we have a date, I'll come for you in 2 days, okay? Belle said, giving the date of their meeting outside of Babel for the first time. And so, the time of their meeting that day had come to an end. Belle said goodbye to her as usual, as well as to Helen, taking the elevator back to the first floor of Babel. Freya, in her room, couldn't help but throw herself onto her big bed and hug her pillow tightly, burying her face and screaming with joy. Anyone who saw her would think she was a teenager in love rather than a goddess. Streets of Aurario. I did it, I was able to invite her, it's certainly one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. She's simply beautiful, I can't deny it, she makes my heart flutter the same way Tiona does. Speaking of which, I want to ask her out on another date, this time I want to be the one to take the initiative. We could go to the library and read some hero books together or something else I can think of, however, I must focus on this first, the boy thought, full of energy and joy. Not just anyone could boast of having a date with the goddess Freya and also having had one with one of the strongest adventurers in Aurario, as was the case with Tiona. A scream was heard in a spectral manner. Harem Belle, you're close to the chance of having a harem, I'm so damn proud of you. There's no doubt that was my grandfather, he said to himself, laughing. Ella Cole broke the bubble where the boy was. He managed to say, turning to where someone had named him. It was there that he saw who it was. Baze. Chapter 17. In the previous chapter. Ella Cole broke the bubble where the boy was. He managed to say, turning to where someone had named him. It was there that he saw who it was. Behind. Back to the current chapter. Baze. Bell managed to say when he saw the figure of that golden-haired and expressionless girl, although there was a somewhat unusual detail about her, the blush on her cheeks and a look that betrayed nervousness, the same one that was noticed by the young man. The Bell hello Ace greeted as she approached the boy. "What's wrong, Miss Ace? Do you need anything?" Bell asked as calmly as possible. It wasn't a lie to say that seeing her still caused some discomfort in his body, which was why he didn't see her as often anymore. "And not exactly, it's not like I need anything from you or anything like that," she replied, looking to the side and touching her index fingers. This surprised a white-haired man, especially seeing that she was literally looking for him, because it didn't seem to be a normal greeting. "So why were you looking for me, Miss Ace?" the young man asked again, intrigued by the true intentions of the person in front of him. Ace tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. I would like." With a superhuman effort he managed to get those two words out, however, he still hadn't finished his sentence. "This is getting really awkward, it's like he doesn't realize what's going on around us," Bell thought as he felt the intense gazes in both of their directions, expectant of what would happen next. "I said it once and I'll say it again, it seems that no one in our area knows what it means to dissimulate or have privacy. I'm so nervous that I would like to run away, but the great amount of misunderstandings, plus the bad impression that I will leave on A's prevent me from doing so. I don't hate her, that is in the past, although it is hard to see her face after that," said the young rabbit in his mind. Feeling a slight pressure on his chest that brings back the brief memory of what happened on the walls a few yesterdays ago. "Just calm down and go with the flow of things," he ended his internal dialogue with one of the pieces of advice his grandfather once used. "Bell, I would like to ask you out on a date now." Those were the words that came out with such difficulty from the lips of the sword princess. "And goodbye to my peace of mind," Bell whispered, turning into a tomato from one moment to the next after that proposal. Ace asked when she heard what the young man said. It's nothing," he replied, trying to regain the composure he had lost a few seconds ago. "SOW, what's your answer, Bell?" she insisted, wanting to know what decision Bell would make. The glances around intensified with greater ferocity, mixed with various amounts of emotions, mainly jealousy, however, two glances in particular reflected other feelings, including sadness and anger. Bell had to ignore the heavy atmosphere that had been created out of nowhere in order to give his answer to the expectant sword princess. I don't know." The words just seemed unable to leave her body, her mouth. Ace's hopeful expression gradually faded as Bell's words pointed to a direct rejection of the proposal. I don't know what to do, besides, why does she want to go out with me? It doesn't make sense, she herself said she didn't have those kinds of feelings for me, her words don't match her actions." His internal debate began, trying to find a reason to accept or reject her. "See, can't you?" she asked, a little dejected. "It's not about being able to or not, it's that the white-haired man tried to make excuses and the intimidation of the people around him made him falter." "Me too. I think." He sighed fearfully, his breath coming out with difficulty. "I accept," he said reluctantly, giving in to the pressure. The answer made Ace's eyes begin to shine as if stars were born from them. He raised his face and said, "Come, join me." With overflowing joy and a smile I had never seen in all the time I had spent with her on previous occasions. Wait. He tried to stop her as she ran at high speed, intending for him to follow her. "Damn." He finished, doing exactly what the blonde wanted. "I have no choice, if I want to know the bottom line, I must play along. I don't want any misunderstandings between us again. I hope something bad happens," he thought, disappearing into the distance. Reveria perspective. The high elf of the Loki family looked from a distance at her daughter, who was trying to ask Bell out on a date. For several days, or rather, since Tiona went out with Bell and she confessed her feelings to him, Ace has wanted to invite the young man to try to get back on track. Ace had not had a good time since her most selfish intentions came to light by mistake, thus causing the person in question, whom she considered truly close and important, to distance himself from her, leaving a very deep hole inside her soul, inside her heart. However, none of that pain, which he was willing to accept to achieve his goal, compared to the pain he felt when he found out that a certain Amazon girl from his same family began to fall in love with Bell, and the worst part was how they were relating to each other in a way that she could never do with him. In short, time continued to pass, and Ace continued to be afraid of making a move after her apology before the wargame. It should be noted that, despite having been apologized and thus things were back on good terms, the reality is that nothing was the same. They did not have the same interaction as before, they became more and more distant, and as if it were inversely proportional to this, the closeness between Tiona and Bell was greater as the days went by. Making Ace feel something new, jealousy, and not just jealousy, sadness and helplessness at seeing how she was left behind. After a great explosion of emotions, he finally decided to move his piece on the board. He would not hesitate any longer. "And that's what brought us here." Belle, I would like to ask you out on a date now. Those were the words that came out with such difficulty from the lips of the sword princess. Yes, he said it, even though I thought he wouldn't. It's really surprising. He really wants to put in the effort to get Belle back, but is the feeling reciprocated? The high elf thought, observing the situation carefully and waiting for the answer to be given. Seconds passed, turned into minutes, and Belle did not give his answer. I have to stop this, he feels cornered, almost forced to respond. This shouldn't be like this, she told herself, trying to move forward, but a hand stopped her. Don't do it, Riveria, if you're going to act like her mother, she must take responsibility for her decisions, her goddess told her, without letting go of her. Loki. Since when she was going to ask how long he'd been there and how he found out what was happening, but the red-haired goddess interrupted her. Don't lie to a liar, it's that simple. I have to admit that if that child makes my A's suffer, I will want to put him through hell. However, he is not obligated to reciprocate, and I must take that into account. Respect his decision, Loki said, with a serious face although full of tranquility and calm. I accept. Both Loki and Riveria heard the answer, although they managed to perceive that it was not the white-haired man's true feelings. The atmosphere got the better of him. I thought he would be more faithful to his feelings and reject her. Anyway, let's see how all this unfolds. Let's follow them, Riveria commented, the goddess, going to the opposite side of where both boys went to surround them. Wait, Loki, we have to give them privacy. We can't interfere or interrupt them. Riveria tried to stop her goddess, but her efforts were useless. You were going to follow them, you can't lie to me, so stop acting like the mature and serious elf. Let's hurry, Loki finished, leaving his daughter speechless. Okay, was the answer given, listening to his goddess. And in this way 2 spectators would be present at the event. Freya, from the top of Babel. Freya, despite being happy just a few seconds ago, was in a state of overwhelming anger and jealousy at this very moment. The reason? Simple. While looking from her great vantage point at the cause of her sighs of love, she came across an unwanted scene. He was with Ace. That wasn't all, she watched the movement of both of their lips, and what they talked about only made her more furious. Freya-sama, are you okay? Helen asked, sharing his goddess's feelings, and he could sense the anger that was rising within him. Helen, follow them, I want to know every detail firsthand of what those two will do, Freya ordered, with a brittle voice, clenching her right fist tightly, but without losing the mask on her face that showed great seriousness. Okay, Freya-sama, I'll take care of it, said the girl, quickly walking away so as not to lose them. Alone in her room, sitting on her throne, without taking her eyes off Belle for a second, she shed a few small tears. Liar. You're a liar. You said you'd stay with me. And you're leaving with that damn Loki girl. I can't forgive you. Just moments after you asked me out. All this was said by her, covering her face with the palms of her hands and wiping the tears from her cheeks and cheekbones. However, he noticed something once his hand stopped covering his eyes. He seems worried. Why? Shouldn't he be happy because he's dating his beloved sword princess? She asked herself, seeing the indecision and the mixture of feelings that occurred within the white-haired man. Unless, he said to himself, coming up with a small hypothesis about this. Her crying stopped. Calm down, Freya, let's not rush, he wouldn't do that, my bunny wouldn't do that, there must be a reason. Helen, I'll be waiting for you to find out what happened, she finished, hoping that what she was imagining wasn't real. My Audra wouldn't do that to me, he said, placing both hands on his chest. Back to the quote. They were both running, Belle was trying to catch up with her, he had no idea where they were going or what they would do on their date. Until suddenly, Ace jumped to the top of the walls of Aurario, a place they both knew perfectly. He followed her, doing the same. 5. Her feet touched the ground, the blonde walked a few more meters and turned around for the first time since the chase had begun. It's here, said the sword princess, taking a step to the side and revealing what she had prepared. On the floor was a yellow and white blanket, on top of which was a basket containing what appeared to be food and some plates. Beside the food were a pair of daggers and a sword sheath, which belonged to Ace. Do you like it? The girl asked, a little blushing. Are you going to make us eat first and then kill me? Belle answered the question with another one. Kill you? Ace asked, not understanding what her companion was referring to. Well, I don't think daggers and a sword sheath are something you'd bring on a date, or at least I think so, the white-haired man replied, somewhat defensively. And it's not for that. It's just that I've never been on a date and it's the only thing I could think of, she replied, acting like a sad little girl. I would like to train with you again like before, he added. Belle, seeing this, just walked towards her. He sat down on the blanket and asked in a cheerful tone of voice. What will we eat before training? This injected a bit of happiness into her, who did the same. I brought several flavors of Jag American, there are with azuki cream and the normal ones, Ace said, taking out the potato croquettes while holding them with a napkin. She handed one to Belle and took one for herself. I see you really love Jag American, the boy said, laughing slightly before taking a bite of his food. Aze nodded repeatedly as her mouth was too busy to say yes. From the same basket, she took out some glasses and a small pitcher of pineapple juice, pouring the liquid into them and giving one to Belle. How did you know it's my favorite? The white-haired man asked, taking a sip. I've always seen you ask for it, I don't understand why, I prefer blackberry juice, but to each his own, she replied, drinking a little of her juice. I see, was the only thing Belle said to that. And the date continued like this until the food was finished. Ellen's perspective. She looked at everything that was happening in detail, without taking her eyes off it for a second. In her mind, Garfia's formed ideas, and none of them were close to being the right one. Many scenarios, many possibilities, several mixed feelings, it wasn't difficult to know what she was going through at that moment. My heart hurts to see her with her, he's supposed to have Freya-sama, these feelings are supposed to belong to my goddess, then she said to herself, at the same time she felt a pang in her chest, in her heart, so she placed her right hand on that place. So why does it hurt so much? He whispered the last thing, with considerable pain and a face that combined anger with sadness. I don't want to keep seeing this, but I know that if I stop seeing it something could happen, I must be strong, I must bury these feelings, she continued her internal monologue, while her breathing began to become irregular to the point of difficulty. I can't love the same man as Freya-sama, he finished. He left his world when the Sword Princess, as well as Belle, stood up and each took one of the weapons. They adopted a combat stance and thus began their training. Reveria and Loki's perspective. So a date on the walls while they're fighting. Didn't it occur to you to teach him a little about dating? Loki asked, his face a little disappointed. What did you want me to do? She wanted this. Besides, it's not like I have any dating experience, remember? Reveria replied, ignoring the situation. I know, but among all the books you've read, wasn't there one about dating? Is the perfect Reveria not interested in romance? Loki continued to question his daughter. We are here to see what is happening with Aze, not to talk about me, so be quiet or they will discover that we are watching her, the high elf said with some anger. Yeah, so far everything is normal, let's hope nothing bad happens, was Loki's last comment before falling silent. Back in training. Clang. Clink. Haw. The sound of metal and clangs echoed around the walls. The reason? Simple. The Sword Princess of the Loki family was fighting the young rookie of the Hestia family. The latter held both daggers that were lent by Aze, blocked the attacks, and counterattacked as quickly as possible, however, his strength as a level 6 made it almost impossible for the white-haired young man's blows to hit the target while she reduced her strength so as not to damage him. Even if they were in a confrontation, Aze looked happy, her smile never disappeared, she really missed that, not fighting of course, but spending time with someone she considered a special and important person in her life. You've improved, Aze commented, giving a compliment to her opponent. Clang. I've been training a lot and I've been involved in different situations that warranted increasing my strength, I'm glad to know they paid off, he replied, blocking the rapier with one of the daggers and launching a cut with the second. Slash. The wind was the only thing to be cut off. Belle then left a small opening, which was taken advantage of by Aze. 5. A strong kick was delivered to Belle's face, sending him to the canvas. I definitely didn't miss this, he said to himself before his vision blurred. At that moment, the person responsible for this took the boy's head and placed it on her lap. She caressed his white hair with grace and tranquility, looking at his sleeping knocked-out face, an immense tranquility filled her being. I don't want to get away from you, Belle, she whispered. In the distance, from two different points, there were different perspectives. Ellen, she was on the verge of tears, her legs couldn't stand the shaking, and she fell to the ground. Reveria looked at both of them with a somewhat worried smile, she was glad to see Aze happy, however, knocking out Belle didn't seem ideal to her, but she let it go. Loki was the only one who remained calm and silent. After a few seconds, Belle woke up for the first time in a short time. When he opened his eyes, he saw Aze's face next to his. This made him feel embarrassed and he moved away from her a few inches, with obvious shame on his face. Why was your face so close to mine? The white-haired man asked while his completely red face was observed by those present. The Sword Princess tried to justify herself, although she couldn't find anything to say. The boy stood up as did his companion. Miss Aze, there is something I want to ask you from the beginning of our date, Belle confessed with a serious tone, his hair covering his eyes. The atmosphere of stillness and calm was broken after that. What's wrong? Aze asked, approaching him and reaching out to grab him. Why did you invite me to this date, Miss Aze? Was the doubt the young adventurer had. The golden-haired girl's expression changed to one that revealed great unease. I wanted to go out with you because he gathered the courage to give his answer, for some reason he didn't know the reason why he did it. This is bad, Reveria thought. Helen stood up again at what was about to happen. Miss A's, I don't know if I made it clear what I felt the last time we met in this place, so I'll repeat it. I loved her. The past tense caused a strong pain to be felt in the heart of the expectant and silent A's. Ever since I met you, my wish was to be with you. Day and night I strived to be strong enough to walk beside him as his equal. My wish was for you, Miss A's. The moment I set a goal to be just as strong, that's when my growth accelerated. I'm not sure what caused it, though. It all started there. It all started with you. But getting to know her better made my feelings grow stronger and stronger. And without realizing it, I began to love everything about you. Your light and almost imperceptible smile. The fruity scent of your golden hair, which penetrated my nose when you made me lap pillows. Your great love for Jag American, so much so that I swear I saw you eat 20 once. Every little detail, I loved it. Tears fell from Belle's eyes, and he had a small smile as he remembered those moments. However, I realized that the only one in love was me. I don't hate her for what she did, I knew the possibility existed. I lied to myself. I was the one who hoped that you might be feeling the same love for me as I feel for you. Although it was a lie, it was a nice lie. She took a breath before continuing. The sword princess had lowered her arm and was holding her chest with both palms of her hands. Just a dream from which sooner or later he had to be awakened. And so it was. After that day. Every night I woke up from nightmares in which the scene was recreated 1,000 times. Each one of them made me wonder if I really deserved this. Until I realized that I can't love someone without first loving myself. My happiness cannot depend on anyone other than myself. He paused for a final moment and asked his question again. Why did you invite me to this date, Miss A's? The sword princess stared at the ground without saying a word until she knew she had no choice but to say something. I don't want you to go away from me, she replied as tears ran down her cheekbones and cheeks. So you didn't invite me because you loved me, you did it because you thought you'd never lose me, and thanks to that you made an effort to get me back, he said. He took a breath and raised his gaze in the direction of the girl to whom the words were addressed. Like I told you, I don't plan on abandoning her, I want to continue being her friend, he added. A's raised her face. She was going to say something, but was interrupted. But only his friend Belle finished that sentence. Silence became more present. I'm starting to fall in love again, and I don't want to get your hopes up, Miss A's, the boy said to break the atmosphere. He wanted to be honest with her. The blonde frowned at this. Even if she didn't know what love was, she was aware that the feeling wasn't directed at her. In fact, she knew perfectly well who was the one who reawakened love within Belle. Not so perfectly, but one of 3XD. My heart is in doubt, not even I know what I will do with what I feel. Only one thing is certain, I will not back down. I will go to the last consequences to know the resolution of my feeling, he continued, while in his mind two figures crossed. Wait, 3. This took Belle by surprise, however, and had to be ignored for the time being. So Miss A's, the only thing I can offer you at this moment is my friendship. You are free to accept or reject it, however, I don't think I'll ever feel love for you again. I'm terribly sorry, Belle apologized, extending his hand and bowing. The sword princess remained silent, not considering taking the white-haired man's hand, remembering what she experienced with him. His training sessions. The day in Riviera. Their midnight chat in Riviera. The day she met him. Few moments, of course, but they had filled his soul and calmed that dark flame within his being. I love him? She wondered. All her smiles. Their peace of mind. The little happiness present every time I was with him. I lost it, all I have left is this, he thought. I've already lost his love, I don't want to lose his friendship too, she said to herself. Apparently, her resignation was reached. He took the boy's hand and said the following. I don't want to lose you even as friends. A pure smile spread across his face, surprising everyone. The boy named her in surprise at the attitude she took. They'll be happy, she said, releasing her grip and walking away at a slow trot. In the distance I saw her as she was leaving. This is the best, I'm glad you took it well, he said to himself, looking at his hand. Somewhere in Arario. A's was sitting in the ruins of where the Hestia family headquarters used to be. The calm gaze into nothingness, throwing a few rocks around for distraction. A's? A voice asked behind him. Riveria? Said the girl when she saw who it was. Are you okay? The high elf asked, worried about her. Why wouldn't I be? I know you saw my date with Belle. I think you know I'm happy to still be friends with you. Yes, things won't be the same as before, but at least you'll stay by my side, and A's justified herself, speaking quickly, something Riveria had never witnessed, although she was interrupted. A's, we both know you're not being honest, said the elf. It seems that was the breaking point. I love him, Riveria, I love him, but I understood it too late, she answered with a breaking voice and tears welling up. A's, Riveria named as she approached. I love bellcranel, he said. What's this, he wondered as he felt small drops of water fall to the ground. Are those tears? She asked herself again. Yes, they are tears, her mother answered, now beside her. Tears, he whispered. Suddenly, many drops began to fall to the ground repeatedly. Sniff. 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 The sword princess sobbed. Reveria couldn't bear to see her like that and hugged her. The crying continued unabated, on the contrary, it increased with each passing second. The person who acted as her mother could only hug her and stroke her hair, trying to calm her down. Reveria, it hurts, he told her. Let it out. After that last piece of advice he completely broke down. Screams muffled by Reveria's face buried in her clothes were heard. She would stay there as long as necessary, even if it was only days, she wouldn't leave Ace, she wouldn't abandon her daughter needed her. Meanwhile, Loki, who was listening to the conversation between the two, only said something into the air. We must learn to live with our mistakes and take responsibility for our decisions, whether good or bad. I hope that pain inside you heals soon, Ace. Chapter 18. In the previous chapter. They'll be happy, she said, releasing her grip and walking away at a slow trot. In the distance I saw her, as she was leaving. This is the best, I'm glad you took it well, he said to himself, looking at his hand. Currently. Bell walked in an unknown direction, his head down, his hands in his pockets, and ignoring the greetings of the adventurers and civilians he passed. In short, he was lost in his own world, thinking only about the encounter he had on the walls just a few minutes ago. The young man, being someone who normally empathizes with others to the point of identifying the deepest feelings of those close to him, noticed the falsehood in the words of Ace, the sword princess. He noticed her sadness. Their pain. How difficult it was for her to wish him the best even when she wanted him by her side. But he couldn't and wouldn't lie to her. He didn't want to give her false hope. He was determined to follow his heart's desires, even if it meant breaking the heart of the woman he once loved. I know that making things clear from the beginning is the best thing to do. I don't want her nascent feelings for me to grow and then disappoint her, he whispered, raising his gaze without slowing down his advance. If only our feelings had matched from the beginning, maybe we wouldn't have had to come to this, he declared, sighing heavily. However, if that had happened, I wouldn't have met Freya and Tiona, maybe it was my destiny not to be reciprocated, he added with a light laugh, mocking his own misfortune in an ironic way. Life works in mysterious ways, and all we can do is keep living, continuing the path your choices have created over time, he concluded in a melancholic tone. I must go with Hermes-sama. I promised Freya that I would find a way for her to leave, without being the object of desire of everyone who crosses her side, said the white-haired young man, remembering his promise and the objective he had set for himself when leaving the home of the goddess mentioned above. Thanks to this, he accelerated his speed and headed to the headquarters of the god Hermes, who was a friend of the Hestia family, specifically Bel. Tower of Babel. A room with furniture thrown around, wine glasses on the floor with said liquid spilled on the carpet that covered the place. That was the general view of the room if you entered, with a slight detail, or rather, with the presence of a certain goddess sitting on that same floor, her knees pressed to her face, as if she did not want to be seen by anyone. Perhaps that was because she was crying. Yes, crying, none other than the goddess with the most powerful family in all of Aurario today, who is known and treated like a queen, the famous Freya. If seen by someone who didn't understand the reason for such a deplorable or unbecoming view of a goddess with the titles and characteristics mentioned above, they would think she was just a girl with a shattered hope, going through incomparable pain, struggling with some love issue, and you know what? They wouldn't be wrong at all. Where are you, Helen? The longer it takes you to arrive, the worse my mind wanders, and I imagine the worst, especially because of that pain in my heart I felt reflected back to me thanks to you, she wondered, remembering when a pang struck her chest. It seemed as if her assistant's pain was felt by her as well. You said you would stay with me, you promised, she whispered, her voice breaking, tears running down her face. And you just go off with that girl from the Loki family, she added, with a threatening tone, her aura increasing, as if she were releasing her goddess power. I can't allow this, he declared, increasing the pressure in the air, until. Freya-sama, I'm back, said a voice from the entrance door to her room. This caused a demise in his anger, returning things to normal. Helen. The goddess named her, getting up from the corner where she was sitting and running in her direction. Freya-sama, she tried to speak but was grabbed by the shoulders. What happened? Why did I feel that pain in my chest? What did you both do at that meeting? Was it a date? Tell me everything. Freya asked uneasily, shaking her assistant forcefully by her shoulders, making her dizzy. Freya-sama, it hurts me, she informed, wincing at the strength of the grip. The goddess realized what she was doing and stopped. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. What happens is that I don't want to spend another second without knowing what happened. Please tell me, Freya apologized, politely asking for the information, as if she were a recently scolded child. This was the first time in so long that Helen had seen her goddess act this way, and also the first time she had apologized for something she had done wrong. She normally joked around and acted sweet to avoid complaints from family members, specifically Otter, who was in charge of advising her. The only person she had ever seen scold her was Mia Grand, who was currently an inactive member of the family. Upon being released, the silver-haired woman took her shoulders in the palms of her hands, lightly rubbing the sore spot. Freya had sat down in her chair, lifted it with inhuman speed, and placed it in front of the person who would narrate what had happened. Freya Sama, Belle and the Sword Princess had a date that was the introduction. At this, the goddess frowned and the atmosphere felt heavy again. That same pressure was perceived by Helen, who tried to continue, without leaving the story half finished. But that's not all. He added, arousing the listener's confusion. Isn't that all? What do you mean, Helen? Freya asked, her gaze fixed on the girl, her tears having stopped falling. The pain in my and our hearts was caused by jealousy. They went on a date, ate together, talked about how they were the last few days, they seemed very happy, that's why I felt sad, Helen declared, while resisting the urge to cry at the memory of that. Helen, do you love him too? Was the question of his goddess. Their cheeks blushed deeply at this, there was no point in lying to her, they both knew the answer perfectly well, but Freya wanted to confirm it. I love him too, even if I haven't spent the same amount of time with him as you, I know that these feelings aren't just yours, they're mine too, I love bellcranel, the silver-haired girl confessed sadly, her head bowed, clenching her fists in helplessness. I feel guilty, because I can't love the same man as you, I can't commit that disrespect, my goddess, he added, with his legs trembling, wanting to throw himself on the floor. Helen Freya felt empathy for her, condescension. But that doesn't matter now. I have to tell you what happened with the Sword Princess, I'm sorry for interrupting the story with my problems, I hope you can forgive me, Freya Sama. Helen apologized, drying the wetness on his cheeks and cheekbones with the sleeve of his clothes. I understand, I'm listening to you, continue, the goddess answered seriously, seeing her daughter like that caused her to calm down, she realized that she wasn't the only one suffering. Okay, after that little interlude, they started training, Helen commented, adding to what was previously mentioned. Train? Freya questioned herself, she had never heard of a date where the couple trained, or not in the literal sense of the word, of course. Yes, training, she and he fought on the walls, I think that was something common between them until before what happened a while ago with Belle's heartbreak, the goddess's assistant said, although she seemed somewhat uncomfortable with it. Then I understood why he wanted them to train, he added. Was there a specific reason? I thought the Sword Princess just didn't know what a date was, Freya said, mocking the fact a little. As she wanted to train to knock him out and make him sleep on her lap, Helen replied, looking away with her cheeks flushed. Freya's laughter ceased, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had fallen on her. The vein popped out on his thin face, specifically on the right side of his forehead. What did she do? He asked with his eyes closed and a fake smile on his lips. As she gave him a lap pillow when she knocked him out, took his head and placed it on her thighs, while he slept, she stroked him, played with his hair, Helen reported, recreating the scene in her mind. Damn, I wish I could do that too, they both thought in unison, regretting not having been the ones in charge of doing it. I see, talk to Otter, tell him to prepare the troops, there will be a war game, said the goddess with a tone of voice from beyond the grave and eyes that had lost their shine. Wait, Freya Sama. That's not all. Don't do something crazy. The silver-haired girl pleaded, trying to prevent her impulsive goddess from doing something stupid by following her unstable feelings. Don't contradict me, Helen, she has earned it, we must finish off everything that stands between my bunny and me, Freya replied with the same face as before. That's not all that happened. Helen shouted, this being the first time he had shouted at his respected goddess. That scream acted as an alarm, causing Freya to wake up from her bloodlust. Isn't that all? Is there more? I don't want to hear anything else. It's clear to me that Belle lied to me, he said, whispering this last bit sadly. He didn't lie to her, Freya Sama, he rejected her, telling her that he now loves someone else and that he couldn't reciprocate her late love, the young woman reported. After saying those words, a shot of joy slowly entered Freya's body and began to take effect. He said that. Did he reject her? She asked in a cute tone of voice, she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Yes, when he woke up he walked away from her, asked her the reason for the date, and when he didn't receive an answer, he confessed that he loved someone else, that their time had passed, and his heart belonged to someone else. Clearly he didn't say it with those words, but that's what he implied, Helen commented, calmer now, just like her goddess. So, as she said she loves someone else, could it be me? She wondered, standing up and dyeing her cheeks a very deep red, the same color as her beloved's eyes. It's the safest, Freya Sama replied, the silver-haired girl, giving her a smile. An air of hope and overflowing happiness hit Freya's body and heart, wanting to scream because of how excited she was to find out what had happened. Clearly he wouldn't, although Helen knew perfectly well that he loved her, it's not for nothing that they share feelings. I have to get ready for my date with him, I know it's tomorrow, however, I want to make a good impression on him, she said to herself, gathering all her disorder caused by the moment of weakness she suffered before such wonderful news. I'm glad to know you're feeling better, Freya-sama, I wish you're happy, if it's not a problem, I'll leave, Helen said, saying goodbye and turning around. Helen, they named her. Is something wrong, Freya-sama? He asked. If he falls in love with you too, I wouldn't mind sharing him, Freya said, smiling at the assistant. Helen's eyes widened at this, and he nodded. The little hope of being loved had reached her body, her heart. In the room, being alone after Helen had left, she took a considerable sized box from the floor and opened it. There she took what appeared to be a stuffed animal of her beloved and hugged it. You are truly my beloved Audra, bellcranel. Freya-sama, I'm still here, you know. Helen called attention. Was the only thing the goddess said when she saw herself surprised in such a shameful scene. Headquarters of the Hermes family. Asfi, how are things going for our next trip? Are you ready? The god asked the captain of his family. For the millionth time, Hermes-sama, the carriage is ready. I do not understand why you want to leave in such a hurry and without prior notice, much less do I understand how the guild gave you permission to do so, seeing that it is not a work issue, replied the woman with sky blue hair, adjusting her glasses and closing her eyes in a sign of tiredness due to the insistence of her god. You'll know later, little Asfi. Let's just say I want to visit an old friend to catch up on some things that can't be communicated through letters, Hermes replied, sowing doubt in his daughter. The conversation continued between the god and his other dependents until. Tock tock tock. Someone knocked on his door. How strange, I wasn't expecting any visitors, much less at this hour, Hermes said, somewhat surprised by the fact that he was receiving someone. He approached the entrance of his home and opened it to see who the unexpected visitor was. Good evening, Hermes-sama, sorry for coming so late, Belle greeted politely. Oh? Belle. What a surprise to see you here. Come in, said the god, offering him entry to his headquarters. Thank you very much, Hermes-sama, I know I didn't say I was coming, but I promise not to take up too much of your time, reported the white-haired man as he was wrapped by the right arm of the orange-haired man, who led him into his chambers. No problem, you're always welcome, little Belle, Hermes answered happily. So the boy is here, said a seductive voice from another room. Aisha? He named when he recognized the person from whom that voice had come. Why are you surprised? I remember telling you I joined Hermes, the Amazon declared, approaching the young man dangerously. Come on, Aisha, stop bothering him, he surely came for a matter of utmost importance, isn't that right, Belle? Asfi expressed, calming the instincts of her now family member. You take the fun out of life, Asfi, I'm very sure that sooner or later he will show that his good boy attitude is a facade to hide all his sexual potential, Aisha commented, licking her lips and looking with desire at the boy, who blushed excessively at that comment. Don't speak, everything you say can and will be used against you, he advised himself, lowering his gaze, ignoring all insinuations coming from that woman. Anyway, come with me, Belle, to my office. I'm sure you wouldn't come of your own free will. I have a little free time, so there's no problem receiving you. Hermes told the white-haired man, taking him to the aforementioned place. Thank you very much, Hermes-sama, he thanked. In God's office, a few minutes later. Let me see if I understand, you want to know if by chance Asfi has created an artifact capable of reducing the aura of a god, but you don't plan on telling me the reason why you need it, the orange-haired man gave feedback. Why yes, that's what it's all about in a nutshell, Belle replied, looking away, somewhat embarrassed and afraid that he would insist. Hermes held his chin, thoughtful. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face, which didn't give Belle a good feeling. It's because of a goddess, right? You followed my advice, didn't you? He asked her next, with a look that projected pride. It's not true. The white-haired man shouted, forgetting the small detail that you can't lie to a god. You're lying. So you finally decided to have a harem. I'm so proud of you. When the hell did you grow so big? He cried out in ecstasy as he hugged the man he considered his nephew. Belle remained silent, going with the flow of things, he had already been discovered, there was no point in denying it. And tell me, which goddess is the lucky one? He said curiously. The boy thought about whether to tell him his name or just ignore the question, however, that would be very rude seeing that he was willing to help him, the least he could do was be honest. Efusama, he answered through gritted teeth. Huh? I didn't hear that. Could you repeat that? Hermes insisted. It's Freya-sama. He declared to the four winds. Huh? Was the only thing the god managed to say upon hearing the answer. His face went from confident to exalted. Freya. The goddess of beauty with the strongest familia in Arario. Is that Freya we're talking about? Hermes asked, hoping he'd heard wrong. Well, I don't think there is another goddess called Freya in Aurario. Belle responded to the god's repeated questions. Zeus, you must be proud of your grandson. However, I must make sure of something, he whispered almost imperceptibly to the person in front of him. Belle, I have a question to ask you, he said with a serious tone, contrary to the atmosphere and attitude taken previously. What's wrong, Hermes Alma? The white-haired man asked, uncomfortable with the sudden change. Haven't you noticed a sparkle in Freya's eyes when she talks to you? I ask. The glow? I don't think so. Why? The boy replied. It's difficult to know if he's under her spell or not by asking him directly, but it wouldn't make sense to do so, now that he's confused about his feelings. What are you planning to do? Hermes thought, unable to decipher the intentions of this goddess who was so difficult to read. Okay, I understand, don't worry, it's my things, I have what you need, come with me, he said, standing up and going to a closet. Belle followed him from behind. He opened it and began to go through and move various jackets and clothes until he grabbed something from the bottom. Here you go, it's not the same as Hades' helmet, this one only hides the aura of God, however, anyone can see you, so make sure Freya hides well in this. Understood. Hermes handed him a black box. When opened, a large dark cloth was what was inside. Thank you very much, Hermes Alma. Belle thanked, bowing to his friend. It's nothing, take care of her for me while I return from my trip, it will help both of you to walk together through some city. I understand how tired Freya may feel from being the center of attention wherever she goes, the man replied. Yes, that's why I want to do this for her, the white-haired man agreed. Good luck on your date. Go for it, tiger. He cheered her up, giving her the necessary confidence. And that is how the encounter between God and man was beneficial for the latter. Ah, how will you take this, Zeus? Your grandson is practically dating the most beautiful goddess in all of earth and heaven, as well as a beautiful Amazon, the god said to the sky in his mind. The next morning. Everything was ready for the appointment. Belle walked towards the top of the Tower of Babel. This time, to his surprise, he was not escorted by Helen. I wanted to see her, it feels strange not talking to her while I go up in the elevator, he thought internally, remembering the attitude this girl adopted. She's definitely a pretty girl. I don't understand why she's not famous in Aurario. She's just as beautiful as Tiona and Freya, the boy thought. Speaking of Tiona, I haven't seen her, she told me that she and her family would be busy helping the Ganesha family with the security of the city, thanks to the destruction of the Pleasure District and the relationship that the Ishtar family had with Evilus, remembered the white-haired man. When she's free, I'll ask her out too. They say there's a really good restaurant in Riviera. I want to take her there and explore the dungeon too. We both like to fight and I'm sure it's a good idea. He whispered, happy to know that he visits three beautiful women. My grandfather would be jumping for joy if he knew I finally had the intention of having a harem. After the longest internal dialogue the young man had had in a long time, he finally reached her. I've arrived, Freya, he announced, so that she would turn to look at him. You're finally here, Belle. She said happily, running to hug him. Freya. He named her with his face as red as a tomato, he was not used to displays of affection. When she took off, Belle saw her in all her splendor. She was wearing a white blouse that was very tight to her body and covered the entire front of it, as well as a portion of her legs, specifically her thighs. She was also wearing small shorts and what looked like a mustard-colored scarf. I have no idea what that is called, I don't know about fashion, I apologize. Note. The coloring is not mine, apparently whoever did it forgot that Freya's eyes are purple, normally since sometimes they are gray but never blue. How do I look? Freya asked when she felt her lover's gaze. You're as simply perfect, there is no doubt that you are a goddess of beauty, Belle replied. The pace of his words was cut short by his own embarrassment and admiration. I'm glad you like it, Belle, the goddess declared, smiling at him and cupping his cheek with the palm of her hand. I doubt there is anyone who doesn't, the white-haired man said. Oh. That's right, Hermes Alma had something to diminish his aura, please close your eyes, the young man remembered, taking the aforementioned cloth out of a box. Oh? Oh okay, she complied, she wanted to be surprised. And in a swift movement, he felt something cover his entire body. Was the only thing that came out of his lips. What is this? He asked, after taking off what looked like a hat. This will hide your aura, however, your beauty may still draw attention, so you'll have to hide a bit, Belle declared, putting the hat back on her. This did not please Freya, who felt uncomfortable. I wanted to show you my clothes, it took me a long time to choose them, you know. He complained. I am sorry, it was the only way, the white-haired man apologized. I know it's awkward, but I hope we can still enjoy our date, Freya, he commented, smiling at her. Freya's heart leapt, making her forget her discomfort. Why, you better have a wonderful date, one that makes hiding my beauty worth it, she opined, looking away. "In my eyes, you are beautiful with or without that cape, Freya," he replied, taking her hand and starting the evening for both lovers. Chapter 19. In the previous chapter. "I wanted to show you my clothes, it took me a long time to choose them, you know," he complained. "I am sorry, it was the only way," the white-haired man apologized. "I know it's awkward, but I hope we can still enjoy our date, Freya," he commented, smiling at her. Freya's heart leapt, making her forget her discomfort. "Why, you better have a wonderful date, one that makes hiding my beauty worth it," she opined, looking away. "In my eyes, you are beautiful with or without that cape, Freya," he replied, taking her hand and starting the evening for both lovers. In the current chapter. Both Belle and Freya walked calmly through the streets of Aurario, looking at everything around them, as well as the shops and stalls open at that time of day. Freya acted somewhat amazed by this, although of course, these were things she already knew from her small glimpses since the Tower of Babel, and when she acted as her. Nevertheless, she had to play along with her beloved White Rabbit, since the alibi he gave was that of someone who had never explored Aurario firsthand, or not without being escorted, of course. But it had to be admitted that doing so without having to hide behind the facade of a silver-haired waitress was at least pleasant. "Elle, where are we going? All this secrecy makes me very curious," Freya asked, looking directly at him, but the boy didn't turn his face in her direction. He just smiled and spoke. "I have at least 2 places in mind. I hope we can visit them without any complications. If all goes well, that cloak should do its job and keep you from being the object of everyone's attention. Let's trust Hermes-sama for now," he replied, referring to the owner of the garment the goddess was wearing at the time, which fulfilled the aforementioned function. "I see, but that doesn't answer my question, at least tell me the first place we'll go," asked the goddess, making a small pout. "I'll take you to the place with the best food in all of Aurario, or so I think," Belle replied. This time, he actually said it directly to her, causing their eyes to lock. Elle blushed slightly and turned his face away almost as quickly as it took him to turn it away in the first place. This brought a smile to Freya's face. "Fufu, what's wrong? Why the sudden change in your attitude?" He asked that question in a mocking and insinuating tone of voice, almost like a certain waitress from the Lady of Plenty, who enjoyed teasing the poor rabbit. "I am sorry," he apologized, bowing his head and scratching the back of his neck. Freya had an expression that gave off a great desire to continue bothering him with this topic. She really is someone with whom one should not be open. It's just that even if when I saw you in Babel I told you that you looked beautiful, now, under the sunlight, I can say that that word pales when compared to reality. You are simply a beauty out of this world," he added, feeling his heartbeat increasing and his shame growing with the passing of his words. Freya asked, her eyes wide open. She'd clearly heard what Belle had said. She couldn't believe what was happening. In short, she hadn't expected it. She wanted to tease him a little more, but after that, it was impossible. The goddess tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. "Look. We're here. Let's go," Belle warned, taking her hand and increasing his trot, which Freya did the same. Wait. She tried to stop him without any success. The warmth of her lover's skin against hers made any complaints about running dissipate in just a few seconds. She remained silent and with a blush on her cheeks, she smiled. She was so enchanted by this that she didn't notice where they were going. "And the Lady of Plenty. Why, you've got to be joking, of all places, we're right here," Freya thought as she stood in front of the door of that establishment. She looked almost pale. "Is something wrong, Freya?" Belle asked, having released her a few seconds ago, causing the goddess to return to the real world and not the one that was being built in her mind. It's nothing, it's just that the owner of the place was in my family. That's it. I'm a little nervous to see Mia after a few years," she replied, hiding the real reason. It was clear that she wouldn't reveal the fact that she works there almost every day. Right, I forgot, Mamma Mia was the captain of your family," the white-haired man whispered, taking his chin and thinking. "Why, yes," the goddess affirmed. "I see, then, if it is uncomfortable or you do not feel comfortable, we can go somewhere else, although I do not know many restaurants in Aurario," the young man commented, feeling how his lack of knowledge of the city was working against him. He became a little frustrated at not finding an answer, so much so that he whispered things to himself that did not reach his companion's ear. Freya noticed the effort he put into thinking about a place where the two of them could enjoy their date and that she would like. That moved the goddess's heart. She's really trying, she looks so adorable, he thought with some happiness. No problem, as long as I'm with you, I'll feel safe, besides, I think I can't keep postponing my visit with Mia, I'll say hello to her for old time's sake, she replied, holding the right side of the sweater Belle was wearing. The boy stared at her. "Are you sure?" He insisted to confirm that he wasn't forcing himself. "I'm sure, let's go in, I'm starving," she reaffirmed her answer, placing her delicate white hand on the surface of the wooden door and pushing it forward. Elle followed her from behind, holding the door in place once she stepped through. As she really is a beautiful goddess, you must be very proud right now, aren't you, Grandpa? Was the only thing that crossed the young man's mind, who was mesmerized by the beauty of his partner on this so-called date. Not literally, of course. Once inside, a certain waitress with green hair and elf ears noticed them. It was Ryu Lion, Belle's friend. "Cranel-san?" he asked upon realizing the rabbit boy's identity. It wasn't difficult, seeing that he was the only one with those unmistakable physical characteristics. Good afternoon, Ryu, the white-haired man greeted. Good afternoon, Freya, who covered her face, greeted in the same way. This took the elf by surprise, who didn't believe that the stranger was accompanying Belle. Good afternoon, she returned the gesture with a cold tone and an expression as agita as it was attentive. Belle felt the threatening aura increasing uncontrollably, he had to do something to stop it. It would be a table for two, Ryu. We're really hungry like this, I'm sorry for the desperation, but could you take us to our table? She declared with a trembling voice and legs. Interrupting the waitress's analysis. Okay, follow me, she said in a tone that was too serious, even for her. Ryu, please don't interrupt my date, thought Freya, praying that wouldn't happen, since she didn't want to have to charm her to have peace. After all, she doesn't consider her friend for nothing. As they walked behind the elf, with Belle covering his companion, a certain woman greeted. You're finally back, kid. We've missed you, declared Mamma Mia, the owner of the place, upon seeing one of her regular customers. Hi Mamma Mia, I'm sorry, since we won the war game and the change of venue, plus other problems, I have hardly had time to come. I would like to apologize to sir, but I don't see her here. Where is she? Belle informed, throwing that question at the end of his explanation. I understand, still I hope you spend a lot of money today on compensation. The dwarf shouted in a threatening manner, holding her hip with both arms and puffing out her chest. And regarding sir, that girl has been missing for about 2 days now. Every chance she gets us into trouble with her irresponsibility. Right now, when the number of customers has increased, she may be clumsy, but those extra hands would really come in handy, he added, the vein on his forehead popping out in anger at the waitress's lack of commitment. A drop of sweat trickled down Freya's forehead. She knew that at any moment, when she returned as the aforementioned sir, she would receive a harsh scolding. She may be the goddess of the owner, but by adopting that form, Mia was in charge. He'll kill me if he sees me, I'd better turn around and leave, she thought before being pulled by Belle. Come on, we've arrived at our table, her beloved turned his face, giving notice and pulling out the chair for her to sit down. I see my desire to be with him is greater than the fear of the imminent death I will suffer at the hands of Mia, damn love, she said to herself, without thinking twice about sitting down. Here's your table, Ryu said, walking away without saying anything else. I've never seen Ryu behave like this with me before, what's the reason? He tilted his head. Suddenly, the elf made eye contact with him. I feel like she can read my thoughts. She's terrifying. He broke the tension by ignoring her, but a certain terror remained deep inside him. Elle, are you okay? Freya asked, worried about him. Why yes, I feel a murderous intention towards me, but nothing more, he answered as naturally as possible. I don't think that's something you should take lightly, the goddess said. Believe me, after these almost 6 months in Arario, you would be surprised by the number of times I have perceived that intention. I could say that I have become accustomed to it, commented the white-haired man, looking away. Well anyway, let's change the subject. What are you going to order to eat? He added, breaking the awkwardness and acting calm. He didn't want the atmosphere to ruin his date with a beautiful lady. I don't know, I'd like to order a piece of bread first, and then I'll order the main course. What are you going to do? Freya said. Honestly, what I want doesn't matter, Mamma Mia will place plates and plates of food until she's about to burst, Belle explained until a loud bang on her table was heard, making it vibrate. Food served. He said in a cheerful tone, placing down a couple of large plates filled with spaghetti, meat, salad, and some bread. Thanks, Mamma Mia, the white-haired man thanked her, giving Freya a look, almost as if saying, see? I told you so. You're welcome, by the way, Ryu told me that she wanted to talk to you for a moment in the back, if the lady accompanying you doesn't mind, of course, the dwarf informed, pointing behind her. From there, part of the elf's face was peeking out with a very unfriendly expression. This is my end, the young man concluded. Like a pleading puppy, he turned his face to Freya's, waiting for her answer. She nodded, accepting that he go, but not before laughing at the expression he was making. I'm coming, you can eat without me, I won't be long, I hope so, the white-haired man commented, swallowing and walking to his destination or the place of his death. Everything would depend on the detective's mood and how quickly he explains the situation. Why me? Is it because I'm hexy? I can't help being hexy. It just comes to me. She asked herself comically, trying to lighten the heavy mood with an off-the-cuff joke, which she couldn't get out of her thoughts if she wanted to live another day. And so, Freya was left alone at the table. Mia stood to one side of it. Quickly, he bent down to the goddess's ear. "When you return to work, I'll put you through hell. Do you understand, sir?" he whispered, returning to the kitchen afterwards. "I'm dead," she opined with empty, hopeless eyes, almost like bells right now from another part of the restaurant bar. "Well, I'll eat, I'll enjoy my date as soon as my beloved Odd returns, don't be so cruel to him, Ryu," he asked from the bottom of his heart, taking a piece of bread and starting to eat it. On Belle and Ryu's side. The white-haired man lay in a dog-ease position, with the elf looking at him from below, like garbage or a worthless insect. "I'm sorry," the young man apologized again. "You're dating another woman when you have, sir, it's not something that can be fixed with an 'I'm sorry,'" Cranel-san the waitress told him without removing her disgusted expression. "Also, why is it covered? Don't you want us to see it? You really are scum," Cranel-san. Belle was insulted again. "It's not about that. It's hard to explain, I promise I will, and I will make it up to sir for all of this, all I ask is that you trust me, please," the boy asked, without taking his legs, hands or head off the ground. Ryu considered it for a few moments before giving his verdict. "Okay, I hope you make it up to sir a million times over, now, continue with what you were doing before he changes his mind." She didn't sense any hint of lying, which was more than enough reason to accept the suggestion. Elle thanked him, stood up, and returned to the restaurant. "Sir, I got you a date," the elf celebrated, proud of her achievement. Back to the appointment. Once they were together again, they were able to eat freely. Every time they finished something, Mia would settle more food. This was the constant, so much so that neither he nor she could bear to eat an extra gram of food. The minutes passed and they were more than satisfied, almost as if they felt like vomiting. Clearly Mia began her punishment from now on, although it was directed at both of them, especially Belle's wallet. "I feel like if I move, I'll burst," said the white-haired man, struggling to survive the tough food fight he faced. "It wasn't a lie, the food is delicious, but the portions are monstrous," Freya replied. "So that's how you feel, I think I won't bother you with food again. There's no better way to understand someone else's pain than by putting yourself in someone else's shoes," she said to herself. They waited a little longer until they could finally talk without feeling like everything would come out again. The conversation was somewhat trivial, about typical things. "How was your day? What did you do before we left? Are you enjoying the date?" Things like that. Although of course, when they touched on the subject of what they did yesterday, some discomfort arose in both, since Belle did not want to talk about the encounter he had with Ace Wallenstein and Freya, although he was happy to know that the girl from Loki was no longer the owner of his bunny's heart, he still remembered what happened with the lap pillow, causing his anger and jealousy. "Is something wrong? You suddenly pouted," Belle asked, seeing the goddess's expression. Freya realized that she did it unintentionally. "It's nothing, something that crossed my mind made me uncomfortable, that's all, let's change the subject," the goddess asked, shaking her hands. "Belle, do you love someone now? I know it can be hard to get over old feelings in the blink of an eye, but do you have feelings for someone else?" Freya asked, very excitedly. Straight to the point. "Huh?" Belle asked, his cheeks flushed and his face revealing total disbelief. Belle's mind stopped working for a split second. "Do I love someone?" he screamed, his mind breaking. This caught the attention of those present, including the waitresses Anya, Chloe, Lunwer and especially Ryu, who was attentive to the boy's response. "Don't mind yourself and what doesn't concern you. Keep doing your own thing," Mia scolded, and sooner rather than later everyone listened to her. "Thank you mama MIA." Crying internally, Belle put the dwarf on a pedestal for the great help she received. "Don't make a fuss, I'm sorry for the question, you don't have to answer," he said to Freya in a low voice, trying to calm Belle. "Their reactions are adorable, however, this time it was over the top. I really wanted to know the answer," she said to herself, pouting again. "The person I love, you ask?" Belle said, recapitulating. "I can't tell her that I love her, Antiona, it's not the time, it's not the place, and much less do I have a plan yet to avoid breaking one of their hearts," he commented to himself. He felt cornered, but he didn't want to leave Freya without an answer. I think that my love," with the goddess giving him her full attention and his words coming out with increasing difficulty, Belle was about to succumb to the pressure. "Boom." Freya tilted her head. "Here's your check, you're causing too much noise, get out," said the dwarf, owner of the place, interrupting the answer. The way he said it made them quickly leave and leave the money. "I couldn't get the answer again, I couldn't get him to say that he loves me," the goddess lamented. Mamma Mia had saved the nervous wreck named Bellcranel from the awkward situation a question had put him in. "Kid, you're getting yourself into a lot of trouble, I hope everything turns out okay," the dwarf thought, shaking her head and returning to her post. Outside of the Lady of Plenty. They were both silent, saying nothing, not knowing how to break the ice barrier that had suddenly formed between them. Bell, for his part, continued to think about the question Freya asked him. The goddess, on the other hand, felt guilty for causing all this, also dying of doubt at not getting what she wanted. For that same reason, taking a breath and taking confidence, he took responsibility. "I'm sorry if the question made you uncomfortable. It can't be easy to get over your feelings so quickly, right?" he said understandingly. Bell sighed. "It's not about that, it's just that I wouldn't know what to answer right now. I'm just sure of one thing, I'm feeling love again, or something very similar to it. Forgive me for saying it until now, it would have been easier and less uncomfortable to say it when you wanted to know." The white-haired man apologized anyway. "He's feeling love, that means maybe he loves me." Joy returned to Freya's body and she couldn't help but smile. "Well, let's start over and don't let a stumble ruin our date," Bell suggested, smiling at her and taking her hand again. "Let's go to the last place I wanted to visit with you. Luckily, night is about to fall," he added. Freya, happy to have Bell holding her again, replied. "Yes. Let's go." They both walked to their final destination, their energy renewed and enjoying each other's company. How could they not? The person they loved was by their side, and in Freya's case, she felt protected, safe, and a warmth grew in her chest along with her happiness. Bell, meanwhile, felt the same as when he was with Tiona. An immense tranquility and a desire to never leave the goddess he held in his hand. "Comparing what I feel for both of them, it's exactly the same, there's no difference. I love them both," he said to himself, remembering the advice Welf had given him a couple of days ago regarding his doubts about the love he shared for both women. However, deep inside, he felt something was missing, an awkwardness that was out of place. Something was missing, or maybe someone. However, there was no time to focus on that, he had to enjoy Freya's company and make sure she enjoyed the moment as well. Two lovers arriving at their penultimate stop. A few minutes later. The sunset was beginning, the streets of Auraria were turning on their lights in order to welcome the coming darkness brought on by the soon-to-arrive night. Bell and Freya continued walking. "When will we arrive?" the goddess wondered as time passed without any indication that she was nearing her destination. Something to add is that she didn't recognize the streets he took, much less the place he was taking her to. "Don't tell me we're going to a love hotel." That out-of-place idea surfaced in the possibilities she was creating in her mind. I don't think so, it's too naive. If we get to that point, I'm more than sure that I'll have to take the initiative." She denied that option sooner rather than later. Or maybe he couldn't hold back anymore and will bring out all of his forbidden desires. "Although if that were the case, I wouldn't refuse," he continued with his thoughts until. "We're here," Freya Bell reported. Freya came out of her trance and, full of excitement at seeing her fantasy come true, looked at the place. Great was his disappointment when he received his long-awaited answer. "Ellie?" he asked. "Just wait and see, if you'll excuse me," he said, and suddenly. What are you doing?" the goddess asked as she felt her feet leave the ground. Bell had carried her in his arms as if she were a princess. "What I want to show you is higher up," he declared, taking a big leap. Freya, her arms wrapped around Bell's neck, held on tight as she felt the wind rush through her body, making the black cloak that protected her flutter. A small bang sounded and the pounding air ceased. "We arrived just in time," the white-haired man informed, without letting go of her. He sat on the edge of the floor, his feet in the air, Freya sitting on his lap. She, enchanted by the determination that her beloved exuded, ignored what he wanted to show her. "Look at the sunset," he pointed ahead of him. She listened. As he did so, he came across a simply wonderful sight. A beautiful sunset, the sun showing the last part of its circumference while the moon slowly appeared. A view simple but charming. Amazed by the sight, unable to speak, Bell broke the ice. "I'll never tire of watching the sunset here, it relaxes me and makes me happy to know that I've lived another day striving to fulfill my dream. I arrived with just that, a dream, and little by little I'm fulfilling it. The setting of the sun and the coming of night only make me remember that I'm one day less away from achieving what I set out to do as a child. That's why I love this place so much, not just this part of course, but all of Auraria, the city of heroes where I will become one," Bell announced, with a reflection of the last rays of the sun hitting his crimson eyes. Freya put aside the sunset to focus her attention on something even more beautiful. Bell. His face, his eyes, his lively smile that warms any heart, that white glow that grew ever brighter and larger. How could you not love him? How could you not love that pure boy? "Yes, it really is a wonderful view," he said, although of course, they were talking about different scenarios and things. She pressed her face against Bell's chest and hugged him a little tighter. The white-haired man, mesmerized by the moment, felt no shame or anything like that. He just went with the flow of things slowly. "You really are my Audra," the goddess whispered. Did you say something?" Bell looked down at her. "Nothing," she answered, smiling mischievously and pressing her face even closer to her lover's manly body. At the Tower of Babel, moments later. The date had come to an end, they knew it. After their little visit, they returned to Freya's home, ready to say goodbye. But the door to the room open, one on each side of it. "Thanks so much for the date, Belle, I really had a lot of fun," Freya said, smiling sweetly and purely at him. "I promised to do it and I did, it makes me happy to know that I managed to make you happy on this occasion," at least the boy answered, smiling at her in the same way. The goddess was speechless, and still, that cursed smile that stirred her heart was present again. "I'm leaving, Freya. I'm looking forward to going out with you again. I promised to plan something else for us to have fun together." Belle finished, turning around, about to walk to the elevator. "I can't let this moment pass," Freya said, gathering her courage. Just as the white-haired man entered the elevator, a voice called him. "Belle." He listened to Freya, who had named him. "As I turned around, something unexpected happened." "You The kiss was given. Freya held the two sides of the white-haired man's face with both hands. Their lips pressed together in a sweet and tender kiss. Belle, whose eyes opened wide, almost stunned, remained motionless. A few seconds passed and they finally separated. Freya quickly pressed the elevator button for it to close. "Belle, this day, only made me more sure of my feelings. I love you," she declared as the doors closed. And boom. The doors closed. In the elevator, Belle remained as before. As he went down all the floors and finally reached the first one, he finally expressed something. Oh again and the same way. He shouted with euphoria while he ran away at high speed with his face completely red and holding his heart that was beating 1,000 times an hour. Freya, meanwhile, lay down on her bed, hugged that stuffed animal that strangely resembled her beloved, and smiled with great happiness and joy. In Folkvanger, specifically in the room of a certain silver-haired girl. Ellen was lying in her bed, staring at the ceiling and feeling an overflowing happiness born in her heart. She knew her goddess had had a wonderful evening with the boy of her interest. A certain sadness and jealousy were present in her, since she also loved Belle. "There's no time to feel defeated," she whispered. "It's my turn to try to woo him. Freya-sama approves of me doing so, even if it's the man she loves, she's willing to share him with someone like me. I won't waste my chance," she told herself, trusting in the plan she and her goddess had devised for her to have her moment with Belle. "Freya-sama, no, all the gods, please allow me to make him fall in love with me, please," said the silver-haired girl, begging for such a longed-for wish with her eyes closed. "So this is what love feels like," she finished, with both hands on her chest, hoping that everything would turn out well and closing her eyes with emotion, unable to wait for morning to arrive. Chapter 20. In the previous chapter. In Folkvanger, specifically in the room of a certain silver-haired girl. Ellen was lying in her bed, staring at the ceiling and feeling an overflowing happiness born in her heart. She knew her goddess had had a wonderful evening with the boy of her interest. A certain sadness and jealousy were present in her, since she also loved Belle. "There's no time to feel defeated," she whispered. "It's my turn to try to woo him. Freya-sama approves of me doing so, even if it's the man she loves, she's willing to share him with someone like me. I won't waste my chance," she told herself, trusting in the plan she and her goddess had devised for her to have her moment with Belle. "Freya-sama, no, all the gods, please allow me to make him fall in love with me, please," said the silver-haired girl, begging for such a longed-for wish with her eyes closed. "So this is what love feels like," she finished, with both hands on her chest, hoping that everything would turn out well and closing her eyes with emotion, unable to wait for morning to arrive. Current chapter. Hestia Familia Headquarters, Belle's room. Our young white-haired man was lying on his bed, his gaze lost in thought, directed straight ahead. His thoughts were inversely proportional to the calm he showed when he was inserted and without showing any movement. Inversely proportional. That is, opposite to the aforementioned characteristic. His mind was a complete jumble of things, memories, names, and most of all girls, 2 girls to be exact. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. She kissed me. Freya kissed me. She said she loved me and kissed me. Why the hell did they both use the same strategy? I'm starting to think I'm too absent-minded, he said to himself, screaming internally, a complicated feeling welling up in his heart. Happiness? Of course I was happy. Nervous? Too much, especially considering that another girl practically just declared her love for him just a couple of hours ago. Doubts? Of course there are doubts. The rabbit's heart is divided and he doesn't know what to do. His heart rate matched his appearance. Well, that wasn't anything new, considering his normal reactions when a girl approaches him. This wasn't the same. He turned his body and lay face down, burying his face in the white pillow. Why the hell do these things happen to me? He asked himself fiercely, although he was involved in a situation that would be enviable for any man, that didn't give him the slightest bit of peace of mind. 2 girls in his heart. In his thoughts. And only one option. A harem. I have to find a way to not hurt both of them. I don't want to be made to choose. I don't want to. I couldn't. I could be scattered just like my feelings. However, I'm sure of one thing. What I feel is love," he commented in his subconscious, smiling, something very contrary to what he expressed before with his laments. "This is going to be a long sleepless night," he said to himself. Clearly the boy couldn't sleep because of the large amount of things to think about. One way, just one that doesn't hurt both of them, the harem, but both of them have to agree, and nothing assures me that such a miraculous scenario will ever occur in this situation. He lamented the low probability of taking that route. "I have to do something to make it clear to them that I love them both. Love conquers all things. So if I show them that I love them equally, maybe, just maybe they'll be convinced." The mood rose exponentially. But they suddenly fell apart when a question was asked. "And how am I supposed to do that?" He screamed from the depths of his being, though it didn't leave his lips. Freya, he named her in his thoughts, as an image of that goddess appeared. Fiona, he named that beautiful and tender Amazon, whom he loved in the same way as the previous woman. Just like with Freya, the Amazon's smile on the day she declared her love to Belle made its appearance in her memoirs. "I don't know how I'll do it, but I promise I won't hurt you. I'll make you happy. If I don't achieve that, then I'm not worthy of the love you feel towards me," he ended his internal debate with that oath. After all, the problems of loving two people don't end when you manage to make them fall in love. It ends when you get a happy ending for all parties. And bellcranel. She will fight to have her happy ending. He will fight for Tiona's happy ending. And for Freya's too. And having finished, Belle finally closed his eyes, slowly falling into a deep sleep. Belle's dream. We find ourselves at the Tower of Babel, specifically where Freya resides, a place that, thanks to the last few days, Belle knew perfectly well. What am I doing here?" the white-haired man asked himself, tilting his head in clear confusion. Everything looked blurry, several clouds covered the place, or maybe steam, it doesn't matter, the important thing is that I was there. He walked down the long floor, waiting for some sign that would give him even a vague idea of what he was doing there. "I'm pretty sure this is a dream. There's nothing strange about me being here. I've been spending a lot of time here lately. Let's see what happens." As he walked, he came across a scene he hadn't expected. "Helen," said the young woman. The adventurer said, tilting his head. "My name is Helen," the girl added to her words. Exactly, the dream recreated the moment when he and that beautiful woman, whom he considered terrifying the first time he met her, met and spoke for the first time. Bell continued to watch what was happening right before his eyes, but not before asking himself dozens of questions about what was happening. "Helen, that's a nice name. Thank you very much, Helen. I hope we can meet again." Bell replied, smiling tenderly, as was his custom, and then entered Freya Sama's room. But Helen tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. And suddenly the dream ended, or at least that part of it. The great darkness covered the place when Bell saw how Helen did not specify his words and blushed completely from the compliment he gave her. But since our young adventurer is a fool when it comes to love unless he's told straight, he didn't notice or consider it important. What does this mean? I think that since I wasn't present for what happened next, I can't recreate it. The human mind is strange, was the explanation he came up with. Immersed in the black and infinite nothingness, waiting for something else to project itself, a slight discomfort was felt within him. Why would I dream about Helen? I have to admit that, after our first impressions, she seemed very pretty, very tender. Her attitude that demonstrates the opposite of what she thinks or feels seems to me a very adorable characteristic in her. I should create a word that has that meaning, but I have no option or time for that, he commented, elaborating and straying from the important thing. Helen, for some reason, when I name her, when I see her, when I talk to her, I feel a slight jump in my chest, something similar to before I could answer, the scene changed again. We're in the same place, the white-haired young man said with intrigue. The pair of voices caught his attention, so he turned towards where they were coming from. Did I say something funny?" Bell questioned, seeing his companion's light laugh, which seemed very cute from his point of view. He had never seen her laugh like that, although of course, they had only met twice. It's nothing, I just think that fast is my middle name isn't something someone would say to brag," Helen replied, wiping a small tear from his left eye with his finger. The young man didn't understand what was funny about that, it was evident on his confused face. Until the answer seemed to come to him after a few seconds of thinking, seconds in which they continued moving forward until they reached the elevator. "Hey. I didn't mean it like that," Bell complained, red as a tomato. "That was just a few days ago." That mockery of Helen towards him, making reference to a sexual subject which our innocent rabbit would not say or think about in a dream because his mind could play a trick on him. Although he focused on a specific part of that conversation. "Helen's laugh is beautiful," he said. "On that occasion I didn't have time to realize it because I was busy making excuses," he added. Seeing the light laughter of that woman, the girl he had been living with for a short time, caused a warm feeling in his chest. That smile he thought was impossible to see the first time he met her. That cold and strong personality that characterized her. It melted away in a couple of minutes in which they both talked and got to know each other. He deep down understood that she was calling for his attention. However, there was still a small revelation missing to know how. Absolute darkness returned, only there were 3 lights illuminating the sky. The first of them was a purple color that gradually faded, allowing its origin to become apparent. Freya. The silhouette of the goddess he loved materialized. Before I could think of a response, a bright yellow glow replaced the previous one. Fiona, now the one who introduced herself, was the beautiful Amazon of the Loki family. Wait, if it's the 2 of them, what does that mean? The question couldn't be fully formulated since the spot it was pointing at gave off a beautiful, shining silver light. It slowly faded away and Bell knew what would happen. Still more than feeling happy, a strong pressure in every fiber of his body was what was present in his being. The last person was standing in front of you. It was no one else but Helen, standing in front of that girl, his body lost all weight, all tension, all worry. And without warning he woke up. Out of Bell's dream. The sheets moving made their characteristic sound. Bell's eyes shot open. His face was completely sweaty and he was breathing at an abnormal rate. But none of that compared to how fast her heart was beating. He placed his right palm on top of where it is located. What does that mean? Why was Helen with those 2, he wondered. It was just a dream, just that, right? He continued trying to convince himself of it. Don't tell me that I'm falling in love with her. When I said falling in love, a feeling similar to the one I experienced when thinking about Freya and Tiona came to mind. It was there that he understood that no matter how much he denied it or tried to convince himself otherwise. You can't lie to your heart and the love it holds. She stared at the ceiling of her room in fear, clutching her chest and sheets, and uttered her last words before ending her doubts. Freya, Tiona, and now Helen too. Are you making fun of me, god of romantic comedies? He threw himself back onto his mattress. He placed his forearm on his forehead and closed his eyes. Needless to say, sleeping was the last thing he could do after that revelation. It seems that she will also have to fight for a happy ending alongside Helen, the same case as with Freya and Tiona. In short, it has been included in the promise. Twilight Mansion, that same night. The surveillance mission had ended that day and an air of tranquility reigned in the rooms of the Loki family headquarters. In one of the rooms, 2 girls, sisters, were chatting peacefully about a topic of interest to both of them, or rather, about a certain white rabbit that had fallen in love with one of them. So you miss your beloved after a few days without seeing him, you must really be in love with him if you can't stand that short time without being with him, Tyne declared, mocking her sister. Don't make fun of me. You've been complaining about not being able to be with the captain yourself, so you can't make fun of me if you're in the same position. Tiona complained, bringing up the subject of her sister's crush. That's not the same. Besides, the captain invited me on a date, he informed the eldest of the Amazon sisters, with her cheeks blushed and acting like a little girl. He invited you? Bell has never invited me on a date, I was the one who did it, said the little Amazon, clearly jealous of her sister. Relax, he's probably planning to do it when the guard duty ends. Besides, he already said he loves you, right? So why don't you attack more fiercely so he'll choose you? Tyne asked, tilting her head, not understanding the delay in formalizing a relationship. It's not that I don't want to, but he just got over a heartbreak and I want to be sure that there are no after effects that continue to torment him, she replied, looking to the side somewhat sadly. Fiona, her companion, named her. I don't want to rush him, I don't want to pressure him, I love him, and I want everything to flow at the pace that is necessary and in which we both feel comfortable. I don't want to make any mistakes that could push him away from me, he continued, feeling a small pressure in his chest as he imagined his hero walking away. I want to be with him. Be happy by his side. Get married. Have adventures. Create memories that we will long for when we grow old and that we will tell our grandchildren. And above all, I've a life of happiness in which our love has only grown with the passage of time. That's the life I want and I imagine myself with him. A look of surprise appeared on Tyne's face as she heard her sister's wishes and goals loud and clear. It was clear that this love was true, there was no room for doubt from the beginning. However, she had no idea it was this big. From one moment to the next, Tyne turned into a living tomato, she had realized how embarrassing and shameful what she said was. Don't make me say things like that. She yelled while shaking her head and hitting her cheeks to calm down. I won't make fun of you, don't worry. I'm glad to know that, after the way we lived since we were children, you can smile and seek to have a happy life. That's why I'll support you in everything you do. Go for that man. My little sister deserves to be happy. Said the eldest of the Amazons, hugging Tiona. "Thank you," Tiona thanked, smiling as tears of happiness ran down her cheeks. "So I suppose you'll wait until your beloved's heart is ready, right?" he questioned her. "Yes, Belle, my Argonaut-kun is someone worth waiting for," he answered without hesitation. After a while, they both left their room, and as they did, at that very moment, two members of their family and their goddess arrived. They were Reveria, Ace and Loki respectively. The first two had been absent since yesterday, they found out thanks to Finn, who asked them if they didn't know where it was. As the hobbit didn't insist on that question, they assumed it had already been resolved. Loki was talking to Finn, who approached to ask for an explanation. As this had caught his attention, the sisters approached. As they did so, they saw an expression on Ace's face. It reflected sadness. What happened, Ace?" Tiona asked, worried about her family member. "I don't think this is the place to talk about this," Reveria interrupted. "No, I want to talk," Reveria said, the golden-haired girl, interrupting the elf's words. She was surprised by this. She hadn't expected him to adopt that attitude. She thought he would lock himself in his room and suffer in silence. Ace approached the young Amazon and stared at her. Little by little he opened his lips. He chose you, Tiona," he said, with his watery, red eyes. The girl opened her eyes wide. I asked him on a date. Belle accepted, but when I wanted to express my feelings, he rejected me," Ace reported, feeling a strong pain deep inside her. Ace, Tiona named her, feeling sad to see her friend like that. The person responsible for this was Belle. No. She was the Sword Princess. All this happened as a result of decisions she made herself. And now he was suffering the consequences. "He loves you, so make him happy please," she finished, giving him a fake smile that only gave off a strong feeling of pain and contained sadness. After saying this, he ran to his room. Without looking back. Without saying a word. Just gone. Many things were going through Tiona's mind. He felt happy to know that Ace no longer lived in Belle's heart. However, she also felt disgust towards herself. Disgusted at being happy about something that made a dear friend suffer. The cluster of feelings. Loki, seeing this, spoke. "We are responsible for our decisions and for taking our own paths, no matter if this is beneficial to us or not. Sometimes we must be selfish, especially when it comes to our own happiness. Putting someone else's before your own will lead you to a life full of suffering, so, Tiona, don't feel bad about what happened, feel happy knowing that the boy loves you, cheer up," said the goddess, placing her hand on her daughter's shoulder, trying to empathize with her. "Loki-sama," he said the name of his goddess, feeling how his dull mood ignited again. "You want to see that boy, don't you? I'll give you the day off the day after tomorrow. I would give it to you tomorrow, but that's too little time to tell someone else to take your place in the guard. Is that okay?" Loki made his offer. He wanted his family's happiness, and even though it pains him because of the relationship that boy has with Hestia, Belle is the one who brings joy to Tiona's life. "Yes. Thank you very much, Loki-sama." The girl thanked, smiling sweetly. She went to her room full of excitement, unable to wait for that day to arrive. So Finn and Tyan were left alone in the hallway. "Do you still want your day for your date?" Loki asked them both mockingly. Tyan blushed and made a silly smile. Finn just scratched the side of his head as sweat trickled down his forehead. Meanwhile, Tiona was in her room hugging her pillow. "I'll ask Belle out on another date. Although I'd like him to take the initiative sometime, but that doesn't matter." The girl thought, closing her eyes and imagining the life she told her sister about until she fell asleep. Dungeon, the next morning. The Hestia family was fighting on the intermediate floors against some minotaurs and hellhounds that surrounded them. After several days of rest, they finally returned to exploring the dungeon. "Firebolt!" Belle shouted, causing a scarlet beam to originate in the palm of his right hand and be fired towards its target, which, in this case, was a minotaur that was approaching Mikoto and Harahim. A small explosion made such a sound when said lightning struck the monster's snout. Before he could even get back on his feet and focus his attention on whoever had attacked him, he realized that the man was just a few feet away from him. In a swift motion, Belle drew both daggers and plunged them into the minotaur's chest. He then brought his arms down forcefully, cutting and tearing the flesh, leaving the wounds open and the magic stone visible. As the beast tried to strike with his fists the cause of his pain, once again that word that started it all came from the boy's lips. "Firebolt." The beam of fire hit the same spot as before. The boy's intention in hitting that area was clear. "I wanted to stun him." The Minotaur's vision was reduced by the dense smoke that was the result of the explosion. When this pain dissipated, he felt a sharp pain in his torso area. Crack. The crack was heard. As he lowered his head, he realized that this was the end of him. Belle had plunged the Hestia dagger into the monster's magic stone, and it was beginning to crack. In a poor attempt to at least damage it, the Minotaur threw a blow at it, but just before it made contact with it, the magic stone shattered completely. Clash. Only pieces of it and the smoke that the monsters left behind were all that remained of that opponent. That and a minotaur horn. Are you okay? I think that was the last one, Belle asked both girls. They both nodded. I'm sorry to bring you to the dungeon so soon, Haraham. I understand that it's difficult to adapt, seeing as you've never properly entered as an adventurer, the white-haired man said to the Renard. It's okay Belle-sama, I want to help in whatever is necessary, also, I know that if I have any problem, you will help me Haraham said, smiling calmly at the young man. Well, we have to go back. Today we came with the goal of finding Haraham a role in the team. I think we agree that she would be more like our support from a distance, right? The blacksmith expressed, approaching his companions. Sorry I can't fight directly, Welf-sama, he bowed apologetically. It's okay, no position is more important than the other, we all complement each other, don't we? Said the blacksmith, trying to put the matter aside. I have all the magic stones. Lily warned, running towards them. Okay. We can go back, I wanted to go with take Mikazuchi-sama to see Aoka and Chigusa, Haraham, will you come with me? Mikoto suggested to her friend. Yes. She replied excitedly. Lily also has some matters to attend to reported the hobbit. Huh? I see everyone has plans. Okay, let's get out of here soon so everyone can go where they want, Belle commented, laughing a little. Yes, even I have things to do, there are some matters I must attend to with Tsubaki, and Hephaestus apparently Welf was also busy, although when he named the dwarf, it was clear that it was for work. Then let's go back, Belle said, getting his family to move and start climbing. As they walked through the floors and killed the monsters they came across, Welf noticed that his white-haired friend was somewhat distracted. When they reached an area of the dungeon where there weren't many monsters, this one approached him. Hey Belle he named him. Is something wrong, Welf? He asked. Tell me the truth. Why are you here and not here at the same time? He asked the question. Belle tilted his head, not understanding what the blacksmith said. So, you seem distracted, as if your body were in the dungeon, but not your mind. Did something happen? Welf explained. I see, I'm fine, nothing's wrong the boy tried to excuse himself, although everyone in his family knew that one of his worst skills was lying. Welf didn't believe him and insisted until Belle had no choice but to speak. There are two things I think I'll start with the one that happened first yielding to the pressure, he was going to recount what happened with a certain silver-haired goddess. As they slayed monsters side by side, somewhat ignoring the other three girls in their family, Belle told her what happened on his date with Freya and how it ended. Are you kidding? Did he kiss you? Welf asked, not understanding that. Speak softly, Belle asked, almost whispering. Thank all the gods neither Haraham, Mikoto nor Lily heard him. Sorry, but how do you expect me to take this? Two women practically confessed their love to you, both of whom you yourself said you possibly love equally, so the harem route presented itself to you, the Redid replied. Why yes, that's what it seems, although there's still the problem of both of them accepting the young man remembered the condition that was eating away at his head. That's true, however, I don't feel that's what's worrying you the most, right? The blacksmith questioned. Belle sighed heavily, Welf reading him like an open book. Why you see it was there that he told her about a certain girl who served as Freya's assistant, with whom he had been living every time he went to visit said goddess. I see, but what does that have to do with your worries? He asked Welf, not knowing how the two things were related. With a face resembling a tomato, almost forcing himself to speak, he recounted what happened that night, specifically, in his dreams. He talked about a third woman who was present there and how he felt seeing her and remembering the moments they spent together, needless to say, it was Helen. Welf remained silent, surprised by what she told him. Sigh. Don't embellish what you dreamed with more words, tell things as they are the blacksmith asked. Came out of the boy's lips. You think you love her too, but you just didn't realize it before and you didn't check it like you did with Tiona and Freya explained the Redid. At how direct he had been, Belle nodded. And you want to clear up your doubts he continued. The white-haired man nodded again. I see you don't get out of one because you get into another Welf whispered, rubbing his eyes. Sorry Belle apologized. I don't think you should apologize to me anyway, do what you think is right, if you truly believe that feelings like love can arise towards her don't hesitate, if you are willing to accept what comes as a result of that, knowing that you still don't know if Tiona and Freya will agree to share you, do it, at the end of the day, it is your happiness that is also at stake, and he who does not risk does not win commented the blacksmith, ruffling his little brother's hair. Then I must before reaching his resolution, he was interrupted. Belle don't know, Lily don't know, Welf don't know, see you later. Mikoto said, saying goodbye to the three as she walked away with Haraham. Goodbye. The aforementioned waved their hands in the distance. Lily was the next to go. Welf and Bell walked through the streets of Verario. The latter would go to his headquarters since he had nothing to do that day, and Tiona had guard duty in the pleasure district, or what was left of it. Sooner or later, Welf took a different path, leaving Bell alone. I want to invite Tiona on a date in the dungeon. They say there's a dish for sea couples in Riviera, he thought, turning red as a tomato. Immersed in his thoughts and without looking at the direction he was taking, a voice called him. Bell? Said that female voice. The boy looked everywhere hoping to run into the person who had named him. Here, Bell. Said that girl again, making the white-haired man find her this time. When he did it, his eyes opened wide. Sir, he asked when he saw the silhouette of that woman from the Lady of Plenty. Sir. The silver-haired girl tilted her head curiously. Bell rubbed his eyes, maybe they were playing tricks on him. When he opened them again, he realized who he really was. Helen. Yes, it's me. I'm offended that you didn't recognize me at first, Helen said, feeling insulted. How am I supposed to do it? Your clothes are different from usual, the boy said, somewhat nervously. Helen was wearing a thin white dress, a beige hat, and a bento box, just like the one Sir gave her every day. You'll have to imagine Sir as Helen since there aren't many images of Helen, although you don't have to invest much imagination if you ask me XD. And how do I look? I don't tend to dress like that. If you say I look different, it's because I look strange, right? The silver-haired girl asked, waving her dress and with her cheeks completely red, nervous to know Bell's answer. Quite the opposite, you look beautiful, the white-haired young man responded without a hint of doubt in his words. Helen's heart leaped for joy at this. He managed to contain his emotion by covering his face with his hands. Meanwhile, Bell remembered his dream and became a nervous wreck again. I am sorry. I shouldn't have been so direct. Sorry. He apologized intensely. Why, you don't have to apologize. It made me happy that you think I look beautiful, the girl interrupted her beloved's words. I see. Well, I think you have things to do, so I won't take up any more of your time, said Bell with his heart beating at an alarming speed. Remembering that maybe the love made her want to run away. Why am I leaving? This is the perfect opportunity, he asked himself, but his legs wouldn't respond. Wait. He said to Helen, taking the boy's hand to stop him. This seemed to calm him down and take him out of his misgivings. I'm going to a place on Deedle Street and I wanted to know if he began to say his proposal. Why, if you would like to accompany me as a date, she finished, blushing up to her ears. Like a date, you say? The white-haired man asked, in order to confirm that he heard correctly. Why, yes, I would like to have a date with you, Belle, the silver-haired girl reaffirmed. The calm that the contact of his hand with hers made him not get nervous. I see, then he gladly agreed to go out on a date with you, Helen, he gave his answer, showing that smile that gladdened the hearts of the girls who were in love with him. The girl, still holding Belle's hand, thought the following. It's my turn, I won't waste my chance, I want to be with you. At the same time, her happiness was represented by a smile, just like the one the young man had shown her a few moments ago. That smile she brought out. When I was with him. Chapter 21. In the previous chapter. I see, then he gladly agreed to go out on a date with you, Helen, he gave his answer, showing that smile that gladdened the hearts of the girls who were in love with him. The girl, still holding Belle's hand, thought the following. It's my turn, I won't waste my chance, I want to be with you. At the same time, her happiness was represented by a smile, just like the one the young man had shown her a few moments ago. That smile she brought out. When I was with him. Helen's chance has come, and he'll unleash all his might to conquer the rabbit. Current chapter. We met on the streets of Verario, a couple of young people walking side by side. They were Bellcranel and Helen, both going to a destination unknown to those who saw them pass by. Very few people, outside of the Freya family members and a few adventurers, knew the identity of the woman at the side of the famous adventurer of the moment, the little rookie. Several questions arose around him. Who is that beautiful girl next to the little rookie? A woman asked, interested in that boy. It was not strange seeing that, since his popularity increased, the interest of women towards him was on the rise. Have you noticed that he's almost always surrounded by women? Complained an adventurer, jealous of the enviable situation in which the boy found himself. Will he become king of the harem? This reminds me of the old glories of the Zeus family several years ago, commented an elderly man, who had probably been present during the times when said god and his family, along with that of the goddess Hera, were the strongest in Aurario. However, that time has come to an end, and that is not what interests us now. Helen and Belle tried to act as if they didn't hear anything the people were saying, although, needless to say, neither of them managed to calm down. Our handsome white-haired man tried to hold back his urge to run because of how nervous each comment made him. The silver-haired girl, on the other hand, was completely blushing, however, she felt happy to have by her side that boy she loved so much, so nothing the others said would change that. The thought flooded the girl's mind. Alma said that he showered her with compliments as soon as he saw her. Why hasn't she said anything else about my appearance? Did she not like it? She only said that I looked beautiful. It feels a little unsatisfactory, she said to herself in a complaining manner, showing a small pout and looking sideways at the person responsible for her anger. This was noticed by Belle, who didn't know what the hell he was doing wrong. Why does she look upset? I didn't do anything or say anything. I didn't say anything, he wondered and came to a conclusion too quickly. Women are so complicated, however, when a girl has given me that kind of look, it's because she wants me to say something about her appearance. At least I can say that going on dates with Freya and Tiona has helped me understand other women better, he said to himself, staring at her. Helen, he named her. She turned her head towards him. I've never seen you without your hair covering most of your face. I have to admit you really are very beautiful, it makes your features shine, and your radiant grey eyes full of life. I know you didn't ask me, but I think you look much better this way, he said without any hindrance. They might think that when he realized what was happening his words were simply planned, however, it was not like that, he spoke from the bottom of his heart. The compliment is not a compliment when you don't say your first impression. Helen's eyes widened at that. Do you really think that? The silver-haired girl asked, wanting to confirm the young man's words. This insistence made Belle realize what he had said. Although he didn't try to regulate his sentence, it was impossible not to be ashamed of having done so. Why yes, I really think so, he confirmed what was mentioned, looking away and scratching the back of his neck. Without realizing it, Helen took him by the arm. What? He shouted, completely embarrassed. No one has ever told me anything like that, thank you very much, Belle, the silver-haired woman mentioned, hugging Belle's left limb. To this, he had no response and his mind simply short-circuited, causing steam to burst out of his head. She's too cute. He screamed internally. Oh. We're almost there. Let's go. Helen warned when he noticed the entrance to Daedalus Street out of the corner of his eye. He broke away from the hug and ran over there. Belle remained static in his position. Don't remember your dream, don't remember your dream, don't remember your dream, if you do you'll be a bundle of nerves and won't be able to behave properly with her, he told himself repeatedly, even hitting his cheeks and shaking his head in order to maintain the calm lost by a simple smile and a hug from Helen. The girl, for her part, walked away from him because her heart couldn't take another moment in the close team situation they found themselves in. Saying that they were close to their destination was a simple excuse she used to get away from him and stay calm. Hythe was right, I know absolutely nothing about dating. I almost threw myself into his arms without a care. I still don't know if he's in love with me or if there's a possibility of that. I shouldn't rush into it. If I do, I'll scare him. Breathe, Helen, breathe, she encouraged herself and held her hot cheeks. However, a smile grew bigger and bigger when she remembered the feeling of physical contact with her beloved. Without realizing it, he started walking that way, moving away from his companion. Wait, Helen. Belle tried to get her attention without success, she was totally immersed in her thoughts, so much so that nothing outside of them seemed to reach her ears. Belle ran towards her and walked beside her, still, Helen's attitude did not walk, he just looked at her without knowing what to say, so he decided to remain silent and not bother her. And without realizing it, they walked in circles for several minutes along Daedalus Street until reason returned to the silver-haired girl and she guided the boy in a good way to where they were going. Maria's orphanage. We're here, Helen announced, pointing to a small church somewhat battered by the passing of the years. What is this place? The white-haired man asked, looking at each section of the site. Before Helen could answer, some voices interrupted them. Helen! Shouted several boys and girls of different races, running towards where the two were standing. Bri. Fina. Rue. The silver-haired girl bent down and opened her arms to welcome the little ones. A brown-haired human, a small demi-human with golden hair, just like her tails and ears, and a blonde elf who resembled a certain girl who works at the Lady of Plenty. Helen, you're finally coming to visit us. They celebrated, hugging her tightly. Belle stood watching. Helen, I wasn't expecting your visit. How are you feeling? Asked a woman leaving the church. I'm fine, Sister Maria. I wanted to come see you. It's been a few weeks since I last saw you. The aforementioned woman replied, looking up at the person who, apparently, is called Maria. As the children broke away from the hug, the girl walked toward the adult. They started talking, almost as if he'd forgotten Belle was still there. He had no complaints. In fact, he was happy to see how calmly she dealt with the children. Suddenly, one of the boys, specifically Rai, pulled the white-haired boy's pants. Huh? He wondered, looking down. Sir, are you an adventurer? Are you coming with Helen? The brown-haired boy asked, with stars in his eyes. The reason? Simple, he was excited to meet the adventurers because of all the stories he'd heard about them. Bell crouched down to be face to face with him. "Yes, I am an adventurer, bellcranel, nice to meet you," he replied, extending his hand. Rai was excited and greeted him with a shake. "Bellcranel, you're the one who defeated the Silverback a few months ago." The boy jumped in excitement when Bell's name and appearance became familiar to him. This made the other boys and girls, as well as Helen and Sister Maria, turn to where the two were talking. "That's right. It's him." They shouted and ran towards Bell. Wait. Not all of us, he tried to stop them but they rushed at him. The loud bang was heard. The one with Bell's back and head crashing into the ground. "Bell!" Helen shouted, running to his aid. The children surrounded the young adventurer. "I think he died," they whispered with terror on their faces. The silver-haired girl approached and noticed that he hadn't woken up. He was frightened by it. "Boo-hoo!" Bell jumped up. The children screamed and ran. "Ha ha 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 ha. It was a joke," he said, laughing at them. Helen, who had been worried, became angry. Ouch. That hurt Helen. The white-haired man scolded when the girl hit him with her fist. "Don't do that again. I'm scared," he said angrily. I'm sorry," Bell replied like a scolded dog, while rubbing his head. "If he had known that a blow to the head was nothing compared to the times I've been beaten in the dungeon, he wouldn't have been so scared," the young man thought, although there was no point in saying it, it would only make his companion more angry. He stood up and told everyone he was okay. The infantry approached again, this time not in a stampede. "Nice to meet you, as I told Rai, my name is bellcranel, nice to meet you, I am Helen's companion on our date, and I came to visit you," he introduced himself, smiling sweetly and acting somewhat childish. The orphans were in a state of shock. "Do you have a date with Helen Nee?" they asked him in surprise. "Idiot. You shouldn't have said that. Now everyone will be bothering me," the silver-haired girl commented, completely red-faced from how red her face was, even her ears. "Helen Nee has a date. Helen Nee has a date," the children mocked. "You can be so cruel sometimes. It's not like that." "Well, it is a date. But don't say it like that." The girl's poor attempts to stop being the center of ridicule were ineffective. "Come on, kids, stop bothering her. You should be happy because a handsome, good-looking boy is with her." Sister Maria called their attention. "I'm not used to compliments," Bell commented in his mind. "It's not what you think," the embarrassed woman said again out loud, although no one paid attention to her. Now, the center of attention was Bell, who was dragged away by the girls, while the boys would interrogate Helen. What's the point? To know where the romance came from. "Hello. Bell." In an almost comical scene, both were pushed away at the same time as they stretched out their hands, wanting to reach each other. Those little orphans were going to be eaten alive. 100 billion questions later. "I've never talked so much in my life," Bell whispered, lying on the grass of a small section of the orphanage. "They are very cruel, they've never treated me like this, it's your fault," she said to Helen, lying next to Bell. Exhausted was an understatement when referring to her physical and mental state at that moment. "I'm sorry, however, they are nice in their own way, at least they let us rest," the white-haired man saw the positive side of the interrogation. "By the way, what did they ask you?" Helen said with great interest. Bell's cheeks turned crimson. Flashback. "Answer us. Do you love Helen Nee?" Fina asked. Was the only thing that could come out of the rabbit's mouth. "Don't lie. You wouldn't go on a date with her if you didn't love her." "I'm sure they've already kissed," another girl said. Bell remembered his dream from the previous night and the confusion in his feelings. Phew. His mind exploded and he fell back to the ground. End of flashback. And not much, the white-haired man replied, looking away. "I see," Helen answered. "He's lying, Freya-sama was right, he's very bad at it," he thought, followed by the above. "And what did they ask you?" That question came from the boy's lips. Flashback. "Don't lie, Helen Nee. Do you love Bell? Yes or no?" Rai and Rue insisted, nobody knew what they were doing in the group of children. It's not something that easy to answer." Helen avoided giving an answer. End of flashback. "They didn't ask me much either," he answered, playing with the tips of his hair. I see, at least we're alone now, is there anything you want to do?" "We're on a date, aren't we?" Bell suggested. Helen felt happy, he still considers this a date. "For now I just want to be with you, we can talk about ourselves, we hardly know each other or anything about each other," it was the girl's choice. "You're right, aside from our occasional conversations, we know very little about each other," Bell agreed with what had been said earlier. "Let's start with something simple, how have you been these past few days?" "Busy. We haven't been able to see each other, and I wanted to know why," she asked as soon as she gave her opinion. "I don't think there's much to highlight. I was in Folkvinger taking care of some matters with my family and a friend of mine. I doubt you know her since she doesn't go out much." I even think she's more withdrawn from the world than I am. Helen replied calmly, still looking at the blue sky. I understand being part of the Freya family, it is assumed the constant load on their backs, after all, it is not for nothing that they are the strongest in Aurario, said the white-haired man, who also looked at the sky while lying on his back. Yes, that's possibly the reason why Freya-sama also wants freedom, the girl commented. I have come to the same conclusion, I am pleased to know that you too, replied the young man. Speaking of Freya, how did you end up joining her family? We all have a story like that, like my goddess finding me lying in an alley after being rejected multiple times by other gods in my early days here in Aurario, he continued, trying to keep the conversation moving. Curiously, something similar happened to me. She took me in when I was in a somewhat emotionally unstable state, she made me part of her family, and granted my wish full of hope and nostalgia, she gave her answer. This last point piqued Belle's interest, as he did not understand the wish that Helen mentioned. He was about to ask, but something inside him stopped him. He brought you the same happiness that Kami-sama gave me when he made me part of a family. We are not very different in that aspect, expressed the white-haired rabbit, smiling calmly, with his gaze lost in the beauty of the sky on that sunny afternoon. Yes, she has even allowed me to move forward with my new goal, he added. Wait, I'm talking too much, something warned deep in his thoughts. Belle's confused expression stirred a certain amount of fear in her. There was a chance he'd ask her what her new goal was to make him fall in love with her. Seconds passed and he said nothing. She looks a bit uncomfortable, it's probably not a good idea to ask her about that, was the counterpart's own opinion in the conversation. I see, I'm glad to know that you have support to achieve your dreams, if there's anything I can do about it, don't hesitate to ask me, okay? Belle said, in a kind tone that inspired confidence. Helen's eyes regained a soft, warm glow. There is no way I'm asking you to fall in love with me, it's the only thing you could do if you want to help me fulfill my wish, and that must be born in your heart, she spoke to herself, placing her hand on the left side of her chest, where she felt her heart beating at an ever-increasing rate. So tell me, what was your life like before coming to Aurario? What made you want to be an adventurer? The silver-haired girl asked. Elle laughed lightly, somewhat embarrassed by the childish reason that made him want to face the difficulties of the dungeon. However, something inside him told him that Helen would not mock him. My life before coming to Aurario, I'm surprised to know that it hasn't even been a year since I left my town and arrived here. So many things have happened that I'm starting to consider this place my home, was the first thing he said regarding the question. I spent my whole life at home with my grandfather. I never met my parents or any other relative other than my grandfather. Growing up, he told me many stories about heroes, he gave me several books that recounted their adventures and what led them to become one, Belle said, extending his hand forward. That made me want to be one. Immerse myself in the dungeon. Have adventures. Save the girls, the last was almost whispered. And above all, protect those who matter most to me, he added. My dream, my main reason, what makes me get out of bed every day, is to become the greatest hero the world has ever known, he finished, clenching his fist. Helen remained amazed by every word that came out of Belle's mouth, paying complete attention so as not to miss a single detail. I couldn't stop looking at him. For her, it was a delight to see him. And it made her happy that Belle opened up and told her his biggest dreams. And now you are also someone I wish to protect, Helen, Belle added before finishing, while directing his palm to the silver-haired girl's head and gently caressing her hair. This caused a great stir in the already restless heart of the young woman in love. A relaxing warmth, bringing peace to her mind and body, grew and spread throughout her being. He closed his eyes, smiled and let that feeling flow. Little by little, without realizing it, they both fell asleep, side by side. Sister Maria saw them from a distance, as she would have warned them about the food that was in the kitchen, however, she decided not to interrupt them. Minutes later. Elle woke up first, slowly opened his eyes, and raised his back from the grass. He felt like he had something in his right hand. It was Helen's cheek, who used the boy's palm as a pillow. She continued sleeping, with a big smile on her face, reflecting an imperturbable joy and serenity. Contrary to his normal reaction, he did not despair. He watched her and his thoughts were filled with only one word. Beautiful. A few seconds passed without any change, until Helen frowned. What's wrong? Belle wondered. Using a little intuition and his own experience, he came up with an answer. You must be uncomfortable, I have to admit it's not the best place to sleep, he concluded. What can I do? He searched his thoughts, hoping to find a solution. A memory came to his mind. There's no way I can do something like that. He screamed internally. Yes, the only way to prevent Helen from sleeping uncomfortably was the ever so famous and recurring lap pillow. An internal debate arose in the rabbit, although it was interrupted by a small moan. Was the sound from the silver-haired girl, frowning again. Belle sighed. My morals don't allow me to let a girl suffer, he surrendered. He moved his body a little closer to where Helen was sleeping. With his hand crushed and the other free, he gently lifted her head and rested it on his lap. As time passed, the pain and doubt disappeared. Ellen, for his part. I don't feel right tricking him into doing this for me, however, I must admit that Hythe really gave me excellent advice, she said to herself, remembering what her family's healer had said. Exactly, it was all part of his plan, receiving a lap pillow. This plan paid off handsomely. Who am I fooling? This feels too good. He finished, with a growing goofy smile that was unseen by Belle. She continued to pretend to be asleep for a while longer. On the streets of Arario, a few hours later, at dusk. The appointment ended and they returned to the meeting point. Belle and Helen walked side by side, just as they had done before, there was only one very marked difference. The atmosphere. They both looked sorry. They again be sorry, the white-haired man apologized. Don't remind me, fool. Helen shouted. What was the reason for this? Simple. Flashback. After the silver-haired girl woke up, she and her lover went to where all the other children had just finished eating. As Helen moved forward, Rai crossed at high speed to the side of her, and that happened. Bramp's secret skirts lifting technique. Belle shouted, knowing the secret passed down from generation to generation by men around the world. The girl quickly pulled down the fabric of her clothes and covered herself. Rai had a face full of satisfaction, as if he had completed a great feat. Did you see it? She asked with teary eyes. Belle looked around and, not finding anyone, pointed at me, as if asking if I was talking to him. Of course I'm telling you. Helen shouted, furious. I didn't see anything. The white-haired man replied. You're lying. She reproached him. I curse my lack of ability to lie. The boy lamented. I'm sorry. He quickly threw himself to the ground, doing a doggies that Makoto had taught him. He could have sworn he saw the Oriental woman give him a thumbs up in a mental image. End of flashback. I still say that wasn't my fault, Belle said, internally at least. Helen, he named her. What's wrong, pervert? She responded to the call. He, avoiding arguments in the middle of the street, accepted the role that did not correspond to him, even if it was hurtful. Thanks for taking me to the orphanage, it was nice to bring happiness to the children, said the white-haired man, leaving aside the heavy surroundings. This caused Helen's anger to disappear momentarily. Why, you have nothing to thank me for. I wanted to have a date with you, the silver-haired girl replied, touching her index fingers. You wanted to go on a date with me? Belle asked. Yes, because I wanted to be closer to you, he answered. Belle was flattered and happy. And because I didn't want to lose to anyone else, he added to his answer, without really meaning it, for obvious reasons. And so the two lovers, although one still had doubts, disappeared into the distance. Hour of Babel. Thank you so much for joining me today, Belle, she said, saying goodbye. You don't have to, it was a pleasure, we should go see them again, just the two of us, like today, Belle suggested, it was truly a rewarding experience. I would love to, this has been one of the happiest days of my life, she replied, with a smile that warmed the hearts of anyone who saw it. It's been the same for me, he commented, looking away a few inches. He got into the elevator and went down, leaving Helen alone in the large room. Or maybe not. Helen, they called her. Freya-sama, she greeted her goddess. How was your date? She asked him, full of curiosity, as she came out of a hiding place near the room, since she didn't want to interrupt their moment. Perfect, Freya-sama. It was perfect. We had our date together. It made me so happy. Freya's assistant shouted loudly. Jumping with excitement. With his eyes closed. Showing teeth with a wide-open smile. Freya was pleased to see her so expressive. And he also gave me a lap pillow. He celebrated without losing his attitude. The bucket of cold water fell on the goddess. What, he asked. He gave me a lap pillow while we slept on the lawn. She repeated, unaware of the critical blow this represented for her goddess. Helen, with a voice from beyond the grave and sinister, he named his daughter. Fear reached the effusive girl. Freya-sama, he turned towards the cause of this heaviness. Tell me the details now. He demanded, approaching her. Wait, Freya-sama, why do you have such a scary face? Wait, Freya-sama, Freya-sama. The screams of pure fear were drowned out by those of the city, preventing anyone from hearing them and going to their aid. And remember, friends, jealousy is dangerous. Chapter 22. At the fireplace mansion, the next morning. Well, leaving early, aren't we, Belle? Welf said to his companion from the comfort of the armchair in the living room. Yes, I have to go to the Twilight Mansion, Belle replied, preparing his armor and putting away his daggers. Are you going to see Tiona? Isn't she supposed to be on guard duty in the pleasure district? The Redede asked, a little puzzled. Let's just say I found out about something she wants to do with me, although I must admit that information could have been communicated to me in a more polite way, the white-haired man said with a blank stare and feeling a chill run down his spine. What happened? Welf became curious after noticing the attitude his companion took upon remembering whatever had happened. Why, you see, that's how he began his story while scratching the right side of his head. The night before, on the streets of Verario. Bell walked aimlessly. His mind wandered as he recalled what had happened just a few hours ago. Your date with Helen. I'm starting to think that these dreams are causing me more and more problems. I can't believe that when I'm having them, I just happen to meet the protagonist of the same dream. That complaint remained only in his thoughts. First it was Tiona, then Freya, and now Helen. It's like my grandfather is pulling the strings of my life and guiding me to the path of the harem, he said to himself. I hate it. I understand my feelings less and less, and it's getting harder and harder to find a solution where no one gets hurt. Her inner lament was reflected in physical language as she placed both hands on her head and shook it, while a look of despair spread across her face. This is a surprise, declared a voice behind the frustrated rabbit. After that, he left his little theater and turned in the direction where the sentence came from. Miss Tyan. He recognized her, it was Tiona's sister, Tyan Hiryud, a level 6 member of the Loki family. Ugh. Don't call a young girl a miss. Just because you're almost a child doesn't give you the right to do that. The large Amazon demanded. I'm sorry. It's a habit I have when I'm not around, and I tend to be very close to the person in front of me, Belle apologized, bowing slightly. Yeah, it's okay, anyway, you looked a little frustrated. What's wrong? Thinking about my sister? Tyan said with a suggestive and mocking look. How did you know? The white-haired man asked. Wow, Loki was right, you are very easy to read, the Amazon said. It hurts me a little that even other people outside of my family read me like an open book, Bell expressed, lowering his head and sighing tiredly. So, tell me, what are you planning to do with my little sister? The tone with which she said it was different from the one she used when the conversation began. What? Why does the atmosphere suddenly feel so heavy? Bell sensed a disturbance in the force. So? Will you talk? Tyan insisted. She's terrifying. He screamed in his mind, taking a step back. He swallowed before speaking, although he had no idea what to say. He began. You said, the Amazon, as if recapitulating word for word what the interrogated person was about to answer. I'd like to ask you out, but you've been busy these past few days, and I didn't want to bother you, he answered as quickly as possible. To Tyan's surprise and his own, he didn't stumble when he said it. How can they be sisters? She's terrifying, the complete opposite of Tiona. So many questions, so few answers, Belle's thoughts were so jumbled. I see, interesting, for a moment I thought you weren't looking for her because you were no longer interested. If that had been the case, I would have no choice but to eliminate you, Tyan said so carefree, as if it were natural. Help me, whoever it is, it doesn't matter. The color of his skin lowered. You're lucky, tomorrow Loki will give us a day off, you can take advantage of it and go out with her. I hope you have some plan to carry out on your date, informed the Amazon, patting him on the back. I understand, I'm glad to know it, I didn't want to interrupt your duty, besides, there's no way I would do something as cowardly as running away from someone who expressed their feelings to me. I know how difficult it is to take the courage and express them, the doubt you feel, and the fear that arises as the seconds pass until the ideal moment is reached. It's impossible that I wouldn't give an answer to such a valiant effort. The problem is that I need a little more time. I want to be 100% sure of my own feelings, explained the white-haired man, trying not to create any kind of misunderstanding between the sister of the one he swears to love and him. I wish the captain were as honest as you. Tyan complained, pouting. Her constant harassment of the hobbit wasn't having the desired effect. I'm sure you'll manage to win him over, but in the meantime, keep trying. Words of encouragement were directed at her by Belle. Thanks, I'll do my best. Leaving that aside, I'm glad I found you. I suggest you go to our mansion first thing tomorrow morning. Tiona also wanted to ask you out on a date. I think you should do it. Girls love it when a man takes the initiative, suggested the eldest of the sisters, turning around and starting her departure. Thank you very much for the advice, Miss Tyan. The rabbit thanked her with a big smile. Don't call me miss. The Amazon demanded, breaking the calm. Back to the present. And that happened. I wonder if they are really sisters. There are many differences between them, both physically and in their attitudes. The boy took his chin, shook his head while closing his eyes and superficially analyzing the situation. I think you should listen to him and leave. I already have enough with the constant threat of the Freya family, finding out about your relationship with their goddess without another level 6 adventurer joining them. Now Welf was the one who was afraid of the relationships his friend formed with such dangerous women. I don't want to imagine what they would do to me if Liliku Ajo and Hestia Sama almost killed me. They will definitely do it and it won't be quick and painless. Her body froze. You're right. I'm leaving. Bell agreed with the idea and left his home to meet Tiona. Bell Sama was in a hurry. What did you talk about? Harahim asked, closing the door. The less you know the better, that idiot gets into too much trouble, Welf replied to the Renard, getting up from his seat and going to his workshop. At Twilight Mansion. Loki family headquarters. Let me go, Tyan. I have to see Bell. The youngest of the Hiryut sisters desperately asked. She was being held back by her older sister, who wouldn't allow her to step outside the mansion. You're not leaving. We have to wait, Tyan replied, stretching out her arms and blocking the door. Wait for what? The longer I stay here, the less time I'll get to spend with Bell. Tiona tried to push her away by shoving her to the side, but to no avail. Bell? Isn't he Argonaut-kun anymore? Fufufu, it's obvious you love him, Inakati mocked, having been watching her companion's argument for a few minutes. Aki. When did you arrive? The Amazon asked, turning in his direction. Aki, it's not a good idea to interrupt them, Raul whispered into his friend's ear. You too, Raul. The young Amazon was equally surprised by the presence of that boy. Sorry, I was going out with Aki, but we can't leave if they block the door, the young man answered. Look, Tyan. You're bothering others. Why do you want us to stay? Tiona insisted, throwing a tantrum. You'll thank me later, Tyan replied, stoic and standing like a log. What are you waiting for, kid? Take the damn initiative. He complained in his mind about the rabbit's delay. Hey Tiona, are you really dating the Hestia boy? I've heard the rumors and some people are talking about it, the catgirl asked the question full of curiosity. Tiona momentarily forgot about her argument and blushed at that comment. G go out. And no, not yet. She looked away feeling nervous since she wasn't used to saying such sweet things. All the times she confessed her love for Bell were caused by the heat of the moment. Fufufu, so not yet, he continued with the insinuations. Why now, Aki? Raul tried to stop her. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked on without warning. It's finally here. Quick getaway. Tyan said mentally, fleeing at full speed. What the? Before Tiona could finish her sentence, a cloud of dust rose up behind her sister's advance. Why did he leave so suddenly? The three people present asked themselves. Knock knock knock. I'm going, replied the only Amazon left in that place. He opened the door to see who the guest was. Bell. She was surprised by the presence of that boy right in front of her nose. Tiona. He, too, didn't expect to run into her so quickly. He thought he should call someone to let her know of his arrival. Aki opened her eyes and let out that sound of surprise. Nice to see you, Bell. See you. Let's go, Aki. Raul said with inhuman speed, pulling the catgirl by the arm. Raul. She complained, unable to stop him. We men should support each other, we leave them alone, my friend, thought the young adventurer of the Loki family, raising his thumb. The white-haired man, unaware of what was happening, felt his respect for him increase. Bell. What are you doing here? Tiona asked. I came to see you, Tiona, there's something I'd like to tell you, Bell replied, taking a breath and preparing to fulfill the goal he set for himself. The girl's heartbeat increased at these words. Don't tell me she had a suspicion of what he wanted to tell her. I know we haven't seen each other in several days and I've missed you all this time. I also understand that you're the one who always takes the initiative in our meetings, which is why I want to make it up to you, even if it's just this one time. Bell explained the reason for the proposal he would say next. Have you missed me? Why are you suddenly so sincere? My heart won't be able to bear it. She complained as she felt her cheeks burning, so much so that they turned an extremely deep red. Fiona. Bell said the name of the girl in front of him. He reached out and took her hand. Would you like to go on a date with me? Full of confidence, calmness, and without a hint of doubt, he asked the question. He said it. He really said it. He celebrated internally, wanting to jump for joy. She rushed over and hugged him. Let's have our date, Bell. She shouted happily, raising her head and looking down at him. Now that I think about it, Bell looks taller than when I met him, that thought crossed the Amazon's mind. The white-haired man saw her lowering her face a little. He placed his left hand in her hair and stroked it. She closed her eyes, as if enjoying it. Let's have a great date, in fact, we'll do something we both really like and go to a place that many adventurers have talked about, he explained, without leaving her side. We both like it. She tilted her head. At your weapons, we'll go hunt some monsters and spend the day in Riviera, I promise it will be fun, he revealed his plan. Contrary to what a normal woman would think, Tiona found the idea exciting. I'm going. He broke free and ran to his room for his urga. I'll go on adventures with Argonaut-kun, she said to herself, bursting with energy and once again using the nickname she had given him. Bell stood in the doorway, waiting for her to return. He felt as if a pair of eyes were penetrating the back of his neck. When he turned around, he found himself facing the two responsible women. "Why are you looking at me like this? I'm going to take care of her, Talon. I won't hurt her. I promise. Loki-sama. I don't understand your hatred towards me." Both the sister and the goddess of the one who would be his companion today looked at him with eyes filled with hatred and threats. "Help me?" he asked without getting an answer. A few minutes later. "Behind you, Argonaut-kun," Tiona warned as she stopped a hellhound from advancing by slicing it in two with a cross lash with her urga. "I'll take care of it," Bell said as soon as he realized that a minotaur was getting dangerously close to his position. He took his jet black dagger and blocked the blow he had thrown. With his minotaur horn dagger he made a diagonal cut across the monster's torso. After doing this, he jumped back to put distance between himself and his opponent. "Firebolt," he shouted as he extended his hand in front of him and opened his palm, allowing a scarlet lightning bolt to be created and shot out in a small fraction of time after he said the name of his magic. Boom. The fire beam connected with the beast's face, stunning it for a few seconds, allowing Bell to rush up to it and attack with both arms. Slash. The cold, hard metal of their weapons dug into the Minotaur's abdomen. After this, he spat out blood and let out a roar. Boo. He raised both arms trying to attack it in a last desperate effort, however, that opening was taken advantage of by the white-haired man who pulled his daggers from the beast's body. The blood trickled out and he jumped up with his arms raised. Slash. Hestia's dagger buried itself right in the center of the monster's chest at the same moment she brought her heavy fists down. One of them grazed Bell's left arm, causing a slight shift in his gravity, which slightly complicated his attack, although he managed to land it. Firebolt. He activated his magic and the fire that enveloped the black dagger contacted the Minotaur's magic stone. Crash. The sound of breaking glass was the last thing heard from him before he turned into dust and smoke. "It's getting easier to kill them," he commented to himself. "That was great. You defeated him just like the first time we met," Tiona said, running to where Bell was standing. "Now that you mention it, I think you're right," he replied, laughing a little. "Are you having fun?" "I know a monster hunt isn't what anyone has in mind when the word date is said," the young man asked the Amazon, scratching the back of his neck and snorting nervously. She hugged him on his right side and pressed her cheek against his shoulder. "I'm having fun. I'm not the type of girl who enjoys normal dates very much. I grew up fighting, and it's one of the few things I can excel at, so being here with you is more than enough for me," Tiona answered, smiling sweetly with her cheeks blushed. He wasn't lying, every moment he spends with his hero is the happiest of his life, no matter what they do during their time together. He reciprocated the display of affection even though he was filled with shame inside. At that precise moment, they lowered their guard due to the comfort of being so close to each other, which caused them to not notice what was approaching. Ooh. Another Minotaur had arrived on the scene and launched itself horns first to bash one of them into whoever was unlucky enough to be in its sights. "Watch out, Tiona," Bell shouted, tackling her and falling to the ground right on top of her. The monster passed by and crashed into the nearest wall. Crash. The sound of the beast's skull crashing into solid rock reached his ears. Tiona remained speechless and completely static. Not for the Minotaur. Not because I was afraid. Rather, it was something a little more difficult for her to process. "It's too close. Too close." She screamed internally, her heart beating so fast she swore it would burst out of her chest at any moment. It was no small feat, Bell was literally on top of him with one of his arms behind his back. "What am I doing? I shouldn't be like this at a time like this." She scolded herself for enjoying physical contact in a situation like this. Clang. 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 Bells rang out beside him. Huh? He looked to his side and realized what caused them. "Bell, your hand," she tried to talk to him, but he had his eyes closed and his hand extended while a strong white glow grew bigger and bigger. Ooh. The Minotaur came out of his daze and focused his full attention on where Bell and Tiona were lying on the ground. "Bell. Bell. Stop what you're doing and let's stand up. We're sitting ducks here." The Amazon tried to stand up and interrupt the white-haired man's concentration, but her attempts were useless. The monster began to run towards them, destroying the ground behind it with every step. He was getting closer and closer. "Bell. What's going on? Why aren't you reacting?" Tiona continued to be desperate until the idea of pushing him crossed her mind. After all, he has the necessary strength. "I'm sorry," she apologized before placing both hands on Bell's chest, however, before she could summon any strength, he interrupted her. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes. "Firebolt." He shouted and the magic that took a crimson tone changed to one with white tones and blue edges. However, the color wasn't the only thing that was different. The size of what was supposed to be chantless magic was immense. The Minotaur stopped its advance when it saw the large ball of fire approaching it. Even if it tried to dodge it, it couldn't, it was too late, and the distance between them was very short. Ooh. The loud explosion shook the ground as the Minotaur was turned to ashes. That amount of power, what happened? Tiona wondered, in disbelief at what she had just witnessed. 5 seconds were enough, I'm glad, Bell whispered, lowering his palm and smiling a little tiredly. Be Bell? Tiona called from downstairs. The white-haired man turned to her. The Amazon averted her face a few centimeters since both hers and his were at a very close distance. Sorry. Bell quickly stood up and crawled a few feet away from her. Tiona stood up and covered her face. Don't worry, if it's with you there's no problem, said the girl, adopting a trembling voice at the same time that her legs trembled thanks to the pain and her cheeks took on a strong red color. What the young man didn't understand what Tiona meant by that. It's nothing. The Amazon turned away, avoiding eye contact and trying to forget what had happened. Bell walked over to her and took her hand. Let's continue with our date, he announced, scratching his cheek. She calmed down when she realized she wasn't the only one who was a bundle of nerves every time they went out together. When she felt the warmth of holding her beloved's hand, happiness returned to her body. Yes. Let's go. She said, smiling at him in a tender way, something Bell had already grown accustomed to. They walked together, with her hugging Bell's right arm with a silly laugh. Taking the initiative goes beyond just asking her out on a date. I need to be more honest with my feelings and do what I want to do right now. I want to have her near me and enjoy our time together, the boy thought, observing how happy his companion seemed. I really love you, Tiona, he said to himself in a low, almost imperceptible voice. By the way, what was that you did? The white light in your hand. You were great. You're always great, but today you were even more so, Tiona said, excited, acting like a curious little girl. Haha, you see, it's a long story, it all started when, and that's how he recounted what led him to obtain his Argonaut ability. He knows he shouldn't be divulging it, but he trusts her. On Riviera, 18th floor. Then it was a good thing I nicknamed you Argonaut. Tiona opined, holding back her excitement but still jumping happily. She really is adorable, I love seeing her like this, Bell thought, unable to stop his lips from forming a smile. Yes, it was right, although I don't consider myself as cool as the Argonaut. Anyway, I appreciate that someone thinks I can be as cool as him, replied the white-haired man. You are, even more, Tiona whispered, not moving even a millimeter away from Bell. Bell heard it, though he pretended not to. Did you see that? The little rookie is very affectionate with that girl from the Loki family, said an adventurer passing by. More respect, idiot, she's Tiona Heryud, a level 6 adventurer, she can turn you into dust, his partner hit him to make him shut his mouth. Let's go, they both agreed. We attract a lot of attention, don't you think? Tiona asked Bell. Why yes, but it's not something I'm not used to, the young man replied, sighing. It was normal for people to talk about him since his promotion to level 2. That doesn't mean it's not a headache, he added to what he had previously said from his thoughts. By the way, Bell, what are we doing here? Don't tell me you want to see me naked like last time, Tiona said in a mocking tone of voice. She played with it since she knew it was impossible for that to be the case. Oh, of course not. Who do you take me for? The boy replied, feeling offended and full of unease as he remembered that day when he saw many naked women in the lake near the forest in the safe zone. Just kidding, just kidding. I know you wouldn't do something like that, but seriously. Where are we going? He asked again. Don't play with me like that, Bell complained, still uncomfortable. I like the attitude you take when I bother you, I can't help it, he replied, the Amazon, laughing. I can't be mad at you if you see me like this. Anyway, we're here, he commented and warned, stopping his advance. Tiona stopped paying attention to Bell's fine face, which brightened her day just by looking at it, and turned to what was in front of her. The bar. The girl squinted. She didn't understand why they were there. I don't drink alcohol or anything like that, but I heard they serve a couple's sandwich here, Bell explained the reason he chose that specific bar. She placed her free hand on her chest, her heart was beating again, and once again the person responsible was at her side. Tiona calmed down and took a step forward. Come on, Bell. He pulled him inside. As if he were a rag doll, did not offer any resistance. Couple sandwich, that means he'll soon propose to me. Or maybe he won't be able to resist and I will, it doesn't matter how it happens, what interests me is being with him and being a couple, my love only grows day by day, date after date, thought the Amazon, with a radiant aura. I love it when you take on this personality, Tiona, Bell said in his mind. Inside the bar. I've come here many times with my family when Finn gives us permission to spend money, but I'd never noticed that there was a special dish for couples, the young woman commented as a fact while they waited for a waiter to serve them. Makes sense, everything is very expensive here in Riviera. Don't worry about it. I have enough money, I can't let you pay, my grandfather would kill me if I did, or if I were still alive, Bell said, waving both of his hands between himself and her. Grandpa. It's true, you hardly ever talk about your family, Tiona said, filled with confusion, placing a finger on her lips. There isn't much to tell, I grew up in a small town with my grandfather, I didn't know my parents or other relatives, although once I had a dream about a woman who looked very similar to me, maybe a lost memory or just that, a dream. My grandfather and I lived in a cabin and we were farmers. He always told me stories of heroes like the Argonaut or the mercenary hero. He wrote the books himself by hand and did the illustrations. Mostly the illustrations were of the women who appeared in the story, and almost none of the heroes of the same, the white-haired man recounted, letting out a chuckle at the last point. When I grew up I understood why he did it, Grandpa, you really are a pervert, however, I can't blame you, that comment remained with him. He wrote them? How is that possible? Don't you have one with you? I'd like to read it. Tiona asked, with stars in her eyes. I didn't bring any with me. They must have stayed in that cabin. I'm sorry. I had to pack light, so I focused on bringing the bare essentials, Bell replied, calming the Amazon. Noticing this, he added a proposal. Impossible, let's go together to my village and bring all the stories of heroes that my grandfather wrote, we will read them together. Really? The emotion returned to the ecstatic girl. He just nodded, smiling at her. Apple sandwich served, said a waitress, placing the large plate in the middle of the table. He's here. He was starving. Tiona said. Thanks for the food, the boy thanked the waitress. It's nothing, just leave a good tip, enjoy it a lot, little rookie in Amazon, it's not bait, that's his nickname given by the gods, the worker answered with a smile and winking at him. Tiona felt jealous. Why did he wink at you? She asked in a childish tone of voice, pouting. Huh? I don't know, lately I've been stalked by a lot of people to the point where it could be classified as harassment, Bell reported, taking his share of the sandwich. The Amazon made that sound. Hey, are you jealous? The white-haired man asked as they chewed food. She ignored the question. Hey, Tiona say, Bell asked, extending the hand in which he held his comedy. She was surprised by how sudden his request was. If we act like this, I doubt anyone else will come and bother us, the boy commented, winking at her. They changed my bell. Mine isn't that assertive. He yelled internally. She looked at the sandwich, then at him, then back at the sandwich, back at Bell, and did this for about 5 or 6 times. I can't pass up an opportunity like this. He decided to act. She opened her mouth and slowly brought it closer to where he had bitten her. Yum. He took a bite. An indirect kiss, there's no point in being embarrassed about something like that when she's already kissed me herself, Bell thought. Be delicious, Tiona said, returning to her seat. I'm glad, the white-haired man said. The strategy worked. Everyone present felt uncomfortable with the couple's sentimentality and stopped watching them so closely. We can rest easier now. Bell say now, it was Tiona who suggested it, bringing her part of the sandwich closer. The wait, calm went out the window. It's not fair that I'm the only one doing it, the young woman complained. Okay, with complete seriousness and willpower, he submitted to such a sweet activity. Yum. He bit into it and, oddly enough, it tasted much better than his own. It tastes better when someone you love gives it to you, he said, without realizing that she hurt him. The date continued uninterrupted. They discussed various topics, especially what they'd been doing in the days since they'd seen each other. For obvious reasons, Bell avoided talking about his dates with Freya and Helen. Everything was going well until the conversation of 2 adventurers caught Bell's attention. Seriously, it's like some kind of legend between lovers, said one of the group, reaffirming what his companion had said. What are you talking about? The white-haired man began to get even more interested. Are you okay? Tiona asked when she noticed Bell kept looking at her side. Sorry, I thought I heard something, he apologized, leaving aside what he had said before. Legend of lovers? What is that? Wait. It's Mord. I'll find him later so he can tell me what he was talking about. Bell realized that the conversation was between Mord's group of friends, with whom he had some friction before, but now they are good friends. Leaving that little distraction aside, they continued with the date until it was time to return. They climbed the dungeon floors, killing every monster that attacked them. Thankfully, there were no setbacks. After a couple of hours, they managed to get out. I had so much fun today. Tiona said, filled with euphoria. That was the intention, I hope we can repeat it some other day, Bell replied. Next time I'll choose where we go, the Amazon commented, smiling confidently. It's a good idea, I hope we can have it soon, said the white-haired man, smiling at him in the same way. They walked a few more minutes until they reached the Twilight Mansion. This is the end of our date, said the Amazon, her spirits low. It seems so, Bell agreed, adopting the same attitude. Tiona tried to say something, but was interrupted. Take the initiative, Belle whispered. Take M. Before asking what he meant, their lips were sealed in a kiss. Nua. Belle quickly broke the kiss and covered half of his face with his arm. I don't want you to think that I don't care about your feelings, I want to be more honest with mine, and my heart told me that doing this was ideal, he justified himself, without making eye contact. They both blushed up to their ears. Tiona named him. I have to go. He shouted, running at full speed. She just watched as he got further and further away. She smiled and shed a few tears that reflected total happiness. His love was gradually reciprocated. He walked to his room and ignored everyone, his mind only had room for the white rabbit, his hero. But such a wonderful day, it was unthinkable that the next day Belle would have an encounter with someone who would cause a new direction in his life and way of thinking. Chapter 23. In the previous chapter. I have to go. He shouted, running at full speed. She just watched as he got further and further away. She smiled and shed a few tears that reflected total happiness. His love was gradually reciprocated. He walked to his room and ignored everyone, his mind only had room for the white rabbit, his hero. But such a wonderful day, it was unthinkable that the next day Belle would have an encounter with someone who would cause a new direction in his life and way of thinking. In the current chapter, that same night. The night was more raucous than on previous occasions. Crowded streets, businesses open, families socializing, a happiness disguised as tranquility. But there was someone who was a complete bundle of nerves, who ran desperately with his face covered and colliding with anyone who dared to get in his way. Where the hell did I get the courage to be the one to kiss Tiona? Belle yelled to himself as that scene replayed itself in his mind. Taking the initiative, all for listening to wealth and the voice of my grandfather that has presented itself more frequently in recent days. The young man chose as culprits his best friend and the spirit of his grandfather who had been dead for months. Without stopping, quickening his pace, he didn't notice that someone was standing with their back to him. 5. Ow, Belle wailed after falling to the ground from the sudden impact. When he opened his eyes and looked up, he realized who he had hit. Watch where you're walking, damn Huma. Before the stranger could start complaining in a contemptuous tone of voice, he stopped his sentence. I am sorry. I should have watched where I was going. The white-haired man lamented, in a doggy's position. That man remained silent. You're the child who has Freya Sama's attention, he whispered with what seemed to be anger. That statement made Belle stop wandering in his thoughts and his apology. The cold sweat ran down his back and forehead. He raised his head from the ground and made out the silhouette. It was a blonde elf, with eyes filled with fury as he gripped his staff tightly. Who he tried to ask the elf's identity, but his mouth was sealed by the elf's hand. Complained the boy who could do nothing to stop him. You'll come with me, I'll take advantage of this opportunity, whispered the elf, increasing the strength of his grip and causing some difficulty in breathing on the part of the victim. Picking it up, he lifted it slightly in the air, so much so that its legs were off the floor. I feel like I'm going to faint. I can't get away. What kind of monster is it? That thought crossed Belle's mind as he was desperate to break free even a little. The air stopped entering his lungs. Before the rabbit's eyes closed, a towering presence approached them both. Let him go, Hedon, he ordered. Hedon tensed his body. Whatever, Otter, he replied, taking his hand away and letting it fall. That's right, it was none other than Otter, the captain of the Freya family. Cough. 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 Belle fell to the ground and began coughing, rubbing his neck as he felt a stabbing pain around it. Back off now, said Bose. Frowning, the elf complied, but not before crossing to the side of the white-haired man. I know about your adventure with that Loki girl. If you hurt my goddess, not even that boar in the back will save you from me, he threatened, with a voice that brought out from the center of his gut the fear that lay within Belle. The white-haired man's gaze tightened. His eyes opened wide, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. She swallowed and turned to look at him. By doing so, he was no longer in that place, although he felt watched. Bed up, Otter told him. Belle, trembling all over, complied. Without further ado, he just sketched out a few words. I hope I'm not wrong about you. If you make my goddess suffer, I won't stop all those who wish to kill you, even if my goddess orders me to. Much like Hedon had done, he finished his threat and left, leaving an unstable bellcranel standing in the middle of a street where there was not a soul, thanks to everyone running away in terror at the sight of both members of the Freya family. The young man wanted to leave, but his legs wouldn't respond. Move, I have to go to my headquarters. He tried to take a step forward without success. Otter knows. That elf from the Freya family knows. And it would be very gullible of me to expect that only the two of them would know, so most likely everyone except Freya knows. A chill ran through his spine. Faced with this flood of information, he had no choice but to force himself to react. 5. He hit himself in the face with all his strength. Blood began to trickle from his lips as they parted from the impact between them and his teeth. It seems to have had the desired effect. I got into this. Even if fear torments me, I must continue to the bitter end. Words of encouragement were spoken by him to himself. I can't doubt. I'm sure I love you. I have to find a way to make them happy. The way no one gets hurt. But this only gets harder. He sighed as he took a step forward. Although nobody said there wouldn't be complications, he whispered. Whatever it is, it's worth fighting for, he finished, moving forward and increasing his pace little by little, while trying to hide the trembling in his legs, or rather, ignore it. In the distance, he was lost in the immensity of the city and the sea of people that surrounded him without taking their eyes off him. Clearly, after this brusher encounter, rumors would not be long in coming from the inhabitants of Aurario. The little rookie having a petty argument with the captain and an executive of the Freya family. Twilight Mansion. Fiona walked through the halls of her home with a smile from ear to ear on her face. Her cheeks turned tomato red as Bet nicknamed Belle. He kissed me. He kissed me. He didn't act like his usual self. Does that mean yes? There's no doubt about it. Argonaut loves me as much as I love him. She celebrated internally, jumping up and down in joy. I see something good happened, right? Talon, her sister, asked from a distance. She noticed the young Amazon's attitude as soon as she entered the mansion. Yes. He initiated the whole date. It was like I can't explain it with words. Tiona replied, covering her face and moving from side to side. Hey. You're not going to leave me without knowing what happened. Let's go. Talon shouted, grabbing her hand and pulling her into her room. Wait. Why, you're hurting me. The complaints of the youngest of the sisters were not long in coming when she felt her wrist crack from the force imposed in Talon's grip. Fiona's screams and wails became less and less audible as she disappeared from sight. What they didn't realize was that Finn and Riveria witnessed the scene. As energetic as ever, curiously now Talon is the most childish, commented the hobbit, closing his eyes and laughing. What happened on your date with her? I'm not one to pry into other people's business, but she really does look too happy, the high elf asked her companion. Finn looked away and didn't answer. Riveria intensified her attention as well as her insistence. We just went to eat, he replied. Riveria laughed and decided not to question him further. Meanwhile, Loki, unseen, smiled peacefully. Because. Simply put, his family breathed an air of tranquility and happiness that the constant disputes between its members had diminished until just a few months ago. Baze is still sad, that's a fact, however, she's not like before, she doesn't try to hide all her pain on her own, she comes to me and the other girls for help. Everyone is growing a little, whispered the goddess, leaning her back against the wall and crossing her arms. He frowned slightly before continuing. It makes me angry to admit it, but all of this is thanks to that shrimp son, he declared with annoyance. However, it was impossible for him to hate the white-haired rabbit. He sighed and left while a thought kept echoing in his mind. What will you do now, Freya? My daughter has the man you want. I don't think you'll just stand idly by. The mystery in the air. What will Freya do? Rather. How will you take it? Chimney Mansion. Elle was sitting on his bed, his face covered and full of worry. I got carried away and was a fool in thinking that I have all the time in the world to decide which path I will take. It was obvious that someone would notice that I am dating both of them, he complained about how stupid he was. And if that weren't enough, now Helen also causes more doubts in my heart and mind, he whispered as he remembered the image of the silver-haired girl. I must hurry, take control of the situation and guide it to a safe harbor, he concluded, clutching the sheets on his bed. Tock tock tock. His door was knocked on, bringing him out of his personal debate. Who could it be at this hour? He wondered in surprise as he stood up and went to open the door. Hey Belle, do you have a minute? Said the red-haired blacksmith as soon as his partner allowed him access. Welf. Why yeah sure, go ahead, he replied. Welf entered the room and Belle followed him. As soon as the door was closed, he spoke. Okay, stop playing games, tell me what happened. A serious tone and an expression that matched the previous characteristic were directed at the white-haired man. Huh? He was surprised by the sudden change. Normally when you return from a date, be it with Freya or Tiona, your attitude is that of someone struggling to contain happiness and embarrassment. However, I don't see that in you today, so tell me what happened. Don't keep your problems to yourself, Welf declared, worried that his friend might be in trouble. I don't know what you're talking about, everything's fine. My date with Tiona was a success, I took the initiative and Kay kissed her, her blush appeared as she finished that last word. So why aren't you happy? The redeed asked him. It's just that an excuse wouldn't work with how bad a liar he is. Don't let fear spread, that will only hurt you, Welf said, scratching his head and shaking his head. Belle took a breath. You're right, what's the point of hiding it if sooner or later they'll find out? She gave up on her poor attempt to hide her worries. The Freya family knows that I'm also with Tiona. When I came they threatened me not to hurt her. I'm terrified, but I won't give up on the decision I've made, he confessed, clenching his fists. Even if I don't know how, he added. Welf remained silent, holding his chin, lost in thought. You have little time, he said. I know, Belle replied. The chances of them agreeing to be with you at the same time are drastically reduced, he continued. I'm conscious, the white-haired man replied. There is also the issue of Freya-sama's assistant. I know. The young man held his head with both hands. If knowing all that you still want to continue, it means that you truly love them, so I will support you in whatever you need, although I don't think I can be of much help, the blacksmith expressed, extending his hand and laughing at his last sentence. But the Freya family. Belle was surprised by how little time Welf took to agree to get into that trouble. Yes, they might kill us, but I'm more afraid of abandoning a friend, she interrupted him, raising her thumb. Belle smiled and shook hands firmly. Wait, Belle. You're level 3. Level 3. The blacksmith complained as he felt the bones in his palms collide with each other. Sorry. She apologized, letting him go quickly. No problem, I'd better go, tomorrow we have to go to the dungeon, he answered, leaving the room. Alright, we haven't gone as often as before, let's see how it goes, see you later, commented the boy, saying goodbye and closing the door. Now, again, he was alone in his room. He lay back and breathed heavily. I don't know why I can't stop thinking about what Mord and his group were saying at the Riviera bar, he confessed from his head. Legend between lovers, if something like that really existed, it would make things easier for me. I must ask Mord for details, although I'm not getting my hopes up, he concluded, closing his eyes and trying to sleep. I want to make them happy. The next day. Firebolt. Boom. Belle's magic had been used to cause a group of lizardmen to approach and attack him. Slash. In a swift movement of his hands, he plunged both daggers into the lizard-like monster's chest as soon as he realized that it was slightly stunned by the explosion. Beldono. Don't go so fast. Mikoto shouted from a few meters behind. However, Belle ignored it and continued to finish off anything that came near him. I must get stronger. Yesterday I didn't even have the strength to break free from the grasp of the Freya family executive. He said to himself in words of encouragement, feeling a certain frustration at the weakness he displayed. The battle boar ran with its tusks out at a very high and devilish speed. Firebolt. Belle used his magic again to kick up dust right in front of the boar. The explosion destroyed a section of the road, causing a gap to open between it and the beast. Crash. As the battle boar failed to break in time, it tripped over the crack and rolled all over the ground. Belle seized the opportunity he created and held his two daggers tightly. Let's see if I can do it again. Clang. A single chime was heard at the same time as a light glow was released from his right hand, where the dagger hestia was wielded. Firebolt. Shout again. The jet black dagger turned a reddish color with the argonaut particles being released from it. To their surprise, the leaf grew a few centimeters. Being close enough to the boar, he buried the edge of the weapon in its body. A grunt of pain came from the monster as soon as its flesh was torn by the cut. However, the pain he felt vanished in the blink of an eye. A sea of flames consumed the body in a second, reducing what was once a living being to dust. Belle was stunned, his eyes wide open. As surprising it was different than that time with Frine, he expressed, looking at his hand and feeling a strong heat that his weapon gave off. His shock quickly disappeared when a sound caught his attention. What is that, he wondered, turning around in search of the source of it. It's like a cry, he quickly identified what it was. He sharpened his senses and realized that it was coming from a few meters ahead of his position. I must hurry. Someone's in trouble. He ran with all the strength he had in his legs, searching for that person. With every step he took, the crying became clearer and clearer. However, nothing would prepare him for what he was about to witness. It was a firebird. No, the crying wasn't coming from him. More like who was attacking. A wish. Without thinking twice, still surprised, he ran to her aid. Firebolt. Belle shouted, pushing the bird-type monster away from the site as soon as the magic attack made contact. With the path clear, he approached the victim. When he got close enough, he saw the little girl crying, covered in claw wounds all over her body and burns caused by that firebird. She stared at him with fear and tears in her eyes, which ran down her blood-stained cheeks. A monster that cries? He wondered in great surprise. At that moment, a firebird landed in front of them and breathed fire towards their position. Belle stood between the Vuiver and the other monster, with his salamander skin he avoided the burns, and with a quick cut with his dagger he finished it off. As he approached the little girl again, some screams alerted him. Where's the Vuiver? They're looking for her, he thought. He lowered his head towards her and turned to face the approaching adventurers. He had a bad feeling. One of them noticed his presence and went with him. Hey you. Have you seen a vouivre? An intimidating-looking adventurer asked. In a swift movement, he covered the little girl with his salamander skin cloak so they wouldn't see who they were looking for. My partner has serious burns. Does anyone have any potions? He asked, standing between her and him. I'm not interested, the same man answered as he walked away, thus ignoring the target of his search without even knowing it. As he walked away from them both, Bell approached her again, who looked shaky, and extended his hand, which she hesitantly took. Beldono. We finally caught up with him. Makoto said from a distance along with Lily, Welf and Harahim. Bel-sama, who is this lady? Lily asked when the group joined together again. I feel like I'm getting into too much trouble, he opined. Welf named him. For now I think it's best to return to the 18th floor, said the white-haired man, taking the little monster's hand without removing the cloak that hid her presence. Somewhere in Riviera, a few minutes later. No way, Bel-sama. The hobbit shouted as she crossed her arms, dismissing her captain's suggestion. But Lily, he tried to make excuses. No, she is a monster, they should not leave the dungeon, it is dangerous, Makoto expressed with some concern. As the discussion continued, Welf and Harahim approached the little girl, who needless to say was terrified. What does Welf-sama think? Renard asked the blacksmith. I don't know, she looks like a girl, not a monster, he said as he bent down to be face to face with her. When he looked into her eyes, he only perceived fear. Harahim, bring a healing potion, she asked while sighing. You too, Welf-sama. Lily yelled at him. No matter how you look at it, she's a terrified little girl, and what Bell told us has me in an internal conflict, Welf replied, scratching the back of his neck. Lily, sorry, but I can't leave her here, those eyes don't lie, Bell agreed with the above. Bel-sama, Lily thinks that what she wants to do is something that could trigger a lot of problems, taking her to the surface is a very bad idea, Lily said, trying to use her logic to convince Bell, however, that decision had already been made. I'm really sorry, however, I can't leave her to her fate, not after seeing how those monsters attacked her, she's no different than an innocent girl, she won't survive if she stays in the dungeon, was Bell's response to the hobbit's refusal. I want to protect her, he added, approaching the vouivre and extending his hand towards her hair. Okay, then we have to hide her and prevent her from being seen by other adventurers, at least until we get to the mansion. I hope everything goes well, Welf commented, approaching the vouivre and offering her the salamander skin he had as a cape so she could completely cover her body. Thank you very much for understanding, well, we must return to the surface, the white-haired man thanked, taking the girl in his arms, as if she were his daughter. Lily has a very bad feeling, the little support thought, shaking her head as she watched Bell walk away with the monster in his arms. Chimney Mansion, a few hours later. Already at the Hestia family headquarters, and after a long, as if exhausting, explanation, a unanimous agreement was reached. Then she will stay here momentarily until we find a way for her to be safe in the dungeon. I have a feeling I should talk this over with Ganesha, his family is dedicated to taming monsters after all, Hestia expressed, sighing because she saw many problems coming again. Lily thinks it's a mistake to have her here, but there's no other option if that's what everyone decides, the little hobbit said, resigning herself to this outcome. Understood, I promise that you won't leave the headquarters territory, I'll take care of it, right, Ween? Bell said, saying this last question to the little girl. She just nodded. Ween? They all asked. That's the name I decided to give him, he seems to like it, the white-haired man answered them, while he was affectionately hugged by the little vouivre. Have you even given him a name? Hestia asked, rubbing her eyes to hide her headache. I'm Ween, thank you very much for helping me, expressed the vouivre with a beautiful and innocent smile that made those present feel a certain warmth in their hearts. Nice to meet you, Ween, I'm Harahim, the Renard introduced herself while gently caressing her. Am I the only one who just heard her speak? Welf asked with a poker face. And no, the others answered in unison, except Bell and Harahim. Didn't I tell you he talks? Bell asked, tilting his head. Yes, Bel-sama replied the Renard. A momentary silence appeared and was broken in a few microseconds. Speaks. More questions arose, and it seemed the explanation would continue for at least a couple more hours. And so, with that great revelation, the encounter in the dungeon that Bell had been waiting for since he was a child, and since he arrived in Auraria, was not as he imagined it or in the circumstances he dreamed of. Meanwhile, on Freya and Helen's side. In the Great Tower of Babel, both women were talking in a heavy and hostile atmosphere, thanks to the attitude Freya had taken. Okay, tell me again what happened, the goddess asked with a serious tone of voice and a completely blank expression on her face. Freya-sama, this is the millionth time I've told you, and it's no exaggeration, Helen replied, sitting on a chair right in front of her goddess's throne. That same seat Bell took every time he went to visit her. You're right, there's no other way, it seems it's not a lie, her hair covered her eyes. What's wrong, Freya-sama, Helen asked fearfully. The silver-haired girl swallowed. "I want a lap pillow too," she yelled, pouting, crossing her arms and grumbling. "Huh?" The goddess's attendant intoned that sound in disbelief. "It's just not fair. You were the first one he gave a lap pillow to, and that silly sword princess was the first to give him one. I feel like I'm falling behind." Her complaints continued unabated. It was almost comical to see her acting like a child. "Is that what worries you, Freya-sama?" he asked. "Of course. I'm jealous of you," she shouted angrily, but it was hard to take her seriously with that attitude. Ellen smiled and puffed out her chest. Although her goddess was angry with her, she felt happy to know that finally someone was jealous of her. After all, since the beginning of her life, she has spent her time wanting to be someone different. "At this rate, my bunny will probably have his nights very busy with two beauties," Freya declared with malice and lust. What is Freya-sama saying?" Helen shouted, his head spinning, his eyes swirling and his face completely red. Tee-hee, Freya just laughed and hit her head slightly. "Please stop bothering me," Helen said, still blushing. Chapter 24. In the previous chapter. "Then she will stay here momentarily until we find a way for her to be safe in the dungeon. I have a feeling I should talk this over with Ganesha. His family is dedicated to taming monsters after all," Hestia expressed, sighing because she saw many problems coming again. In the current chapter. Belle found himself in a very compromising situation. Her legs were shaking and her voice couldn't get out. The look of terror took over every facial feature he had previously had. Why did he feel that way? What triggered such a reaction in the young adventurer? Simple, the Loki family was just a few meters away from him. In a normal situation this would not represent a risk since he has a good relationship with them, especially with a certain Amazon from that family. However, there was someone who was in mortal danger due to the presence of those adventurers. Were the Loki family here? Belle whispered, feeling his heart rate increase wildly. "Huh? Belle?" Tiona recognized him from a distance. The Loki family looked at him as soon as they heard their partner's voice. The situation became even more tense than before. A disturbing silence provoked a host of unpleasant feelings within the boy and his family. A deep fear, no, even worse, a deep terror. "What are you doing here?" the white-haired man said with difficulty, swallowing saliva. "You're a hypocrite." He remembered the words that were directed at him just a few minutes ago by Dix of the Akellos family. The dirty bat. The pressure in the boy's chest was crushing, he didn't know what to do. "They too," he repeated in his mind without moving from his place. "Hey, why does he look scared?" Finn asked, recognizing the white-haired man's attitude. "Belle, what's going on?" Tiona whispered, trying to get down from the roof she was on, however the boy moved. "Tack." The footstep was heard loud and clear. Belle advanced slowly and before everyone's eyes in the direction of that monster that attacked the people, which was impaled with the spear of the brave on the wall. He repeated, but this time out of his head. "Tack. Tack." The footsteps continued. "Ugh," the beast complained as it tried to pull the spear out of its shoulder. His blank stare, his slumped shoulders, and his hunched back were all characteristics of the fearful boy. Ween continued to struggle without success. The Loki family members couldn't take their eyes off Belle, who was trying to pose directly in front of the viewer. The tension that pervaded the entire place was such that even the most acute senses of a normal person could detect that something was about to happen, something very bad. He slowly extended his arms as soon as he came face to face with the adventurers of the second strongest family in Arario. "What are you doing?" Finn whispered. "Belle?" "Both." Tiona and Aze named the young man at the same time with a confused expression. Belle in the distance, Hestia did the same. "Ahahaha. Unbeatable. Are there still brats as stupid as him?" The god Akellos mocked from afar, while Hermes watched the scene from behind him. "Belle, no doubt you're a fool," the traveling god thought. "Old friend, our reunion will have to wait," he added. "Belle, what are you doing?" Tiona asked while her body trembled. He inflated his lungs with air until they were completely full. He was preparing to explain the reasons for his actions. "They can't hurt him," he shouted to the four winds. The cold sweat ran down the backs and faces of those present, both civilians and adventurers. When did everything go to shit? What caused such a sudden change in Ween? Everything was fine, right? Days before. Night fell in Arario, and the Hestia Familia was resting in their headquarters, the Fireplace Mansion, with a special guest. "How much longer will it take, Hestia-sama?" Welf wondered. "He left as soon as we told him what happened," Makoto added. "Lily thinks it must not be easy to explain this to someone," the Hobbit added. "By the way, where are Harahim and Belle?" the Redeet asked due to the absence of both members. "They must be in Belle Dono's room." Ween Dono insisted on sleeping there, the Oriental woman replied to the previously expressed doubt. "I see they look like father and daughter," the blacksmith said, laughing slightly. Just a few seconds later, the door of the mansion was flung open. A small goddess entered the headquarters with a very tired face, which was riddled with dark circles. Apparently, she spent all those hours at the Ganesha family headquarters and the conversation dragged on. "Hey Kami-sama, what happened?" Bell asked, rushing out of his room as soon as he heard the crash. Ween and Haraham were following him. "Many words I didn't understand, many. I am Ganesha. I don't want to see Ganesha again for a long time," Hestia answered with a lost look and holding her head in pain. "It would be good if you slept a little," Hestia-sama Makoto advised as she approached to help her. "No, it's important that you know what they told me. In addition to that, they gave me a letter directly from Uranus who rejected the option," showing the letter he had in his hand and putting the matter into seriousness. This sparked the family's interest and they stopped what they were doing to give their goddess as much attention as possible. "Apparently, Ween isn't the only one," Hestia said, thus beginning the conversation. "There are more like them. This is information we shouldn't share with anyone. In fact, we shouldn't even know about it, but we've already been in trouble since Bell found Ween, and that's the only reason the Ganesha family had no choice but to tell us the whole truth." That was Hestia's introduction. Taking a brief pause, he continued. "In short, there are more of them in a safe area inside the dungeon, and in the letter of Uranus, who is aware of them and seeks to help them, gives us a map and explains that we must return there to avoid problems here on the surface, for the simple reason that people are not yet ready to know of their existence." Everyone was speechless at this information. "But Kami-sama, there were people looking for Ween on the intermediate floors, will she be safe there?" Bell asked with concern as he looked at the viewer. "I can't assure you, but those were the instructions that the Ganesha and Uranus families gave us. We have to return her, although that doesn't mean you can't see her again. We can visit sometimes, so don't worry, Ween," Hestia said while calming the little girl, who was about to cry. "Okay, I'll trust them, then. It's time to go. It's still early, and there shouldn't be many people on the streets. It would be dangerous to wait until they are more populated," the white-haired man said, standing up. "I'll go for my team," they all said in unison. Meanwhile, Hestia had a bad feeling about what was coming soon. "Safe zone? Are you sure it's this way?" the white-haired man asked as he finished off some monsters that were approaching his direction. Behind her, Ween was being held by the hand. "According to the map, it's here," Welf replied, dodging some attacks that were heading in his direction. "Well, what it says is a safe zone. It doesn't seem like a safe zone. I don't know what you think," Lily said, with a certain amount of mockery in her words. Before they could continue their conversation, several imposing presences slowly approached where they were. They were several hooded figures with a robe that completely covered the bodies of those unknown people. "Who are they?" Before he could finish his question, one of the strangers lunged at him. "Ween, run!" Bell shouted. Clank. The loud clash between the white-haired man's dagger and whatever his opponent was wielding echoed across the dungeon floor. The little viewer broke away from Bell and backed away a few feet. Ween Welf tried to call her so that he would take care of her, but one of those things rose in the air and grabbed him by the shoulders. "Welf Dono-sama." "Both," Makoto and Haraham yelled. Lily, more short than lazy, took the little girl from the doll and dragged her to her. "We have to hide," the hobbit shouted as she ran. "What do they want from us?" Bell raised his voice angrily as he continued to struggle with that person. When he looked even closer at the person in front of him, he noticed claws striking with his dagger as it slowly buried itself in the palm of the owner of said hands. "Firebolt!" the boy shouted in a split second where he raised his palm and placed it a few inches from the opponent. 5. An explosion erupted and a wave of smoke trailed behind it. Hua. The lizard, the breed of that stranger, was thrown backwards and crashed into one of the walls. Behind the vestiges of the previously cast magic, a white glow could be seen. Clang. The bell rang. Like lightning, the white-haired man's body approached, trying to hit the monster. Although. "Stop!" someone shouted behind him, causing him to stop dead in his tracks. What strangeness appeared on his facial expression when he realized who interrupted him. "They come from Urano-sama, right?" asked an extremely thin man whose physical features could not be seen because of the large robe that covered him. "Ha ha 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 ha. You're great, kid," said the lizard at his side. "Ha. Ha. Ha," he shouted as he turned around and noticed several monsters surrounding him. "Bell-sama," a familiar voice reached his ears. "Paraham." He turned his eyes to the Renard. Beside her were Welf, Makoto and Ween without a scratch. "Relax, they didn't do anything to us." They calmed down as soon as they saw Ween, Welf added. "So, you are Bell," directed his words to his opponent. "We're sorry. We thought you were coming to harm us," he apologized, peeling himself away from the wall where he was buried. "I see, sorry about that," the boy did the same. After this brief meeting and explanation, the situation calmed down. "I see they brought the viewer. Come with us, we will explain everything," said the humanoid lizard. "Accompany them? Where to?" The members of the Hestia family asked. Where the rest of us are, clearly the doubt was answered by a woman coming down from the heights. It was a beautiful siren with bird legs and arms, but with mostly human features. The rest of you? Without questioning what the two monsters and the man who seemed to need something to eat had said, they accompanied them. A few moments and explanation later. So you call yourselves Xenos? I didn't think you could exist. It's a relief to know you're not hostile, Bell said as he shook each of their hands in greeting. We should say the same. It's nice to see that there are people like you who don't feel fear or disgust toward us, Lid, the lizard, replied. So, can you take care of Ween? We promised to come visit from time to time, asked Harahim, who didn't leave the little girl's side. Yes, she will be safe here, we will take care of her, replied Ray, the previous siren, who was very nice and sweet. Okay, said the white-haired man as he bent down to be at the same height as the viewer. Ween, you must stay here, it's for the best since I don't want you to take unnecessary risks or get hurt, he explained, caressing the girl's cheek. She just nodded as small tears formed in her eyes. Don't cry, okay? We'll see each other again. I'll come visit often to see you and the other Xenos, okay? He commented with a pleasant smile that brought peace to the little girl's heart. Why, you promise? He asked, ducking his head. Bell placed his free hand on Ween's hair and ruffled it. I promise, he replied. Ween looked at him and hugged him tightly. Why yes, you promised, you must keep it, she said as her tears flowed. So it will be, the white-haired man finished. In the eyes of humans and monsters, the great affection that both had for each other was observed, and after this, the Hestia family retreated with Ween waving her hand from the safe zone until it was no longer possible to see them in the distance. Goodbye, Bell, he shouted with a smile. The aforementioned returned the gesture. And so they both separated. One might think that this is a happy ending to such an unusual situation. Nothing could be further from the truth. Because, on the surface, just one day later, something unexpected happened. The Akelos family, who were searching for Ween on the intermediate floors when Bell found the Xeno safe zone. Ix, the captain of the same, was a tamer who had controlled the Xenos, and the Hestia Familia had to go to his rescue. Clank. Clash. The clash of weapons continued between the two at a dizzying speed to which Bell was slowly beginning to get used to. You're nothing but a brainless brat. Dix yelled at him, hitting him with his gun and cornering him in the process. Ugh. A groan of pain came from Bell, who was trying to stand up. It's over, said the member of the Akelos family, pointing at the white-haired man with the sharp end of his staff. Slash. The cut was made on the man's back without warning. Shooter, Dick said as he turned around and identified the person responsible for the attack. You're supposed to be under my control, he shouted. I will not allow the only human who would give his life for us to die at the hands of trash like you, said Lid, the lizard, with the purple glow of his eyes, a sign of Dix's control, dissipating. That's not funny, you shouldn't be able to recover your will, the man complained, his voice breaking. Ah! Screamed the monster. Ah! So does Bell. Both of them launched themselves into combat against Dix, who gripped his weapon firmly. Clank. Clash. Clank. Clash. Clank. Clash. Dix tried to block every blow directed at him, but the coordination of the attacks prevented him from reacting in time to some of them, which is why his body showed several wounds inflicted by the duo. No. Dix. The tamer's subordinate shouted. 5. A blow was given to one of them, projecting him meters forward. They will not intervene. It was Fells. Unlucky one, go kill that magician. One of the adventurers ordered his companions. As he turned to help his captain, he didn't realize that he would also need help. Slash. A downward slash of claws tore into his face. Gross, Bell whispered in the distance as he saw the gargoyle regain control. Don't get distracted, Bellucci, the lizard ordered him. Sorry, the boy replied. The white glow came from his right hand as he and Lid continued the wave of attacks. I just needed a chance. An opening. Just one. To end this fight once and for all and save his friends. To those monsters who are more human than the scum in front of him. To save Vienna. Clank. Clash. Clank. Clash. Sparks from the contact between metal and metal were not long in coming, and each impact caused numbness in Dix's arms. Be damn you, he complained fiercely, turning around to find someone to help him. But I was alone. The face of his family was massacred by those monsters filled with rage. Ah! Bell saw the opportunity and boom. A strong punch was delivered to the center of Dix's chest. Considering that said attack featured the Argonaut payload, well, needless to say what happened. Crash. As if it were a rag doll, the tamer's body was thrown forward until the solid rock stopped its full speed. Bell relaxed as he watched the body fall to the ground, knocked out. The Xeno's eyes returned to their usual color. What? Gross. The curse is not working anymore. Fells asked the aforementioned man. The other monsters calmed down when there were no more enemies to fight. We did it, Belushi Lid said, approaching the wounded boy. No, I don't think it would be enough, he replied. That hurt. Dix's body whispered as he stood up. Finish him, Lid. Fells shouted. The lizard was to complete the task, but if you kill me I'll break this. A dark smile appeared on his face as he lifted a crimson gem. Lid stopped dead in his tracks. It's from Ween. Bell recognized the artifact. Do you care if you want her? There she goes, he said, throwing her into a ravine. Bell ran after it to prevent it from breaking. Before he could fall into the depths, Lid grabbed him. It's funny, they do exactly what I want, mocked Dix, who approached Ween. Lose yourself in an eternal illusion. He activated the curse, and Ween began to grab her head, as if she were suffering. Bell. Bell. She named him. And finally go, he ordered her. The Vouver began to rise. This path leads to the surface. If she comes out, I'm sure she'll be killed, he revealed. Dix per Dix. Fells called him, throwing a ball of air. 5. Better forget about me and go for her, he advised them, disappearing into the dust. Lid. I'm going after her, said the white-haired man, running down the path Ween took. Wait, bellcranel. I'll heal you, Fells said, following behind the boy. Ween lost control and climbed to the surface, where the Loki family had her cornered upon seeing all the panic she had caused with her presence. She was no longer the little girl she had been before, now she had become something even more terrifying. But someone had to stop her, and that someone would be Bell. And that's how it all happened. Currently, Bell stood between the Loki family and Ween, who had a spear stuck in her shoulder. The gaze of the civilians and the Loki family itself tensed at this. Before anyone could complain or comment, he said something that seemed out of place given the context of the situation. They can't hurt him, he shouted to the four winds. It's my prey. Don't interfere, he shouted as he ran after the Vouver before the expectant and incredulous eyes of a certain blonde Amazon swordswoman who was completely incomprehensible about what was happening. The young man pulled the spear from its place and threw it aside. I'm going down, Tiona said in a serious tone of voice, unlike her. Wait, Tiona. What are you going to do? Tyan asked, trying to stop her. That's not the Bell I love. Something must be going on. He must have an explanation for all this. I refuse to believe this. The tricks are all out of selfishness, the girl replied, gripping the handle of her weapon tightly. The captain of the family did not hear the conversation between the two sisters, as he was lost in his thoughts before coming to a decision. When he got it, he was about to give the order to follow them and finish off the monster, but a loud bang stopped him. The ground of the place had collapsed and hundreds of monsters came out of it and attacked the Loki family. This was Bell's chance to save Ween. That destruction and screaming meant nothing to him, who couldn't stop thinking about the series of problems he was getting into. Sorry Tiona, sorry people, but I promised myself not to abandon or let anyone I care about die. This isn't her fault, Ween is just a victim. You can hate me if you want, but if I don't save her right now I will hate myself. He screamed in his thoughts with great determination and quickening his pace with all the strength of his legs. Family. Stop all the monsters. Don't let them touch the civilians, the Hobbit ordered, launching into the attack. Tiona tried to speak but was silenced. It's an order, he yelled at him. She stood still and trembling. Bell, he named him with a sharp pain in his chest. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Babel. Freya Sama. Helen. Named his goddess. What's wrong, Helen? Freya asked, hugging a stuffed rabbit. It's Bell, he's in trouble, said the girl, clearly short of breath. This was enough for the goddess to stand up and run to her viewing platform. There he saw it. Bell full of wounds. Being chased by several adventurers. Going after a monster. Helen, tell Otter to go help him now, he shouted with a scared expression. Yes, Freya Sama. He responded quickly to fulfill her request. Bell, what's going on? Freya wondered. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his soul was moving everywhere, as if in turmoil. Meanwhile, with Bell. Ween. Bell shouted from behind the Vouver with great desperation. Attack the monster, shouted some adventurers. Firebolt. Without thinking, Bell launched his magic at those who said that. Boom. They were hit by the explosion. Several blasts of power and magic were barely dodged by Ween and him. Bell counterattacked with his firebolt magic, not intending to hit them directly, but simply using it to slow their advance, thus destroying several structures of homes and shops in his path. Damn little rookie. Playing for money at a time like this? What the hell is going through his head? They asked angrily. We will kill her. Some adventurers shouted from a rooftop on the side of the street, aiming at the Vouver. As if by mere instinct, Bell extended his hand and activated his magic without chanting. Firebolt. A scarlet lightning bolt shot out of his palm towards them. Boom. The cloud of dust rose, preventing them from making their move. Little rookie, damn it. Have you lost your mind? Do you want that monster item that badly? They questioned Bell, although he ignored it and kept his gaze and path forward. Without realizing it, they were slowly approaching their doom. Explain to me what's going on, bellcranel. A voice shouted behind the young man. I'm sorry Lafia, I can't do it, not now, I have to reach her, I have to, it's not too late, it's not too late, the white-haired man said in his mind, ignoring that request. Ween was led into a trap, right into the monster coliseum. Wait, Ween. Bell shouted, trying to warn her about the trap, but it was too late. A large number of spells were cast by the mages surrounding the circumference of the site, thus causing great damage to the little monster. Ween. The floor is collapsing. Bell shouted as he ran to her to hold her, but fell with her. He hugged her to take the impact and prevent her from getting hurt. Ooh. The large amount of debris and dust rose up and surrounded Bell, some even crushing his body. He opened his eyes and tried to get up. When she finally stood up, she noticed the damage was done, that little girl was disappearing, her magic stone was breaking. No. The white-haired man denied, hugging the girl's body. Bell, I'm sorry, Ween said, her strength reduced. Calm down, don't worry, I'm fine, so Ween, the boy replied with a broken voice. Sometimes I dream a dream where no one comes to rescue me, a nightmare, but this time there were people who came to help me, it made me very happy, said the viewer, with a smile on her face. As he finished those words, the magic stone could no longer resist and broke, leaving behind only a large amount of dust. He stood motionless, his body trembling. In his hands only Ween's gem remained. He took as much air as he could and… Nuo. Her crying grew progressively louder, pounding the ground where Ween had died until her knuckles bled and her nails dug deep into her palms. Bell continued crying until a voice startled him. Uncharted area, the forbidden wall. On this day, I disobey heaven's code. Pious as Asclepius, Salus as Chalice. Your voice forcing the healing power to arrive, I desire it despite the weight. King's tribunal, thunder of condemnation. If you are burned despite God's providence, confront your own hell. Open Cayman, beyond the river of the underworld. Here, Dark King. I wish to cross the threshold of madness. Stop unexpected tears, scattered lamentation. The price has been paid. Light of the path. For the sacrifice given in the past, I want the illumination of senseless desire. Oh, I do not look back. A large tower of light extended from where they were to the sky, the one responsible for that was Fells, who had used an ancient magic, which was capable of breaking the laws of the world, which was capable of reviving someone. Ween's jewel began to shine in the same way until a sphere of light formed around it until the miracle happened. Ween had revived. Bell. The little girl named him, opening her eyes little by little. Ween. The boy did the same. Am, she was going to ask, but she was suddenly hugged. You're alive. You're really alive. I'm glad, I'm really glad. She shouted, hugging the viewer tightly, crying again, except this time it was from happiness. Bell. The little girl screamed, tears streaming down her face. In the distance, a large bow stood looking deep into the ravine. Otter, what was that? The silver-haired girl asked. I don't know, but you shouldn't be here, Helen replied, the captain of the Freya family. I didn't want to leave Bell alone, said the girl. You don't have to keep pretending, said the ever-stoked. Helen's legs gave way and she fell to the floor. I'm glad you're okay, she said as she covered her face and tears leaked through her fingers. If something had happened to him I wouldn't know what I would do, he concluded, removing his hands from his face, showing a smile that was barely maintained by the shaking of his lips and placing both hands on his chest. A few minutes later. Bell was changing gears. As he moved forward, he could see all the damage he had caused. Destroyed houses. Leaky buildings. Many angry civilians glared at him. He just hung his head. I must know how Tiona is, he whispered. He left the Amazon behind to go after Ween. Without an explanation. Without a reason. Maybe he broke her heart. Bell, they named him. He turned his eyes to the one who called him. We'll see. She had some injuries, but something about her caused him more concern. Tiona was crying. Bell, why did you do that, he asked. He remained silent. You're not my Bell, sniff, you wouldn't have done something so selfish, so tell me, who are you, sniff, explain to me, why did you do it, that's all I want, no matter what you tell me, I'll believe you, sniff. Those were the words of the Amazon who couldn't see him directly, didn't want to see him. I didn't recognize him. So before she sees her Bell again, she wants to make sure it's really him. The white-haired man felt a great pressure on his chest. I am a hypocrite, he replied with a smile full of pain. Huh? She didn't understand. But the boy added. Sigh. He took her by both shoulders and hugged her. I can't lie to you, I don't want to make you suffer, I'm sorry, he apologized, burying Tiona's face in his chest. Bell, he called him again, only this time Bell's heartbeat dispelled all that uncertainty. Please let me explain everything, I don't care if everyone hates me, as long as the people I love don't, she added as tears slid down her cheekbones and cheeks. She remained silent and hugged him tighter. I told you no matter what you tell me I'll believe you, Tiona said with a broken voice. In the fireplace mansion. After walking for several minutes to reach Bell's headquarters, they finally arrived. During the way Tiona told her what happened on her side about the battle with that black minotaur that got her family in trouble and how the Xenos came out to distract them so they wouldn't hurt Ween. After that they disappeared through a large curtain of smoke that came from nowhere. Bell was surprised by the minotaur, he doesn't remember having met one when he visited the Xenos, however he got out of his train of thought when some children threw rocks at Bell, children he knew. You're no hero. Don't come near us or Helen me again. Rue shouted with anger combined with disappointment. That made him even sadder. I thought you were someone good, but you're like all the other bad adventurers. Fina scolded from behind Rue. Rai remained silent, not wanting to say a word. Tiona turned to Bell waiting for his reaction, but he just bowed his head and let him pass. Helen, I think I won't be able to return to the orphanage to see Rue, Rai, Fina and the other children with you, the boy thought when that happened, adding it to the list of things he lost because of the decision he made. After arriving, he recounted what had happened despite his goddess's refusal. She should know it too, she's someone I trust, argued the white-haired man. Several hours passed, even as night fell in Arario, until it finally ended. And that happened, Bell finished in the presence of his family and Tiona. She was extremely surprised by what she heard. I know it's hard to believe, but that's the tea. Before finishing, Tiona kissed him. First. Ah. The girls from the Hestia family shouted with their faces completely red. Tiona. Bell named her as soon as they separated. I knew it, I knew you were still my Bell. I'm so glad, my silly hero getting into trouble to save someone, that's you, the one I fell in love with, Tiona said, crying again, but this time it was out of relief. Shame descended at the Amazon's words. Bell wrapped her in his arms. A foolish hypocritical hero, that's what I am, he thought. They both looked at each other and she gave him a beautiful smile. I hope you can take it that way too, Freya, I don't want you to misunderstand too, he finished his internal dialogue. Han Freya. So my bunny is fine, relief flooded the beautiful goddess's heart when both members of her family gave her the news. Yes, Freya-sama, he is fine, Helen replied with a smile. I wouldn't say it's fine, Freya-sama, Otta replied, drawing the gaze of both women. What do you mean by that, the silver-haired girls asked in unison. His reputation, his credibility, the hatred that adventurers and civilians will have for him is something I doubt he can handle, he replied. If someone hurts my Otta, Freya said. If someone hurts Bell, Helen said. He will be killed, they said at the same time with a frightening aura. Even the imperturbable Otter backed down. But you're right, we must make him well received again, but how? Freya asked. Just as he did so, someone alerted him to a visitor. Freya-sama, the god Hermes wants to see you, said one of the servants of the beautiful goddess. Hermes? Chapter 25. In the previous chapter. I wouldn't say it's fine, Freya-sama, Otta replied, drawing the gaze of both women. What do you mean by that, the silver-haired girls asked in unison. His reputation, his credibility, the hatred that adventurers and civilians will have for him is something I doubt he can handle, he replied. If someone hurts my Otta, Freya said. If someone hurts Bell, Helen said. He will be killed, they said at the same time with a frightening aura. Even the imperturbable Otter backed down. But you're right, we must make him well received again, but how? Freya asked. Just as he did so, someone alerted him to a visitor. Freya-sama, the god Hermes wants to see you, said one of the servants of the beautiful goddess. Hermes? In the current chapter. That's a surprise, tell me Hermes, what brings you here? It's not polite to listen to other people's conversations, Freya said, regaining her calm demeanor, although she was clearly displeased with the traveling god's actions. I told you, Hermes-sama, it's a bad idea to enter without consent. You've gotten us into trouble again, Asfi complained to her god. The girl felt an indescribable terror due to the aura emanating from King Otter. Well? Will you remain silent, or will I have to order Otter to make you talk? The goddess persisted with her previous question, adding a threat. First of all, Freya, tell me, did what I gave Bell work wonders? Were you able to accomplish your goal? Hermes smiled calmly, an attitude that surprised his attendant. What are you talking about? The silver-haired girl looked nervous for some reason. Her eyes darted in different directions, and her blush deepened. So it wasn't a lie, you really did make your move on Bell, if only my old friend were here to see it, the god wept internally. They were tears of pride. Stop the nonsense and tell me what the hell you want. Hermes' arrogant attitude drove Freya crazy. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, seeing as you're involved with Bell, I'll assume you don't want anything bad to happen to him, right? The mood changed radically with just one sentence. Ellen and Otter looked at God independent, so much so that both could swear that they would be killed. Hermes just gulped and Asfi fought the urge to faint. Whatever you say now, think carefully, Freya warned. She was ready to give Otter the order if necessary. If you plan to harm my Otter, there will be no human or inhuman power that will save you from the amount of pain I will cause you, he added. The god sighed. It's quite the opposite, Freya. I have a certain admiration for Bell, and I consider him a person I want to see grow and become a great hero, the hero Aurelio needs, he replied calmly, although of course, inside he wanted to run away. I'm the only one with that right, I don't care what Aurelio needs, the silver-haired woman gave her answer immediately. Are you sure? Even though that's your biggest dream? Hermes moved his piece on the board. Silence fell in an eerie way. You know, right? That he wants to be a hero and that neither you nor anyone else will stop him from achieving that goal, which, no matter the risk, he will face. After all, he is what Aurelio needs. The god continued to face Freya. The goddess swallowed and felt some discomfort in her chest. Heroes are the dumbest people in the world to give up everything, even your life, to save the world that sooner or later will forget you existed or, at best, remember you as a mere legend, he thought, as his discomfort turned to pain. Freya saw Magellan named her, with concern. However, I didn't come here to chat about that. Hermes' arrogant smile spread across his face again. Tell me, do you think such a sensitive and emotionally dependent child will be fine after the stupid thing he did? Is it possible to not have any consequences within his soul after receiving the repudiation and hatred of all the people of Aurelio? If you ask me, I don't think so. That's what brings me here, the orange-haired man declared, removing his hat. I'm neither for nor against what Bell decided, but I must clean up the mess his actions caused, he added. Dumping. So you were the one who interrupted the fight, weren't you? Otter spoke with his characteristic raspy voice and unflappable demeanor. What fight was he referring to? Simple. When that black minotaur appeared and his goddess sent him to protect the white-haired man, Otter was interrupted by that beast. In the battle against the minotaur, a few hours ago. Aze. Back off. You're not focused. Finn yelled at the golden-haired girl after she was injured by an axe blow from the monster. She saw his sword grip tremble. Boo! The minotaur screamed loudly, causing a tremor in the surrounding buildings. I'll take care of it, they said from a distance. Finn and Gareth, who were getting ready to fight, along with Aze, turned to where the voice came from. Otter, they were surprised by the presence of the strongest adventurer. I see we won't be needed, the hobbit smiled, leaving the battle stance. What brings you here? Gareth questioned. I fulfill the wishes of my goddess, short and to the point, was Bose's response. Whereas another voice was heard. The four of them turned their gazes to that noise. Where is that boy? A question was thrown out. I am possible. The sword princess opened her eyes wide. He spoke. Gareth completed the sentence. Even Otter and Finn felt a chill run down their spines. The dream, it repeats itself, him and I fighting. I'll go for that boy and I'll have my revenge. A smile that instilled fear in those who saw it was drawn on the beast's snout. He's referring to Bell. Aze connected the dots and identified the person the minotaur was describing. Bell, so that's his name. Our battle will be legendary, the monster added, puffing out his chest. Boo! The roar resounded with more intensity. In a split second, Otter launched an attack. Clank. A strong collision between two metal objects made both bodies vibrate. Otter, with his greatsword, aimed a slash at the minotaur's neck, however, it was blocked. I remember you too, he confessed. Clank. Bose was forcibly removed. Incredible power emanated from both of them, however, the king did not have that title for nothing. He prepared to accomplish his goal once and for all. The minotaur, even without an arm, did not retreat an inch. Until suddenly. Thud. 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 Several explosions inside the battlefield interrupted the confrontation. What is this? He wondered as those bombs produced a thick black smoke through which not even the light could filter. He took his sword and, with a slash in the air, cleared a small gap. The minotaur, the rest of the monsters disappeared. Back with Freya and Hermes. Why did you interrupt? And what do those monsters have to do with my Otter? Freya demanded an answer. I think your children can answer that question, or am I wrong? Hermes turned to where they both were. Freya saw Mabel when that Overheard died. He cried and lamented, saying that he couldn't save her, the silver-haired woman reported. What talking monsters? My bunny crying for one of them. What's going on? More doubts arose. Let's just say Urano's got Bell into trouble, or he got himself into it. Who knows? They're both equally unpredictable, the god opined, sighing heavily. The important thing here is that your help is necessary if we want to support their goal and protect their reputation in the process, so, Freya. The goddess looked expectantly at the person lying in front of her. No matter what he asked for, as long as it could help Bell, she would grant him anything. That key you stole from Ishtar is necessary. He finished his request, extending his hand. The key to Nos. I'm surprised you know of its existence. Freya smiled, giving a signal to Helen. Hey. I'm smarter than I look, you better than anyone should know that appearances can be deceiving. Hermes winked. What do you mean? The silver-haired goddess asked. Nothing in particular. By the way, you'll probably have to vacate tomorrow night. You'll see the resurgence of your order and maybe get some extra surprises, said the traveling god as Helen handed him the key. As was common, no one could figure out what the hell Hermes had in his head. Keep me informed, Freya ordered, pointing him toward the exit. Yes. Thank you very much for your cooperation, although I clearly know that if it were up to you, you would have ignored me and possibly slit my throat alive for interfering in your quarters, the orange-haired man declared. Of course. You and that old man are really unpleasant, he replied. Hermes held back his laughter to the goddess's surprise. God and daughter withdrew, although Asfi had to be dragged away because her body was unresponsive. Already at the elevator door, he spoke to Helen. Much success with Belle, Freya's little daughter. He winked at the silver-haired girl. She was in a state of shock by those words. Huh? Helen shouted, his skin tone changing to a deep red, similar to a tomato. The door closed and still a scream reached the restless woman. The harem is a man's romance. Following that, a blow was struck to the god's head. Shut up, God, you idiot. Asfi had hit him for shouting such nonsense. According to me, only Freya Sama knew. The girl covered her face with both hands. Meanwhile, her goddess sat on her throne, holding her chin in search of her beloved soul to ensure that it had not been altered in any way. Wow, she's still so pure though. Freya placed her palms on his chest. At this point I'm not just interested in his soul anymore, I love everything about him. A small smile appeared, followed by an increase in her heart rate. It seems that the goddess, after so many millennia searching for her beloved Otter, that soul different from the rest, finally realized that the love of finding him transcended her original goal. Every day I experience new feelings, and it's all thanks to you, Belle. The next day. I'm leaving, Kami-sama said the white-haired man from the door of his mansion. Be careful, Belle, we don't know what might happen or how the citizens and adventurers will react after that incident, Hestia said, worrying about her son. I'm aware of that, Kami-sama. Belle bowed his head. But I must live without regrets. I must face the consequences of my actions with my head held high, the boy replied. He didn't seem sure of what he said. Hestia kept silence. She felt bad. It made him uncomfortable to see his son like that. That sadness. That fear. The doubt within his being. That kind and cheerful boy was lost because he was pushed to such an extreme. I'd better go, Kami-sama, goodbye. I'll be back at the time Hermes mentioned to us. Belle came out of the trance his thoughts had put him in and crossed the door. Hestia stood alone, staring at the door, her expression conveying sadness. Let's hope Hermes' plan goes well. I can't stand seeing him like this, she said to herself. Unfortunately for him, he had no choice but to trust in that god who works in mysterious ways. Returning to the Xenos, regaining the people's trust in Belle. There's too much we must accomplish in such a short time. I don't think Loki and his family will allow us more time than today, he whispered while taking some small jade-colored spheres with his hands. You better help us, Uranus, he finished. In the streets of Arario. Belle walked under the strong rays of the sun, however, he had his hands in his pockets and tried to reduce eye contact in the hope of not receiving reproachful glances for his actions. Although the whispers were enough. Is that the little rookie? How dare he even walk among us? I can't believe he's free. He should be imprisoned. He's a danger to us. Damn kid, he finally showed his true face. I'm hungry. Let him get out of Arario, we don't need scum like him infecting our city. The insults didn't stop. The boy ignored them as best he could, but the pangs in his heart still didn't go away. People can be too cruel to those they admired a few days ago. This is how changeable the heart and mind of humans are. They don't understand reasons, they are guided by their own morals or by what they observe. Actions speak louder than words. Belle never understood those words more than he did now. Stop, please stop, he begged from inside his mind, clenching his fists. Blargate. 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 That word was repeated around them, regardless of the gender or age of those who said it. Did I really make the right decision? She wondered as her eyes became crystal clear with accumulated tears. Hey. Shut up. A shout silenced the voices. Belle slowly raised his head to meet the person defending him. Mord. That's. When he realized who it was. The little rookie may have done something stupid. But we all make mistakes sooner or later. What right do you have to judge someone for what they do wrong? He's a hero. He saved many of you when you needed it most. Hasn't he? The adventurer, who not long ago was an enemy, was helping him. But what did he do with that monster? A citizen wanted to interrupt but was silenced. You're going to forget all the good he's done for one bad thing. Then you're the trash here. Mord yelled, pointing at him fiercely. TCH. The person hissed. Little rookie, don't let others define who you are, said the man, placing his hand on the white-haired man's shoulder. You're a hero to me. He raised his thumb and smiled at her. Bell fell silent and bowed his head again. Thank you, he thanked her as he wiped his tears with the side of his jacket. After that, he ran away without looking back. Maybe the pain and doubt are still there, but at least he knows there are people who defend him. His steps did not stop. His questions were not answered. His fear did not fade. Everything remained the same. Cloudy. With doubts in his being. Not knowing what to do. I thought I could just ignore them and keep going. Mord made me realize that's not possible, he thought, without stopping and without a specific direction. This continued until someone named him. Bell. A sweet voice entered his ears. He stopped suddenly. He slowly removed his forearm from his eyes and stretched his back to resume a straight posture. When finally nothing was covering his eyes, a light hit his face, preventing him from clearly seeing the person from before. Bell. Are you okay? That woman's question came back. Sir. After a few seconds he identified the owner of the question. She was standing in front of him with a paper bag on her right arm. What a relief. I was worried because we weren't seeing each other. The always friendly and cheerful gray-haired girl approached him. I'm sorry, he replied somewhat dejectedly. Sir noticed this or something inside her felt uncomfortable seeing him like this. Shall we go for a walk? Out of nowhere, he made the suggestion. Oh? Why, you know what the people of the city think of me, right? Bell doubtfully wanted to confirm it. Of course, the waitress's almost immediate response surprised the boy. He, still not understanding the young girl's kindness, let himself go with the flow of things. Place. What he asked when he felt a pleasant warmth in his right hand. Come on, Bell. She smiled at him, holding him and joining her palm with his. The white-haired man blushed slightly without saying a word or complaining. They both walked to a secluded spot in the city center, Sir never leaving his side. She talked and talked about anything that came to mind. After a few minutes, they sat on some benches where the red-haired girl chatted away, despite the boy's silence, who still had several things on his mind. Nevertheless, he listened attentively to Sir. Then Mamma Mia took a bite of my food and said, food is not thrown away, the girl recounted, imitating the dwarf as best she could. Bell smiled. He was amused by his companion's little story. Although doubt aided him, he decided to express it. You won't ask me anything about that, he said, his spirit sinking again. If you want to talk, I'll listen. If it hurts to do so, I won't inquire, Sir answered, placing her hand on top of the white-haired man's while staring at him. Bell bowed. Are you hesitating? Sir asked, understanding the boy's body language. He opened his mouth for a second, but quickly closed it. Sir looked away and looked straight ahead. He sighed and gave the following opinion. Don't carry all that alone. Now you have a family. Also friends who love and support you. Don't put more weight on your shoulders than you can bear, give a little to those who will gladly lift it with you. At a late pace, Bell was opening up. I'm scared, he confessed. Sir turned to look at him carefully. I'm afraid to check it. I ran forward without asking their opinion. I got them involved and in trouble. Again, being impulsive, I got them into a mess that we might not get out of. All because of me. The speed of the words increased as they passed. The boy's fears became clearer as the seconds passed. Bell's voice grew lower and lower, even cutting, as if he were about to cry. He closed his eyes. He clenched his fists. However, he couldn't express his feelings properly. Excuse me, Sir said, taking him by the head. He took the boy by surprise, who didn't resist. After this, she laid him on her lap. Stay there, he said in a sweet tone. She stroked the young man's white hair, lowering her head so that her words could be heard clearly. Don't be afraid. Don't doubt. You may have lost things, but by your side will remain what will not abandon you, she whispered in his ear, catching Bell's attention, who moved to look at her directly. I like that you run without stopping, he added. I adore the Bell who never gives up no matter how big the barrier that stands in his way, he continued, without stopping to caress the fine hair of the one who was resting on his lap. The white-haired man's heart rate increased. Why would you go to such extremes for me? I just don't understand. Just being here with me can damage your reputation. And before he could continue releasing his pain and worry, Sir placed her index finger on the white-haired man's lips, silencing him instantly. Bell, no matter how painful it all is, she intertwined her fingers with the young man's. Even when you think you're going to lose, he brought his face closer to the white-haired man's. But no one else in the world believes in you, he smiled at her as he moved even closer. When you don't even believe in yourself, their hearts beat irregularly as the sentence progressed. When Sir's lips were just inches from Belle's ear, he continued. I will be the one who believes in you, he added. Belle, who was still in shock, stood face to face with the young waitress. Because I love you, Sir finished and. First. A soft and delicate kiss was given. Their lips met and they experienced a sweet taste, followed by a warmth in that area that made them lose themselves. Belle opened his eyes wide, he even thought they would pop out of their sockets. However, he did not stop. Neither he nor Sir. After about 5 seconds, the mouths distanced themselves. As Sir, the white-haired man, completely stunned, covered his mouth with his forearm. I'll be by your side forever. I love you, Belle. I love you. Small tears fell from the waitress's lips. These tears were caused by great relief and happiness. The boy felt a great calm throughout his body and without realizing it, a few drops slid down his cheekbones. Am I crying? She wiped them desperately. Don't repress them anymore, let them out, Sir said, caressing her cheek. Sniff. Sniff. Belle was breathing unevenly, all due to his crying. Sir laid him down again, his face on the girl's thighs. She, still embarrassed, understood that he did not want to be seen in such a weak state, so she opted for that option. She felt tears soaking her skirt. All the while, she stroked his hair, reassuring him. The crying continued unabated until there were no more tears left to shed. An hour later. The two of them were walking to the Lady of Plenty. Sir was delayed by Belle, so Mia would most likely scold the waitress. Already at the door of said place, it was time to part ways. I don't know what to answer or how to thank you, Belle said, bowing his head. Sir placed her palms on each corner of the boy's face and. First. You don't have to give me an answer yet, she said, completely blushing. For a moment, the boy sensed something in her. Well, I'm leaving, the gray-haired girl said goodbye, entering the bar and leaving Belle. In the solitude of the streets and deep in his mind, Belle said to himself. Her smile the way she spoke, I swear, for a second there she reminded me of. Before he could finish, something interrupted him. A memory. The meeting with Alma. He shouted after noticing it was getting dark. After that, he turned around and ran at full speed, straight to his headquarters. From a distance, peeking through the door, Sir watched him. Her lips trembled and her hands lay just above where her heart was located. An uneasy smile formed before returning inside. In the chimney mansion. Both Hestia family and Hermes and company were sitting in the mansion's living room. The discussion had not yet begun about waiting for the guest of honor in this strategy and the reason why there is a possibility that this will go well. Talk talk talk. And he arrived, whispered everyone present with a threatening aura, well, almost everyone. I'm coming, Belle-sama. Haraham warned, going to open the door. Sorry I'm late, Belle apologized, walking in slowly. Where the hell were you? Lily and Hestia yelled, tackling him and knocking him to the ground. Lowly attack. First and down, Welf whispered, laughing. Sorry. 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 The white-haired man shouted, trying to get his goddess and companion off of him. Hestia-sama, Lily Dono. We have little time, so stay calm, the Oriental requested, detaching them from Belle. Well, I think it's time to reveal what we're going to do. Take a seat, Belle, Hermes asked. Why yes, the boy answered. The plan is as follows. Since the Loki family will be searching for all those monsters, they'll be keeping an eye on every corner of Daedalus Street, where Fels and Uranus have told us they've hidden. For that reason, we must be as cautious as possible. Therefore, we'll need the fairy helmets that Asfi will kindly lend us. Hermes smiled at his attendant. If they break it, you'll pay for it, Hermes-sama, he declared, adjusting his glasses. Another thing to consider is the mobilization of the monsters, and especially how we will return them to the dungeon. For that I have a very useful tool. Hermes took a key out of his pocket. What is that? Hestia asked. Our secret weapon to avoid being discovered by the Loki family, the god winked. So you'll guide us? Bella asked. Of course, there's just a tiny detail. Hermes looked away. Which one? The white-haired man asked what he meant. The sword princess will practically breathe down your neck, so you will most likely have problems with her, he warned. Cold sweat ran down the young man's back. I'll take care of it. A lively voice caught everyone's attention as he burst into the mansion. Fiona. Belle was surprised to see her there. If what you need is help, I can give it to you. I'll stop A's long enough for Ween and the other Xenos to flee, Fiona said, sitting next to the white-haired man. But your family, the boy worried about her and how the Loki family would take that act. But I didn't come alone, at least someone supports me, Lafia. Tiona named the elf. Lafia. Belle shouted, who had downplayed it until he understood who the Amazon called. The Loki family elf entered slowly, peeking out little by little. You don't think I'm doing this for you, you silly human. The orange-haired elf complained, pointing her staff at him. It's just that when I saw you so desperately trying to help that monster deep down in my heart, I felt that you were the one who was right," Lafia added. "Also I wanted to apologize for what happened that day." She lowered her head and then her ears too, although the latter was an involuntary reaction. Bell knew what day he was referring to. However, he didn't hold a grudge against her. "Lafia, I don't hate you really, thank you very much for your help," Bell smiled. Lafia's spirits were restored. "However, if you wish to do it out of repentance, I won't be able to accept it. I don't want you to get caught up in all this just because you feel in my debt," the boy added. "Then that's not why I'm doing it. I already told you I think they're doing the right thing." The boy's kindness drove Lafia to despair, which is why she grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him repeatedly. "Oh okay. I believe you. Let me go." Bell felt himself getting dizzy from the jolt. "Good. With that in mind, let's get to work." Hermes stood up and slammed the table, confidence oozing from his body. "Yes. We're ready," shouted those present in unison. The god looked at the most important piece on this chessboard. "I hope you're really ready, Bell. It won't be easy, and Frey will probably kill me, but the hero must rise from the ashes." Chapter 26. In the previous chapter. "Good. With that in mind, let's get to work." Hermes stood up and slammed the table, confidence oozing from his body. "Yes. We're ready," shouted those present in unison. The god looked at the most important piece on this chessboard. "I hope you're really ready, Bell. It won't be easy, and Frey will probably kill me, but the hero must rise from the ashes." In the current chapter. Night had fallen at night. The lights from the magic lamps dimly illuminated the city, not to mention the alleys within it, which were deserted of any trace of any sign. What was this due to? Simple. The Loki family would begin hunting down those monsters that had burst onto the surface just a few days ago. The so-called Xenos were hiding somewhere in Arario, so to avoid putting the lives of civilians at risk, the citizens were moved to the city center near the guild. Speaking of the members of the same guild, it is worth noting that even the advisors were responsible for this task. The deathly silence filled Arario, in which the only sound was the wind passing by and the dust and debris rising with its passage. Two sides. Humans versus monsters. Or humans versus monsters and other humans. Good. You know what you have to do, prevent any monster from escaping, there's no room for mistakes, not again, Finn declared, being surrounded by most of his available family members. He noted on his map spread out on the table the positions where surveillance would be extended. From Daedalus Street to the walls. From Babel itself to the Pleasure District. Nothing could escape them. "Are you feeling okay, Ace?" Reveria asked with concern to the Sword Princess, who kept a face that was difficult to decipher. "I have to kill the monsters, that's all," he replied with a cold and distant tone, while the grip on the handle of his sword trembled. "Ace," the elf whispered. However, she ignored her and hurried to her assigned position. Reveria closed her eyes and frowned. The one who came off worse that day from what happened was Ace. Not physically speaking, since she only suffered damage to her shoulder, but mentally, she said in a low voice, gripping her cane. 3 girls were watching her from a distance. Fiona, Lafia and Tyan. "It hurts me to see Miss A's like this." The orange-haired girl's ears drooped, demonstrating the reality of her feelings. "Are you feeling okay too, Tiona?" The eldest of the Amazon sisters asked the youngest. "Yes. It's our responsibility to take care of those monsters, isn't it?" "I have no problem doing so," he replied in his usual cheerful tone, although he was clearly lying. Tyan sighed and walked away from the pair. "Are you ready?" Tiona asked Lafia. "Yes, I feel like I'm betraying my family, however it's for the best," the elf replied as she took a marble-sized sphere out of one of her pockets. "I feel that way too, but Argonaut-kun needs me," the Amazon replied with a sweet smile full of determination and lack of doubts. "Seriously, I don't understand what you see in that human. Would you go that far for him?" Lafia asked with some confusion. "I would go to the ends of the earth for him. After all, I love him," Tiona replied, blushing slightly at that statement. The orange-haired girl shook her head and turned around. "Doorposts," he added. From Ace's perspective. She walked through the alleys of Daedalus Street looking for any abnormality. His thoughts wandered wildly and uncontrollably. "Elle, why did you do it?" she whispered with a brittle voice, on the verge of tears. The images of that day returned to his memories. Be protecting of Vuiver. "I wasn't so foolish as to believe that the adorable and kind rabbit did it just for money or something like that. No. There was something else." The fear-filled face she displayed when she and her family arrived on the scene was not normal. Why would Belle be afraid when he saw them? Why would she even harm other adventurers just to keep them from touching her? Ace's mind was wavering, as was her sanity. Deep in her heart, she longed for an explanation from the person responsible for so much pain. However, something inside her prevented her from approaching him. Hate. Disappointment. Fear. There was no way of knowing if one of those feelings would flood his being upon hearing an unwanted response. Or maybe all of them. For the moment he concentrated on his mission. Keep an eye on Belle for any strange movements that night. He jumped with great height until his feet touched the roof of one of the houses. He ran at high speed with an imperturbable mask on his face. I would not show weakness. Monsters are bad. It doesn't matter why Belle protected them. He is wrong. And she will save him from the clutches of that girl. Wait for me, Belle, I'll show you the damage a monster can do to innocent people, so you can go back to being the same as always. A twisted smile appeared on his lips. Two perspectives. Two points of view. The girl who hates monsters. And a young man who wants to be the hero of the innocent. To the misfortune of both. The Xenos were both. Monsters and innocents. Who's right? That doesn't matter anymore. The only important thing now is to protect what both believe is important, even if they have to fight each other to overcome the other. Belle in Hermes' perspective. Are you ready, Belle? Hermes asked the white-haired man. Yes, Hermes Alma. It's something I can't run away from. I appreciate that you care so much about me. Belle replied as he equipped himself with a Hades helmet and sheathed his daggers in his belt. It won't be easy, you know that, right? You keep getting yourself into trouble and into battles that aren't your business. However, that's the kind of hero you aspire to become, isn't it? The orange-haired god asked, literally smiling. Yeah, I keep getting my family into trouble, but I know there are people who support me despite being a bad luck charm and a trouble magnet. He laughed at the last bit, even though the faces of all his family members and close friends came to mind. Not forgetting, of course, 3 girls in particular. Thank you so much for your words, sir. I promise to fulfill your wish. I won't stop running. I'll go forward facing the consequences, he said to himself with determination. You have the hardest part, my little Belle. I hope it doesn't cause you too much trouble. Hermes sighed and turned his back, walking away with Asfi. Don't worry, Hermes Alma, I trust that Tiona and Lafitte will take care of Miss A, said the boy without any concern. In the distance, Hermes gave his answer without being heard. I'm not referring to the Sword Princess. A chill ran down the god's back as well as the young man's. A dangerous development and outcome was approaching. Hestia Familia perspective. It's terrifying to see the streets of Aurario so deserted, Lily said. I know I have to admit that you're right, Lilicuajo, but that benefits us, we have more room to maneuver, Welf replied. Ween must be with Bellucci. I wonder if we'll be able to see them on the other side. Lid was worried, because even he wasn't sure he'd make it safely to Nos. Have a little faith, it's Belle we're talking about, Ray replied to the lizard. Yes. I know it's Bellucci we're talking about, and honestly, it's not like stealth is his strong suit. A drop of sweat trickled down the lizard. It's curious, knowing that reptiles don't sweat, but the reality of the biology of those beings is of little interest here. After all, it's not as if speaking is a normal characteristic. SHH. Someone's coming. Makoto silenced them when she heard some footsteps in the distance. Heavy steps. This has to be a joke. Of all the Loki family members we could run into, we ran into him. Welf's voice trembled. From the alley, a robust man, with a long beard and an axe, revealed himself to everyone. Gareth Landrocker Elgrim, the name and nickname of such an adventurer, was said with utmost fear by Lily. He's the one who stopped Asterius before that man arrived. Lid was referring to Otter when he said, that man. Haha, Belle, I hope you have it easier over there, was the Retide's thought. You're going to get out or I'm coming for you. A thunderous shout put them on alert. Every hair on their bodies stood up in surprise. Just because I can't see them doesn't mean I don't know they're here. He spoke again intensely. We have to fight, there's no other way. Makoto swallowed. You know what we have to do. Not kill, immobilize, the Hobbit reminded them of the plan. We couldn't even kill him if we wanted to, Lilicuajo. The blacksmith of the Hestia family whispered angrily. The dwarf walked forward, getting dangerously close to their position. Okay, I'll start, he said as he raised his axe above his head. You must be joking, don't you have orders to prevent damage? Lily trembled. Avoid them unless necessary to your places. Welf shouted and everyone quickly separated. Gareth dropped the blade of his weapon to the ground and… Puo. The ground cracked and the fracture extended all the way to the building where Xenos and members of the Hestia Familia took off. The building collapsed in the blink of an eye. Nare. Lid gave the signal to his partner Siren. Out of nowhere the girl jumped from the roof where she was hiding and spread her large wings. I got you. The dwarf prepared to attack or, failing that, bring her down by force from the skies. Ray opened his mouth and a soft song came out. I'm immune to that cheap trick, Siren, the dwarf warned, pointing his axe at her. However, an attack came to him out of nowhere. Clanck. The metal of a sword struck his weapon. When he tried to counterattack, he just cut the air. Wherefrom he wondered until he felt a certain cold in his legs. His body was being frozen. What the hell, he complained as the ice spread throughout his body. From one moment to the next it became an ice flow, preventing any kind of movement. I didn't think it would work, Welf whispered with his magic sword in his hands. That axe blow almost hit me, Lyd reported as she saw a trickle of blood running from his abdomen. A few more centimeters and you would die, Ray replied as he landed next to her. Okay, we have to continue. Before Lily could indicate the path to take, a creaking noise interrupted them. Crack. The ice broke on one side. Not even 10 seconds, Mikoto expressed. Everyone up now. Welf shouted, pulling the small support. Crack. 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 It was breaking piece by piece at an alarming speed. Large chunks of ice were thrown in different directions. Gareth broke free. What's happening? Can't you fight an old man like me? Gareth shouted angrily. Being frozen like that reminded him of when Riveria did it every time he bothered her or called her old. Of course we can't, you idiot dwarf. The crowd shouted in frustration. That statement was truly foolish. How the hell could they defeat a level 6, one of the strongest in Arario? Out of nowhere and to everyone's surprise, a couple of guests arrived from both above and below ground. The ground cracked open and large plant-like monsters emerged from it. While from above a woman with an eye patch and a sword fell to the side of where the Hestia family was hiding. Tsubaki. Why, before asking the dwarf the reason for her support, she interrupted her. It was clear that Hephaestus-sama would not leave them to their fate, he replied with a smile. Other members of the goddess's family surrounded Gareth. Hey, what about those violas? Lyd asked. Their bodies tensed as they saw the dwarf in trouble. 100 monsters surrounded the Loki family executive who killed them with the swing of his axe. Slash. 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 A pool of green, viscous liquid fell to the ground. Now Evilus. This must be a damn joke. The dwarf was angry. We have to take advantage of this opportunity, Lily thought quickly. Evilus, hell, even they are looking for the key to Nos. Ray looked worried. We must help him, Lyd declared. What? No, not a chance. This is the opportunity we've been looking for. The little support girl shouted at them. If we want humans to trust us, we must give them reasons to do so, the lizard justified. You're just making this more complicated. The hobbit reproached. We're sorry, Ray, Lyd and the other Xenos replied, launching themselves into combat. I guess we have to do the same. Welf, Mikoto and Tsubaki went down to fight. Lily is surrounded by impulsive fools, the aforementioned complained with a lost look. Gareth fought fiercely, tearing apart every viola that crossed his vision. Damn, Evilus comes at an evil time. If they take over Nos, then the dwarf was thinking of a way to tell his family about the mess he was involved in, however, he had to stop those things first. Watch out. A voice shouted behind him. Slash. One of the violas that approached him was sliced. But he remained static. We can postpone our battle for later. Now we must prevent Evilus from harming Arario, isn't that right? Lyd spoke again with a smile as, with his weapons, he put an end to the same vegetable tricks. You spoke, ha 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 ha. This old man thought he saw everything in this life. He laughed with glee. Slash. Keep up with me, lizard. Gareth accepted the help without complaint and they stood back to cover any flank of attack. That's exactly what I say. The lizard sliced the top of a viola as he gave his answer. Slash. 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 Meanwhile, the rest of them reduced the damage by preventing them from gathering in larger numbers. Freeze them and destroy them as soon as they are immobilized. Tsubaki ordered, brandishing her magic sword from which an icy blizzard shot at the killer plants. I'm going. Gareth and Lyd replied. Welf did the same with his magic sword of fire, with which he raised a wall of flames around the place of origin of the violas. And so a battle against an unexpected rival began. Those who were supposed to be enemies joined forces for this common goal. Finn's perspective. What's going on? Why haven't we run into any of them? The little hobbit's frustration grew. Finn, calm down. They must wait for us to be distracted before leaving. They're waiting for their chance, Loki said nonchalantly to the captain of her family. It doesn't make sense. It's like they know where to go, like they can communicate with each other, and a guide will show them each way. Finn felt a burning sensation in his thumb due to his sixth sense. An explosion several meters away from his position caught his attention. The first move, he whispered. Talon. Come with me. Finn said to the Amazon as he equipped his spear. Yes, Captain. Talon replied without question, running after the hobbit. Loki was left alone looking at the map of Arario. Phew, you're not fooling me, Shrimp. I knew there's more than just air in your head, Loki smiled creepily. Evilus attack. Evilus attack. All civilians must run for cover. They shouted from the guild's loudspeakers. The red-haired goddess opened her eyes. That damn Thanatos may be Enyo. They must be planning to steal the key. He frowned in frustration. I wonder what role you're playing, boy, he said as he put his hands in his pockets and walked away. Clearly he was referring to that boy who has been influencing his children in leaps and bounds. Belle's perspective on Daedalus Street. "Come on Ween, we have to get there fast," Belle said to the little vouivre as he ran with her in his arms. The Hades helmet prevented anyone from even seeing them, unfortunately it didn't work on adventurers with senses as sharp as a level 6. So they weren't just running away in a hurry to hide, they were running away because a certain golden-haired girl was hot on their heels at breakneck speed. "This says if Tiona and Lafia don't arrive soon, I'll have to fight her." That can't turn out well at all, the white-haired man thought in despair, breathing heavily. He was focused on his goal, so much so that an alert went unheeded. "Evilous attack. Evilous attack. All civilians must run for cover." Without paying attention to him, he continued his race. It seems that he was not interested in the sword princess either, who did not stop his advance. "You have that vouivre, I knew it, they're tricking you, I'll save you." Ace's mind slowly became more twisted by imagining things that weren't there. She would stop Belle and kill that monster who terrorized people. "It doesn't matter if you look like a girl, you're a monster," he shouted furiously, speeding up. "Ween, this is the plan, we will reach the gate and you will leave with the Oculus, no matter what you hear, run away without looking back." He gave the instructions to the little girl, handing her that emerald-colored spherical artifact. "From here, Kami-sama will guide you, don't lose him. When you arrive, Ray, Lid, and the others will take care of it." The boy's breathing became more labored as the seconds passed, making it difficult for him to speak clearly. "Yes, promise me you'll be okay." Ween asked him for fear that he would get hurt again and that she would be responsible. "I promise," he replied with a tired smile. He sharpened his senses in order to locate the place where Ace could intercept him. He had to mislead her. He plunged into a sea of alleys and passageways in an attempt to lose her. He came out of nowhere and saw a bridge that connected to the entrance to Nos he was looking for. He ran to it and opened it quickly. "We're here," he said with relief, putting Ween down. However, something fell behind them both. "Ace, you don't have to do this," Belle said, covering the little girl. Ace stared at Ween and understood what Belle was talking about from the beginning, about how the vouivre was different from any monster she had ever seen. "Now I understand," was the comment she said. "Ace, she is." Belle tried to speak but was interrupted. "My answer doesn't change," Ace said, taking out her sword and pointing it at both of them. "If you make someone cry, I'll kill all the monsters," said Ace, who was in front of Belle, pointing her rapier in his direction. Belle covered Ween behind him, the plan to return them to Nos had reached its critical point. At those words, Belle just frowned, he felt powerless, he didn't want to fight with Ace, he didn't want to have to go to such extremes. Because. Why? Belle shouted without understanding the unbridled fury of the sword princess, who attacked with the intention of harming Ween. Clang. Ace's sword and Belle's daggers clashed forcefully, raising a large amount of sparks around them. "Listen. The Xenos," the young man tried to reason with her, but nothing seemed to work. "It's not necessary." The golden-haired girl yelled at him, while they both struggled until one of them gave in. "Would you say the same thing if the vouivre lost control again?" Ace asked. "I can't," he added. Belle felt like those words were filled with hatred and hidden desires. "Ugh, hhhhh." The boy shouted, forcefully raising his arms and making the princess back away. Faced with such strength, she was surprised. He was supposed to be a level 3 and she was a level 6. Belle wasn't supposed to have enough strength to even manage to stop her or perceive an attack from her. "Damn it." Belle shouted as he felt his heart press hard. As mentioned before, he did not want to go to such extremes, however, the situation reached this point of no return. Running to close the distance between the two, the white-haired man launched a series of attacks towards her, which were blocked despite the fact that all his strength was infused into them. Clang. Crash. Clang. The metal clashed again, and the sound of this action echoed in the alley and its surroundings where the battle was taking place. Ween stared at what was happening, not knowing what to do or how to help Belle. Ace jumped back to get away from Belle so she could counterattack. In close hand-to-hand combat, the young man had the advantage. They paused, the boy looked exhausted, and his breathing became more labored after each attack. She understood that her rival at this moment had grown stronger since the last time they met. "I can't hold back anymore," she told herself, launching into the flurry of attacks again. The sword passed closer and closer to Belle's body, making it harder to dodge the attacks in his direction. He barely managed to block Ace's slashes and cuts. Each time he did so, due to the force exerted on them, a sharp pain appeared in the boy's bones as he was unable to fully absorb the blows. From one moment to the next, he was thrown to the ground. "Firebolt." Belle shouted to activate his magic and launch the fire beam. The golden-haired girl was greatly surprised when the flame curved before reaching her. Apparently, hitting him directly was not the objective. Pooh. A loud explosion sounded, and when Ace looked up she saw large amounts of debris falling towards her position. Crash. This gave him enough time to make Ween escape. Closing the small gate that was there to enter the passageway. Continue on this path was what the boy said. And you, Belle? The viewer asked, worried about him. I'll stay here, he replied. Why? He insisted with another question in an agitated manner. I want to talk to Ace, and I know she'll come was the only answer Belle gave him. Belle Ween said at that. I promised I'd be okay, don't worry, Belle replied, trying to calm her down. Ween nodded and walked away. Belle just looked at her from that spot without turning around or caring that Ace was already behind him. Step aside, Ace said with a face even more serious than usual. No, I won't was the answer he received. She sighed, closed her eyes, and then filled her gaze with complete determination. Belle knew the fight could no longer be avoided, so he gripped the handles of his daggers tightly, ready for whatever happened. It's a good time for them to come, he prayed for Tiona and Lafia's presence. Ace extended his sword again until the tip pointed at his target. I want to be a hero, and if I have to fight you to save the innocent, then so be it, he declared without losing focus. This angered the golden-haired girl even more. I tried to fix it the easy way, I'll save you, even if I have to hurt you to do it, Ace's grip weakened. At a speed impossible to see with the human eye, it propelled itself forward with the intention of attacking Belle. He simply sharpened his vision. Not for nothing is speed its best attribute. However, I didn't expect Ace's hatred to be so great that it would force her to utter the following words. Storm. Ariel. An emerald-colored wind covered her body completely and positioned itself under the white-haired boy's nose, leaving him unable to react. Hell. He groaned, trying to take a step back. Clang. The clash of arms. Metal against metal. Brute force versus brute force. It resounded in Aurario. Dust was raised by the shock wave. Belle, who had closed his eyes, slowly opened them. Sorry for being late, Argonaut-kun. We had some trouble with Evilus. Tiona warned, stopping Ace's rapier with her urga. Tiona why before even questioning her partner's presence, a feeling came to her. Arc's ray. Magic rays were fired from above the three. Lafia, it was clear who it was. No one but her possessed such a spell. Just in time a sweet giggle came from Tiona. I would have preferred if they came a few seconds earlier, but I won't complain, Belle replied. Heroes always arrive last. The Amazon puffed out her chest. She seemed proud of her delay. Belle, go on. We'll take care of it. Tiona winked at him and gave him a thumbs up. Yes. He replied, running away. Why you two will help those monsters. Ace's sanity was breaking thanks to all the surprises and mixed feelings she had faced in a single night. This has to stop, Ace. Don't let your dark flame control you, the Amazon shouted, trying to reason. This Ace. Even though I hate to admit it, they are right. Lafia did the same. Stop talking nonsense. Ace demanded. They hurt people. His claws. They hurt the children. Their wings scare them. Small tears were welling up in her eyes. I will not allow them to take away everything I have again, he declared with a black wind covering his entire body. Tiona and Lafia prepared themselves for what was coming. Just before Ace launched her attack, something happened. No. Ween shouted, stepping in between them. Don't hurt anyone else because of me, please. The little girl added to her words. The viewer? Tiona and Lafia asked, abandoning their previous state. Ace remained silent, saying nothing. I want to be with Belle, said the viewer, while crying. The wind increased its power. As long as there is a chance you might harm someone, I cannot allow you to live. His rapier pointed at Ween. Come on, Ween. Get behind me. Tiona tried to cover her, but the little girl refused. Without warning, Ween began to tear out her claws. Ah! The little girl screamed in pain as her blood began to flow. Ace's face changed from one of determination to one of fear at what she saw. The last thing left was her wing. His Avenger ability was fading due to lack of concentration. Lafia and Tiona were stunned, the former even covering her mouth with both hands. Seeing what she was going to do, Tiona went to her aid, but it was too late. She had completely torn off the last characteristic feature that could differentiate her from an ordinary human. And the wounds had caused her to fall tired from enduring the pain. From the arms of the Amazon, who wanted to cry at seeing a poor girl in that state, she spoke with the strength she had left. The next time I stop being me, I'll really disappear. I was alone in a cold, dark place. Even before I was myself, I was afraid. I felt alone. Nobody hugged me. But Belle saved me. Belle saved me even when it was dark. Those words came from the depths of Ween's heart, just like the tears that welled up in her eyes and disappeared as they passed down her cheeks. Ace's mind was in turmoil, she didn't know how to react to them, so much so that her arm was starting to shake. He was questioning whether what he was doing was right or not. Ween looked just like herself. His past self. That was what was echoing in his head. The little girl, scared inside the dungeon, with no one to save her, except that, unlike her case, she did find someone to get her out of there. The Avenger dissipated as did the urge to kill that Ace couldn't control until now. "Ween, don't move," Tiona whispered to her, trying to get a potion out. "Tiona. Watch out," Lafia warned. Boom. The sword princess stood in front of the Vouivre being carried by Tiona. "I won't let you hurt her." Tiona jumped back, preventing whatever Ace was planning. Plop. The sound of a container being opened distracted her. "If I don't use it, she'll continue to suffer," the golden-haired woman whispered with a potion. Ace the Amazon, who was covering the Vouivre with her body, discovered her. Let me correct my mistake," he begged with tears in his eyes. Tiona understood that it was not a dirty trick. It wasn't a strategy. She really wanted to fix the damage she caused. Ween looked at her and gave her a small smile, even though blood was running down her cheeks, as well as residual tears from her earlier crying over the pain she experienced. Ace poured the liquid from the glass container onto the Vouivre's weak and tired body. Steam rose from the girl's wounds as they closed. Her body felt like the burning sensation was gone. "Sorry, even though you tried to make me see reason, I didn't listen to you." She fell to her knees and wiped her tears with her hands. "You're like me, no one came to save me when I needed it most, no one came to my aid." The golden-haired girl's true feelings came to light. Sorry," he apologized repeatedly. Ween climbed out of Tiona's arms and he hugged the inconsolable princess. "Huh?" She felt the small limbs wrap around her. "I forgive you, thank you for believing in me," he said without separating from her. A curious scene to say the least. A monster comforting a monster slayer. "We did it, Belle," Tiona thought happily. They were able to convince Ace of her mistake. After the difficult struggle of ideals, reason won in the end. Tiona, Ace and Lafia watched as he walked away through that passageway. Satisfaction. Tranquility. Many feelings were experienced. But at least it wasn't just a bunch of negatives anymore. "We have to go back to Finn and explain what happened. With both Evilus and the Xenos," said the Amazon with clear tiredness. "Evilus? What are you looking for?" the golden-haired girl asked with concern. The night was not over yet. "It's strange, it's too quiet even for Evilus," the orange-haired elf said. They ran straight to their family's base. Something smelled fishy. "With Freya, from Babel. I hope you don't do anything stupid, Hermes," Freya said to the god who was watching all of Aurario from his lookout. "It's no small feat. I promise you'll be pleased with the outcome," Hermes replied calmly and serenely, contrary to Asphy's feeling that she was a bundle of nerves due to Freya's presence. "If you put her life at risk, I swear I will." The threat of the beautiful goddess was interrupted. "You've done it since you noticed him, and he's come out victorious, trust Belmore," the god told him. Helen looked nervous. Something inside her screamed that they had to stop whatever was about to happen. "If only you were here," Hermes whispered, alluding to an old friend. His eyes fell on the white-haired man who was helping with the protection of the citizens, along with a certain half-elf. "It seems he came out safe and sound from the battle against the Sword Princess." The situation entered an unexpected stillness. However, the show was just beginning. Bell perspective. In the center of Aurario. "Is everyone here? Is there no one else left?" the young man asked the advisor. "Bell, you have a lot to explain to me," Ina reproached the adventurer in her charge. "I promise. For now, we need to make sure Evilus doesn't attack civilians," she replied nervously. That half-elf was terrifying if she wanted to be. "I hope you were able to escape without incident. Kami-sama, contact me as soon as possible and tell me that we made it," the restless white-haired man begged from the bottom of his heart. He lowered his head, staring at the oculus embedded in the front of his handguard. His concentration was interrupted when the sound of several birds flapping their wings caught his attention. He turned to where the noise came from and saw some birds moving away and flying to different places. Every fiber of his body was on alert. The heavy footstep caused the ground to tremble. "Ina, go," Bell told her, unsheathing his weapons. Bell. She named him since she didn't understand why he adopted that attitude out of nowhere. The adventurer's keen senses could not compare to Ina's. The vibration in the ground could not be perceived by the advisor. The footsteps were heard loud and clear. Whatever it was coming. "Run, Ina," Bell shouted when suddenly. Puo. The footsteps quickened until a louder one resounded in the eardrums of adventurers and civilians. Out of nowhere something rose into the air. A huge body illuminated by the red light of the moon appeared before those present. Puo. As fast as it rose, it fell. "Get off, Ina," Bell told her, pushing her to the side. Bomb. 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 The Minotaur's heavy feet lifted and pounded the ground of Aurario at a dizzying speed, so much so that Bell couldn't react to what was approaching. Ooh. Oh. The Minotaur let out a bellow before raising his heavy axe in an upward slash, intending to make contact with the white-haired man. Ah! Bell shouted, blocking the axe with both daggers. Clank. Sparks flew from the clash of metal weapons, however. Ooh. Oh. Bam. An unstoppable brute force in the Minotaur's gigantic arm sent Bell flying like a rag doll. Ah! He screamed as he crashed into several walls and houses. His body was constantly hit by debris, rocks and bricks. Ooh. It began to skid on the ground, lifting the pieces of stone that formed it and leaving total destruction on the street. His back rubbing against the solid object stopped him from moving forward. Ugh, he complained, trying to stand up. His body ached. The beast, with a single blow, tore him to pieces. Bomb. 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 The Black Minotaur was approaching where Bell's body lay. An imposing figure that would make even the bravest adventurer tremble. Ugh, he tried to compose himself. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and a pair of red eyes staring directly at him was the first thing he noticed. Her body went numb as she stared at him. His fear increased when that beast landed just inches away from him. He took. I've been dreaming the same thing for a long time. The monster began to speak. I dreamed of facing a single human. It can't be, Bell whispered, but the Xenos continued. We shed blood and lost flesh. But my rival and I still understood each other. I'm here to meet the opponent of my dream. Bell braced himself against the rubble around him, trying to get up. My name is Asterius, he revealed. Already standing, Asterius asked him. Could you tell me what your name is? He, with an expression that demonstrated total seriousness and alertness, responded. Bellcranel. Asterius raised his axe and said the following. Bell, I beg you to grant me another fight. The white-haired man, still unsure of this, had no choice but to accept. Crouching down, he grabbed his daggers that lay scattered on the ground a few inches away from him. With trembling arms he placed them in front of him. The Minotaur smiled, and following that, a bellow came from its snout. Ooh. Without further ado, Asterius rushed to attack him. Bomb. 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 Ah! Bell shouted back and waited for the clash of weapons. Ooh. The shock wave was produced after such impact. And Babel. What the hell is on your head, Hermes? Frey yelled at the traveling god. Are you an idiot? Helen reproached him in the same way. See, calm down. He tried to calm them down. How the hell am I going to be calm? That beast mashed Loki's family to a mash and you plan to have Bell fight that thing alone. The goddess's scolding continued, trying to choke Hermes. Plop. Helen slapped the god without a second thought. I can't let Bell get hurt, the girl said and ran out of the room. I'll tell Otter to intervene. Then I'll tell him to make you suffer endlessly. Expressionless eyes turned to the orange-haired man. Freya, think about it. Would a normal opponent make the same impression? Of course not. He must prove what he's made of, and he can only do so by fighting against adversity. What were you planning to do? Send a goblin after him? Hermes rubbed the cheek he'd been hit with. There are ways. If he dies, she felt enormous worry and pain in her heart. Just imagining that his beloved Otter would disappear brought an inexplicable pain to his chest. I'll die with him, he added, bowing his head. Frey hurried after Helen, she too would go to make sure things didn't get out of hand. He couldn't tell anyone in his family to help him since, as Hermes had told him, they kept the Loki family out of the loop. You just got Hermes' Alma into a horrible mess, the soul escaped from the sky blue-haired girl's body. He ignored her. Come on, Bell. He clenched his fist, confident his plan would work. With Tiona. Let me pass. I have to help Bell. I can't let him die. Tiona shouted as she was stopped by Tyan. You are annoying, it's your battle. Alan Frommel, level 6 adventurer of the Freya family, along with 4 hobbits, blocked their way. I'm not interested. If he dies, the Amazon wept. Her heart rate was increasing. If things get out of hand, my goddess will most likely have us intervene, so shut your mouth. The Catman walked away and left them both. Your goddess intervened. Tiona didn't understand such a relationship. Ooh. The roar of the Minotaur interrupted his thought. At least I want to make sure he'll be alright, she told herself, climbing onto one of the building's roofs to watch the battle. Back to the battle. Slash. Asterius continuously launched attacks with the edge of his axe, which Bell dodged with perfect accuracy. If he didn't avoid the Minotaur's blows, the battle would be over in a flash due to the difference in strength between them. It was as if you were expecting a piece of paper to withstand a shot fired just a few meters from the cannon. Slash. Slash. He continued to dodge as much as his body would allow, unable to even touch his opponent, not even a scratch with the daggers. that was the caliber of his opponent. I can't touch him, he's too fast. Despite having such a large body and one less arm, he manages to close any opening through which I could attack him. I have to find a way to hurt him, if not there's no way I'll win this fight, thought the white-haired man, increasing the flurry of attacks that were blocked by Asterius's axe with great ease. Sparks flew. The bones trembled. The joints cracked. The pain was not felt by either of them. Adrenaline numbed their bodies. The constant rebound of the blows numbs her limbs. The desire to win blocked any pain receptors. An opening, just one, it was the only thing the boy was looking for at that moment. So much so that he focused on attacking and stopped defending so well. Bam. The wall was destroyed when Asterius attacked, barely managing to be dodged. Bell's legs moved faster and faster. He was beginning to get used to the pace imposed by Asterius. Fast fighting and strong blows. That was the strategy used by the monster. All his strength went into every blow, Bell knew. Slash. Bomb. Bam. Each blow of the axe was dodged with precision until a gap after the end of an attack was noticed by Bell. His eyes saw the stage moving at an extremely slow speed. I can see it, he whispered. The Minotaur raised his arm as he tried to strike his opponent from below. That gave Bell a split second in which the monster was unprotected thanks to the lack of an arm. With the dagger hestia in his right hand, he launched a side attack to the beast's left side. The jet black dagger approached the beast's exposed bloody flesh and… slash. It kneeled down. The Minotaur saw him. His breathing became labored. Bell inhaled and said the following. Firebolt. The fiery fire dyed the dagger a deep red. The weapon, from one moment to the next, from the tip embedded in the monster's flesh, let out an explosion. Pieces of flesh and blood flew out after the explosion, staining the boy's face. Ooh. The groan of pain came from Asterius, who, with his eyes bloodshot in fury, returned the blow. He hit the young rabbit's right side. Phew. He spat out blood and expelled the air from his lungs when the impact was received on his body. He flew several meters away from where they originally started to fight. Asterius ran to him, not allowing him to rest. His charred flesh burned as if it were still on fire. Awesome, he said with a smile on his snout. In the distance, Bell was closing the distance between his body and the ground, however he had no way to avoid this foe without getting hurt. Crash. It rolled on the ground and crashed into a building. Ugh, another complaint about the pain in her body came out of her mouth. Bell. When the dust cleared, Aina, Auka and Chigusa saw the white-haired man lying down. Crossing everything in his path, Asterius arrived at the center of the city, where his rival had fallen. Ooh. The panic of the people was not long in coming, and they retreated in terror. Bell shouted, quickly standing up when he saw him so close to the civilians. Slash. Clang. He attacked repeatedly without any success. The Minotaur also learned the attack pattern of the elusive rabbit. Clang. 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 Daggers and axe hitting each other repeatedly with no intention of giving up the advantage. Clang. 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 Attacks that did not reach their destination. Huts that were stopped. Huts that passed by or were simply blocked. Bell shouted as he deflected the trajectory of Asterius's attack and counterattacked with his free hand. Clash. Part of his armor was shattered, including the oculus. Clang. Clash. Clash. Firebolt. Bell shouted, releasing his weapon in the air. The shots hit the beast's snout, throwing it off. Before his weapon could fall to the floor, Bell grabbed it and rushed towards Asterius, taking advantage of the smokescreen created by his magic blasts. Slash. 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 He made multiple cuts on the monster's abdomen, and it returned the same cuts by grazing the boy's face. Slash. Blood trickled from Bell's forehead and into his eye, causing him to see crimson. Come on. Pan. Do it. People who had previously criticized him now supported him. Come on, little rookie. You can do it. Mord, who trusts the boy, gave his words of support just like the rest. In the distance, a worried goddess saw him with bows at his side. Why won't you help him, Otter? Freya questioned the captain of her family. It's your battle, Freya-sama. This is the best. Otter responded calmly without looking into the eyes of his goddess, who was a bundle of nerves. Otter, if he dies, I'll go with him, you know that, right? Threatened the silver-haired goddess. I know, Freya-sama. It's a risk I'm willing to take. He must return to his path, it's his dream. Support him, Bose advised. Freya wanted to charm him, but some of what her attendants said made sense. She, holding back her fear, remained silent. When Bell, all her hopes were on her beloved. Meanwhile, this scene was happening almost the same on the part of the Amazon. When Tiona shouted, wanting to help him, but understanding that this battle had to be fought by him and only him. There was not a soul who was not attentive to the eternal struggle between the Black Minotaur and the Auraria Rabbit. "Let's go Argonaut-kun," the Amazon added with blurred vision, since her tears prevented her from seeing well. Ah! The boy's constant release of fury in the form of screams released all his strength and spirit behind him. Slash. The speed of both was drastically reduced, but the one who took advantage of the situation was Bell, who every time he aimed to attack caused damage to Asterius's injured body. Slash. 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 Clang. 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 The metal continued to clash, Bell's arms drooped from exhaustion, and his mind faded as the seconds passed. "I have to win," it was all I could think about. His injured hands, caused by the constant friction of the dagger handle with his palms, gave him more strength. "I have to win," he whispered. Asterius smiled. Bell gritted his teeth and squeezed the anger out of his body. "I have to win." Fire ruled. Their daggers burst into flames just like last time. The Minotaur's expression changed. Confidence faded. "Come for me. Ah." Slash. 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 A dose of pure adrenaline strengthened the boy's wounded physique as he battered the Minotaur with intensity. Firebolt. 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 Clang. 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 The blows blocked by the axe wreaked havoc on the weapon. The bright red of the daggers seemed to be suffering a monstrous increase in temperature, so that the opponent's weapon, every time it was hit by them, melted and created holes in it. Firebolt. 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 Slash. Clang. Slash. Clang. Slash. Clang. The weapon shatters after each attack. Asterius focused on finding an opening in the renewed boy. Firebolt. The chant came out of Bell's mouth again, and both weapons were imbued with magical power for the millionth time. "There's no other way," said Asterius, and slash. The dagger hestia buried itself in his body. The meat began to char. It brought unbearable pain to the monster's abdomen, which he endured as best he could. With his right hand, having Bell at a short distance, he threw the axe blow from above. "Careful, Bell." A familiar voice shouted to the boy. He understood, after that warning, the monster's plan. In a swift movement he changed the trajectory of the Minotaur horn dagger that was not yet buried in the same area as the jet-colored one. Crack. Something thundered behind the closing of his eyes. I was expecting to be hit, but it never came. Ugh. The axe was just inches from his head. What prevented us from achieving our goal? Simple. Bell raised his head and saw his dagger buried in the Minotaur's glenohumeral joint. By interrupting the connection between the humerus and the shoulder blade, the movement of his only arm was rendered impossible. Regaining consciousness, he knew this was the moment. Firebolt. Firebolt. Both points where their weapons embedded themselves released flames at the immobilized opponent. Blood was gushing from his snout. Firebolt. The meat was charred and the smell spread to those present. "Go Bell." They shouted at him. He, with his consciousness almost fading, his mind about to succumb, prepared to finish it. Fireboo. Before he could pronounce that word, a blow hit him in the pit of his stomach. Boom. The boy's body dragged across the battlefield until it came to a stop on the hard concrete. Cough. 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 He coughed blood and felt like throwing up. What happened? You might be wondering. Simple. The Minotaur hit him with one of its paws. The boy, still staggering, stood up for the millionth time. Asterius, missing one arm and unable to move the other, bent down and pointed his horns at his target. Bell, without weapons since they were stuck in Asterius's body, nor strength from constant wear, prepared his right fist. The sun rose on the battlefield. The boy closed his eyes, and a white glow emanated from his fist. The fight was approaching its twilight, its decisive moment when the winner and loser would be known. Face to face. Face to face. With great determination each one. They knew there was no turning back after this. That would be the end of their meeting. Bell whispered. A few chimes broke the silence. Clang. 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 He breathed, concentrating and having peace in his heart. Fiona Freya Helen, if I survive, if this is enough, I'll stop being a coward, I'll stop running away, I'll be honest, I love them. That was the thought that brought him calm and harmony. The three women acted as the driving force behind the Argonaut skill. He opened his eyes suddenly. I want to be a hero. Bell shouted at the top of his lungs. Both running towards their rival in front. When they got close enough, both of them let out a war cry. Ah. Ooh. Poo. The clash between the Minotaur's fist and horns caused the ground to shake and loose rocks to rise on the battlefield. Bell's bones were cracking. His joints were wearing out. Bone and bone collided, causing incredible pain in the boy. Still, nobody moved. The clash of forces had no dominator. The white-haired man gritted his teeth. His lip oozed blood. I was giving everything I could, so much so that. Ooh. He was overcome. Crack. His arm assumed an irregular position as it bent. It's broke. Shouted those present. Yes, after the impact the muscles and bones could not support it and both the ulna and radius broke in two, tearing the tissues that joined them and the skin that covered the area, allowing them to be visible to the naked eye. Ah! The pain was not long in coming. After this the Minotaur lifted him up. Beel. Tiona, Freya and Helen looked astonished at their beloved being destroyed. Their bodies moved without thinking and they ran to try to help him, but none of them were fast enough. Bell's legs lifted off the ground and he looked down at the city from above. He was fainting. As he fell, before the young man touched the ground, Asterius intercepted him with his only free arm and slammed him into all the walls that stood in his way until, with a single leap, he entered the dungeon, dropping him to one of its floors. Hoo! Another loud impact was heard. Ah! Bell screamed as he felt his bones break from the impact. He began coughing up blood in abnormal amounts. Lying on the floor surrounded by rubble with no more strength to fight, he closed his eyes with a tired smile, awaiting his fate. The victory a defeat, said the monster. He opened his eyes with difficulty, trying to understand what she meant. Bell, everything will be decided in our next confrontation, prepare yourself because I will do it, Asterius added, pulling the daggers from his body with a superhuman effort and throwing them next to their owner. He walked away, but not before giving his rival a hand. Ooh! That scream echoed in the dungeon. But this no monster will come near, Asterius finished, losing himself in the depths of it. So I lost, it was to be expected, he whispered. All vital functions shut down until a spark of energy woke him up. Bell. 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 3 girls from different directions came to his aid. The 3 of them stopped when they heard the others' voices. But what they said at the same time. Their faces filled with surprise and it wasn't pleasant. Freya-sama, what are you doing here? Tiona asked. I could ask you the same, Loki's child, the goddess replied. The only one who didn't join the conversation was Helen. Bell. Bell. Please answer. She, with a flood of tears, took the boy's face in both hands. That hurts her, Bell whispered uncomfortably. You're alive, Hound Eyes, she smiled happily, crushing her face into the boy's chest. Wait a minute, what did he call her? Why, you told me, sir. Helen was stunned. I knew it, thank you so much for giving me the push I needed, without your words I would. Freya and Tiona dropped whatever they were arguing about because it didn't matter at the moment. Bell. You're alive, Tiona cried the same way Helen did. Freya, for her part, knelt down and stood on the opposite side to where her daughter and the Amazon were. You're a fool fighting that thing, what were you thinking? Freya demanded, hitting him lightly in the chest. Sorry Freya, sorry Tiona, sorry Helen, I was an idiot, he replied. Instead of being honest, I excused myself by saying that I wasn't sure about my feelings, he said. The 3 girls were surprised. I thought that if I went out with all of them at once, I would be able to understand my feelings and thus choose just one, but I was wrong. What do you mean? The 3 girls asked. Everything was coming to light. I love all 3 of you, it's silly, don't you think? He asked them with a giggle. Love us 3? They looked at each other. Yes, I love them. I spent a lot of time thinking about what I should do, and the more time passed the more I loved them, the more I wanted them with me, he continued. Far from getting angry, they listened attentively to the boy's words. Tears sprang from her eyes. Sorry, I can't choose any, if I can't be with all 3, I don't deserve to be with any of them, he added. Bell, they named him. Sorry, he finished, fainting from the pain. The 3 girls lowered their heads. We have to take him to get treated, then we'll discuss this now. Bell is the most important thing, they said in unison without making eye contact. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.